You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20, Chapter 2801, To Kill a Magus Part 1. The good thing about Tier 5 spells was that they worked the same way as true magic, so the Nightwalker could still salvage the situation by consuming enough mana to cleanse Liths and repair the armor. Just like Lith wanted, the previous final sunset had served the same purpose, to force the undead to consume the mana stored in his blood core to purge the god of Nightstorm of the foreign energy signature, N/IN. Let me guess, a source magic spell costs way more than 2 Tier 5 spells, Lith said. With no breathing technique and no more thralls for a sip, you won't last long. Thanks to the elemental crystals, Lith had consumed only a fraction of the mana necessary for his spells, whereas the Nightwalker could only tap into his own reserves. True, but it's long enough. Ulma restored the god of Nightstorm and conjured another Tier 5 source magic spell, Dark Mastery. Earth magic manipulated the rubble, giving them shape, while air magic lifted and propelled the constructs, giving them speed. Water magic soaked the rocks, making them more flexible and easier to adjust their density. Nightblood gave it the final kicker, increasing the destructive power and giving the spell the same appearance as a hard darkness construct. If they actually existed, of course. Lith recognized it as the same spell that was still troubling his demons. Its effects resembled light mastery, but earth magic made it sturdier while darkness made it deadlier. I hope you like this, Ulma said. Tynan Zavra devised this spell to kill Manowar while playing at the god of healing's own game, but I guess you'll have to do. Let's see if the so-called Supreme Magus can stand a chance against the opus of the lost Magus. With God of Nightstorm back at full strength, Lith's physical prowess was his only advantage, and dark mastery tipped the scales in the Nightwalker's favor. By combining darkness, water, and air, the elemental spheres could produce any trial mental spell that the Nightwalker could think of, regardless of the tier. The darkness-infused stone constructs defended the undead, while also attacking Lith from every side. The fight had suddenly turned into a 3-against-1, with Lith having to deal with Ulma's swordplay, the sphere's unrelenting spellcasting, and Dark Mastery's physical onslaught. The Nightwalker was no awakened, so he had kept those spells at the ready for the moment when Lith managed to reach him. Ulma knew that, without body casting, he would lack the opportunity to weave new spells. On top of that, while the Tiamat would have been free to divide his focus between old and new spells, every iota of willpower that the Nightwalker hadn't infused in his spells before the fight started would have gone to waste. Nully, I stand corrected. Verhin is smart, but I'm no idiot either, Ulma thought. Nully, I never expected to get to this point, but luckily I prepared for it. All the mana I have left, I can devote it to these 2 spells. It should be enough. It must be enough. Yet Lith's spirit blinked away every time he was cornered, conjured the spirit barrier of the armor to absorb surprise attacks, and exploited Ragnarok to harass the enemy. No matter what elemental aspect Lith enhanced, Ulma ended up consuming mana to repair his armor, and the damage on his weapon kept piling up. Even the coating from the God of Nightstorm spell couldn't protect the adamant from the angry blade. The only silver lining was that Lith's hard light constructs couldn't keep up with Dark Mastery. He conjured them quickly thanks to the silver crystal of the Voidwalker armor, but they moved slowly and didn't last long. The Nightwalker grunted in exasperation, consuming more of the energy stored inside his blood core to become even stronger. He was now ever faster than Lith, the gap in mass almost filled thanks to the source magic spells. Skill became much more relevant, and with Ulma never giving him a moment of respite, Lith couldn't use invigoration. Spirit magic was an amazing tool, but blinking so much and the use of the barrier cost a lot of mana. Nully, now it's my moment. The Nightwalker could feel his blade coming close to breaking, so he activated the bloodline abilities Nightblood and Shadowvine. The former filled the cracks in the adamant blade with pure darkness element, giving the weapon a destructive aura that channeled and enhanced that of Dark Mastery and God of Nightstorm. The latter, instead, sent sparks of Ulma's life force into the shadows of the corridor, giving them a third dimension and turning them into tendrils that lashed at Lith from his blind spot. Full guard warned him, but 4 enemies at the same time were too much. He breathed origin flames on the tendrils, parried Ulma's blade with Ragnarok, and conjured the spirit barrier to block a sudden thunderstorm. The 4 elemental spheres had merged into one, unleashing frost waves and bolts of black bolts of lightning throughout the corridor, making blinking useless. It slowed Lith's movements down long enough for Dark Mastery to get rid of the latest batch of hard light constructs and join the fray. A pair of darkness-infused stone fists, the size of a barrel, rammed against the spirit barrier, pinning Lith against a wall. Then they spread themselves over the energy sphere, covering it like a shroud while also keeping the pressure. Nully shit. Lith was now blinded and stuck with few options, and none of them was good. Ulma didn't give him any respite, focusing the thunderstorm into a small hurricane that further increased the pressure against the barrier. Black bolts of lightning hit it from every side along with black ice crystals. Lith could feel the shroud squeezing the barrier with increasing strength, while projectiles the size of a spear, with the momentum of a speeding car, bombarded it. Nully, if I blink, I'll carry the Dark Mastery along. I need to. Ulma's following attack shattered the barrier and cut Lith short. His darkness-infused blade, coupled with his twice-boosted strength, was more than the power core of the Voidwalker armor could take. The pressure from the other 2 spells had already thinned the spirit barrier, and the small crack quickly spread to the rest of the construct, making it crumble. Lith exhaled the air he had in his lungs, emitting a burst of origin flames from all over his body. The coldness of the storm fought against the heat as both icicles and bolts of lightning sizzled against the flames. Dark Mastery wrapped around Lith, smothering his inner fire with the massive amount of mana that the spell carried. Before it was too late, Lith used his black eye and the crystal to conjure Plague Storm. A swarm of plague arrows erupted from his body, circling around it like a school of piranhas. Darkness fought against darkness, the arrows pushing Dark Mastery back in waves. Ragnarök moved non-stop, blocking the storm by channeling the water element and destroying every one of the incoming projectiles that it touched. The Nightwalker grinned and moved in for the kill. He rode the fury of God of Nightstorm and charged at Lith. Their mass was similar, and with the hurricane propelling him, Ulma managed to push Lith back against the wall and into Dark Mastery's embrace. Chapter 2802, To Kill a Magus, Part 2. To make matters worse, while the darkness-infused constructs started to wrap themselves around Lith's limbs and slipped past his defenses, the Nightwalker was relentless in his attack. Not only was Ulma the better swordsman, hitting more and more often as Dark Mastery restricted Lith's movements, but also the bolts of lightning and ice coming from the elemental spheres phased through him. Being made from his mana, the various spells did no harm to each other and their caster. By standing in front of Lith, Ulma blinded his vision and kept his sword busy while the projectiles hammered at him from every direction. Lith conjured another spirit barrier, but it was instantly destroyed. The Nightwalker lunged with his blade, forcing Lith to block from an awkward position. Then, he had God of Nightstorm exploit the still clashing blades as lightning rods. The stream of electricity struck them both, but while Ulma was unaffected, Lith had to use everything he had to limit the spasms. It slowed his reaction time and allowed the Nightwalker to kick him in the chest with the might of a divine beast. Lith was sent flying back, crashing against a wall and opening a few meters deep crater. The 4 tri-elemental spheres following Irma had the frozen hurricane follow Lith. The wind pushed him down, while the water coating the wall made it slippery. Not only did it make it hard for Lith to get out, but the cold waves also turned the water into a thick layer of ice that glued him to the stones. Bolts of lightning rained on him without a break, to keep him stunned. All of them carried the darkness element that ate at him and his equipment inside and out. The Nightwalker had Nightblood move to the tip of his blackened blade, to focus the destructive power of his bloodline ability in a single point. Nully, if this gets past Verhin's armor, the darkness element will be the least of his problems. Ulma thought. Nully, my mana will infect his core and my life force taint his own. It should be enough to kill him, especially if I manage to hit near his heart. Lith's body was bruised and battered, whereas the Nightwalker's aim was true. Held by a trembling arm, Ragnarök managed to move the tip of the enemy's blade, just enough for the hit to not be lethal. Ulma smiled, seeing his blade pierce through the Voidwalker armor and Lith's sternum. The perfect place to release Nightblood and have it ravage the lungs and the heart at the same time. Space. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Solus and the Void had chosen a different approach. After clearing the area with the help of Lith, the Void Feather, and the demons, Solus' goal was to find the perfect spot to conjure the tower. "There's no point in fighting the undead," she said. "It's much better for me to focus on the mana geyser. Once it belongs to us and the tower takes form, the fight will be over." Agreed. The Void checked one last time that no enemy was left, and then hit the floor with the full strength of his adamant body. The room was filled with the six-eyed demons left, while the others waited outside. The demons moved in sync with the Void, each blow generating a shockwave that made the surroundings shake. They were exactly above the middle of the mana geyser, and the deeper they went, the closer they would get to the mother lode. It took them 4 hits to make the floor collapse into the room below. At that point, the rest of the demons swarmed from above and killed the undead, while they were still trapped under the rubble. Once they were done, they rushed out of the doors, drawing attention to themselves and killing more enemies. "This is highly inefficient," the Void grumbled. "We are splitting our numbers too much. We can't win this way." N1 in. "Sure we can," Solus shrugged. "The array control room must be right below us. If we can shut it down, there will be no need to slowly assimilate the power of the geyser. The demons just need to buy us time." Solus hammered at the floor, its self-repair enchantments unable to keep up with the Fury's might. "One more. We just need to clear one more room, and then Lith and I will become unstoppable." Solus would have liked to say "we," but she didn't want the Void to think she was referring to him. She still had her doubts about giving the sides of Lith's personality so much freedom, but she couldn't deny the perks of using the memory crystals that way. "What about me?" The Void pointed at himself. "You are not part of the team," she replied with a scoff. "Lith disagrees with you. Got to go. Bye." The light of consciousness disappeared from the construct's eyes, and its body reverted to the Vagrash form. Without the Void, Trouble couldn't keep its humanoid form. "Locrias," Solus called, and the demon answered. "Yes, my liege." "Alert Valia to be ready to take charge of the Voidfeather's squad. Something is going on, and Lith might recall him at any moment," she said. Solus couldn't control the demons of the darkness by herself, because it was Lith's exclusive bloodline ability. With the Void gone, so were the black chains connecting him to the rest of the army. Even if the branch of the undead court had no dimensional blocking array, giving communication amulets to demons would have been pointless. The chains acted as a better and faster way to communicate. Locrias used them to inform Valia and take charge of Solus' troops. "Can you tell me what's going on with Lith?" Solus asked. "You can just use your mind link if you are curious," Locrias replied. "I meant by contacting the demons with him, not him. I don't want to risk distracting Lith during a fight." Locrias' gaze went blank for a while until he said, "Fuck me sideways." "Space." Lith coughed out a mouthful of blood, as the combined effect of the highly concentrated darkness element released inside his body mana, and life force turned his internal organs into mush. His skin blackened and his veins bulged as the essence of the Nightwalker invaded his bloodstream. Lith's eyes rolled back, leaving only the white of his eyes visible. Then, his body faded into nothingness. "I won," Ulma burst into savage laughter. "We concocted a huge teamwork plan, but I alone was enough. I can't wait to see the faces of those fuckers when they notice that I'm wearing Verhin's equipment." A Davros weapon is a dream. The moment the Nightwalker grabbed Ragnarok's hilt, the spikes pierced through his skin and his joy was replaced by agony. The reverse imprint skill flooded Ulma's hand with Lith's energy signature, achieving the same as the Nightwalker's combination of spells and bloodline abilities. Ulma's hand and arm bloated in quick succession. If not for the dense darkness energy fighting the process every millimeter of the way, the Nightwalker would have died on the spot. Instead, he managed to call upon dark mastery and cut his own arm at the shoulder before it was too late. Chapter 2803, Life Forces Part 1. "Oh fuck, you are a spoilsport. Do you have any idea how hard it is to pull this trick on someone with life vision? It's literally impossible," the Voidwalker armor said as it stood up by itself. "I mean, you could have just died. That or wear my armor instead of taking my blade. I'm very hungry and I can use a snack." Ragnarok flew into the gauntlet just in time for the head of the Void to pop out of the gorget. Ulma found himself staring at someone with a skin even blacker than his own. with 7 white eyes and a wolfish smile so devoid of humanity that it gave him the creeps. Nully, how the fuck did Verhin survive with no heart? How did he neutralize Nightblood while enduring 2 Tier 5 source magic spells? The Nightwalker thought. N. Yet none of those questions came out of his mouth. Why do you look like an eldritch? You mean this? The Void pointed at the horns, the wings, and the spikes that had replaced the scales. Don't worry, looks are deceiving. I'm much worse than an eldritch. Shape-shifting into his abomination form had changed more than Lith's appearance. It had also affected his life force. The void surrounding the stars and threads had collapsed on itself, taking the form of a black sphere that fed upon external energy while keeping everything inside safe. If someone were to be foolish enough to look at it with a breathing technique, they would see the black sphere outlined by a violet corona and surrounded by a ring formed by the world energy it constantly absorbed. The void injected a bit of his life force inside Ragnarök, turning its aura from bright violet to black. The black and the white crystals activated in unison, one spreading the spark of chaos throughout the blade, and the other keeping it under control. Ulma stared with his mouth agape as the void bolted forward, his body shrouded in an aura of darkness and chaos that rivaled the Nightwalker's. Ulma didn't lose time, turning part of dark mastery into a prosthetic arm. The rest he turned into a set of 4 giant hands that surrounded the void, while the elemental spheres of God of Nightstorm resumed their attack. At the same time, he raised his blade, ready to counter whatever Verhin was about to dish out. I really don't play like this. The void shrugged, sending more of his essence down the angry blade. Unlike war, the blood sheath wouldn't be lost every time the blade was released from its seals. Once freed from its scabbard, Ragnarök needed fresh blood to form a new one, but the old blood still contained the life force that the now black blade needed to fuel its abilities. Like the one the void was employing. The flesh and blood stored in the scabbard turned black and then into 2 sets of arms that grabbed at dark mastery. They were smaller, but the destructive power of the chaos was superior. The void let Ragnarök take care of the darkness-infused stone while he slashed vertically, cutting through the storm and the Nightwalker's blade at the same time. The chaos aura further enhanced Ragnarök's edge, and after consuming the Nightblood protecting it, the adamant blade broke into pieces. The black blade used its yellow and water crystals to neutralize the storm, while the chaos surrounding it dispelled the darkness. Ulma's superior's swordsmanship was pointless without a sword. What was left of his weapon wasn't long enough to pierce through the Voidwalker armor, even if by some miracle the void decided to not cut the stump of the blade off along with the arm holding it. Ragnarök shattered the adamant of the blade, cut through the multiple layers of Ulma's enchanted armor, and then dug deep into his flesh. The Nightwalker gritted his teeth, channeling the full might of God of Nightstorm on himself. Also, he had Dark Mastery fall back to save him, locking one of the 4 stone constructs to his shoulder to replace his missing arm. Alas, the blood constructs were relentless, grabbing at the enemy's spell and sucking its energy. Lith had survived because the void, just like an undead, had no vitals. His abomination touch could feed upon any source of energy, and they were standing above a very powerful mana geyser. Even while they were fighting, even though there was no time to use invigoration, the void bathed in the world energy and recovered his strength. He recovered Lith's strength. The void had no care for the storm either. Cold didn't bother him, electricity found no nerves to course through, and the darkness infused in the other elements was too diluted to be more than a pin prickle. Ulma used the prosthetic arm to grab at the black blade safely, but there was no such a thing. The world mirror and counter-flow ability took over the arm, allowing the void to grin and say, "Stop hitting yourself." The fake arm was now gouging the Nightwalker's eyes, blinding him. "That's my job." The void pulled Ragnarök back and performed a horizontal slash. He could see with death vision that there were just a few ways that Ulma could die. By starvation, sunlight, and severing his neck from his head. Nightwalkers were very similar to abominations. Piercing their hearts or bashing their skulls was pointless. Their very essence was stored in the darkness element that painted their bodies black. Decapitation worked because by physically removing the connection between the brain and the blood core, the body would remain limp until a new head fully formed, while the old head couldn't regenerate without a core. Ulma yelped like a little boy, seeing his entire life, and then his undeath flashing in front of his eyes as Ragnarök closed in. Alas, the black blade cut, only air due to a blood blink rescuing the Nightwalker. "I told you to wait for me." Shelkwar, blood warlock and destroyer of the Dusk Court, was supposed to bring more reinforcements. But after seeing the runes belonging to the previous auxiliary troops disappear from his amulet, he had rushed forward with a blood steps. The dimensional sealing array was still in place, and it blocked conventional magic. "If I waited 1 minute longer, Zakwa would have be—" Ulma coughed out black blood, the wound in his chest festering with chaos. "Look, Ragnarök, more meat for the grinder." The Void Spirit blinked a split second later, just the time to cut down what remained of dark mastery. With their caster too busy surviving, the stone constructs had been easily paralyzed by Ragnarök's blood hands, and then dispelled by the black blade. Chaos turned the darkness element into more chaos upon contact, throwing the complex spell out of balance. The 4 elements became unable to coexist, and the chaos cannibalized everything else in search of enough light element to return to its stable condition. Much to the abomination's surprise, the Blood Warlock managed to block his attack, and he did it with a glaive at that. The Void's eyes went wide in surprise until he recognized the red lightning coursing through the undead and his adamant weapon. Chapter 2804, Life Forces Part 2. Surprise turned into shock when a red wave erupted from the Blood Warlock's body, hitting the abomination with a fully charged blood tide. "I can see that now," Shulk said, passing part of the blood maelstrom to his ally. "Heal your wounds and join me as soon as you can. You are supposed to be the abomination's counter." "On what grounds, pal?" The Void had slipped out of the Voidwalker armor, pressing his whole body against the red wave in order to suck as much of its power as he could with his abomination touch. "I seem to be his counter." Ragnarök, pressed with its black blood, constructs against the energy dome as well, sharing the abomination touch of its master, thanks to both the spirit crystal and Lith's blood that had been used as an amplifier during its reforging. The black crystal made the process more efficient, while the white crystal converted the energy stolen from the blood tide into a form that the emerald crystal metabolized, replenishing the power core of the blade. When the flash from the blood tide disappeared, the abomination had suffered little damage, while Lith's equipment had taken none. The Void wore the armor and wielded the black blade, using it to conjure 1 Tier 1 chaos missile for each finger of his right hand. Shulk ignored the phenomenon, chanting as many spells as he could as fast as he could. "I see." The abomination depowered the spells and Ragnarök, turning its aura down. "Blood flames to counter my flames, blood maelstrom to screw with my equipment, and blood tide to neutralize my bloodline abilities. A smart plan." "How do you know that?" Shulk's mind thought of the obvious answer first. There was a traitor among their ranks. His plan was to have Lith go all out, bringing his equipment to the limit so that a timely burst of blood maelstrom would destroy it. If Lith went for some powerful spell or any bloodline ability-based strategy, instead, Blood Tide would throw the Tiamat's efforts down the gutter. Without world energy, only spirit magic would work. The mana geyser below them was bound to quickly refill the area, but that wouldn't give Lith the mana life energy spent back. Just provide the Blood Warlock with more ammunition for another blood tide. The Void refused to answer, but then the Blood Warlock noticed the black chain coming out of his own chest, a little present left by the abomination during their previous clash. Shulk tried to pull at it, but the chain was ethereal and apparently immune to magic. In a distant corridor, the Voidfeather felt a pull on his consciousness. "Nully, what do you want, George?" "Nully, don't call me that. Also, how the fuck can you still be on the first floor?" The Void replied with a snarl. "Nully, perfection requires time." The Voidfeather Dragon shared his vision, showing to his poorly esteemed colleague that the demons at his command had still 5 eyes, and some of them 6. "Nully, whatever. Want to beat the ass of someone who uses an unknown branch of magic." Trouble went back to its artificial intelligence, stored in the memory crystal, as the Voidfeather Dragon left the wheel. "Nully, can I use the eyes, please?" he asked Solus via their mind link. "Nully, I need them to defuse the arrays without blowing up." "Why?" she replied, prompting the Void to give her a quick recap. "Nully, why didn't you call me sooner?" Nully, would you have given me the eyes if I did? He replied. Nully, no, but I would have taken the gloves off. Enough with the diversion. Send all the demons to my position. The demons of the darkness who were still feeding on the energy barrier. The demons of the flames who had finished dispatching the Wendigos at the entrance of the 4th floor. And the demons of the fallen that the Void Feather had just left answered her command. They used the mind link as a beacon to spirit warp at soulless coordinates. Nully, make sure that no one disturbs my work, she ordered, and Locrias relayed her words. Nully, keep the undead away and breathe origin flames often. The weaker the arrays get, the easier it will be to deactivate them. At the same time, the void shapeshifted into the Void Feather Dragon, and the black chain connecting him to Shulk disappeared. The abomination had already collected the important information, and keeping the chain active while in another form was impossible anyway. Let's fight. The dragon unfurled his 4 wings, setting every feather ablaze with fires of the colors of the elements. The black sphere opened up, and the galaxy it contained rearranged itself into a single constellation that resembled a dragon. Each star burned with the power of a different element, either natural or cursed, and had smaller stars revolving around itself. The cursed stars were paired with their respective counterparts, forming stable twin suns surrounded by star systems double the size of those belonging to the natural elements. The red threads of the human side and the void of the abomination were used both as a framework, allowing the various star systems that comprised the dragon constellation to move without drifting apart from each other. At the same time the void disappeared, the blood constructs went from black to red, and then wrapped themselves around Ragnarök. A spark of the Void Feather's essence lit the blood, and the life force it contained up with emerald flames. Immortal flames? Shulk cursed his bad luck, knowing that blood tide wouldn't affect them. For starters, yes. The dragon remained still, the soft flapping of his wings was the only movement he made. The blood warlock could instinctively feel that the quiet was only apparent. His powers were based on the control over both life force and world energy, and the latter was getting out of his hands. If he were to have life vision, he would have witnessed the flow of world energy coming from the Mana Geyser alter its course, as the Void Feather Dragon's wings absorbed it. Yet without a mystical sense, the phenomenon became apparent only when the cursed flames that engulfed Lith's red-veined black feathers doubled their size. "Where's the Wendigo who is supposed to be my nemesis?" the Void Feather Dragon asked, using his long neck to look in every direction without the need to turn around. "There's no point in fighting you. You are not my opponent." "We'll see about that." Afraid that the dragon would exploit the respite to use invigoration and return to his peak condition, Shulk activated blood tide again. "Nully, I have no idea what Verhin is planning, but I know how to stop it." He looked sideways, where Ulma was feeding on the members of his herd to heal from his grievous wounds. "Nully, my blood magic can do whatever spirit magic does, and without world energy, what the fuck is that?" Not only could Shulk feel that the amount of world energy answering his command was half of what he had experienced earlier, but the crown of fire on the Void Feather Dragon's head had turned silvery, burning so high that it reached the ceiling. With no time to lose, the Blood Warlock released the blood tide. N01 in Chapter 2805, Parts and Whole Part 1. Silvery flames already seeped between Lith's fangs as he curled his maw up into a grin, and when he opened it, a jet stream of dread flames burst against the red wave. "Nully, that's impossible," Shulk thought. "Nully, between the two of us, there's not a shred of world energy left. What are those things burning at?" The answer was that unlike origin flames, which ignited the world energy with a spark of life force, the dread flames needed to accumulate the world energy first. Only after replacing its 6 elemental components with their cursed counterpart was the world energy ignited to become dread flames. It was the reason they would burn and destroy anything even in the absence of world energy. The dread flames packed everything they needed, and when they met the blood tide head-on, they punctured it like a knife through a slab of meat. While the blood tide was spread out and moving in every direction, forming an expanding energy dome, the dread flames were as focused as a laser. To make matters worse, the Leviathan's bloodline ability was comprised of highly compressed world energy, but still world energy. The dread flames burned through it, becoming stronger by the centimeter as they turned the enemy attack into fuel. Nully fuck, Shulk had no choice but to infuse the blood tide with a red bolt of lightning, stopping the dread flames in their track with a sudden burst of power. Or so he thought, until the void flames component neutralized the blood maelstrom, and the dread flames resumed their advance unimpeded. Shulk activated Blood Blink to move escape, but in doing so he emitted a trail of energy that guided the hungry flames to their target. The blink bought him only 1 second, during which the dread flames followed the exit point and hit the Blood Warlock like a truck. The Void Flames component and the Blood Maelstrom canceled each other, while the other 5 cursed flames that comprised the silvery fire burned at his equipment, body, and mana from the inside out. Ulma couldn't believe his bad luck. Building a herd was very difficult for a Nightwalker, since he needed to find humans with an affinity for the darkness element who were willing to let him feed upon them. Every one of them was a treasure hard to replace, yet he was now forced to put several of them at risk. Nully, I can't afford to drain their life forces slowly. If I don't save Shulk, I'll be next. The Nightwalker consumed a large part of the members of his herd's life essence and activated his bloodline ability, Shadow Transfer. The Blood Warlock had blinked away from Lith and near his ally in the hope of joining their forces. Ulma was far enough from the epicenter of the Blood Maelstrom, so the stream of world energy from the Mana Geyser had already partly filled the void. It was enough for the bloodline ability to conjure tendrils of darkness that the Nightwalker used to grab at the Blood Warlock. Most of them were burned on contact, but they also neutralized the Blight Flames. That and the absence of the Void Flames allowed Shadow Transfer to pass precious mana and life force to Shulk. It saved his undeath long enough for him to conjure a burst of blood flames from his body. The 2 flames ate at each other like hungry beasts, the dread flames quickly overpowering the opponent before triggering an explosion. Fuck, Ulma sucked his herd dry, using half of the collected energy to recover his strength and passing the rest to Shulk. At the same time, he cast the Tier 5 source magic spell, Healing Shroud, on the Blood Warlock, who returned the favor by imbuing both the spell and its caster with Blood Maelstrom. Earth magic formed a cocoon around Shulk, smothering what was left of the flames. Air gave the spell speed and created a vacuum, water cooled down the wounds and provided fluids, while light element nurtured the wounds. Nightblood coated everything, ensuring that any residual trace of foreign energy would be destroyed, so that nothing would hinder the Blood Warlock's recovery. The feast had allowed Ulma to replenish his blood core, and since he had already killed them, also to replace his missing arm with one from a human of his herd. The blood maelstrom coursing through his body sped up the process, making the transplanted limb shapeshift into a copy of the old arm. The only difference was that, due to the lack of darkness element, it was gray rather than black. Oh, please, the Voidfeather Dragon clicked his tongue in disapproval. He couldn't believe that even from his privileged position, the Nightwalker had missed the still flaming wings on the dragon's back. It was impossible to conjure one burst of dread flames safely. They only came in pairs. The wings sucked in the world energy, while also filtering the elements it was comprised of in order to turn them into their cursed counterpart. Yet producing chaos gave birth to decay, turning the earth element into corruption-generated choke, and so on. The byproduct cursed elements were stored in the wings, where Lith's life force kept them isolated from each other and the rest of Magur. He only needed to put them back together in his heart and ignite them with a spark of life force to obtain more dread flames. In a last-ditch effort, Ulma conjured all the spells he had at the ready and infused them with every iota of blood maelstrom that Shulk had just granted him. The silvery flames burned through the Tier 5 source magic spells like they were paper. The darkness element they were imbued with barely slowed the dread flames down. The Nightwalker was struck before he could understand what was happening. His natural resistance to all elements was useless as he was burned to a crisp. The Voidfeather Dragon didn't miss a beat, launching himself forward in a charge with Ragnarök lunging at the enemy's neck while bursting with immortal flames. I told you to wait. A Wendigo as big as he was powerful appeared from a blood gate conjured by one of Shulk's apprentices. The cold aura of his body was focused and enhanced by his enchanted mace, Windgust, making the temperature of everything it touched drop by dozens of degrees by the second. The immortal flames heated the cold air into a dry desert wind, chipping the adamant of the weapon's head as it turned red hot. On top of that, the strength of the impact sent the Wendigo flying back, despite the fact that he was already infused with several bolts of red lightning. N-1N. "Never mind, what the heck happened here?" Ulcer asked. "No time for that. Go all out and try to last more than 1 second." Shulk had barely enough strength to feed upon the human cattle that his apprentice passed him from the dimensional gate. "Nully, I can't believe that it took Verhin a single blast of those things to almost kill a full-powered blood warlock past the half-full red blood core," he thought while eating as fast as he could before his core started to fade away. Chapter 2806, Parts and Whole Part 2. His prized adamant armor, the several enchanted protections that he wore, and even the blood barrier he had activated at the last second had all been useless against the dread flames. Healing Shroud could only keep Shulk undead, but his core was spent, and only nourishment could replenish it. Ulma was in his same situation, battling for survival. His apprentices were using massive amounts of darkness elements to fight the cursed flames and shadow transfer to supply their sire with a constant flow of nourishment, yet it was barely enough. The Wendigo snarled, unleashing the most powerful chilling wail that Lith had ever experienced. Knowing how it worked, however, the Void-Feathered Dragon had a countermeasure at the ready. A single deep breath enveloped him in a pyre of origin flames that kept his body warm and prevented Ulcer from exploiting the dragon's natural weakness to cold. "Not bad for a runt. Too bad I can't play with you a bit." The Wendigo nodded in approval and released a Tier 5 source magic spell. The Void-Feathered Dragon's eyes went wide in surprise as Silent Night used the air element to suck the humidity out of the air, reinforcing the cold wave conjured by the water element. At the same time, Darkness element coated the frozen shockwave, and a second burst of air element filled Silent Night with bolts of thunder. A Tier 5 source magic spell was a scaled-down version of a tower tier spell, but Blood Maelstrom more than filled the gap. The Void-Feathered Dragon found himself being swept off the floor despite his mass, the shockwave carrying him like a feather in the wind. The bolts of lightning sent him into a seizure, while the shockwave dissipated the origin flames enough for the cold to seep inside his body. "The wings," Shulk yelled, and Ulcer complied. Tier 5 spells would last as long as their caster had mana. The Wendigo didn't hesitate to burn through his blood core and blood maelstrom reserves to keep the enemy pinned to the wall and exploit the element of surprise until it lasted. Windgust rained left and right, hitting the Void-Feathered Dragon's unfurled wings away from Ragnarok's reach. The Voidwalker armor took part of the damage, but the Wendigo was stronger. Stuck between the wall and Silent Night, Lith couldn't dodge or block, leaving the enemy free to hammer at his limbs. By the time he let go of the angry blade, one wing was already smashed, and Ulcer was moving his attention on the other. Ragnarok cried in fury, collecting the blood lost by its master to reinforce the immortal flames. Usually, without a hand holding the blade, an expert like the Wendigo would have had an easy time dispatching the new threat. Yet after spending so much mana and blood maelstrom on Silent Night, Ulcer was weakened. His full focus was devoted to keeping Lith trapped, and what was left of his physical strength he needed it to neutralize the wings. N-O-N. Wendigos were naturally immune to fire. The eternal cold accompanying them drained even the heat produced by magic-fueled flames in seconds. Yet the immortal flames scared him. They burned at his weapon every time he blocked, leaving behind emerald flames that consumed the enchantments of Gustwind, until he spent enough energy to neutralize them. "Nully, I have no idea what would happen if they stuck to me instead of the adamant," he thought. "Nully, even worse, I can't afford to lose my focus until Lith cast a Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar, cutting the Wendigo short." It wasn't strong enough to block Silent Night, but its shockwave propelled Ragnarok forward, turning it into a missile made of sharp Davros. The blade darted at Ulcer's head, and he promptly blocked with his mace. A head injury wouldn't be lethal to a Wendigo, but it would make him lose his focus and Silent Night disappear. Ragnarok slammed against Gustwind on purpose, using the strength of the impact to ricochet down. The mace covered Ulcer's line of sight, and the flaming blade used the Wendigo's strength to gain even more speed. Ragnarok pierced through Ulcer's huge belly, burning it, and the bits of flesh from his first meal it contained. Silent night disappeared as the agony seared through every fiber of the Wendigo's being, setting Lith free. The void-feathered dragon kicked Ragnarok's hilt with all of his strength, sending Ulcer crashing near his allies before recalling the blade. "I'll admit that you guys are strong," Lith panted while using his best healing spell, Mother's Embrace, to heal his many injuries. "But you have made a grave mistake in your plans." He shape-shifted into his human form, using his breathing technique to check if there was enough world energy for invigoration. "I'm not a human." He shape-shifted into his abomination form, the features of the eldritch Derek McCoy dominant again. "I'm not an abomination or a dragon either." He shape-shifted into the void feather, letting the 7 eyes of the man overlap with the darkness of the eldritch and the scales of the dragon. For one moment, the blue flames appeared as his body twisted into the void demon dragon. "I'm a Tiamat." The 3 aspects merged into one, restoring his original form. "What you've struggled to face so far was just one of my aspects. Let's see how you fare against the whole." Lith unfolded his wings, which were now in perfect condition. The angry blade coursed with chaos and immortal flames, while his 7 eyes guided every one of the elemental gemstones of his armor to form a different spell. "So what?" Ulcer said. "Each one of us has gone toe-to-toe with one of your forms alone and lived to tell the tale. There are 3 sides of you, but there's 3 of us while you are alone." "No," the Tiamat's face mask opened up, revealing a mouth filled with fangs and origin flames. "I'm not alone, I never am." Demons of the darkness poured out of his shadow, leaving the undead flabbergasted. They went from 3 to 6-eyed demons, yet there was no way that Lith had enough time to use invigoration so many times. The crown of silvery flames on his head grew in size until it encompassed his whole body. Suddenly the Tiamat burst into dread flames, and his demons into demons of the abyss. Shulk consumed whatever blood maelstrom he had left, but the void demons needed but a scratch to make the red lightning short-circuit. Ulcer emptied his blood core to activate his bloodline ability, Balewinter. Yet the true demons emitted such heat that the snow instantly turned into steam. The Wendigo produced a storm of cold air that clashed against the hot wave of the demons, canceling each other. Ulma used source magic and the darkness element to keep the demons at bay, but the Tiamat was upon him. Ragnarok cut every one of his spells into pieces, and the immortal flames burned what was left, leaving him nothing to control. "Help me, damn it!" The Nightwalker turned his joints into darkness and bent his limbs out of the way of the burning blade, buying himself 1 whole second, until his back struck the wall. Chapter 2807, Red Wave, Part 1. Ulcer, Shulk activated the first part of Blood Tide, draining the world energy in his surroundings, and with it the darkness element that gave substance to the lost souls. The demons of the abyss disappeared, leaving the Wendigo free to jump at Lith's back. The bloodline ability also nullified enchanted items by depriving them of the power they needed to work, but it didn't affect Ulcer's cold aura nor the hardness of his adamant mace. N/Oin. Both the dread and the immortal flames remained, but neither would last long since Lith's core alone couldn't sustain one of them for long, let alone both at the same time. He used Ragnarok to deflect Gustwind, while his black and silver eyes conjured the energy stored in the gemstones studded on the Voidwalker armor. The crystals dimmed as they made up for the missing elemental energy with their own power. Void magic turned the darkness element into beams of light that followed those produced by the silvery crystal, and they both turned into plague arrows upon hitting the Nightwalker. Thanks to the blood maelstrom and the amount of energy he had spent to boost his physical power, the Wendigo was almost as strong as Lith. Adamant couldn't compete with Davros, and with every hit more emerald tongues of fire stuck to the mace, but Ulcer didn't care. With the skill accumulated through centuries, the Wendigo kept blocking every hit while exploiting the smallest opening for a counterattack. The cold aura he emitted was no match for the immortal flames, but he didn't care. He was just buying time for the Blood Warlock. The Tiamat grunted, releasing elemental energy from the remaining crystals on his armor and activating the corresponding eyes. Water element soaked the Wendigo so that it turned the thick fur and undead skin into a perfect conductor for a stream of lightning bolts. Nully Verhin must have gone insane. Water boosts my bloodline abilities and electricity does nothing to me. Or so Ulcer thought until Lith activated his Tier 4 void magic spell, Burning Cage. The bolts of lightning connected with the dust and debris collected by the water wave as it swept the corridor, and then turned into solid rock. The Wendigo found himself trapped inside a thick layer of stone that was filled with water. With no space to move or lever, even with his strength, he would have a hard time breaking free. On top of that, his own cold aura froze the water, which increased in volume, filling what little space of maneuver he had left. Then void magic turned the water into steam, and Burning Cage became akin to a pressure cooker. Sure, Wendigos didn't suffer from heat either, but the temperature inside the stone prison was rising quickly. The remnants of Ulcer's first meal resting in his intestines were still damaged by Ragnarok's fire, so when the raw flesh started to get cooked right inside his body, it hurt even more. The agonizing screams of the Nightwalker, and the Wendigo forced the Blood Warlock to play his hand earlier than he would have liked to. 2 against 1, and you can't even buy me some time. You two are damn useless. He blood blinked right in front of Lith and found Ragnarok waiting for him. Shelk released the blood tide he stored inside his body, the force of the impact great enough to push the burning blade aside before it could deal him any harm. The crimson blast freed the Wendigo and pushed the Nightwalker away, giving them the time they needed to recover. Lith's immortal and dread flames fought against the blood tide to a standstill, but in the end, they were both snuffed out. The Blood Warlock could feed upon the infinite energy of the Mana Geyser, whereas Lith had to use the power of his Mana Core wisely. The blast sent him flying away as well, giving the undead the opportunity to regroup. Stop doing that. What point does having spent countless hours to master source magic if you don't leave enough world energy for us to use it? The Wendigo said in outrage. The blood tide had freed him from the burning cage, but it had also opened even more wounds on his already battered body. I'd love to, but without me, you two morons would be already dead, Shelk replied. I'm the one who dealt with those annoying demons and has rescued you. Now shut up and follow my lead. He drew once again what little world energy the Mana Geyser had pumped in the corridor, but this time, he released it pure, igniting it in a stream of blood flames. Lith tried to counter them with his own, but due to the lack of world energy, nothing came out of his mouth. Also, the gemstones on Ragnarok had all turned dull from sustaining the immortal flames, and with the blood scabbard consumed, Lith would have to provide both the life force and mana. Nully, this is risky, but I have to try. His spirit eye lit up, bathing the 3 undead in the mystical flames that were supposed to be the first step for their counterattack. There wasn't enough world energy to kill even the weakest among them, so Lith divided the blood flames evenly between his enemies, breaking their formation in surprise and forcing them on the defensive again. However, it was only half a victory. Lith had avoided using domination until that point because he had no idea if someone was watching him, and if they did, he couldn't afford to leave a witness alive. Domination was a secret art that would lose most of its importance if its existence were to become public knowledge. Anyone with an elemental affinity could use it, undead included. Its discovery would mean an arrow less in the quiver of Tiamats, Hydras, and Tyrants, and one more for their enemies. Lith had resorted to using it solely because the lack of world energy depowered any surveillance device, and he couldn't allow Shelk to keep monopolizing the world energy. Ragnarok was running on fumes, which meant that he couldn't use its enchantments anymore without the risk of the blade losing part of its semi-sentience. His mana would guarantee the minimum to hold the power core together, but only if Lith used Ragnarok as a regular blade. Powerful enchantments needed a lot of energy. It was what runes and mana crystals were for, but without world energy to absorb, they were useless. Lith had been forced to use domination because he had no other option, but now, he had to kill the 3 undead at all costs. Nully starting from the Blood Warlock, he thought, knowing how much was at stake, and that Shelk was the biggest variable. Nully, the other 2 can't escape the dimensional ceiling arrays, and the moment I get rid of Blood Tide, they are finished. Lith checked the energy reserves of his armor, finding them lacking as well. The spirit crystal could project a barrier for a couple of seconds before running dry. As for the elemental crystals, each one of them had enough juice for a single Tier 5 spell, 3 Tier 4, or 10 Tier 3. Chapter 2808, Red Wave Part 2. Nully, the silver lining is that even in the case the Voidwalker armor gets turned off due to the lack of power, there's no consequence. It's not so heavy that it would hinder my movements, and it needs just time to recharge. Nully, none of its enchantments is going to be lost. Lith sped up further, charging at the Wendigo. Going on the offensive meant making it easier for the undead to surround him, but leaving the initiative to them would allow the undead to set the rhythm of the fight and agree on a plan. Lith preferred chaos on the battlefield, forcing the enemies to react to his moves without giving them time to think. Ulcer projected his cold aura while cursing at the Blood Warlock. Nully, no world energy also means no water element and no gustwind. Without my mace, I can't focus my aura outside of my body, and to touch Verhin I need to get past that damn Davros blade. To make matters worse, the Wendigo was still enveloped in blood flames that neutralized his bloodline ability. Lith lunged at the undead with Ragnarök and grabbed at the incoming mace with his open left hand. Without enchantments, such a small piece of adamant was no threat to a creature as big as a Tiamat, especially with the protection of the Voidwalker armor. The blade pierced the shoulder, and Ulcer's left arm fell limp. Gustwin's hit didn't hurt thanks to darkness fusion and broke no bones. Lith ripped the mace out of the Wendigo's hand while taking a step back and pulling Ragnarök out of the wound. Then he threw Gustwind at the Nightwalker with all of his strength. Ulma had nothing to defend himself with and couldn't use spells. He took the mace in his chest, the impact sending him flying away. Lith feinted at Shelk, aiming to go back to Ulcer and finish him off quickly, but the Blood Warlock could read his moves like an open book. Nully Verhin is smart, but his battle experience is nothing compared to mine. Shelk could see that only half of the weight of the Tiamat was on the front foot, the muscles of his legs tensed like springs ready to move back. Shelk jumped back in an exaggerated movement, pretending to have fallen for the trick. A slight smirk creased his lips as Lith gave the Blood Warlock his back while jumping at the Wendigo. Shelk followed suit, his goal to sever the Tiamat's spine. Darkness fusion stopped pain, but could do nothing against paralysis. Great was his surprise when instead of swinging his blade, Lith's shoulder charged the Wendigo, carrying him through a spirit blink whose exit point appeared right behind the Blood Warlock. Shelk cursed at Lith, turning around just in time to see the frozen humanoid projectile rushing into him. He used the flat side of his polearm to push Ulcer out of his way, and a flick of the wrist to return to a neutral stance, ready to exploit the Tiamat's own momentum to impale him. It took him a fraction of a second to perform those movements, but once he was done, his weapon hit only air. While Shelk's line of sight was blocked, Lith had spirit blinked again, returning to his original position while conserving the kinetic energy of the charge. The Blood Warlock realized what had happened when the Davros point of Ragnarök pierced through his armor, ribcage, and reached his heart. It was the source of the blood flow and the weak point of his undead species. Alas, a red wave erupted from the beating heart, pushing forward with enough strength to repel the angry blade. Nully the fuck, Lith thought as another blood tide hit him at point-blank range. That's why there's still no world energy despite the geyser. He never stopped sucking the energy in, waiting for a moment like this. Shelk fell to his knees, coughing out blood. Even though it wasn't fatal, the damage to his vital organ coupled with the release of such a powerful ability had left him weakened. Luckily for him, his allies were back on their feet and ready to intercept the enemy. Ulma was now wielding Gustwind, whose surface was pitch black after being infused with nightblood. Ulcer had condensed his frost aura in his claws and mouth, unleashing a chilling wail upon Lith. The frost wave bypassed the Voidwalker armor's weakened enchantments and reached Lith's scales, draining the precious warmth that fueled him. Gustwind dodged Ragnarök's shivering guard and hit the Tiamat's right side, crushing his ribs and flooding him with darkness element. As Lith fell onto his left knee, the Wendigo and the Nightwalker attacked from opposite sides to finish him. The darkness crystal of the Voidwalker armor neutralized Nightblood's effects, while the fire crystal warmed Lith. The light and the earth crystal combined their power to conjure the Tier 5 void spell, Twilight Crush. Light turned into darkness that coated the hail of stones, which in turn turned into air blades. They cut deep into Ulma's skin before switching back into stone nails that injected the darkness element right into his flesh. Nully, that was my last darkness spell. There's no point using water and fire since undead are immune to it. Better keep them ready to counter the Wendigo. Lith thought while using Ragnarok to cut off Ulcer's extended arms. The Wendigo felt no pain, his dead flesh suffering no shock now that the angry blade had no darkness element or origin flames to hurt him. Lith's attack succeeded, but it didn't stop Ulcer's charge. He trapped the Tiamat in a bear hug, burning what energy he had left to emit the cold aura from all over his body, stumps included. Lith immediately felt the coldness invading his body and robbing him of his strength. He increased his size as much as the 3 meters high, 910, corridor allowed him to, but the Wendigo didn't let go. From that position, Ragnarok was useless. Lith couldn't stab the Wendigo without hurting himself, and any wound that missed the flesh stored somewhere in the intestines would only harm Lith. The struggle was reduced to a tug-of-war between the fire crystal and the blood core, and the latter was winning. Ulma was bleeding black blood, but he still had the strength to stand up and wield the darkness-infused gustwind. Hold on as long as you can. The blood warlock blood blinked the Nightwalker to a safe position, allowing him to hit the Tiamat. Lith dropped the blade and raised his arms, lowering them into a double-hammered first at the same time when the mace hit his left side. More ribs broke along with Ulcer's arms, but the Wendigo just focused on healing them and refused to let go. N. Lith could see with life vision that there was no world energy around, meaning that Shulk was accumulating it again. He kicked, head-butted, and punched the Wendigo. Every bone in his body was broken, but Ulcer didn't care. Ulma raised and lowered the mace again, but this time Lith used the Wendigo as a meat shield. He saved himself from the hit, but the darkness still reached its mark. Nightblood was part of Ulma's body, and as such answered his will. Chapter 2809, Not My Son, Part 1. The pure darkness element slithered over Ulcer's skin, burning it, and seeped inside Lith's. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, pain blinding him now that darkness fusion had to stop the enemy's bloodline skill before it reached his vital organs. The relentless cold waves emitted by the Wendigo slowed Lith's reflexes and mind, his eyes drooping from exhaustion. "This is it," Shulk said, his body and heart bursting from the accumulated world energy. "We'll die with you, but it's a price worth paying. With you gone, the undead courts will wash away their shame and take their rightful place in the 3 great countries back. Space. Array control room right now." Finally, Solus deactivated the last defensive mechanism, protecting the control panel of the array system. At that point, a single swing of the Fury smashed the main focus points of the various magical formations that originated from there, and spread throughout the local branch of the Dawn Court. Solus couldn't just turn the arrays off since they didn't bear her imprint, but it was unnecessary. Without the safeguards, she suffered no damage and the arrays wouldn't explode and potentially kill Lith. With the magical formations weakened and their hold on the world energy fading away, the hands of Menadian reached control over 51% of the mana geyser. Enough to conjure the mage tower and let it do the rest. Space. 4th underground floor right now. Finally, Lith felt strength surging inside of him. The immortal body array enveloped him, and his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A pillar of world energy flooded his body and equipment, restoring their energy reserves. "That's impossible," Shulk's voice cracked, his denial irrelevant to the cold truth. "I control the world energy, not you." First mistake. Lith connected the hands of Menadian to the Voidwalker armor and Ragnarok, using the power of the hands held to fuel the enchantments of the rest of his equipment. N-01N. The angry blade roared in joy, its elemental crystals shining with renewed power. "I can't give Verhin time to recover. If he spirit warps away, everything will be for nothing." The Blood Warlock had no idea what was happening, but he knew there was no time to lose. He released the blood tide, empowering it with everything he had left. His heart had yet to heal, and it failed to withstand the strain. Shulk died praying to the gods above and below to give meaning to his sacrifice. Second mistake. The spirit eye lit up and combined its power with the hands of Menadian. The blood tide froze in place for a second, domination taking control of the bloodline ability, while the hands overtook the world energy comprising it. Then it resumed its advance, washing over Lith and hitting the other two undead in full. The blood tide nailed them against the walls, ripped their flesh off their body, and broke their bones, yet they didn't die. It was the curse of undeath. As long as their blood cores had energy and their weak points were intact, they were banished from death. This is not Av. Ragnarok cut the Nightwalker's head and him off. Tendrils of darkness tried to form a new head just to be consumed by the blood tide. The process repeated over and over until Ulma's essence was spent, and his body crumbled. The Wendigo saw the Tiamat walking toward him and reminisced about his village, about the cold night he had been reborn. Then a violent burst of final eclipse burned his body, and his memories shattered from the agony. The darkness element flooded his wounds, finding the human flesh stored inside his intestines. It turned into ashes, and the Wendigo's body did the same. Lith took a deep breath of invigoration and restored his strength. At that point it was over. He and Solus used the watchtower to find everything and everyone inside the building, and then the mirror hall to reach them with a single step. Thanks to the tower, the demons grew in number and strength by the second, needing no supervision in their slaughter. On the outside, Farg coordinated the army and the Queen's corps, making sure that no one escaped the encirclement alive. "This is odd," she said after a few minutes of relative peace. "I was expecting much more rats to abandon the ship. Take cover and ready your weapons. I'm afraid that they are amassing their forces for a final charge." "No, they are not," a voice said from behind her, making her jump in surprise. "It's done. Start sending your troops to our next destination. I'll join you as soon as I've recovered my strength." "How did you get here?" Farg was flabbergasted. "How did you purge the branch alone so quickly? The undead had a mana geyser at their disposal, yet they didn't last half the time of the other branch." "Another of my secrets," Lith replied before warping back inside. "You heard him," Amila Farg yelled at the troops. "The night is still long, and we have yet much to do." Space. The following morning, Lustria County, city of Lucia, Lith's house. Due to the quick raids and the death of so many powerhouses, it had taken the kingdom forces just a few hours to cripple the undead courts in the Distar Marquisate. After 4 branches had been razed to the ground and pillaged, the others had been found empty. The undead had chosen to retreat and strategize rather than face whatever was slaughtering their elders. With each branch, even when the army met no resistance, a contingent of soldiers and mages had to stay behind. Their role was to search the place for anything incriminating that might have been left in the hurry and deactivate the array system. The royals wanted to make sure that the undead wouldn't return and check the vaults. Every undead court possessed countless treasures, and it was unlikely that they had all been brought away during an emergency evacuation. Even if it was just gold and jewels, it would be a huge blow to the court's financial power and fuel the royal reforms for trains, tablets, and the colonization of Giera. By the end of the night, there weren't enough kingdom's troops available to secure the perimeter of any more branches. The hunt ended, and Lith went back home. "There was no point in me staying there. The army will inventory whatever they find, and the royals will send me my share." Lith patted Elijah's back until the baby burped. "Is it over now?" Camilla asked while checking him with invigoration and making sure there was no permanent injury. "For now, yes," he replied. "Without a power base and their local members on the run, the undead courts can't afford more attacks. Unless they find a new powerful leader or have an ace in the hole that they kept secret until now, we are safe. There are still plenty of branches to raid, but I'm done with it. I've shown my strength, and Zorath is making sure that the underworld spreads word this is my doing. The royals can take care of the rest. This is their kingdom after all." Chapter 28:10, Not My Son, Part 2. "Are you sure you aren't hurt, dear?" Alina patted Solus' arms, chest, and then face in search of injuries or malnutrition. "Yes, Mom, I was away for one night, not a month." Back when she was trapped inside her ring and watched Lith undergoing Alina's checkups, she found them wholesome. "Nully, I stand corrected." Solus thought, "Nully, having a loving mom is not wholesome, it's the best." After Lith was done with Elijah, Alina checked him up as well, earning an eye roll. "Don't you dare roll your eyes at me, young man. You've put your life into danger, and as your mother, I have every right to be worried. If you don't like it, you can always change your career to something less dangerous." "Mom, I'm a Magus. What am I supposed to do for a living? Write books." Sounds like an idea, Elena nodded. And teaching, you won't find undead assassins in a classroom of the White Griffin. I am teaching at the White Griffin already, Lith countered. Among many other things, whereas I mean exclusively, your daughter deserves to grow up with a father, she rebuked him. Let me get this straight. First, you pestered me to find a girlfriend, then to get married, then to give you grandkids, and now that I've done all of the above you want me to retire. What is this, some kind of long-term evil master plan? Just a long-term plan. Elena weaved her finger under Lith's nose the same way she did back when he was little, and she scolded him. I've never been fond of your so-called adventures. So should I have let Thrude or the undead courts have their way? I've never been fond of your so-called adventures. So should I have let Thrude or the undead courts have their way? Should I just turn down the royals whenever they request my help? Lith asked. Elena opened her mouth to reply, but quickly realized she had no way to argue that. She pursed her lips, squinting her eyes in annoyance before saying, You win this round, but this is not over. It never is. Lith sighed, shape-shifting into the Voidfeather dragon as a warm-up, then into the Tiamat, and finally into his abomination form. Elijah followed his lead, shape-shifting just like her father did with less than a second of delay. Why do you keep doing that? Elena had no problem with her son and granddaughter having multiple forms, except for one. She didn't like the abomination because even though it resembled Lith, it actually was his appearance as Derek McCoy. The fact that the abomination bore his son's eyes and smile, yet everything else was different, creeped her out. On top of that, in that form, both he and Elijah were cold to the touch. They had no heartbeat or pulse, feeling like a corpse. Prolonged contact with their dark bodies was painful for anyone but Camilla and Solus. Because I must make sure that Elijah can control all of her powers and forms, Lith replied. Back when I was at the Deep Violet, taking my abomination form was dangerous for me. At the Violet it got easier, but the chaos still threatened to consume me. The hunger I experienced back then drained my strength quickly, and I could sustain my abomination form only for a short while. Now everything is fine, at least for me, but I'm still made mostly of darkness, whereas Elijah has a lot more of chaos. I'm checking for side effects as she develops, but so far, I've found none. The baby girl's giggle sounded like a high-pitched howl, yet everyone found it adorable anyway. Thank the gods, Elena sighed in relief. You do your thing then, I'm going to check on your sister, call me if you need help. Do you need a hand, Mom? Solus asked. No, dear, but I'd love to have some company. Elena entered the nursery where Surin was sleeping, followed by Solus. Sitting on a chair in the living room, Roz looked at the scene with a fatherly smile mixed with worry. What's the problem? That day it was Ligon's turn to keep an eye on Elijah. The father of all dragons was dressed in the black livery of a butler and had taken one of his favorite human appearances. He looked like an albino man in his mid-30s, 175 meters, 59, tall, with snow-white hair and skin. His eyes were purple and had a vertical pupil. Multiple spots of his skin were halfway turned into scales, making Ligon look like he had tattoos. Can you silence us? Roz asked, N/0 in. Sure, a wave of Ligon's finger and words stopped coming out of Roz's mouth. Anything else? Noticing the smug grin on the Guardian's face and the sass in his tone, Roz exploited the situation to tell Ligon everything he thought about the father of all dragons and his pranks. Great Mother Almighty, I can't believe you kiss your wife with that mouth. Ligon was appalled by the crude language and the vulgarity of his host. A cruel smirk appeared on Roz's face as he doubled down and gave color to the Guardian's pale skin. Why, what is he saying? Unlike the Lord of Wisdom, Lith couldn't read lips. I'm not going to repeat any of that in the presence of children, Ligon replied, or adults for that matter. A snap of his fingers gave Roz his voice back. Lith, how is that spell you use whenever you talk, with Camilla in your room called? Lith could literally see the air quotes, since Roz used them to avoid misunderstandings. Dad, Camilla said, blushing no less than her husband. What, the whole kingdom knows you two talk. How do you explain that, child? Am I supposed to pretend to believe that a griffin left Elijah on our doorstep? It's called hush, why? No reason, Roz turned to Ligon. Can you hush us now, please? That's for amateurs. Another snap of his fingers, and apparently nothing happened. To the rest of Magur, we are making small talk. You know, cultivated fields, grandkids, and stuff. No one will ever know your questions or my answers. Roz trusted the guardian as far as he could throw him, so he first commented heavily on Ligon and repeated his earlier speech. When no one so much as looked at them, Roz finally believed the dragon. Was that really necessary? Ligon furrowed his brows in annoyance. After knowing you better, yes, Roz nodded. That said, are you sure that's my son? I beg your pardon? Ligon blinked several times in confusion. Are you implying that you don't think your wife was faithful to you, or that a doppelganger took Lith's place and no one noticed? Yes, Roz nodded. Are you insane? How many times do you have to witness the blood imprint conjuring the feathers of both of you to convince yourself that Lith is your own flesh and blood? Ligon said with a glare. Not that, Roz angrily replied, yet his rage was quickly replaced by a guilty expression. Actually, I questioned Lith's paternity a few times in the past, but after witnessing the blood imprint so many times, even the most obstinate doubt I had has been cleared. That's my son's body, and my blood runs through his veins, that's for sure. Chapter 28:11, Not My Son, Part 3. Then you consider him a doppelganger? Ligon asked. I don't know what it is, but look at that. Roz pointed at Lith cooing at Elijah while she cooed back, both of them in their abomination form. After spending so much time with you guardians, after listening to Baitra's and Zorith's stories, I know how an abomination is born. Not anyone can turn into one, or Magur would be overrun by abominations. It takes someone with a powerful will or with an outstanding mana core, and as far as I know, a newborn has neither. I was there when Lith was born. I remember his limp body and Nana doing everything she could to revive him. I remember how scared I was when the possibility that my son was born dead hit me. Then Lith started to move like nothing had happened, as if a switch had been turned on. Roz could still picture those first moments when the baby had come back to life, acting so weirdly that to justify his behavior, Nana had claimed that Lith was blessed by the light. Also, that's not my son's face. Ligon looked at the vestiges of Derek McCoy's visage, and had to admit that the only thing the two men had in common was the eyes. Abominations are creatures made of energy. Their physical appearance has nothing to do with the features they were born with. It's merely a reflection of how they perceive themselves to be, Ligon replied. N01N. And that explains the wings, the horns, and the rest of the demonic features, Roz countered. But what about the haircut and that face? I could get if Lith saw himself more monstrous or handsome, but that's just a man. Different but still a man. The father of all dragons had to admit that even he had no explanation for that. Derek McCoy wasn't bad-looking, and that was the issue. An extreme deformity might have been explained by Lith seeing his abomination side like something revolting or dangerous, whereas it was just human. Another human. Whatever that thing is, whenever it sees me, its eyes spark with hatred and contempt until Lith recognizes me. Even at that moment, the abomination glared instinctively at Roz. Ezio McCoy, Derek's Earth father, kept overlapping with the figure of the farmer, and the Void's first instinct was to protect Elijah from him just like he had protected Carl. It didn't make sense to me until Zorith explained to me the different kinds of abominations: eldritches, empowered, and puppeteers. Zorith took her role as godmother very seriously, and was the only one besides Lith who could trigger Elijah's abomination form. While she took care of the baby, she had explained to Roz the dangers of her species, and how to protect himself in case the baby went wild in fear. And why do you ask me? Ligon said. You are of Salark's blood, not mine. Because of what you said during the last visit to the tower, Roz replied. That your eyes can understand what something was, is, and how it works. Does it apply also to people or just to magical artifacts? It does work on people, but not in the way you think. It's no mind reading, and people don't come with blueprints or instruction manuals. It might give you more questions than answers, so think carefully about this. Ligon took a meaningful pause. Do you really want to know? Does it really matter who inhabits that body? The father of all dragons himself had no explanation for Roz's doubts, and had pondered the origin of Lith's abomination side for a long while. He knew that his and Salark's bloodline had been added artificially by Magur, but the how and why were beyond him. In the end, Li Gaoan had disregarded those questions since knowing would have achieved nothing. Even if Lith really was an abomination, no guardian would kill him just for that. What he did was much more important than what he was in determining his character. I want to know. Roz wringed his hands. I need to know if my son really is my miracle baby or if I lost him on that day. Otherwise, the doubt will consume me. After living with Lith for 20 years, Roz loved him like one of his own. Yet ever since the day Lith had revealed his nature as a hybrid to the family, a constant doubt had been nagging in the back of Roz's head. He was tired of doubting Lith's paternity, Alina's faithfulness, and most importantly, himself. The problem is that I didn't raise Lith. No one did. He raised himself. Now that Roz had finally admitted it out loud, the words kept coming out of his mouth like a river breaking through a dam. For a long time, I felt like a shitty father and a horrible parent for that. Whenever I needed him, my boy was there for me. Whenever Lith needed me, I was useless. I couldn't understand how someone so young could also be so mature, and now that I think I know the answer, it's all I can think about. Fine, but don't say that I didn't warn you. Li Gaoan placed his hand on Roz's shoulder, activating soul vision. To the mystical sense, Lith now appeared like it was supposed to be. Like himself. Even though in the real world Lith was still in his abomination form, soul vision saw him as a perfect Tiamat. While holding the baby girl, there was no trace of aggression on his face or blood on his hands. The creature was at peace, wrapping Elijah with both his hands and wings to keep her warm and protected. Yet there was one significant difference between Lith's Tiamat form and the one revealed by soul vision. A small blue flame enveloped him, leaking out of the spaces between the black scales. Then the Guardian also activated Li Gaoan's eyes and shared them with Roz. The figure of the Tiamat was split into 3 parts: the human, the abomination, and the void-feathered dragon. Each one of them was broken down into smaller pieces, the 3 forms regressing in time as they all went from being an adult to a teen. Then from a teen to a child, from a child to a newborn, and then back in time again, nothing remained. Roz was about to question the vision, when the 3 forms merged before splitting again. Now he could see 2 babies, one in his left eye and the other in his right. For a moment, he thought that they were the same person since they moved in unison, and there was no difference between them. Yet while one cried and sought attention and care, the other just slept. The one on the left behaved like every child Roz had encountered his whole life, while the one on the right was Lith. Suddenly, a blue pyre erupted from the baby on the right, surprising Li Gaoan. The blue flames burned stronger and higher than ever, much more than on the day the Guardian had sicked Lith against the 2 assassins from Verendi. Time moved forward, and the babies quickly grew into young children. Chapter 28:12, Not My Son, Part 4. They were both small and scrawny, but more differences between them had now become evident. The skin of the one on the left had become a dark shade of gray to the point that it was hard to spot his features. Only his eyes were clear, eyes filled with fear, pain, and sadness. The one on the right instead had pink skin and a cold stare. Whenever he looked around, he seemed to gauge his enemies. Whenever he moved, the blue flame followed him. Nully flames aside, the one on the right is Lith. Roz sighed in relief. Nully'll never forget his glare or how confident he was even from a young age. Whoever the other one is, he can't be my son. Nully, no matter what life threw at him, Lith has never been scared. I've seen him sad and hurting, but even then there was strength in his eyes. I've never seen him desperate or broken. Who is he and why is Li Gaoan showing him to me? Time shifted, moving faster for the boy on the left and making him grow older while the one on the right remained a boy. Roz flinched and almost turned his head more than once when he finally understood what was happening to the child on the left. Nully, by the gods, the blackness wasn't just shadows. It was bruises that instead of healing and disappearing turned into indelible marks. Who can be so cruel to a child? Gray had already turned into pitch black, and the eyes of the now teen boy were dull and lifeless. The pupil was gone, leaving only white holes on his face. Tears as thick and pristine as milk streamed down his face as he hugged his knees, crying. The vision had no sound, but Roz could see the small and scrawny body quivering with each sob. Roz felt pity for the boy and thanked the gods for sparing his children from suffering such a cruel fate. He had yet to finish his prayer that something happened. The boy on the left stood up, The pain was still there, but despair was being replaced by anger. Teeth turned into fangs, nails into claws, and a blue flame crept through the blackness of his skin. Once the metamorphosis was complete, it was impossible to miss that despite their different size, the eyes of the two boys were the same: cold, indifferent, cruel. Roz feared that the two might become one, that all of his fears might come true, but as time kept moving forward, he was proven wrong time and time again. The boy on the left grew into something less than a man, developing bestial features as the blue flames burned higher. Roz witnessed the moment when Lith had found solace, stone, and the blue flames subsided as his eyes became kinder. Roz watched Lith take care of the young and ill Tista, holding her to his chest gently, and the flames subsided even more. The man on the left, now a monster, had blood dripping from his hands, and the crimson line dripping from his face was the only clue to where his mouth was. Everything else was a black slate. His eyes now expressed only cold indifference. It was impossible to say if he was happy or angry. Even the flames were gone, making the blackness of his body stand out even more in the white background. As for Lith, he was now wearing his white Griffin Academy uniform. He still looked around with his usual glare, and the blue flames enveloped him, but they were barely visible from under his clothes. Time flashed forward again, projecting in Roz's eyes images that were different yet disturbingly similar. In his right eye, there was Lith on the final night of Bulker's attack. He was hugging the massive figure of Protector's dying body, clinging hard to him as if Lith was trying to keep life from abandoning his friend. Even though Lith had no wings back then, he saw something feathered unfurl from his back. It wrapped around Protector's body, as Lith poured his life inside the skull to perform a miracle. In Roz's left eye, the black monster was hugging a broken human body. The corpse was resting on some kind of metal table, and even from the faint details of the vision, it was clear there was nothing that could be done. In the background, a handsome youth wearing lavish clothes scoffed at the scene, finding it hilarious. The monster emitted a silent howl, revealing white rows of fangs. He cried from the depths of his heart, showing that there was more than cruelty inside of him, at least until two membranous wings erupted from his back, enveloping him like a cocoon. The blue flames returned, burning higher and higher until the shell opened. The monster was no more, and the wings were now attached to a dying beast. There were no wounds visible, yet Roz could tell by how it dragged its feet that its end was near. The blue flames were the only thing keeping it alive, the hatred burning everything that was left of the human child for the sake of revenge. While Lith grew older and stronger, the beast grew weaker and more tired. The blue flames that seemed to have plagued Lith from birth dwindled as he met Uriel and the others, became a ranger, and then met Falul. Those of the beast became higher and more violent as its life neared the end. Roz witnessed an absurd fight, the beast pouring what was left of its strength against the noble youth, while he was riding a weird chariot that reminded Roz of the Dulorian. The beast was as swift as merciless, dragging the youth into its cave before playing cat and mouse. The beast took its time, mangling and ripping through the youth's body until it was identical to the corpse on the table. Satisfied, the beast ceased its struggle. It lay on a side, smiling with a joy that dazzled and saddened Roz at the same time. Despite the beast's cruel actions, Roz was happy for it because he knew that it was no beast, it was a small boy. Roz was dazzled by the smile because it was the first time since the vision had started that he had seen the boy happy. Yet he was also saddened because that first smile was also his last. The blue fire engulfed the beast and died with it. At the same time, Roz could see in his right eye Lith marrying Camilla, killing Jormung, and then holding his baby just like he was doing in the real world. The blue flame was gone and Lith was at peace. Roz felt with clarity that whatever it was, it wouldn't trouble his son any longer. Then the corpse of the dead beast turned into a shining sphere that darted toward the sky, the blue flames igniting once again. No1N. The vision from the left and the right eye merged into one, and so did the figures in them. Lith was still wearing his supreme Magus white and golden robe while holding Elijah, but the shadow he cast was not his own. Chapter 28:13, Still Burning, Part 1. Lith's shadow had become identical to the monster the other boy had left after his death, and now he was also holding Elijah, but in her abomination form. Whoever the unknown boy was, he was still alive. Whoever he was still burning. Ligon took his hand off Roz's shoulder, and the vision fell apart slowly, replaced by reality. Lith was still in his abomination form, smiling and playing with the little girl. A wisp of darkness was twirling around his index finger and dancing in front of Elijah's face. She grabbed the wisp and brought it to her mouth, munching it in curiosity. Elijah spat the darkness out in the form of a chaos, projectile the size of a bead, that only the arrays of the Verhin's household neutralized before it could pierce through the walls and hurt one of the farmhands. "Bad, Elijah, bad," Lith scolded her while pulling his finger away. "What if that thing hit someone?" "Bah," she repeated, not understanding the problem. "Yes, bad," Camilla joined the scolding. "Magic isn't a toy." Lith charged his finger with a cantrip and aimed at a big fly that was buzzing through the room. "Nully fuck no, I'm not going to introduce the concept of death so early in her life." He thought about pretending to shoot at someone and made them play dead, but that was even worse. Nully, either she'll think that we are monsters or that people can actually resurrect. Nully, how do I explain the do no harm concept to a baby too small to understand the difference between violence and self-defense, but smart enough to be emotionally scarred? To buy time, he reverted into his human form, and Elijah followed suit. The abomination was comprised of pure darkness, making it easy even for an infant to conjure a spell, whereas as a human, magic required a finesse that the baby girl lacked. "Kami, I know you don't like it, but can I use the dragon scales to teach Elijah self-restraint?" Lith knew how she missed that particular ability, and the connection it granted between parent and child. "You are not showing off, you are making sure that everyone around Elijah is safe, and that she doesn't do something that she would regret her whole life. You don't need my permission for that, but thank you for asking." Camilla hugged him from behind, doing her best to hide how hurt she felt. The problem wasn't Lith using the dragon scales so much as the awareness that she wasn't able to raise Elijah properly. "Nully, I've tried using mind links to explain complex concepts to her. Yet if I keep it simple, Elijah doesn't understand, and if the conversation goes on for too long, she starts suffering from mana poisoning." Camilla inwardly sighed. "Nully, I just can't make it right." Dragon scales allowed for communication without the exchange of mana, so Lith could express his worries about her actions to the baby in detail without risks. He showed her a vision of the chaos projectile hitting Roz and wounding his arm. Elijah knew and understood pain, even though just in a limited, childish manner. The images of her grandpa unable to hold her and forced in bed until the wound healed saddened her, but that was it. N/1/N. Lith furrowed his brows, repeating the images and changing the point of view until Elijah realized that she was the one shooting the chaos spell. At that point, he had the imaginary Roz cry in pain. Only once sadness turned into guilt did Lith interrupt the flow of images. "Bah," Elijah asked, her eyes veiled with tears. "Yes, sweetie, hurting your family is bad." Lith kept his tone neutral and smiled. "Bah. No, I would never hate you, but it would make everyone very sad." Lith added images of Alina, who was also crying, hugging Roz in worry. "Bah," Elijah burst into tears, apologizing non-stop for her imaginary misdeed, and mistaking it for a real event. Lith had to hand her to Roz so that she could make sure that he was actually all right, and wasn't angry with her. "I'm sorry, Dad," Lith said after explaining Roz's ruse with a mind link. "I couldn't use Kami or Elijah would have been traumatized." "Are you telling me that I'm expendable?" Roz replied, chuckling, but it was only half a joke. After what he had seen through Ligon's eyes, he partly believed those words. "Don't ever say that, Dad." Lith was dead serious instead. "It's just that if you get hurt, Mom cries. If Kami gets hurt, I'm the one crying, and then Elijah would think that she has hurt both her parents. I've seen how Valoran still blames himself for the disappearance of Thrud and Jormung. I don't want Elijah to live in fear of her powers, but I also need her to understand that actions have consequences. It's hard raising someone who's too smart for their own good," Lith sighed. "I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to make you feel expendable. I want you to know that the day I thought I had lost you at the Hogham mansion is one of the worst of my life." "Don't apologize. I've walked quite a few miles in your shoes." Roz cooed at the baby, letting her see that his arm was fine. "Lith." "Yes." "Nothing." Roz shook his head, banishing the many questions he still had. I think we are done here. Elijah had calmed down, but now she wanted to apologize to Grandma Alina as well, so Lith handed her the baby and explained the situation to Alina as well. Are you satisfied now? Ligoin asked after hushing them again. Yes, thank you. Roz patted the guardian's shoulder and was about to walk away when Ligoin stopped him. Well, I'm not. Based on what we saw, at least a part of Lith doesn't belong to your stillborn son. What's the point of searching for the truth if we're not going to ask him anything about it? What's the point? Roz shrugged. If Lith is aware of it, asking him questions would mean forcing him to open up with me. If he doesn't, I would screw up his life. As a father, it's my duty to protect my son's happiness. I don't care if a part of him comes from someone else or if he's just a soul wearing a corpse. Lith calls me dad and Alina mom. We raised him. We fed him. We love him. Lith is my son. Everything else is irrelevant. Then why did you ask me to peer into his soul? Ligon asked. Because I'm just a human. I was afraid that his abomination side was the only reason he has grown into the man he is. That a mere farmer like me had just been a burden for him. I was afraid to not be his father, not because of where his soul comes from, but because I had taught him nothing. Now I know that I was wrong. Roz looked at Lith taking care of his own family with pride. That poor boy knew nothing about love. He lived like a beast and died a monster. Alina and I may have not given him life, but we made him human again. Chapter 28:14, Still Burning, Part 2. It's our warmth and affection that turned an abomination into a loving father and husband. Even if Lith didn't share one drop of our blood, I wouldn't love him any less for it, and I would still call him my son. Roz said. So that's it? Ligon asked. I've waited 17 years for Lith to tell me that he was an awakened hybrid. I can wait 17 more. I can wait as long as the gods will give on Magur for all I care. Roz walked out of the hush zone and to Lith's rescue. How could you do that? Elijah is just a child. Alina rocked the still-crying baby girl in her arms. Babies are bound to make mistakes, and it's our duty as parents to stop them and teach them better. Not to scare them like that and guilt-trip them to teach them a lesson. I agree with you, Mom, Lith replied. The only problem is that babies her age aren't supposed to do anything. Look at Surin. The other baby girl spent most of her time in the arms of a member of the family or in her crib. At the moment, she was staring at the holograms of small fish that moved in circles right above her head. The worst she can do is suck on a blanket or drool all over us when we hold her. The worst Elijah can do is kill someone. True, but I still think you went overboard, Alina nodded. There must be a healthier way to handle her powers. Come on, dear, cut him some slack. Roz wrapped his arm around her shoulders. It was just the magical equivalent of a puppet show. Elijah learned her lesson and no one got hurt for real. Remember that our granddaughter has special needs, and we must trust our son to do what's better for her. Thanks, Dad. If you have any suggestions, Mom, I'm all ears. Lith crossed his arms. I'm a first-time father and Elijah is a one-of-a-kind baby. I have no idea how to deal with her. That's not true. Plenty of divine beasts had children with humans in the past. They must have encountered similar problems and solved them. Right, Sinmara? Alina asked. Indeed, the Phoenix of Darkness replied. The trick is to keep them away from non-divine beasts with the exception of their human parent. The babies are not violent with them, and small blasts like the one Elijah produced earlier are barely a sting for someone my size. Excellent idea, Lith clapped his hands in mock enthusiasm. I'll take Elijah away and you won't see her until she's old enough to control her powers. How does it sound? Say that again, young man, and I will. Alina stopped mid-sentence, her face going blank. Her brain didn't register Lith being taller, stronger, and magically gifted. To her, he was still her baby, and she saw him as such. The problem was that any threat that she could think of was painful for her. She would never threaten Lith physically or emotionally. The idea of cutting him out from any family event out of petty revenge was absurd. She wanted to win the argument, but her motherly heart vetoed everything her brain could concoct before it reached her mouth. I will cry, she pouted. Oh great, now we have 3 babies throwing a tantrum, Dad, Lith snorted. Lith, Alina blushed in embarrassment. She knew that she sounded childish, but it was the only option she had left. Don't you dare call your mother a baby, young man. Roz held her tight and raised his finger at Lith in mock outrage. Thanks, dear. Especially when she acts like one. That's my job. He burst out laughing. Very funny, Alina nudged him. I can see where our son gets his attitude. We'll talk about this later. Like father, like son, Roz shrugged, looking at her with loving eyes. After Lith had revealed his abomination half to the family, Alina too had considered the eventuality that the soul inside Lith's body might not belong to the original baby. Unlike Roz, however, she had never questioned Lith's identity. He was her son, and there was no revelation that could change her mind about that. Now that he knew the truth, Roz felt proud of her. Her words made his heart feel lighter, glad that she had been right all along. Space. East coast of the Griffin Kingdom, Lith's tower, a few days later. I still can't believe this thing can travel through Magur and beyond in an instant. Renaa opened a window, letting the salty breeze reach her nose. That morning she had asked Lith and Solus for a ride. They had watched the sunrise from the moon, watched it again during breakfast in the warmth of Salark's beach house, and now for a third time in the kingdom. For everyone else, it was still breakfast time, but she was ready for lunch. Glad that you are enjoying yourself, big sis. Lith moved around the kitchen with Elijah strapped on his back in the baby carrier. Are you sure you don't want to bring Senton along? He must feel left out again. Gods, I never thought the day would come when you would be the one trying to make my husband feel welcome at family events. She chuckled. You spent most of the time you two were in the same room glaring at him. Yes, and I was a jerk, Lith nodded. Also, this can hardly be called a family event. There's only you, me, Solus, and Elijah here. Daya, the baby girl flailed her arms and legs in excitement. She had no idea what was going on, but she liked the pretty light in the sky. Also, the smell of food meant it was feeding time. Yeah, and I wouldn't have brought here Solus, and my lovely niece either, if you three weren't a package deal. Renaa moved to his back and played with Elijah. I'm sorry, I know you asked for a private meeting, but I still can't get away from her. Lith sighed. As for Solus, if anything were to happen to her and the tower was too far away for her to get back inside the stone ring, there's no telling what might happen to her human form. I know. Renaa sniffed the delicious smell of the mushroom risotto he was cooking. It's no big deal since Solus would sooner or later learn about our talk anyway, and Elijah won't understand much of what we say. Lith stirred the pot and nodded. Nully, this is weird. Ever since she married, Renaa and I have rarely spent time alone. She has never asked me for a private ride of the tower before, he thought. N-O-1-N. I'm sorry, Renaa. Solus blushed a bit, giving her a small bow. I hate to intrude on you too, so if you want, I can shut myself in the ring and give you privacy. There's no need for it, but thank you for the offer. Under her warm smile, Renaa still couldn't wrap her head around what kind of relationship Solus had with her brother, nor believe that such a young-looking woman was actually over 700 years old. Chapter 28:15, Another Life, Part 1. N/////-1N. After a hearty meal, Lith prepared a hot tea that they sipped on the reef outside the tower. The kingdom was way colder than the desert, and the early spring wind coming from the north still carried the rigor of winter. Lith conjured 3 comfortable chairs and waited for his sister to talk. Renaa looked at the waves crashing against the shoreline for a while, sipping her tea in silence. You know, sometimes I wonder how my life would have been if I wasn't the oldest child. She lowered her eyes, her voice sad and full of regret. I beg your pardon? Lith moved the milk bottle away from Elijah in confusion, and the baby girl roasted his stubble with origin flames in outrage. You know this? Renaa pointed at the tower, the sea, and the water bubbles Lith had conjured to douse the flames. The magic, the adventures, the amazing bloodline abilities. Don't get me wrong, I love my life. I've never regretted taking care of you, Tista, and Tryon. I love my husband, and I wouldn't give up on my children for the world. Yet ever since I learned about Tista's awakening, I've kept wondering how different my life would have been if you were my big brother, or at least if there wasn't such a big age gap between us. I've kept such thoughts on the back burner because there's no changing the past, and I had better things to do than waste time with daydreams. Yet after seeing Tista turn into a Hecate and hearing you talk about awakening Aaron and Lyria, curiosity got the best of me. I started wondering what I would become if I were to awaken, what I would look like if I reached the blue core and all that stuff. Elijah's birth and experiencing the Tiamat dance. Demon Requiem. Lith corrected her, glad to have finally found a name for the phenomenon. Fine, she chuckled. Experiencing the demon requiem answered a lot of my questions, but it also brought us here. The day Elijah was born, I felt more powerful than ever. I've witnessed my body change in a way beyond my wildest dreams, and you know what? I've always thought that I'd be scared of turning into a divine beast, that losing my humanity would have terrified me. Instead, I was excited, and I've never felt more alive in my life. Are you asking me to awaken you? Lith raised an eyebrow. No, silly. Renaa shook her head. Awakening at my age would mean having much less time to devote to my family, since I would need to learn magic and train my body from scratch. It would also mean having to prepare myself to become a widow, since I would outlive Sentin. I always knew that one day we were going to lose Mom and Dad, but my husband, or worse, outliving one of my children. I don't think I could live with that. Then why are we here? Lith asked. Because I need to take this burden off my chest without feeling like an egotistical jerk, she replied. You have revealed to me so many secrets of yours, so I hoped that I could entrust you one of mine for once. Lith nodded for her to continue. You know, before you were born, our life was harsh, poor, and the best we could hope for was that the treatments for Tista's illness would leave us enough money to not starve during winter. I knew that getting married and leaving the house as soon as I was of age was the only way I had to have a better life for myself. Back then, I couldn't wait to grow up. I felt guilty at every meal, and I thought that with one mouth less to feed, everyone would have been better. That with the extra money, Tista would have gotten more treatments and her condition would have improved. That Orpmeln wouldn't have been so angry all the time. Then, after you became 4, things got magical. Our problems started to disappear one after another, and I wasn't in a rush to grow up and get married anymore. When you enrolled in the White Griffin, I was proud of you, and I felt the same way when Tista became Nana's apprentice. I wasn't magically gifted, so there was no point being envious. After learning about awakening, however, I started to daydream how my life would have been if you had been born before me. Of how different my life would have been if you took care of me the way you did with Tista and the children. Who knows, maybe now I would be a powerful mage as well, and even the first member of my own species. She sighed, her gaze lost on the horizon. I'll be honest with you, after having a taste of what my life might have been like during the Demon Requiem, I've gotten angry with Magur. I couldn't get over all the things I've lost, and the power I've missed only because I was born a few years too early. It's not fair. Renaa balled her fist hard enough to make her hands turn white. Lith swallowed a lump of saliva. Those words were a bit too Orpalish for comfort. At least she's pissed off at Magur instead of me. Then I understood how stupid I was being. Renaa lowered her eyes in shame. Watching you with Elijah made me realize that I was becoming so focused on what I couldn't do to forget about all the wonderful things I have. My husband, my children, and the long years of peace I've enjoyed while you fought from the shadows for all of us. I was so blinded by your achievements that I was glossing over the many hardships you have overcome to get where you are. I may not be a divine beast, but I'm happy. I'm not even a mage, and maybe I never will, but it's my choice because even before talking with you, I knew that my little brother would awaken me if I asked you. I'm sorry, but you've completely lost me, Lith said. Me too. Solus didn't want to intrude, but she felt as curious as she was confused. I still don't understand what we are doing here, he said. I just wanted to be alone with my little brother and bring out in the open this stupid envy that has weighed on my chest until now, Renaa replied. I also wanted to thank you for all the wonderful things you've done for me. For the happiness you've brought into my life. She hugged him, small tears streaming down her eyes. Also, I wanted to ask you to please look after my children in my stead. You what? Lith felt a cold shiver running down his spine and examined his sister from head to toe with abyssal gaze, finding her as fit as a fiddle. I'm fine, silly. Renaa gently caressed his cheek, his worry and care warming her heart. It's just that if Lyria awakens, she'll live much longer than me. If the triplets follow in the family's footsteps, they will become mages as well. Chapter 28:16, Another Life, Part 2. So what? Lith asked, sighing in relief. Enin. So I know I can't teach them how to handle their powers, but you can, Renaa replied. I know that at some point in Lyria's life, if she awakens and then turns into a new kind of divine beast, she will feel lost and confused. I know that I'm asking a lot of you, but please, Be their parent for the things I can't help them with. Be their parent when I won't be here anymore. Please, promise me that you'll protect them and take care of them like you did for me." "Why me? Why not Tista?" Lith felt a lump in his throat, not for the commitment that the promise implied, but at the idea of living in a world without his big sister. "Because Tista still looks up to you to find her path in life. I know that she can keep my children safe, but I don't think she can teach them anything about being a hybrid, let alone a divine beast. She may be older than you, but in my eyes, she's still a little girl. You instead are a man and a father." Daya, Elijah puffed her chest out with pride. In her mind, it was a shared achievement, since they had graduated from the Father-Daughter Academy on the same day. "Daya indeed." Rana offered her index finger to the baby and Elijah grabbed it. "What do you say, little brother?" "You have my word," Lith nodded. "Thank you, you have no idea what this means to me." Rana hugged him again. "Don't thank me, thank Elijah." He returned the embrace, holding his sister tight. "Because she made you a better man?" Rana asked. Elijah echoed. "No, because by then she'll be old enough to take care of her cousins in place of her old man." Lith coughed while hunching his back, pretending to have suddenly aged decades. "I'm too old for this stuff." "Daya," Elijah shapeshifted into a small void-feather dragon to have a neck long enough to reach Lith's shoulder and pin-like teeth to bite him. "Thank you, Elijah, then." Rana caressed the small, scaly head and then ran her hand along the neck. "Don't be angry at your dad. He is right. As the older sister, you'll also have to take care of your younger siblings, just like I did." "What siblings?" Lith froze in horror. "Wah?" Elijah asked with a mouth full of Voidwalker armor. "Feel free to use your brothers and sisters as practice, Elijah, so that when you take care of my children, they'll have the best mentor on Magur." Rana chuckled, ignoring them both. "As for you, little brother, our family has twins often. This time you were lucky, but the next." "Please stop." He looked at Elijah, imagining all the trouble he was going through doubled if not tripled like it had happened to Rana. "Fine, now bring me to the moon. I bet that I'm going to be the first woman ever to take a bath in a lake under Magar light." Space. City of Valoran, Royal Castle, a month later. The full spring had come, and with it, the good weather, and the first exam for the students of the 6 great academies. Much to Lith's dismay, Void Magic had been introduced as one of the mandatory courses for the 4th year, and he was still the only person qualified enough to teach the subject. Elijah was now 3 months old, and he still couldn't get 100 meters, 328, away from her without becoming violent. It was a great motivator whenever the kingdom requested his help to slaughter a local branch of the undead courts, not so much for teaching. Thanks to the information that Lith and Vaster had extracted from their respective prisoners, the Distar Marquisate and the Essagar Archduchy were undergoing a purge of their most influential undead. The army and the association rarely needed help, but when it happened, the Archmage and the Magus were happy to give them a hand. It was thanks to the intervention of their personal forces that the raids had yielded an unexpected bounty. The more intact ancient gates they found, the more the kingdom's wardens could study the outdated runes employed by the undead courts, and use them to discover the position of new branches. On each gate was carved the fixed sets of dimensional coordinates that connected it with its twin. Even if the gate on the other side was destroyed to prevent the invaders from activating the dimensional door, the mages of the kingdom could still study its remains. The undead used very ancient runes that were allegedly lost to time, and only a few of them were recorded in the royal library. Unfortunately for the undead, Tezca was more ancient. He had written those runes millennia ago, and even though he couldn't remember them all, he could reverse engineer them. It was only a matter of time before he recovered the full set of runes and discovered the dimensional coordinates to which a specific set led. With a bit of luck, with each conquered branch, more would fall in a domino effect. "I swear, if they want to force me to enter a classroom and command respect while wearing a baby carrier, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind." Lith snarled, and so did Elijah. For some reason, her father was angry, and she was doing her best to express her support for him. "Maybe they have prepared a side room for me and the baby. It would explain why they have summoned me as well." Camilla cooed at the baby, finding Elijah's attempts to be threatening quite adorable. Her maternity leave had yet to end, and she had decided to not resume her work as a constable until she had overcome the depression caused by the loss of her powers. Accumulation and training were making Camilla stronger, but the only moment she felt truly at peace with herself was when she held her baby girl. It was only then that her suffering became irrelevant, and the voices in her head shut up for good. "That's actually a good idea," Lith nodded. "But I would rather stay home and rest. Is it too much to ask the kingdom to survive for a few months without me?" At those words, the royal guards escorting them from the warp gate to the high council room located in the king's private headquarters coughed awkwardly. "This isn't a good sign," Lith said. Once they reached their destination, they found the representatives of the awakened council, the royals, the Empress, Kelia, General Vorg, and Archmage Akam, the new head of the Mage Association, waiting for them. "I'm confident this isn't about void magic," Camilla said via a mind link while their arrival was greeted with bows and niceties. "No mind links without establishing physical contact to hide them," Lith warned her. "Awakened can see them, and it's considered a very rude gesture." "Sorry," Camilla cut off the contact, wondering if mind links were the reason public displays of affection were universally frowned upon on Garland. With everything that had happened since Elijah's birth, there was no time to also teach Camilla about the etiquette of the awakened community. Chapter 28:17, Wayfinder Part 1. Supreme Magus Verhen, Lady Verhen. Everyone but the royals and the Empress greeted them first in respect. "It's an honor to have you here." "The honor is mine," Lith replied. "To what do I owe this summon?" "We need you for the maiden voyage of your masterpiece," Maron spoke first. "Allow me to present you the Wayfinder." At a snap of his fingers, the arrays of the room conjured the hologram of a long train at one end of the table. The projection moved through simulated plains and marshes before stopping in front of Lith. "That's amazing," Camilla clapped her hands in excitement. The hologram was too detailed to be just a promo based on the drawings of an engineer. It was the actual footage of a test run of the artifact. It meant that the Wayfinder had already been completed and that it was stored in some secret warehouse of the kingdom. "Wait a second." Her enthusiasm faded when the doors of the various cars opened and people came out of the train. With nothing around the Wayfinder, it was impossible to estimate its size, so Camilla had assumed it was a train similar to the one she had seen in Lith's memories from his life on Earth. Now, however, she realized her assumption was wrong. 4 people at a time could come out of every door at the same time, or 2 carrying a huge crate, or 1 emperor beast, and those were the passenger coaches. The wagons storing supplies could flip open their entire side, and each one of them hosted dozens of crates the size of a car. "This isn't one of the trains supposed to connect the smaller cities of the kingdom to the main trade routes," Camilla said, and the king nodded. "This thing is massive and holds way too much cargo. Warp gates aren't that distant from each other, and most merchants use dimensional amulets to move their goods. What's the point of bringing so many crates?" "Excellent observation skills," Silpha said. "If you believed that we wanted Magus Verhen to participate in a promotional tour of the first train, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Public transportation will have to wait. The Wayfinder has a different purpose. It represents the first step necessary for the kingdom to colonize Giera." The queen took what was supposed to be a long, meaningful pause to underline the importance of the historical event. "The kingdom and the empire," the Empress said with an iron tone as she pointed at several figures coming in and out of the train who wore foreign clothes. "This is a joint venture, and the Wayfinder belongs to my people as well." "Indeed," Maron tried to sound casual, dismissing the accident as a mistake instead of an intentional omission. "The kingdom alone would have lacked the resources to build something this big without exposing our side to our enemies. The War of the Griffins took a heavy toll on us, but luckily, we had the help of our cousins from the Empire. This is an amazing success for diplomacy, but what do you need me for exactly?" Lith chimed in before the measurement contest could escalate further. "To take part in the founding expedition," Milia replied, looking him in the eyes and ignoring the royals. "Trains are your creation, and this is going to be their first transoceanic voyage, N/01N. As you can see from the holograms, we have performed tests in shallow waters and over the sea, yet they lasted a few hours, and reaching Giera will take days. Also, the open ocean is much more dangerous, and there's no telling what might happen. Sea Emperor and divine beasts might attack the train, either considering it a can filled with tasty snacks or a chest full of treasures. Don't forget that to build our bases of operations and forge a master warp, gates powerful enough to connect Garland with Giera, we are going to need lots of precious metals and magical crystals. In the middle of the ocean, there are no witnesses. If the train gets sunk, there will be no way to know if its disappearance would be due to a freak accident or a robbery. Also, we have to take into account storms and possible malfunctions due to the strain of non-stop travel. As the inventor, your presence would help to fix any damage quickly, and to adjust the blueprints of future trains with the knowledge acquired during the journey so that they can allow for safer travels. Days, Camilla's eyes went wide in surprise. Also, if sea beasts are so dangerous, how were precious materials and people transported by sea in the past? When traveling from one continent to another, Awakened had no such problem, Ragu said with a sigh. We contacted our counterpart on the other side of the ocean and opened a warp gate with their help. The problem is that despite its limited means and precarious standing, Giera's council hasn't changed its stance on the colonization. They continue to regard our deployment as an act of aggression. They are not going to help us. As for mere humans, Lotho the Treant said, drawing the glares of non-awakened. While short sea trips were relatively safe, carrying precious cargo required a fleet. Only by splitting the goods between several ships, and each one of them being protected by mages, kept the sea beasts away. Most of the time. Unless the sea beasts allied with a foreign nation or between them and then split the loot. Those were good times. In Xyalot, the Lich King dazed off, lost in memories of the past when sinking ships and pinning the blame on sea beasts solved most of his supply problems. The other people furrowed a brow at the nonsensical words of the undead, and dismissed them as one of his many off-topic ramblings. Is my presence really necessary? Lith asked. If anything happens, you can always contact me with the amulet and I can work on the issue from my lab. Yes, it is. Maron stepped in front of Milia to not let her run the show. You see, even with the recent abundant harvest, the previous famines have heavily affected peace in the kingdom and the empire. We need most of the food to keep our people happy and smooth over the tensions between Thrud's past territories and our own, that the prolonged rationing of food exacerbated. The kingdom cannot afford to commit the supplies required to feed a force strong enough to protect the Wayfinder for the duration of the journey, and the colonists, until the warp gate is established. And neither can the Empire, Milia chimed in after pushing Maron to a side. Your presence alone solves all of these issues. As a divine beast, you have the strength of an army, but thanks to your abomination side, your food consumption is limited. On top of that, you can conjure demons. Those creatures don't eat, don't take space, and weigh nothing until you conjure them. They can help with security, maintenance, and any issue that might arise during the journey without burdening our limited resources. It's like having double the crew for half the price. Chapter 28:18, Wayfinder Part 2. Not to mention that the presence of a divine beast alone will be deterrent enough to keep most meddlers away. The Empress said, N/O1N. I see, Lith nodded while racking his brain to find a way out. I would love to help, but sadly, I can't leave my daughter's side even for just a few hours, let alone days. If I were to bring Elijah along, Lady Verhin would follow. I can't protect her and the Wayfinder at the same time. My focus would be split, and we all know who I would prioritize. That's the reason we are not sending you alone, Queen Silpha said. The kingdom, the empire, and the council are sending members of their elite units to support you. This is an unprecedented endeavor that will benefit us all. We will all do our part. Define elite, please. Lith crossed his arms, trying to keep his tone neutral. The kingdom is committing several units of the Queen's Corps who will be led by Captain Amila Farg, Archmage Orion Ernaz, and his daughters Freya and Quilla Ernaz. At a wave of the Queen's hand, the entrance to the High Council room opened, letting the new guests in. I was in charge of the engineering team that turned your blueprints into reality, Lith, Orion said, while giving a bow to those present. I'm coming to make sure that everything goes without a hitch. After all, there's not much you can do without a royal forgemaster. That makes sense, but what about you two? Lith asked Quilla and Freya. I'm here as Falul's apprentice, Freya replied. My master eats and weighs too much for this mission. Also, she can't leave the Distar Marquisate unattended for that long. I'm here as a healer of the kingdom and to protect my father, Quilla replied. Giera is bound to be full of diseases unknown to Garland. Our colonists are going to be wiped out in a few days if they don't receive the proper medical care. On top of that, those same diseases might be carried over once the gate is established. What is a common flu on Giera can turn into a plague on Garland, and those without an awakened body would die. Great Mage Ernest is right, the king nodded. Only after she identifies the most common illnesses in the colony and finds a cure for them will the gate be open to the public. Until that moment, a strict quarantine will be enforced for everyone coming through the gate, and all goods will be sterilized before being moved. The Empire will deploy its White Sword Corps and my own stepdaughter, Kellia Jennys, the Empress said. Don't underestimate her because of her age. Like Magus Verhin in his youth, there's more to her than meets the eye. Kellia fumbled a bit, trying to perform a curtsy before remembering that she was wearing pants and switching to a bow. Everyone chuckled, making her turn beet red. Then, she raised her open hand and let out a spark of silver lightning. No one laughed anymore. Her presence alone boosts our strength by tenfold. Milia stepped back, patting Kellia's shoulder for the job well done. I'm sorry, the youth said via a quick mind link established through physical contact. I can deal with nobles and mages, but some of the people from the council are old monsters. What if they discover about Dusk? Don't worry, if it comes to that, I'll take the full blame and deal with the aftermath, the Empress replied. You just focus on your missions. The council is sending 2 squads of the Hands of Fate that will be led by a representative each. With all due respect to the Empire and the Kingdom, only Awakened can deal with Awakened, and there's no telling if Giera's council will attempt foul play to preserve their monopoly. None taken, the royals and the Empress said in unison. They knew that the council wasn't acting out of the goodness of its heart. The Awakened of Garland expected to be compensated with their share of mana geysers, magic crystal, and enchanted metal mines for their trouble. And it was all going to be tax-free. Wait, did you just say representatives, not elders? Lith asked, and Ragu nodded in reply. I thought that food and weight were an issue. Who are you sending? Inzialot and I volunteered for this job, Ragu replied. Sure, since when? The feral news pulled the King of Liches out of his memory lab, where he conducted his simulated experiments and mental calculations whenever babbling idiots kept him away from the real one. Since now, why do you think I asked you to accompany me? The human representative said with a scoff. Now that you mention it, how did I get here in the first place? Inzialot tried and failed to remember one single thing after he had given the morning feed to Nero, his pet cat lab assistant. I called you on your amulet and then showed you this. Ragu took a shining orange flower out of her mage robe, and the Lich King started to follow her around the room like a puppy lured by a tasty treat. Then she put it away, and Inzialot snapped out of it. That's not fair. Give me the star seed, you promised. Sure, Ragu's voice sounded like that of a nursery school teacher talking to a particularly annoying kid. What's that? She pointed behind Inzialot, and he turned around, gasping in shock. Who are you people, and how did you get inside my house? Blazing spheres of emerald energy flared from the Lich King's arms, making the room tremble. This is the royal castle of Valoran. Meron pinched his nose, having a hard time believing that a creature so powerful could also be so deranged. Gods, it's like Manohar is still here. Nonsense, I haven't visited the royal palace ever since Nero insisted on crashing Valoran's wedding. Inzialot conjured a spell that would ascertain his dimensional coordinates. You have no idea of the trouble I've got myself into just for a slice of cake. The spell confirmed Meron's words, making the Lich gasp again. I'm really in Valoran. Is there a wedding by chance? And why is Ragu here? Not that I'm complaining. He winked at her, making her eyes roll. Did he just forget about the entire conversation? The Empress was flabbergasted. What conversation? Makes sense, woman. Inzialot was furious and confused. He hated it when people treated him like an idiot after sneaking inside his own house. You just volunteered to take part in the journey to Giera with me, Ragu replied. And why would I do that? Are we going to share the same room? He said with a scoff. No, but it's a train, she pointed at the hologram. Meaning? I can't avoid you for the whole duration of the journey. Ragu's shoulders slouched as Inzialot raised his finger and opened his mouth to talk. Then he squinted his eyes and fell into a deep meditative trance, rubbing his chin while pondering the implications of those words. I eat no more than a human, and he doesn't eat at all. She turned toward Lith again. Chapter 28:19, The Right Way, Part 1. The two of us are very powerful, Ragu said. If we combine our talents, it would take someone like Thrud to hold us off. Also, Inzialot is nigh immortal and completely expendable. If push comes to shove, any of us can throw him to the lions, and the best part is that he won't even remember it. How long would the mission take? Lith asked, knowing that at this point he had very few plausible reasons to turn down the royal's request. Assuming there are no accidents, 2 days by the sea and then 1 week to build the gate, Queen Silpha replied. After your return, you, Lady Verhan, and young Lady Verhan will be able to skip the quarantine period due to your awakened status. Lith could actually come back to Lucia at any time via the tower warp, but that would have meant raising too many questions. I can move back and forth between the 2 continents if I want. I just need to be careful not to let anyone notice my disappearance and turn the communication amulet off when I leave Giera. It would be impossible to explain how come my rune is available even when I'm supposed to be way out of reach. On top of that, the army and the awakened could pinpoint my position, he thought. Supreme Magus Verhan, I know that we are asking you a lot, especially considering that you have recently become a parent. The Queen put emphasis on his title. Yet I want you to consider this mission as part of your duty. You became a Magus because you shared void magic, the tablets, and the trains with us. If we don't colonize Giera, accumulating the resources necessary to spread the tablets throughout the kingdom will take decades. The trains will remain on paper for much longer since they are way more expensive and difficult to craft. Aside from void magic, there's the risk that your legacy might be forgotten, and because of that, crises that would have been avoided might reap countless victims. Remember the words the king and I spoke on the day of your ascension. A Magus just shares their knowledge. A Supreme Magus makes sure that their knowledge is put into practice the right way. They supervise the development of their legacy so that no one can twist it against the people they were supposed to help. Queen Silpha pointed at Elijah. Back when we visited you in the desert, you talked about the importance of working for the future, in. What kind of kingdom would you like your daughter to grow up in? A modern country that you contributed to shape, or the same society you experienced as a child? Lith didn't like the low blow to his fatherly instinct, but he had to admit that there was merit in Silpha's words. I don't want Elijah to grow like I did. Heck, I don't want Aaron and Lyria to go to the White Griffin and receive the same treatment I did, Lith thought. They are going to have it much worse due to their beast blood, and because those who resent me will take it out on them. I don't know if trains and tablets can really make a difference, but I'd rather do everything I can to make people more tolerant toward the other races rather than leave it up to chance. I accept. Lith gave a small bow to the Queen and then looked at Camilla, who nodded to confirm that she would come with him. I have a request, though. I want a room for me, my wife, my daughter, and my cousin Solus Verhan. Separate rooms, I guess? Everyone was taken aback by the request. Who are you people and what are you doing in my house? Everyone but Inzialot, of course. The Lich King had taken a note about not forgetting about going on a trip with Ragu, and after that, he had drifted into complex equations until his dimensional amulet had run out of paper. Of course, Lith nodded. She helped me develop the technology for the trains, and I'm going to need her input in case significant alterations to the original design were to be necessary. Excellent idea, King Meron said with a huge smile on his face. With her contributions during the War of the Griffins and the crucial role she had played in destroying the Golden Griffin, Solus was a high-profile, unmarried mage. The fact that she had also contributed to the achievements that had made Lith the Supreme Magus was a huge plus. After listening to her lessons about void magic, Meron had come to the conclusion that she was his best shot at mixing the Verhan blood with the nobility of the kingdom. Nobility that would soon be involved in the development of the colonies on Giera, creating plenty of opportunities for them to befriend Solus whenever her expertise was required. She is fully human, correct? I need this information to adjust for the food provisions and balance the weight, the king said, lying through his teeth. Yes, she is. What's the problem with the weight, though? You mentioned it a few times, but I can't see its relevance. Lith felt puzzled at the question. I know that non-humans can use gravity fusion, but that lasts only as long as they are conscious. Meron replied. If something bad happens, the trip might last longer or some of the passengers might need to sleep or be knocked out. In that case, the sudden increase in weight would drain the power core and force the Wayfinder to find a place where to stop and recharge. At a wave of Meron's finger, the hologram turned into a map of Magus, where the travel path of the train was highlighted. Lith noticed that the royals had charted it with a few detours from the most direct route, so that several small islands would be available for emergency stops at irregular intervals. Damn, Solus weighs a lot, but I can't say it. It's not a big deal if she gets back inside my ring at night. Then he looked at Camilla, who was probably thinking the same and frowning. Maybe. What about the crates? She asked. Wouldn't it be better to store everything inside dimensional amulets to save space and travel lighter? It would be fantastic, if not for the fact that only the owner can access a dimensional amulet. Also, that person can be killed by a saboteur and their imprint replaced, making us lose food or materials without even noticing until it's too late. Even worse, it would just take nimble fingers and a good arm to throw components essential to build the gate under the sea. Between that and the risk of smuggling, dimensional magic must be sealed during the journey. Is this because of the undead courts? Lith asked. Undead courts, spies from the desert, people from Giera, and the list keeps going. Silpha sighed. Know that even among the nobles in the royal court, there are many people who would rather see the project fail and your title as Supreme Magus revoked than give you your due credit in case of success. Chapter 2820, The Right Way, Part 2. The name Verhan already holds great weight in the kingdom, and some say it's too much. Those words aroused disgusted looks from the members of the Awakened Council, made the representatives of the army and the association lower their heads, and made Milia smirk with an "I told you so" look in her eyes as she stared at Lith. He could almost hear her pitch about switching sides and moving to the Empire. Too bad that even without noble and ancient households, I bet that politics would still try to screw me over. The only difference would be the source of my problems, Lith thought. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Your Majesty, he said after pondering the issue for a while. I'll be happy to help with the Wayfinder and ensure that nothing goes wrong with the expedition. I just ask you to make sure that building the warp gate is a priority so that I can go back home quickly, and that even if something goes wrong, my presence will be unnecessary thanks to the availability of spare parts and reinforcements. First, the safety of the perimeter, the gate second. You have my word, Silpha nodded. A final note. As you know, Giera is plagued by the lost cities that have managed to escape their respective confinements. The population of Giera, its awakened council, and even the guardians are helpless against them. In the past, you have destroyed 3 lost cities on your own, and it would make wonders for our public relationships on Giera if you could bring that number up to 4. Lith was about to say that those were special circumstances where he had unexpected help, but the queen raised her hand, gesturing for him to let her finish. No one expects miracles from you, Magus Verhan. I'm just asking you to put your talents to use and see if there's something you can do. If you succeed, it would make the colonization process safer and smooth the tensions with the locals. If you fail, things will stay as they are, and no one is going to blame you for it. That's honestly hard to believe, Lith replied while crossing his arms. The royal court seems to have a penchant for demanding the impossible from others and then screaming bloody murder at the first hitch. That's why my request is off the records, Silpha replied. There will be no trace of it in the official documents regarding the objectives of the expedition. Only the people in this room know about it, so if rumors start to spread, you know who to blame. She glared at the members of the council and the Empress. They were the only ones who would benefit from driving a wedge between Lith and the kingdom, especially the latter. For what is worth, this is also what the Guardians of Giera want. I'll see what I can do. Lith gave her a small bow, nodding. Excellent. Meron clapped his hands to signal that the meeting was dismissed. We'll contact you as soon as we have a date for the departure. Feel free to spend this time as you see best. I thought that the Wayfinder was already complete, Camilla said in confusion. Is there some problem we are not aware of? No, just that you can't put security on a timeline. The king snapped his fingers, making the hologram show the interior of the train and its crew. We need to load everything you are going to need on Giera, check the personnel for blood cores, and then perform the final checks on the control systems. Depending on what we find and sabotage, it can take from a few days to a few weeks. Camilla widened her eyes in surprise but said no more, giving the royals a deep bow before taking her leave. Upon their return home, they shared the news with the rest of the family. Contrary to Lith's expectation, it caused a small uproar. "Why did you include Solus in the trip but not me?" Tista asked. "I was part of the original expedition to Giera. I want to see how the merfolk of Gen are doing after we destroyed Kalga. I want to visit Kalia's parents. I want to return to the places we visited with Floria and remember the good moments we spent together." Small tears streamed down her cheeks at the memory of their lost friend and of the merfolk who had sacrificed her life to allow Lith's group to infiltrate Kalga. Kalia had allowed herself to be captured, yet it wasn't that to have caused her death. The people of the lost city had magically lobotomized her to keep Kaya tame while she was forced to give birth to their children. Unfortunately, the process was irreversible, causing a fracture in the life force and mana core of its victims. The only way to relieve Kalia from her misery was death. Tista had killed the merfolk and the rest of the prisoners in cold blood to spare them from a much worse fate after the fall of the city. "I'm sorry, but the kingdom already knows about your powers. If they didn't summon you is because they can't afford the weight of another divine beast. No offense, but unlike me, you count for one," Lith replied, N01N. "Much taken," Tista grunted. "How many occasions do you think I'll have to go to Giera with you? I could have used this opportunity to meet Badia's family." Her words made Roz and Alina exchange expectant looks, but they kept silent to avoid pressure from changing her mind. Renaa limited herself to nudging her younger sister, making her blush. "With the tower warp, any time," Lith replied. "Why didn't you go earlier if that was your intention?" "First, Badia doesn't know about the tower. Going there by myself would be pointless. Second, I don't want to just be the two of us. It sounds way too official for my taste. One thing is going on a mission with you. Another is going there just to meet his parents." "Point taken," Lith scratched his chin. "Just because you can't board the Wayfinder doesn't mean you can't come. You and Badia can fly and reach Giera on your own." He conjured a hologram of the map that the king had shown him earlier, and that Solus had memorized. "Excellent idea," Tista nodded. "In theory, we can get there much faster than the Wayfinder. In practice, however, I've never flown for so long. Even at my top speed, it would take me over 1 day to cross the ocean, and that assuming nothing goes wrong. Please, I doubt that anything will be so stupid that they will bother a divine beast and a lesser Leviathan flying together," Lith said with a scoff. "I know, I meant storms, high winds, and any weather phenomenon that can sap my strength. Remember that demons and cold don't get along well," Tista replied. "If I follow your same route, I can use the islands for shelter." Tista took a map of Magur from her dimensional amulet and started to take notes from the hologram. "What about us, dear?" Alina asked. Chapter 28-21, That Word Part 1. "Not to sound paranoid, but your absence would make a great opportunity to attack us. And I don't mean just the undead courts. Anyone who wants you to abandon the colonization expedition might target us," Alina said. "Don't worry, Mom. I have already arranged things with Grandma so that you can all move to the desert until we get back. 1 country and several phoenixes of distance should keep you safe from whoever wants to harm the kingdom or me." "What about Valoran's son?" Roz said while rocking the baby boy. "I don't think that even the dragon scales can make your departure any easier on him." Valoran II was in no way related to the Verhins. He was the son of the Mad Queen and Jormund, one of Ligawen's firstborns, yet Roz had fallen in love with the child soon after Lith had brought him into their home, and ///in. Valoran was as smart as Elijah, but much sadder. He was struggling to accept the disappearance of his parents, looking for them in every person who held him. The pain and grief in Valoran's eyes reminded Roz of his own son. Roz had noticed how the boy seemed to turn into a normal child only when playing with Elijah or when Lith took care of him. And now both of them were about to leave, potentially triggering his abandonment trauma again. "I know, that's why I'm bringing him along with us," Lith shrugged. Really? Camilla said, beaming with joy. Why not? He weighs like a normal baby, and even if I have to bring his food myself, no array can stop my pocket dimension. Lith had a bottle of milk appear in a blaze of emerald flames. Both Valoran and Elijah sniffed at it in hunger, but it was the small Bahamut to get the prize. Camilla brought Elijah into the master bedroom to feed her, so the baby girl had nothing to complain about. I know it's not the same thing, but I'm worried about Ryla and Garrick, Renaa said. While we are gone, there will be no one to take care of them. If someone looks for us at the mansion, they might be collateral damage. Garrick couldn't leave the Mana Geyser without throwing his life forces into disarray and losing every chance for a normal life. In case of another hit on Lith's family, escape wouldn't be an option. I'll ask Grandma to let you bring them with you. There's always a Mana Geyser under her palace, so Garrick's life force will be safe. Also, he can use a bit of traveling. In the desert, he can shapeshift as much as he wants. Between the magical beasts and the members of the nest, no one will bother another hybrid. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Tribe, Salark's Palace, a few weeks later. What do you think of our new house, Fluffy? Garrick had his wings out, and his eyes moved all along his body to take in every nook and cranny of his new room at the same time. It's hot and dry. The bike went to the natural thermal spring that the Overlord put in every VIP guest room, splashing himself with water for relief. The food is good, though. There was a cart full of delicacies of the desert, as a housewarming gift, and Fluffy was gobbling down his share. Thank you very much for already enrolling Garrick in the local school. Ryla the farmer, his mother, gave Lith a deep bow. Having a normal life and enjoying the company of kids his age means a lot to him. Don't worry about it. Aaron and Lyria will take good care of him, Lith replied. Make sure that no one bullies him. Will do, big bro, Aaron nodded. If someone plays dirty, Onyx will eat them. And Abominus the Piamir will help her. Lyria puffed her chest out with pride for the name she had bestowed upon her friend's new species. Abominus knew the word had no meaning, but it sounded cool. He lapped her as a thank you, covering her face in slob and wiping her smile off. You, stop doing that. Water is precious in the desert. I can't wash my face every 2 seconds here. She showed him how water magic didn't work due to the dry air. Okay. Abominus shapeshifted into a 7-year-old-looking boy with black hair and sky-blue eyes. He hugged her and nuzzled her cheek, making her giggle. At least he's wearing clothes, Elena grumbled. Evolving into Emperor Beasts meant that Abominus and Onyx were capable of protecting the children better, but also that they could now take human form. Elena knew they were just friends, but she couldn't help but worry about how things might change once they reached their teens. Is there any problem, Grandma? Lyria asked after noticing her grimace. No, nothing at all, Elena lied through her teeth. Thank you for your hospitality, Mother. Roz tried to give a bow to the Guardian, who ignored the gesture and hugged him. Nonsense, this is also your home, child, she replied. We'll see each other on the other side, Lith. Have a nice trip. What do you mean on the other side? He asked in confusion. You are on Elijah duty for the first day, and then it's Ligon's turn. Do you know how hard is it to warp into something that small that moves that fast? The Overlord scoffed. Besides, you are going to depart from the kingdom and jump straight into another Guardian's turf. Once outside our territory, creating a dimensional corridor would become even harder, and we are not going to take any risk. Not with Elijah and Valoran on the Wayfinder. Tyrus insisted on prolonging her shift until you guys reach your destination. If the other lizard and the hungry cur try something funny, she can hold them off until our arrival. The Guardians couldn't afford to leave Garland exposed, and if 2 of them were away, the one remaining couldn't cover for the 3 great countries at the same time. Elijah, Valoran, Surin, and Sharjin said their goodbyes. They all cried and wailed at the idea of missing their friends. For them, the concept of time was non-existent. 1 year and 1 day were the same. Surin was the only one with a regular baby brain, but she cried nonetheless, scared by the noise the others made. Don't worry, little sister. I'll come visit you as soon as I can. Lith held the baby girl, kissing Surin's forehead before handing her to Elena. I still can't believe how many babies we have in our lives, Camilla said as soon as the warp gate leading to the kingdom closed behind them. Lith was carrying both babies on his chest due to the fact that if he picked one, the other would be jealous and cry. Also, I can't believe that you already have favorites, young lady. Camilla smiled from her heart while mock rebuking her daughter. Daya, Elijah pointed at Lith and then at Valoran. Ba wa du hai. I don't understand a word you're saying. Camilla chuckled, noticing that Valoran seemed offended by the gibberish, pointing his small finger at Elijah and mumbling his own share of nonsensical words. Chapter 28-22, That Word Part 2. I know Lith is your dad, but why can't I hold you for a while? Am I not your mommy? Ma, Elijah nodded. Camilla, Lith, and Solus froze into place, ignoring the royal guards of Valoran's palace demanding to see their IDs. What did you say? I said papers, please. The voice of the man inside the armor was cold and professional. Shut up, Tin Man, or I'll make you. There was so much fury and killing intent in Camilla's bright yellow eyes that the royal guard took a step back while gripping his weapon. What did you say, dear? Can you repeat that for Mommy? She ignored the guard, turning toward the baby girl with the sweetest expression and voice on Magar. Ma, Elijah stuttered, the word impossible for a human baby so young but just hard on the throat of a wormling. Yes, that's right, I'm your mom. Camilla took the baby from the carrier and held her to her chest. I'm your mom. She started to cry so hard that she fell onto her knees. Ma, Elijah tried to console her, but Camilla just cried harder. After suffering for months, feeling like a second-rate parent compared to her husband, that word meant the world to her. It cleared every one of Camilla's internal struggles and boomed over the voices in her head like thunder. The royal guard had no idea what was happening, but while the woman sobbed, the supreme Magus gave his papers and allowed them to scan his white and golden robe. Solus followed suit, giving them her ID and letting them scan her for blood cores. Once Lith's identity was confirmed, the guards could set duty aside and give Camilla the time she needed. It took her a few minutes to compose herself and get back up to her feet. I'm sorry for my outburst, she said amid sniffles while giving her ID and letting the royal guards scan her as well. It was my baby's first human word, and the surprise overwhelmed me. It's understandable, ma'am, the guard nodded. I too have C-weight human word, N-0. My daughter learned Dragon Tongue first. It's a long story. Lith gave them the salute and moved forward, unwilling to waste time explaining how intricate his bloodline was. The internal warp system of the royal palace led them to one of the lowest levels of the city, where the Wayfinder had been assembled away from prying eyes. Great Mother Almighty! Camilla blurted out in surprise, looking left and right in the attempt to size the train from top to bottom. Each car of the Wayfinder was as tall and wide as a studio apartment, but thrice as long. They were comprised of steel coated in orichalcum to give it high monoconductivity without suffering losses in durability. Only the wheels supporting it while on the ground were made of pure metal, having no other purpose than saving energy while at rest. There were no windows, each car a silvery bullet with violet crystals placed at every external corner. Remarkable, Camilla could see with life vision that the crystals overlapped with the focus points of the arrays that ran along the entire surface of the Wayfinder. They fueled the arrays, acting both as relay points and amplifiers, so that the energy layers formed a seamless sheath around the metal without weak points. Did you and Solus come up with this solution? No, that's a royal Forgemaster thing, Solus sighed. With our current techniques, we wouldn't be able to enchant something that Big Let alone set so many permanent arrays. Permanent? Are you telling me that this thing is made to last? Camilla was flabbergasted. Isn't it too big for civilian use? I doubt anyone is going to use it a second time to go from Garland to Giera. She counted at least 20 wagons for a total length of over 150 meters, 500. Indeed, Orion approached them, shaking the hands of everyone, babies included. The plan is to leave half of them on Giera for the exploration team and bring the other half back. Regular trains will be smaller, but the single wagons of the Wayfinder can be repurposed for transporting valuable goods or first-class passengers. We are still on the fence about that. I'm sorry to rush you, but the final checks are quite long and we don't want to delay the departure any further. Before boarding, everyone had their ID checked again, and their bodies scanned for a blood core in order to avoid thralls. Dimensional amulets were also confiscated, and each passenger thoroughly searched for anything that could be used as a means of sabotage. Even Orion had to undergo the security checks again, and so did anyone who got off the Wayfinder before the departure for any reason. "I hope you don't mind if I made sure that we are neighbors," he said after opening the door connecting his personal wagon to the next, revealing an oblong, small apartment. Lith counted 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, 1 living room with a table where to eat, and 1 smaller empty room meant to hold the belongings of the passengers. The ceiling was high enough that even in his hybrid form, Lith would be able to stand up straight. "Oh gods, 1 bathroom," Lith said in horror. Lith, Solus, and Camilla scolded him. "I know, even though the country is entitled to ask for sacrifices from us, this trip is going to be a long, cruel, and unusual punishment." Orion looked like someone who had just sucked a lemon. Dad, Quilla, and Freya yelled at him. "How are these things supposed to be used after the mission? There's too much furniture." Lith ignored the background noise. Like this. Orion paid no heed to the claims about him being an insensitive father and pushed a button on the ceiling. The walls slid so to form 3 compartments of the same size on one side and 2 more on the other. The bathroom also shrunk to just enough to contain the shower, sink, and toilet with no extra space. Where present, the beds split into 2 halves that slid against opposing walls, rearranging themselves into comfortable sofas, and leaving a wide corridor between them. Just add a few more beds, put some baggage racks, and you are good to go. A second push of the same button reverted things as they were supposed to be. "Isn't it a bit claustrophobic with no windows?" Camilla was tired of being ignored, so she dropped the argument. "Not at all." Orion tapped on one of the internal walls, which seemed to turn transparent, letting them see what was happening on the outside. "Before you ask, no, we don't have light masters, so this is all it can do. It's a simple application of the communication amulet technology. In the same way 2 people can look at each other while they talk, the spells collect the information from the outside and project it inside. The projection is one way only so no one can see what's happening inside unless you push this button." Orion opened a small compartment that had been installed at a height easy to reach, but closed so that the system couldn't be activated by mistake. Chapter 28-23, Resonance Part 1. "It also works on the floor." Another push, and the people inside the wagon had the impression of walking on air. "What a wonderful idea," Solus said. "Elijah and Valoran are going to love looking at the aquatic fauna while we travel." "Actually, it's a safety measure to check for enemies from below in case of an attack, but that works too." Lith nodded. "At the speed this thing moves, however, I doubt we are going to see much." "Just one question. How are they going to bring this Titan out of Valoran?" Camilla asked. "You'll see," Orion said with a huge grin on his face. "Feel free to join us for lunch, but first." He took out of his pocket several vials containing a dense yellow liquid. 2 of them were bigger and white in color. "This is the cure for Giera's plague. I know you guys are awakened, but I don't want to take unnecessary risks." He opened the stopper and gulped one. "Are you sure this looks like milk?" Lith said while shaking the white-colored potion. "Because part of it is milk," Orion replied. "It should make it easier to administer to the babies. See you later." Space. Kellia's quarters, a few wagons away. The members of the White Sword Corps and the Red Sun were all stationed inside a single car. Those like Lith's and Orion's were reserved for VIPs in order to avoid people spying on them and giving them privacy. Orion was in possession of the only copy of the blueprints of both the mechanical and magical components of the Wayfinder in case it needed repairs. It was the reason he was entitled to private quarters, since dimensional amulets didn't work. Lith, instead, was known to have many secrets that he was unwilling to share, and Elijah needed extra security. The details of the Day of the Black Sun were unclear to most people, but no one doubted that those events would repeat themselves if a madman attacked the child. Kellia and the others were not only considered regular passengers, but since the wagons had been split evenly between the members of the expedition, the Empire needed to optimize the space in each car in order to bring as many people as possible. "This is crap," Kellia said, looking around. Regular wagons were split into 5 compartments on either side. 4 of them contained 2 sofas, each long enough to accommodate 3 people while leaving a narrow corridor between them. With a click of a button, the sofas would turn into bunk beds, giving their occupants their own place where to sleep but little privacy or space. The 5th compartment was occupied by a bathroom with just a toilet and a sink that the passengers of the wagon had to share. "This is actually nice," Harun, a female soldier in her mid-20s, said. "Compared to my boot camp, this is a luxury resort. The mattress is soft, the space is hushed against snoring, and the bathroom has tap water and a flush system. Imagine having an outhouse and having to deal with the smell of piss and shit the whole day." She chuckled, the laugh highlighting her white teeth and kind voice. "I guess you are right." Those words conjured flashes from when Kelia still lived in the slums, and everything reeked of piss and shit, Kelia included. "Damn, I've spent just a year inside the Red Emperor Academy, and I'm already turning into a spoiled brat." She shuddered at the memories of her life on the street. Any clean and warm place is a palace. The compartments had been split by gender so that people could change comfortably and wear whatever they wanted during the journey. The members of the White Sword Corps wore a modified version of the Skinwalker armor, allowing them to switch between civilian clothes and combat gear at a moment's notice. While waiting for the departure, Kelia used accumulation to pass the time. Her core was still bright green, but the dull cyan was getting closer by the day N01N. "After that, I only have to work my way up to the blue to discover what kind of bloodline abilities I possess," she thought with excitement. "If any," Dusk corrected her. "I know for certain that you carry the dormant bloodlines of phoenixes and griffins, but there's no telling if reaching the blue is going to be enough to awaken them. They might just stay dormant." "What about Verhin?" Her eyes twitched in annoyance. "He doesn't count. He's the first of his kind, and no one knows why he succeeded in awakening his bloodlines. My hypothesis is that it's related to his abomination side. The constant struggle for survival of his other life forces strengthened them over time. As for his sister, the demon Requiem proved there's resonance between members of the demon race. By awakening himself, Verhin is likely to have influenced the rest of his bloodline." The Red Sun replied. "What about Narchet, then?" "He's but an imitation. My sister gave him a blood core to make up for the lack of the abomination side. It's possible that when he reached the blue, Night manipulated Narchet's life force so that the 2 cores fused and the power they released created a new species." Dusk pondered. "Bottom line, I'm going to need your help." "Correct." Kelia inwardly sighed in order to not lose her breathing rhythm. "Correct." With each breath, she channeled the extra energy that her mana core couldn't assimilate into the red crystal hidden in her chest. With every wave of mana she created, the strength of Kelia's core and the world energy seeped inside Dusk's core, eroding the seal that Baba Yaga had placed upon him. He had understood the nature of the seal during the War of the Griffins, but it had been the Empress to come up with a solution. The limiter was as strong as Dusk, and that was apparently an unsurmountable wall. At least until one remembered that horsemen weren't meant to live alone. They were supposed to nurture and cherish the bond with their host. To combine their strength with their hosts, until they could choose freely to have each their own body or fuse together into something more just like Lith and Solus did. The seal that Baba Yaga had placed on Dusk's crystal was indeed a punishment, but also a training tool. The only way he and Kelia had to break the seal was to learn how to become one and combine their strength. That way, Dusk's strength would exceed Baba Yaga's spell. Up until that moment, Kelia and the Red Sun had a long way to go. Her core was weak, and their ability to harmonize their essences was sloppy at best. By putting there, all they could conjure a single bloodline ability for a couple of seconds like they had displayed in the High Council room, but that was it. "Will you dump me if I don't develop any bloodline ability of my own?" The question was half loaded with fear of being abandoned and half with relief at the idea of being her own person again. "Depends, do you want me to leave?" Dusk replied. Chapter 28-24, Resonance Part 2. "What do you mean?" Kelia blinked so much that Harun offered her a handkerchief to clean her eyes. "I'd prefer we split up if that's what you want, but only after I've regained my powers. Of course I would love for my host to be a divine beast like a Tiamat or a Verdalac, but the choice is yours." Dusk shrugged, feeling a bit sad. "If you consider me baggage, we'll never merge, and if we don't, I'll never be whole again. So I'm not going to pressure you into anything." "I see," she pondered. If we succeed in merging, even if you were to fail to awaken your dormant bloodlines, there's still a lot we can learn from each other. If you don't see our relationship as mutually beneficial, however, I'm going to dump you. I'd rather have a regular host who's willing to work with me than fighting every step of the way. You want your freedom, but so do I. If our interests don't align, I'm not going to sacrifice myself for you, Dusk said. Thanks, Kelia preferred an honest business partner to a dishonest friend. When do we move to meet Verhen? After the departure. Once they are bored, and we have a reason to be bored as well, they'll welcome the company. Otherwise, we would seem desperate or nosy. One step at a time, kid. While the soldiers put their baggage on the racks below the couches and above the entrance, Kelia kept breathing while fiddling with the controls of her compartment until she activated the projector. On the outside, people were still boarding the Wayfinder, the line slow due to the thorough checks. The cargo had been loaded in advance by the royal guards, making repeated scans pointless. All set. A royal guard wearing the stripes of a captain raised his right arm and spun the index and middle finger in the air. 4 soldiers wearing the royal fortress armor assumed a square formation in front of the Wayfinder, each one of them looking like a humanoid prancing griffin. Dimensional energy departed from the hands of the guard on the lower left corner, connecting with the one above, then right, below, and left to close the circuit. Great Mother Almighty, Harun and the other members of the White Sword Corps said in unison. That's one huge-ass warp gate, not a steps. Kelia could only tap her knee and nod, almost losing her breathing rhythm from the gasp. On the other side of the dimensional corridor, she recognized the harbor of the city of Zalma. It was located at the edge of the east side of the kingdom, thousands of kilometers away from the city of Valoran. Even from inside the train, she could smell the salty breeze coming from the Arsman Ocean that separated the Garland continent from Giera. The Wayfinder started to move, yet there was no jolt or shaking. The soldiers who had stood up to look in front of the train felt their feet still firmly rooted to the floor. If not for the images coming from the outside, they would have believed that the Wayfinder had yet to depart. The metal wheels below the train had been lifted, and now were stuck to the sides as the gravity sheath lifted the Wayfinder off the ground. The train kept accelerating, moving from the underground facility to the open sea in a matter of seconds. Kelia turned around just in time to see a second 4-man squad of royal guards on the other end of the gate, closing it as soon as the last wagon crossed over. The moment the Wayfinder moved from solid ground to water, the structure jerked and roiled. Those who were still standing fell but first on the floor, their seat, or their travel companions, depending on which one was the closest. Lith hadn't designed trains to fly, only to float. The gravity sheath needed to establish a perfect balance with the sea, which took the power core several trials, since every wagon weighed differently and required individual tuning. After that, the gyrostabilizer would do the rest, ensuring that the passengers wouldn't experience discomfort any longer while traveling. The Wayfinder kept its pace steady, without further accelerating until the power core adjusted the output of its enchantments and found the combination that allowed it to proceed safely. Wow, Quilla felt the shaking under her feet lessen to the point that only a low rumble remained. Wow indeed. Orion felt both proud and envious of the fruits of his own work. Proud because he had contributed to crafting it and turning Lith's blueprints into reality. Envy because it was still Lith's blueprints. Now you'd better sit down. Why, oh, the Wayfinder went from gallop speed to dozens of kilometers per hour and then hundreds. Once again, the various systems needed time to find the perfect balance necessary to neutralize the effects of the increasing kinetic energy and the violent roiling of the ocean on the passengers. Quilla flew into Orion, who caught her on the fly. This brings back a lot of memories. He hugged her, stinging her face by brushing against her cheek with his beard. Dad, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm a married woman, she said, grateful that aside from Freya there was no one in their compartment. Orion snarled at the thought of Morak and didn't let go of her until everything quieted down. What about me? Freya asked, her arms open. Orion had expected mockery for his overbearing father routine, not jealousy. My babies, he hugged her, lifting Freya from the ground like she was just a child. I won't let anything bad happen to you, not again. Don't worry, Dad, we are not going anywhere. She caressed his shoulders, knowing how Floria's death still pained him. This went way better than I expected, Lith said, half in pride and half in annoyance. Pride because it was his creation, annoyance because Orion had pushed it beyond Lith's expectations. Don't be a sourpuss, Solus scolded him. We Forja mastered the power core down to the last rune. We might have underestimated its prowess, but Orion couldn't have done anything if the power core wasn't already capable of such feats. Fine, he grunted. Is he always like this when something goes well? Camilla was flabbergasted. You don't know the half of it, Solus sighed. Lith doesn't belong to the glass-half-empty tribe. He's the chieftain of the who the farm drank half my water while I wasn't looking tribe. A whole new level of complaining, Camilla chuckled. Having no valid counterpoint, Lith ignored them and focused on the babies. He knew they would experience discomfort, so he had kept Elijah and Valoran floating in midair to keep them from puking and crying in fear. Come to Papa and defend him from the mean ladies. Lith pouted, and Elijah and Valoran quickly followed suit. They had no idea what slight he had suffered, but they were indignant nonetheless. Gods, they are so cute, Solus laughed hard. When they are so close, it's hard to understand who's the bigger baby. Bah, Elijah pointed her small finger at Solus. Bah, bah. Bad, am I the bad guy? Solus was flabbergasted. Chapter 28-25, Nice Save Part 1. Bah, the baby girl nodded. Bad, Valoran pointed fingers as well. The farm, Camilla said. Isn't he too young to speak? Using Elijah's learning rate as a benchmark, I'd say no, Lith said with a smug grin on his face. Well said, they treat me badly. Don't drag the children into our petty squabbles. That's a low blow. Camilla took the baby girl away, afraid of hearing the word bad addressed to her as well. Mama, Elijah said, making Camilla sigh in relief. What about me? Solus asked. Ba, Elysia replied. Ba, is it a variation of mom, or does it mean very bad? Solus went pale, not liking either answer. Ba, Elijah pouted and in. Fix this right now, or you and I are going to have a problem. Solus jumped to her feet, forcing Lith to use the dragon scales to explain the situation to the children. That small argument was the only event of the morning, and soon the excitement from the marvel of crossing the ocean on a train turned into boring normality. They moved too quickly to see anything from below, and after a while, the waves looked all the same. Do we really have to spend 2 days like this? Solus groaned after less than 1 hour. How long before lunch? I'm bored. After putting the babies in the crib, Camilla was using accumulation nonstop. It was a way to spend her time, but it was far from enjoyable. 4 hours, Lith wasn't faring any better. Aside from using his breathing technique and reading his notes, there wasn't much he could do. He could only take notes of the theories and ideas he developed during the journey, since to check if they were viable he needed a lab. Damn, I can't believe the day would come that I would resent Soluspedia, Solus said. I have nothing to read because I already know my favorite books like the back of my hand, and I have nothing to do because the elemental sealing arrays of the Wayfinder are set to prevent the use of even chore magic. My thoughts exactly. Quilla opened the door of the compartment after knocking. What about one of those movies of yours, Lith? Seconded. Orion scratched his head in embarrassment. I should have planned something for entertaining. The soldiers can't even exercise due to the lack of space. This is going to be a nightmare for everyone. Lith didn't like the idea much, since he could only project stories that he knew by heart, so unless there was a special occasion, watching any movie was quite boring for him anyway. Also, the living room didn't have enough chairs, so Quilla had to conjure the missing 2 with hard light constructs. Light magic was the only element available, since it helped dealing with seasickness, and its offensive branch was the stuff of legends. The time until lunch passed uneventful, with Lith insisting on taking care of the babies by himself, just to keep his mind and hands busy. The meal was prepared in the kitchen wagon and delivered by carts. I can't believe that most people are eating straight from their plates while we have the luxury of a table, Quilla said. I can't believe you think most of them give a damn. Orion had to bite his tongue to escape the parents' death glare. Only pampered noble idio MS are going to whine about that. First, it's just for 2 days. Second, having a good warm meal that you can consume while taking your time, and inside a safe place, is like attending a banquet for someone used to work in the field. Nice save, Lith nodded, twice. I'm sorry I'm out of practice with baby talk, Orion sighed. Don't worry, I know how you feel, Solus sighed as well. I don't think I remember a single swear word anymore. Consider this a good opportunity to practice, Dad, Freya chuckled. Once the baby is born, it's going to be your turn to talk in code all day. Orion choked on his meal and his daughters laughed, thinking that he was nervous at the idea of becoming a father again after so many years. The truth was that he was utterly terrified. The baby is like a countdown. Once they are born, the Jernoff will try to kill Gianni for breaking Agram's law, he thought. I'm in a damn rush to awaken, and the worst part is that even if I do, there's no guarantee of survival. I'm not going to leave Gianni to fight this battle alone, but at the same time, the idea of making all of our children orphans, especially the baby, scares me to death. Gianni had yet to come forward with Lith, and even with her daughters. Telling Lith the truth meant to reveal to him Vaster's involvement in her plans. The news of the Master awakening Gianni without telling Lith, and even helping her to hide it from him, might have compromised their relationship. Gianni couldn't risk alienating either of his allies if she wanted to stand a chance against a whole awakened bloodline. Coming clean with her daughters, instead, meant not only to reveal the magnitude of Gianni's deception and how far she and Orion had exploited Quilla's research behind her back. It would also involve them in a conflict that would endanger their lives. On top of that, they were bound to share the news with Lith, which led back to the first issue. Gianni's plan required Orion to awaken, and then they would ask the others for help. This way, no matter how angry her daughters or Lith would get with her, there was nothing they could do to stop her anymore. Vaster's involvement would remain a secret, leaving Lith to come up with the idea of asking Vaster for help on his own, and giving the professor plausible deniability. Do you think it's going to be a boy or a girl? Freya nudged her father. I don't know, your mother and I want it to be a surprise. He racked his brain, searching for a way to change the subject. How are things going with the little Valoran? Better than I thought. Lith shared with them the many things he had learned by communicating with the baby boy via the dragon scales. What, are you telling me that Protheus and a few of Thrud's generals are still alive? Orion's eyes flared with violet mana at the thought that Floria's murderers had been spared and even enjoyed a good life. Calm down. Lith hushed Valoran's ears and turned the baby boy around so that he couldn't see Orion. I personally took care of those responsible for Floria's death. Ligain only rescued those who belonged to a unique bloodline, and you already knew that the council had accepted the surrender of Uffil, the seven-headed dragon. This is no big deal. How can you say that? Orion's jaw fell on the floor and then started digging. Are you really the same Lith I know? No, I'm not, Lith replied. When I held my daughter for the first time, I swore to myself that I wouldn't let my hatred taint her, so I let it go. Chapter 28-26, Nice Save Part 2. Why should I resent Protheus? He is but a misguided child who got brainwashed by his mother. As for the surviving generals, they have lost everything already. They have no home, their families would kill them on sight, and they are going to be prisoners inside Ligain's biomes until he decides otherwise. This is hardly a happy ending for them, and even if it was, I don't care anymore. If they are good with Valoran, and if once they are free they have truly changed, they can do whatever they want with their lives. If they try anything funny, however, I'm going to kill them for good. There's no point being angry on a maybe. Then Lith told the others about the handmaidens, and how they and the surviving generals had taken care of Valoran II. If not for them, he would probably grow up to be a second Balker, and honestly, I couldn't blame him for it. Also, watch this. Lith tickled Valoran under the chin, triggering a metamorphosis. The onesie he was wearing turned into a cute version of Arthan's armor, and the toy he always carried around shape-shifted into an edgeless, very small Arthan sword. Good gods, Orion shuddered at their sight. Have you tried to take a look at their enchantments? No, I gave my word to the Guardians that I would not. Lith shook his head. I'm taking care of Valoran because Jormund asked me to and because it's the right thing to do. Don't get me wrong, I would give it a shot if I was just stealing Thrud's secrets. The problem is that Arthan stole those secrets from Tyrus, and he caused the death of Valoran I. I think she has already lost enough. Even if I was a piece of work big enough to not care about that, Tyrus has already done a lot for Kami and Elijah, and she might do more in the future. What kind of idiot would I be to make an enemy of a guardian and risk that she withdraws her vow to protect my daughter? Lith asked. The last part hit Orion hard, his curiosity as a Forgemaster waning like fog under the sun, as the pain for Floria's death made his body tense up. An idiot who deserves to die, he replied soberly. For a moment, Orion had considered studying the Arthans set on the quiet whenever he interacted with Valoran II. As he saw it, Thrud's offspring didn't bear his mother's crimes, but the small Bahamut still owed Orion a blood debt. The problem was that if Tyrus noticed his attempts, she might not share Orion's perspective. After all, not only was the baby innocent, but also the Guardian's direct grandson. The Mad Queen's experiments had made her body into what a direct descendant of Tyrus and Valoran. The first would have been had they chosen to retain their Griffin life force. The madness had made Thrud into Valoran the First's half-blood, and her son carried a quarter of the First King's blood. I would take the chance if this was just about me, but if I get caught, it would be Gianni and our child to pay for my foolishness. She won't survive the conflict with the Jernoff without me, and if both of us are dead, Orion thought while looking at Valoran II. The soon-to-be-born youngest of the Urnas would suffer the same fate as the baby boy if everything went south. Meanwhile, a few wagons ahead, Kelia had finished her meal and was bored out of her skull. She had spent the last few hours practicing accumulation while Dusk taught her about the subjects of the 5th year of Academy. Thanks to the horseman's help, she had skipped years twice, so if everything went according to plan, she would graduate at 16. 1 year earlier compared to those who had followed the full 5 years of Academy in order to master magic from its basics, but 2 years later compared to people like Lith, who had solely attended the last 2 years in order to learn specializations. There's nothing we can do about it, Dusk pointed out. You joined at 13 with close to no practice of magic, whereas Verhin enrolled at 12 with about 8 years of magical experience. If you two enrolled at 12, you would have graduated at 15, only 1 year late compared to him. Considering that before meeting me you couldn't light a matchstick, it's an impressive achievement. Yeah, I know, Kelia yawned in rhythm with her breathing technique, sun flare. Even if I tried to enroll right after we met, with my weak core and my lack of magical knowledge, I would have been rejected. She stood up, and after explaining her intentions to her compartment mates, she walked toward the door. I love magic, but without books or the opportunity to put your lessons into practice, after a while everything becomes hazy and boring, she said via the mind link. Let's see how hard the tertiary mission that Milia assigned to us is. Kelia had already tried to use her breathing technique to study the power core of the Wayfinder, but to no avail. Even with Dusk's expertise, the world energy could only go this far. Even if she were to crack the cloaking arrays, the only thing she could study from her own wagon was the arrays surrounding it and the energy flow fueling them. They had both proven to be interesting, but they didn't give the horsemen any insight about the workings of the power core behind them. In. She walked with her hands stuck to the wall, pretending to use it to keep her balance when the Wayfinder occasionally jolted due to a particularly tall wave, but she was actually following the arrays back to their source. Interesting, she thought. I expected the power core to be at the front of the train to pull it forward. Instead, it seems to be located in the center. Where I expected it to be, Dusk replied pointedly. It's the only way to distribute the enchantments evenly and fuel them with the same amount of energy. Otherwise, there would be a delay between the activation of the arrays in the front and the back car. You are right. Sorry if I have just 6 months of experience as a Forgemaster, and I have no idea what a power core even looks like. Kelia's thoughts oozed sarcasm. It's easy to be a know-it-all after sitting on your thumbs for centuries. I'm in my mid-teens, and I've spent most of my life struggling for survival. Arrogant brat, when I was your age. The bickering continued all the way in until they reached the kingdom's sector and Lith's carriage at that. Sharing one body and one mind meant getting on each other's nerves a lot. Their quarrels were so frequent that they considered them akin to a hobby. Seems that our second and third objectives just crossed paths. She knocked on the door. We can see if Solus is in the mood for a lesson, befriend Verhin, and maybe even take a few glances at the Wayfinder's power core. Many birds with one stone. Chapter 28-27, Two Minds Part 1. Careful, Dusk warned Kelia. The royals have assigned this wagon to Verhin in order to repair the power core in case of malfunction and to protect it from people like us. He's an awakened, and he is going to notice any attempt of using spells or breathing techniques unless you are extra careful by the Red Mother. The moment Solus opened the door, Dusk noticed that her core had broken through the blue, something that he had missed the previous time due to the presence of the mana geyser under the Verhin mansion. Yet both her mana flow and vitality were off the charts compared to what he would have expected from someone at that level. Even that anomaly, however, took a backseat when the other occupants of the wagon turned around to look at the newcomer. Both babies had their eyes lit up with mana and life vision as they observed Kelia with curiosity. How can people awakened from birth actually exist? He was wrong, since Valoran fit the description, but Elijah had awakened shortly after conception. Also, how come the younger one has a mana core as strong as the older one? The baby girl had experienced her first breakthrough at birth due to Lith rearranging his life forces. From that moment, she had spent most of her time in the tower, or in the Verhin mansion, where Solus could tailor-fit the flow of world energy to match Elijah's body development. She had yet to learn what a breathing technique even was, but her mana core was just 2 steps behind her body refining, as if she used invigoration non-stop. Lith did it on purpose so that Elijah would experience no pain as her core developed. Valoran had only recently joined the family, but since that moment, he had received the same care. "Hi, Kelia, nice to see you. You are just in time for the start of a new movie," Solus said while pointing at Orion while making sure to eclipse the gesture with her own body. "He knows about Awakened, but nothing about me or my relationship with Lith," she explained via a mind link. "Don't mention anything about Dusk or me that might put us both into trouble." "What's a movie?" Kelia asked with a genuinely confused expression on her face. She knew from their previous encounters that Camilla and the Erna's girls knew everything about Solus, so Kelia found it odd to keep only one member of their team in the dark. "A story projected with light mastery and given sound by air magic," Dusk replied while his host stared at the images with her mouth agape. "If only Mother had shared with me the same knowledge she bestowed upon Dawn, or if my sister had bothered teaching me, we could do the same." The horseman gritted Kelia's teeth in annoyance. Light mastery wasn't part of Dawn's bloodline abilities, just a very rare branch of magic. Yet since the Bright Day had fewer innate skills compared to Dusk, she considered light mastery as such, and she had never shared its secrets with either of her siblings. On paper, Dusk was the strongest of the horsemen due to possessing the mana organs necessary to conjure the Guardian's most powerful bloodline abilities. Yet light mastery tipped the scales in Dawn's favor, and she preferred keeping the balance between the 3 horsemen since they often fought between them. "It's like a theatrical play, but performed with magic and without breaks unless we need to go to the bathroom or grab a snack," Solus replied before introducing Kelia to the rest of her guests. Except for Orion, everyone's eyes flared up with life vision to make sure that she wasn't attempting anything funny. The kingdom was in a neutral relationship with the Empire and Solus with the horsemen of Dawn and Dusk, but there was little trust between them. "We can forget about studying the power core," Kelia thought. "Milia was right, it's too dangerous." She ended up enjoying the story of Lord of the Blings and completely forgot about her missions. It was nice, she thought at the ending. Too bad for the forced plot, like who would be stupid enough to sit on their thumbs for centuries while an evil overlord builds a whole army. "Lightsnomicron Vepsilon, see Omicron, it's just a story." Dusk pointed at Elijah and Valoran, who seemed to have overlooked the many logical shortcomings of the movie. "I'm tired of sitting around." Solus stood up, stretching her lithe arms. "I'm taking a walk. Would you like to come with me, Kelia?" "Sure," the horseman replied a bit too quickly, making Orion wonder what the heck could a woman like Solus have to tell a young girl like Kelia. "I've heard you are a professor at the White Griffin, and even though I know that no academy shares its secrets, I was hoping you could help me with the basics." "Honorary professor, actually." Solus blushed a bit in embarrassment, "and only because Lith and I are the only ones who can teach void magic." "Don't be modest," Lith shrugged. "As soon as we master all tiers of void magic, we'll have all the qualifications to become professors at any academy of our choice." Orion could understand the joy of instructing a youth in the ways of magic, but he was utterly confused by Lith's wording. You are a F-arming Magus, the first one in over a century for the kingdom. What about Balker, Manohar, and Zavra? Kelia asked. Fine, the first Magus who isn't insane, a traitor, or both, Orion grunted. Bottom line, even if we don't consider the Supreme Magus title, and it's a big if, you can already teach wherever you want. What's that we about? Fuck me sideways, Lith thought. I screwed up. Solus and I have worked very well together on several projects, but she's still just a great mage. He actually said, I just meant that void magic is her ticket to become a professor and teach alongside me if that's what she wants. The explanation would have been perfect if not for Solus living with Lith, working with him, teaching with him, and holding Elijah as often as Camilla, N. Baba, the baby girl asked when Solus unwrapped her hair around Elijah and gently handed the baby to Camilla. I'm just going to take a walk, sweetheart. Solus kissed the baby's forehead. And I'm not Baba, I'm not a bad person, don't you love him, Aunt Solus? Elijah pondered the issue with a stern expression on her plump, cute face before nodding. Oh, wah, she tried and failed to modulate the sounds for Aunt. Good girl, I love you too. It was more than enough for Solus, who threw one final glare at Lith before walking away. As they left the wagon, Kelia and Solus made small talk while using a mind link for the real communication. I haven't seen you since Elijah's birthday gala, Solus said to the Red Sun. I'm sorry, but we have been too busy with the academy to have any free time, he replied. Even with my help, graduating from 4 years in just 2 is a very demanding feat. Chapter 28, Two Minds Part 2. I know, I've attended an academy as well. Solus smiled at the memories that those words evoked. Back then things were much simpler, but also more painful. Lith was still alone, and no one but Protector knew the truth about him. Solus was without a body, trapped in the stone ring and reduced to a voice in Lith's head. Her smile disappeared as she remembered all the hardships they had endured. Uriel's death hit her the hardest, and the pain of his loss felt deeper now that Floria was dead too. Only 3 members of the old gang remain. I wonder if we'll lose someone else before this mess with Giera ends. What gang? Kayla asked. Nothing. Solus inwardly cursed her slip of the mind and quickly changed the topic. What can you teach me about offensive telepathic abilities? I mean, in case another Emrail gets my ring, how do I turn the table on him? There are countless ways to destroy someone's mind, but if you are in a rush or if, like in your case, you can't refuse your host, there are 2 things that you must prioritize learning, Dusk said. Unlike the horsemen who had been created by Baba Yaga to be independent, the tower wasn't allowed to be picky with its host due to the damage in Solus' life force and core. Its first priority was to ensure Solus' survival, and to do that the tower needed external help. The host had to voluntarily imprint the tower to establish the bond, whereas Solus had no say in the matter. It was like Silverwing first, and Emrail later had tried to snatch Menadian's opus from Lith's hands, even though for entirely different reasons. The first thing you have to master is the skill to hold onto your identity and remember that you are a part of the bond as much as the host. Your stone ring and my red crystal are no different. They are just mediums to our minds. The artifact component tends to be compliant, but you hold the same authority as your host over it. No matter what they order you to do, you can resist their will, but only as long as you remember that you are not a thing. If that's true, then how could Emrail stop me even from thinking? Solus shared the memories of her experience via the mind link, making both Dusk and Kelia shudder. He managed to do it because your telepathic defenses are weak, and because, from what I can see, you still consider your stone ring as your real body. The former allowed Emrail to taint your willpower with his own, while the latter made you submit simply because you believed you had to. What do you mean? Solus asked in confusion. Our respective bodies are indeed an artifact, but they are imprinted by 2 different people with 2 different minds. To put it simply, it's like the artifact is a Tier 5 spell that you are trying to dominate. It's a tug-of-war of willpower. You lost against Emrail because the Yggdrasil explained to him how to fight, whereas you didn't even know where to start. Also, you never fought the orders he gave to the tower because you thought you had no choice. You only resisted his will, and that was your biggest mistake. I see. Solus had already wrestled control of the simple features of the tower off Lith when they teased each other, but she had always assumed that he was just letting her. That said, the most powerful offensive weapon people like us have is the mind fusion. Dusk's words made her stop abruptly in the real world, grabbing Kelia to force her to look into Solus' eyes. "I beg your pardon." "You heard me?" Dusk replied, while Kelia's voice apologized for a non-existent rude act in order to appease the curiosity of the train crew. "It's the reason during our first meeting I shared with Kelia only my origins and my plans for our future." Back then, Kelia had been enraged at the idea of the Red Sun, considering her a means to an end, but now she couldn't help but smile when he talked about our future. "I'm so glad we have bonded," she thought. "Back then, my only worry was to find enough food scraps to live and see another day. Now instead, I can make plans for the years to come. Good or bad, I have a future." "By my mom, I'm so sorry you had to go through so much," Solus said. "Leitzvepsilon M did, you hear that?" Kelia stuttered, even in her mind, from embarrassment. She was proud of her present, but also so ashamed of her past that she had a crippling anxiety at the idea that someone might learn about it. That someone might learn that she was just a fraud. A dirt-poor beggar that a kiss from a cursed object had turned into Mage Charming. "I saw that." Solus realized that Kelia had made her same mistake and tried to console her. "You have nothing to be ashamed of. You had it even worse than Lith. You should be proud of yourself." "Oh, please, Magus Verhen is a self-awakened. In my shoes, instead of running away from the orphanage, he would have conquered it. If not for Dusk, I'd still be nothing. No, less than nothing." The shame turned into rage as Kelia hated Solus for forcing her to face what she considered an unforgivable sin. Her own weakness. Dusk was the reason she had escaped life on the streets. It was thanks to him that Kelia had experienced warm food and a clean bed after running away from the orphanage despite not having anything but her first name on her, N/IN. It was the horseman who had awakened her, given her the skill and knowledge necessary to enroll in one of the 6 academies. It was thanks to his guidance that her teachers first, and the Empress later, had noticed her. No matter how much I hate how Dusk manipulated our first encounter or I despise his methods, without him, I'm just an empty husk and now Solus knows it. Once she rats me out with Verhen, he'll never respect me. At most, he's going to pity me, Kelia thought, making sure that the mind link was dead. Feeling the connection lost and seeing the fury in the eyes of the young girl, Solus realized that her words had fallen on deaf ears. She tried to establish a new mind link to apologize, but Kelia killed it off with her own mana. "So what?" Dusk said in an attempt to calm her down. "Even if what you say were true, how are you any different from Verhen? Maybe he awakened by himself, or maybe Solus helped him. Either way, they worked together to build the life he has. They attended the academy together. Solus helped him during every mission as a ranger and stood by his side during every battle. I doubt he would have gone this far in life without her help. Solus is a powerful cursed object like me who possesses great knowledge, and Verhen is a talented, hard-working individual who holds a powerful bloodline, just like you." Chapter 28-29, More Than Flesh, Part 1. "Like me," Kelia echoed in confusion. "You are the one who pulled all those all-nighters," Dusk replied. "You studied hard to cram years of academy into months. You practiced magic non-stop until invigoration lost its effectiveness. All those things are on you, not me. You didn't delegate the written tests to me, nor did you leave your body to me to train it. Even your bright green core and our academy life are your doing. I wanted to delay your breakthrough and the academy until the following year. It's you who decided otherwise, even against my judgment. So don't sell yourself short, because if it was for me, we would still be hotel hopping while I taught you the basics of magic instead of being on the first train of Magur." "Thanks," Kelia clenched her teeth, doing her best to get that sincere praise past the wall of her self-doubt. Solus recognized from the orange light in Kelia's eyes that she and the horseman were having a private meeting no different from those she and Lith shared, and that pissed everyone else off. Only once the orange light disappeared did Solus attempt a second mind link, and this time, Kelia accepted it. "What were you saying about the mind fusion?" Since the young girl seemed to have trouble discussing her relationship with Dusk, Solus glossed over it, pretending that Kelia's slip of the mind had never happened. "That it's the simplest, and yet the most powerful weapon at your disposal. It can break even the most strong-willed individual in the span of a few minutes, turning them into a loyal slave who is going to obey your every command. They'll fight and die for you without a second thought or putting up the slightest struggle, and that without no conditioning and soon after they've bonded with you. Seriously, Solus was flabbergasted. How is that possible? It seems too good to be true. She would have liked to point out that she had fused her mind with Lith hundreds of times, and their relationship was still healthy, but she didn't want to face the barrage of questions she knew would follow. Also, when I shared it with Dawn, she instantly understood my feelings for Lith. This part she kept for herself. It's actually quite obvious if you think about it, Dusk replied, oblivious to her inner turmoil. Fusing your mind with that of your host completely means to fill their head with your memories, thoughts, personal beliefs, and even your feelings. For creatures with an infinite life like us, the longer we live, the stronger this kind of attack becomes. If I were to perform a full mind fusion with Kelia, worst-case scenario, I would fry her brain. Best-case scenario, I would turn her into my clone. What do you mean your clone? Both Kelia and Solus asked. Think about it. Her 10-something years of life are nothing compared to the millennia of my existence. A single fusion would have flooded her mind with more information than she could process. By reliving my experiences, she would reshape her morals according to mine. By sharing my memories, she would care about the same things I love and hate the same things I do. Zero in. Hence, she would become my clone, at least in mind. I wouldn't need to force her to follow my goals because they would be her own as well. She wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice her life for me because she knows I'm the immortal one, and that even if she dies, I'll keep working on what now are our objectives. Both women froze into place, one pondering the power she held, and the other realizing how dangerous her situation was. Okay, Solus said while Kelia was still in shock. But I'm not millennia old. Does it make the mind fusion less powerful? Not really, Dusk shrugged. Even if you are centuries old, it's still a lot of information to process and... What if I'm not centuries old either? Solus cut him short. It's easier if you tell me how old you are. Dusk could feel the hesitation in her voice and decided that there was no point wasting time with a guessing game. About 20 years old, more or less. It was a rough estimate obtained by adding up the 16 years she had spent with Lith after recovering from the centuries of mana starvation, plus the memories of her old life that she had regained over time. 20 years, Kelia and Dusk echoed in shock. Were you made on the same day as Verhin's birth? It's complicated. She wrung her hands in nervousness. I'm actually much older, but I've lost my memories due to an accident. It was an almost complete wipeout, so I don't remember much from before I bonded with Lith. That's as interesting as it is unsettling. Dusk pondered for a while before answering. It explains why you know so little about your own abilities. You never needed to develop techniques to manipulate or resist a host because Verhin is your first. Sure, Solus felt no need to explain to Dusk that Menadian had never meant for her daughter to need more than one host. Whatever offensive telepathic ability Solus now possessed was likely to be a happy accident due to the first ruler of the Flames, using Baba Yaga's horseman technology as a foundation for her work. Then let me put it this way. Even your 20 years of memories are a powerful weapon. Only a millennia-old divine beast could resist your onslaught, and even then, it would be just a matter of time before their mind crumbles. Let's nomicron vepsilonal. See Omicron, seriously. Seriously? Dusk replied. Think about it. Even an old creature would have a hard time enduring the mental pressure of reliving 20 years of life in 1 second. Your fears, your feelings, and your beliefs would be hammered into their mind too fast for them to reject them. Also, even if the first assault fails, you just have to do it again. And then again and again until the personality of your host collapses. But beware, such a method is a double-edged sword. There's a reason we horsemen prefer taking young hosts and avoid using the mind fusion this way. A young host means a more malleable mind, so that even if we use the mind fusion, the counter pressure on us is minimal. Yet we'd rather not use it at all. I'm teaching it to you as an extreme measure to deal with an extreme situation. How so? Solus asked. Because unless you manage to isolate your sense of self completely from that of your host, their mind flows into yours as well. A single mind fusion is enough to bring you two closer, making it hard for you to sacrifice them. In the case of people like Meln, Knight would risk being infected by his obsession toward Verhin, if not even from his arrogance. Anything your host holds dear, every major aspect of their personality is their weapon against you. Especially if you use the mind fusion multiple times. I see, Solus nodded. So my first priority is to learn how to isolate my mind from my host and lessen the effects of a mind fusion solely on my side. Chapter 2830, More Than Flesh, Part 2. That's for sure, Dusk replied. You need it in your everyday life. If you have more time instead, suggestion is a powerful tool, especially when your host is asleep. Unlike us, all creatures lower their guard while they rest, even the undead. During their slumber, their mind is helpless, and whatever you tell them, they'll mistake it for their own thoughts. Over time, the seed of doubt you plant will turn into a strong belief that you can nurture or prune as it develops. Another way to bend your host's will is to amplify and suppress their feelings while they are awake. This way. Kellia was supposed to study the power core of the Wayfinder, while Dusk instructed Solus, but she was too shocked to do anything but listen. She was pretty sure that Dusk hadn't done anything like that to her. They rarely fused their minds, and when they did it was always limited to a specific topic. Also, she didn't remember any dream that had changed her way of thinking. The few she recalled were just nonsense. If I don't stop overhearing their conversation, I'm not going to sleep for weeks. Kellia shuddered, moving her focus on her breathing technique, and from there, on the enchantments surrounding them. Away from Lith's wagon, there was less information about the power core, but also fewer cloaking runes. Kellia took notes of everything she could grasp past the Royal Forgemaster's workings as they reached the last car of the Wayfinder, and then moved back. Shit, gravity magic, dimensional magic, light mastery, several unknown forgemastering spells, and many more belonging to every single element aside from spirit magic. Kellia couldn't read the enchantments due to the cloaking runes, but she could still recognize the different energy flows. This thing is more than a masterpiece. Unless we get our hands on a copy of the blueprints, reverse engineering the Wayfinder will be a long and difficult process. The worst part is that without a light master, the Empire won't be capable of making any improvements, only to replicate it as is. Unless we strike a deal with the eclipsed lands and Dawn gives us a hand. A light smile appeared on Kellia's face. She was proud of herself for being able to garner so much during the walk, and also of her ability to plan ahead. Maybe Dusk is right. Maybe I'm more than a lump of flesh carrying a powerful artifact. Space. The rest of the day passed uneventfully, and so did the first part of the night. What the heck is going on? Why are we stopping? Lith stood up and moved to the secret panel behind which the power core of the Wayfinder was secured. The Royal Forgemasters had placed it in the safest place on Magus, inside Lith's compartment, under the crib where the babies slept. Lith needed to input a code, even to move the crib away and reveal the panel. Lightsful, then another to open it, and a third code to deactivate the safety measure. Otherwise, the moment he attempted to study the power core, the artifact would have reacted with extreme prejudice. Is everything okay? Camilla sat up on the bed, checking on Elijah and Valoran first. I know that Tyrus must be here somewhere, but I can't relax until I'm sure they are all right. The peaceful breathing of the babies and a touch of abyssal gaze reassured her of the baby's condition and warned her that they were about to get peckish in 10 minutes or so. Peachy, Lith replied. I have no idea how the Royal Forgemasters did it, but we have just reached half the autonomy. Is it that amazing? Camilla activated the holographic panel of the external wall. The images revealed that the Wayfinder had reached an island and had arranged the wagons in a circle. Are you kidding me? Lith joined her, looking at their surroundings. We've traveled non-stop until now, moving at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Any artifact I know would be drained by now. The locomotives at both ends of the train locked with each other, closing the circuit of the arrays. The runes covering the chassis of the Wayfinder spread outward, forming a barrier of solid energy. The arrays also spread on the inside, sealing most kinds of magic in the space encompassed by the wagons. At the same time, the doors of the carriages blinked green, signaling their occupants that they were free to get out and stretch their legs. My bet is that they replaced most of the crystals as soon as they run out of power, but we consume them faster than they recharge. If I'm right and we are on the last batch, Moving forward would mean going on half a tank in case of attack. It makes sense. Camilla assembled a portable stroller and put the babies in after covering them with a blanket. Even if we manage to escape, it would be pointless if the barriers drain the energy we need to float and the Wayfinder sinks. A knock on their door drew their attention. N01N. Guys, we're going out for a walk, Orion's voice said. Do you want to join us? One moment. Lith instinctively rubbed Solus' ring as she came out in her human form. She couldn't sleep in her bed due to her weight, and once she lost consciousness, gravity fusion would fade. Solus had returned to the ring to rest and recover the energy she had lost during the day. Camilla wasn't happy sharing her bed and having no privacy, but she cared about Solus too much to leave her on Garland just for that. Where are we exactly? Solus asked. A bit shorter of the halfway point, Orion replied. We had to take a short detour to reach the island of Vura. We are not going to stop here all night, just until all systems recharge. Lith took his communication amulet out of his pocket, finding the runes on its surface to be still there, but not available. Sorry, Orion shrugged. We still can't allow using dimensional magic, it's too risky. Even elemental magic failed Lith. The soldiers were making a bonfire in the clearing in the middle of the circle with stones, charcoal, and a spark from a flint. The troops from the kingdom, the council, and the empire stared at each other awkwardly for a while before mingling in front of the campfire. Liquor and hot beverages were being served from the meal carts, helping to break the ice. It's too bad you shared this technology with the kingdom, Verhin. It would have made you a fine ruler of the flames. Ragu, the human representative, stepped out of her wagon. She was holding a large suitcase in her right hand and a black cat in the crook of her arm. And then what? Lith asked. I would still be exiled in the desert, Thrud would still be on a rampage, and the council would have quarreled about what to do with trains for decades, and that assuming we won the war. Sounds accurate, she sighed, unlocking the seals on the suitcase before opening it. A bunch of dirty bones and tattered robes rolled on the ground. Chapter 2831, See Beasts Part 1. Wake up, you idiot, we've landed, Ragu shouted. Finally, a red light lit the eyes of a skull as it started floating, and the various bones assembled themselves in the skeletal form of Inzialot, the king of liches. Are we there yet? No, she and the cat said in unison, rolling their eyes. Thank the gods I've brought a sealed box with me. If I had to listen to that question one more time, I would have killed you myself, mission or not. Agreed, Inzialot nodded. On killing you, Lith was flabbergasted. No, on the box part, Inzialot replied. A nice, dark place where no idiot can disturb me is ideal for conducting my theoretical calculations. Besides, it's not like she could really kill me. She has no idea where my phylactery is. Yeah, no clue. Ragu clicked her tongue, pointing at the bell hanging from the cat's collar. If bells were made of white mana crystals, the size of an apple, and encased in Davros, covered by so many runes that the glimmer of the metal under the moonlight was barely noticeable. Don't be disappointed, sweetheart. You are a smart, amazing woman, but I'm a genius. I found a way to use part of the Darwin that's naturally mixed with the Davros as a magic insulant. Not only does it allow me to cut the costs of the perfect purification process, since even a half-assed one works, but it also shields my phylactery from mystical senses and magical damage. Really? Ragu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. She used chore magic to attack the part of the phylactery left exposed by the metal of the bell, only for a black goo to intercept the spell and neutralize it with no strain for the metal or its enchantments. It sounds amazing. What's the secret? She said with genuine enthusiasm and a flirtatious hint in her voice. Oh, that's easy. I discovered it by chance while looking for a way to improve on my technique to make magical metals capable of shape-shifting as a preparatory step for the Forgemastering Pro. Nero jumped on his skull, clawing at him like a rabid cat on steroids. A single slash was enough to sever the head from the neck and cut the airflow from what was left of Inzialot's lungs to his vocal cords. Why did you do that? The Lich King said in outrage with air magic. Then Nero flicked one of his toes against the bell, producing a silvery sound and making Inzialot gasp in astonishment when he noticed that everyone was staring at it. Right, I mean meow, meow. Mind links, you idiot, Nero said in righteous fury. First, you insulted my mother and then offered to bear my offspring. Then I respectively apologize and respectfully take the offer back. I'm sorry, Nero. I just don't swing that way, and it was cruel of me to play with your feelings. Inziolot replied. For the gods' sake, we are both males. You can't never mind. Just whenever I meow, you shut up, okay? Okay, but you are worrying too much. I think I made a harmless blunder. You think or you know? Nero replied with a sneer. The difference lay in whether you remember what you were talking about or not. I'm sorry for the interruption. What were we talking about? Inziolot asked. About the preparatory step to make magical metals capable of shape-shifting, Lith replied. How do you know about that? It's one of my most treasured. Nero meowed, and the lick stopped talking. A few minutes and lots of meows later, it was clear that the opportunity was lost. How long for a full recharge? Ragu asked Orion. A few hours. After that, we'll resume our journey, and if everything goes fine, we are going to take only one more stop before reaching Giera on the morning of the day after tomorrow. Why one more stop? Freya asked. We made it halfway through with half the power. By the time we reached the shore, we'd still have lots of energy to spare. You would be right if this was a joint mission between Giera and Garland, Ragu replied. We have no idea what's waiting for us on the other side. Maybe the fringe of a monster horde, maybe a lost city. N/N. Maybe a strike force of rogue awakened. Maybe all of the above. I wouldn't be surprised if our cousins from Giera's council tried to share their burden with us. This way, they make their problems our problems from day one. Our advance slows down and the pressure on their cities lessens. 2 birds with 1 stone. No, we need to be at our peak strength to face any unfortunate event that might hinder our way. What about the first wave of helpers we sent to Giera via the warp gate? They could scout the territory for us, Lith said. Impossible, Inziolot shook his head. The undead are powerless during the day, the monsters of Zelex can't get away from their mana geysers, and the elves are too worried about their own lives to care about ours. We are on our own. One more thing. Tyrus appeared out of nowhere, conjuring a holographic map with light mastery. Until this point, we are on the turf of Mulan the Kraken. He's a neutral guardian on the matters of Giera, and he won't give you trouble. She circled a vast area of the ocean between Garland and Giera with her finger. After that, you might face local resistance before reaching the mainland. Are you sure? Lith asked. I mean, Zagran didn't object to our coming and Fennegar even apologized to me. Why should they intervene? Not them, Tyrus sighed. Guardians don't care about small stuff. I'm thinking more about angry Gierans determined to sink the Wayfinder and then pillage it for resources. After all, it's a marvel of magic loaded with priceless materials. The same tools you are going to use to build your bases, the people of Giera can employ them to hasten the reconstruction of their cities. Space. The Wayfinder got back on the ocean 4 hours later. The trip was uneventful for the rest of the night and the morning. Many awakened like Freya and Camilla used that time to practice accumulation until boredom got the better of them. Kellia kept pocking at the cloaking runes of the train's power core to no avail, while Dusk used mind links to teach Solus everything he knew about telepathic defenses and give her the opportunity to practice them with Lith. He would give her a simple order, like pouring him a glass of water, and she had to put Dusk's teachings into practice to deny it. The problem was that she failed most of the time, and when she didn't, it wasn't thanks to her willpower. I'm sorry, it's just that ordering you around like this and forcing you to do something you don't want to is creeping me out. Lith said, after one of his orders, failed again simply because he expressed it as a request. You and me both, Solus shuddered. I don't know what to do. On the one hand, I want to be ready to face another M-Rail situation. Chapter 2832, Sea Beasts Part 2. On the other, when you boss me around, even though I'm the one asking you to do it, it makes me feel dirty. It's worse for me, Lith replied. It feels like I'm tainting our bond. We have always trained together, but we've never hurt each other on purpose, and controlling your mind is still violence. Isn't there another way to do this? Solus asked after a long hug and a partial mind fusion. It reassured her that her bond of trust with Lith was as strong as ever, and that he didn't see her as something less than himself. It was something they both needed. Resisting orders from an outside source is bound to be easier, but I guess we can give it a go. Putting you one against the other is not working anyway, Dusk sighed. Verhen wavers whenever he gives you an order, making them less effective, and even when he succeeds, you feel too emotionally hurt to gather your will to oppose him. In the other wagons, boredom was proving to be a fearsome enemy. Soldiers were used to sleep or perform maintenance of their equipment during downtime, but they had already slept the previous day, and their equipment was stored in the cargo with the rest of the magical tools to avoid sabotage. After playing cards, gambling a bit, and exchanging stories, the members of the different units started to get restless. The Wayfinder was spacious, but not enough to allow multiple people for a stroll. Damn, I think we underestimated the issue. Even Orion felt cranky after sitting for so long. We can't drink alcohol or move around. This isn't a problem if a train is used for public transportation since the trip doesn't last long. Yet if we ever are to use them for more long journeys, it's necessary to devise some kind of entertainment. Big time. Freya was so bored that she begged Camilla to let her change Elijah's and Valoran's diapers. It smelled and was overall an unpleasant experience, but at least it had the charm of the novelty. Maybe it's because I've gotten used to doing it, but seeing a powerful magician struggling with cloth diapers is entertainment to me. Camilla chuckled. At least one of us is having fun, Freya grunted. Are you sure you don't want to give this a go, sis? We all know that you are going to be next, after Mom, of course. N///IN. I what? Quilla blushed hard, her hard light construct shattering like glass against Lith's. She had perfected light mastery on her own, but without a teacher, Quilla was still struggling to find the perfect balance between hardness and flexibility. She had asked Lith and Solus to spar with her, and they had accepted. Their pact with Nalrond prevented them from teaching Quilla anything, but by performing the light mastery equivalent of arm wrestling, she could still put her constructs to the test and examine the creations of two different light masters. Even though they didn't say a word, Quilla could still learn by observation and imitation. Your sister is right, dear, Orion mocked her. Weren't you the one who begged Morok for a baby during the War of the Griffins? Now that you two are married, there's nothing keeping your dream from coming true anymore. He told you about that? Quilla blushed even harder, her ears turning to a shade of purple. Yes, and in great detail at that. Lith nodded, making her wish for a swift death. He lists that discussion as one of his finest hours and proof of his charm. She went from wishing for her own death to becoming a widow. I'm going to kill him. Why, I know that being turned down is never pleasant, but he acted like a true gentleman. Freya giggled at Quilla's outrage. Laugh all you want. The moment we are away from the kids, I'm going to give you a piece of my min. The Wayfinder jolted suddenly, a low rumble spreading through the floor with increasing strength until it made it hard to keep standing. The lights above the exits became flashed red, and the sound of a bell alerted everyone that the train was under attack. What's happening? Lith asked as the external projectors displayed meters-tall waves crashing against the sides of the Wayfinder. What we were afraid of, Orion replied. We have still a way to go to reach Giera, but according to the sensors, the seabed is not very deep in this area, around 100 meters, 328. It's the perfect spot for an ambush, Lith cursed. Why didn't the kingdom send scouts before arranging the Wayfinder's route? We did, but from the sky, Orion replied. We already had to plan things so to have islands were to land nearby, we couldn't also stop every now and then to measure the ocean's depth. The preparations would have required years otherwise. Lith nodded in agreement and switched to cursing their bad luck. The relatively shallow seabed meant that if whoever was attacking them sunk the Wayfinder, the wreckage would be easy to find and plunder. He was about to spirit blink when he realized that he had no idea of the dimensional coordinates outside, and even if he did, at the speed the Wayfinder moved, he would have just watched it disappear on the horizon. This way, Orion answered Lith's silent question by pushing one of the small buttons near the entrance. The metal wall rearranged itself into a ladder, leading to an opening in the ceiling. Here, put these. Orion handed him a pair of boots. They are magnetized. They will help you keep your balance and not fall off the train. Thanks, but with my weight, they are not really necessary. Also, the moment I turn into a Tiamat, I'd shred them. I could use them, though, Camilla said, and Orion handed her the boots as the hits made the wagon tilt. You stay here with the kids. It's the safest place on Magur. Lith went out, and the air pressure forced him to lessen the effects of gravity fusion to not be blasted off the roof. Damn, either we are very unlucky or someone set us up. Orion gritted his teeth, looking at the size of the creatures flanking the Wayfinder and slamming their bodies against it. A few of them still tried raining spells, but the elemental sealing arrays encasing the train neutralized them before they could deal a single scratch. There's no other explanation for so many Emperor beasts targeting us. These are actually magical beasts, Lith replied while looking around with his 7 eyes to gauge the situation. Magical beasts? Orion had a hard time believing those words. I've been under the sea in the past, and I assure you these are no Emperor beasts. Sea predators can easily reach a significant size due to something big and long enough to put the Wayfinder to shame jumped out of the water and cut Lith short. Its shadow eclipsed the sun, and as it came crashing down, it wasn't hard to guess how big a sea Emperor beast was supposed to be. The mages of the association reacted promptly, having the single cars detach from one another and spread out. Chapter 2833, Battle at the Sea Part 1. The different parts of the Wayfinder were still linked between them by several strings of visible runes, connecting the mana crystals at the 4 corners of each wagon. But now, they could move independently. The wagons had each their own control panel that one of the mages used to steer the cars to avoid the impact. The orichalcum-coated wagons dodged the Titan with ease, each following their respective shortest paths before reforming a single line. Single cars were more agile, but they could also be surrounded and kept away from the rest of the train until their energy reserve ran out. Let me guess, that's a Sea Emperor beast. Orion pointed his finger at the angry monster who roared his orders with a blaring snort. Your guess is as good as mine. Lith put on the eyes on Menadian, discovering that the creature was called a Throndar, an Emperor beast evolved from a Baraham, the magical beast born from the Magur equivalent of whales. Since when can the eyes identify an unknown species? I thought they had lost their database along with soulless memories. Lith thought as the eyes reported the creature wearing no equipment but a few rings around its teeth, a bright blue core, and the vitality of a divine beast. Since I took care of filling the library with all the available tomes about marine creatures and Giera, Solus replied via the mind link. The eyes and the library are now connected. Lights Vepsilon M, I'll deal with it. Lith tried to jump, but an emerald aura locked him in place. No, you don't, Rago said. Save your strength and conjure your demons. We are going to need them. She pointed at the many magical beasts that chased the Wayfinder and charged at its wagons from the sides and below. The fake mages had already taken position on the roofs thanks to their magnetized equipment, but there was only so much they could do. A corresponding light blinking on the roofs signaled them what element was about to be unlocked and for how long, but it had to be one at a time. Otherwise, the enemy could have used Tier 4 and above spells and overpower the humans with sheer numbers. The water further complicated the combat since it neutralized fire and earth, while darkness was too slow to matter. Air blades still worked, whereas bolts of lightning were quickly dispersed through the saltwater, losing their focus. The awakened forces of the Council employed spirit magic that wasn't hindered by the arrays, but the sheer number of the magical beasts, and their size required lots of mana to take them down. And that's only if the awakened managed to shoot the beasts during a jump. Under the water, the spells quickly lost cohesion, and at the speed the Wayfinder moved, it was hard to hit a swimming target. Lith closed his eyes and opened himself to the void, conjuring the black chains. They scoured his surroundings, finding numerous souls willing to help. Lith's call wasn't limited to humans. It was just that their souls were the most abundant in an urban environment. The shadows lurking in the underbelly of the Wayfinder took the shape of huge fish, turtles, and things that resembled oversized squids. The eyes recognized among them shark, orca, and octopus-type magical beasts, N/1N. He gave them 3 eyes tops since their opponents were non-awakened, and their cores were below the bright cyan. By the time he needed to use invigoration to replenish his mana, over 100 demon of the darkness had arisen. The attacking magical beasts were surprised and scared by the appearance of the enemy. They were forced to relent on the chase and defend themselves. The demons avoided wasting strength on spells and charged at their respective targets, using abomination touch to increase their power. Octopi wrapped their tentacles around their prey while carnivorous predators bit them and never let go. With every second of struggle, the magical beasts weakened while the demons grew stronger. "Let me show you how you are supposed to fight in high waters." Ragu opened the sealed box, releasing the king of the liches from his mystical prison. The bones rolled in the wind, bouncing off the metal of the roof before sinking into the ocean below with a splash. Fair enough, it was stupid of me to expect anything different. The human representative sighed, holding Nero in the crook of her arm and making sure that the phylactery was safe. It would act as a beacon and guide in Zyalot back, as soon as he noticed the change in his accommodations, of course, or rather, if he noticed. Ragu's mage robe lit up, revealing the many array runes woven in its threads. One magic circle appeared in front of each of her fingers, one more around each wrist, and a bigger one behind her back. She released them on either side of the Wayfinder, outside the area of effect of its elemental sealing arrays, and watched them disappear in the distance. As soon as the magical formations materialized, one array conjured a continuous stream of bolts of lightning, while another encased a cylindrical area 20 meters, 66, across and 30 meters, 100, deep. The second array was comprised of water and air elements, sealing the space inside so that the bolts of lightning generated by the first array couldn't cross the boundary, keeping their full strength. The magical beasts trapped inside the concentric circles were stunned by the increasing voltage of the water, until every nerve in their body was fried, and their blood boiled. "Is that dimensional magic?" Freya asked. "One of its applications, yes," Ragu nodded, "like this." More concentric circles were released, focusing the power of the water element in a reduced space. Precise chunks of water froze, trapping within themselves magical beasts who now couldn't move or breathe. Even in the case, they managed to break free with their own water magic before dying of asphyxiation. By that time, they would be too far away from the Wayfinder to resume the chase. "That's the magical equivalent of depth charges," Lith thought, using the eyes to decipher the secret behind Ragu's insane casting speed. With each wave of her hands, Ragu released in front of the Wayfinder a set of 3 concentric arrays. The first was darkness-based, filling the space within the magic circles with entropy. The second was a gravity array that created an upward stream of water carrying the magical beasts chasing the train. The third one was the dimensional array containment field, which restricted the effects of the other arrays and shielded the Wayfinder from them. Up in the air and away from the water, the sea creatures lost the cover of the ocean and the advantage of their bulk. They were reduced to huge balloons of flesh that the mages lined up on the wagon's ceiling shot down with ease. Even if they missed, the darkness magic from the first array dealt enough damage to force the surviving beasts to run away. Arrays were supposed to be slow and complicated, but she conjured them with ease. At a quick glance, she was combining true magic with body casting and her robe. Chapter 2834, Battle at the Sea Part 2. Somehow, the runes of the enchantments woven in the fabric were capable of channeling Ragu's mana. She had no need to manifest any rune that was already present on her mage robe. She just had to circulate the proper elemental energy, and the artifact would do the rest. Conjuring runes was akin to writing words using mana as ink. The robe, in turn, acted as a printer with a preset series of characters that needed mana to be traced with mechanical perfection. Much to Lith's dismay, that was all he could get since the cloaking spells of the artifact hindered the eyes, and he had more important things to do. The Throndar wasn't afraid of the puny humans and wanted to teach them a lesson for invading his turf. The gleaming metal of the Wayfinder and the powerful white crystal would be a fine addition to his resources, maybe even enough to craft proper armor for his massive body. "Those fuckers are awakened and bright violet cores at that, but they are land dwellers," he thought. "All their fancy spells and equipment are useless here." Lith shot both a final eclipse and a raging sun at the Emperor Beast, but to no avail. The creature kept his body enveloped in thick streams of water that made up for his lack of equipment. Even the scorching flames of a Tier 5 spell were instantly doused by the ocean, which also neutralized the darkness element before it could reach the Throndar's skin. "I could try a Tier 5 spirit magic spell, but the bastard keeps his distance," I bet that the moment he recognizes the emerald light, he will dive down and my mana will be lost. Lith thought, and he was right. The Emperor Beast limited himself to howling orders and attacking from a distance. He knew that he had no chance of victory against a violet cord awakened in direct combat, but the indirect path was open. The Throndar used his enormous mass to raise tidal waves every time he emerged. Then, he boosted their size and speed with water and air magic and sent them crashing against the Wayfinder. Sure, the elemental sealing arrays would neutralize his mana as soon as it entered their range, but they could do nothing against the sheer volume of water and the kinetic energy it had accumulated until that point. "You'll never believe what happened to me," an annoying voice said from the emerald light of a warp steps. "Somehow I found myself sleeping with the fish and then snacking with them. Too bad that I was the main course." Water spurted from the steps, and the attire of the Lich King was now adorned with several magical beasts still biting at his limbs. They were twisting their bodies in the attempt to rip what little of flesh he had left and crack his bones. A mere shrug turned the predators into prey as Inzialot leached the life force and flesh off the magical beasts. Their bodies became mummified for an instant, and then only the skeletons remained. As for the King of Liches, he was back to his human appearance, sort of. He now looked like a handsome man in his 50s, about 1.78 meters, 510, tall, with graying brown hair streaked blue, red, and black all over. The many holes in his tunic showed more of his physique than the etiquette of any race that employed clothes allowed. Part of his body was covered by dull scales that belonged to the fish he had fed upon. Others were enveloped in a chitinous shell from the crustaceans, and small tentacles whipped off his chin akin to a living beard. "Just to be sure, is this some kind of welcome committee, or are we under attack?" he asked. "We're under attack." Ragu handed him the cat in order to freely move her arm and further hasten her cast speed. "Thank the gods. Otherwise, I would have been in the embarrassing position to ask how to distinguish between the buffet and our hosts." A wave of his Inzialot's hands activated his Tier 5 spirit spell, something banshee something. Its name was as unimaginative as its effects were complex. Air magic released a stream of shockwaves from his mouth and hands, producing an effect similar to the shriek of a banshee. The main difference was that each sonic blast had the same frequency, so that whenever two or more shockwaves overlapped, the perfect constructive interference increased their destructive power N1N. On top of that, Inzialot oriented his arms in front and to the sides of his head so as to form a triangle pattern. When the shockwaves met in the middle of each triangle that formed as the Wayfinder moved forward, the water element changed their path. Fire magic altered the water's temperature and split the shockwaves among 3 different water currents. Instead of clashing and canceling each other, the 3 currents spiraled in the water until the constructive interference was restored, fusing them into a single shockwave. Earth magic conjured a temporary echo chamber that amplified the newborn shockwave's power, and light magic gave it substance. On top of that, sound moved faster in water than in the air, so something banshee something affected the area where the train was, where it had been, and where it was going to be. The marine creatures were disoriented, stunned, and blasted away from the Wayfinder as the sonic blasts hit them in an unrelenting onslaught. Those who survived were so confused that they couldn't understand the orders of the Baraham anymore. The magical beasts either ran away or mistook allies for enemies and started to tear each other apart. The sides of 4 cargo wagons of the Wayfinder flipped vertically open, and as many Lorians shaped like muscle cars bolted out of them. Lith recognized in the undercarriage several minigun-looking that were actually comprised of dozens of magic wands bound together. There were 4 of them, one for each side, and the pilot only controlled the one on the front, while the soldier on the passenger seat aimed the other 3. Combined bolts of lightning stunned the target despite the water mass. Blasts of ice sealed their movements, and darkness projectiles sealed the job. The Lorians moved nimbly through the air, going everywhere they were needed and shooting without a care, since the passengers of the Wayfinder were protected by the elemental sealing arrays. Away from the dimensional seal, the soldiers had solely to put their hands out of the windows to release barrels of black metal from their dimensional rings. They sunk quickly, reaching a depth of several dozen meters before exploding. The shockwaves released deformed the sea surface for a second and blasted away everything in their path. Even those away from the explosion were not safe from its secondary effects. "Now you can go." Ragu lifted the emerald barrier around Lith and he took off. The Emperor Beasts had poor vision, needing echolocation to pinpoint his enemies and soldiers alike. Even from the distance, Inzialot's spell and the depth charges had jammed their senses, and the Throndar was no different. When he noticed the sun turning dark before its time, it was already too late. Chapter 2835, Wayfinder's Core Part 1. Light Snomikron Vepsilon. Double edge pierced through the water layer and into the flesh of the Throndar, who groaned in pain. The creature dived down, knowing that his only hope of salvation was the dragon's natural weakness to water. Yet no matter how much he struggled or how hard he whipped with his tail, the Emperor Beast kept moving up. "Let me guess, you've never heard about gravity magic," Lith said while channeling the spell inside the blade, and through his limbs with which he was grabbing at the Throndar's massive body. The weight of the divine and the Emperor Beast was reduced to the point that the Tiamat's wings were strong enough to lift them both, bringing them high into the sky, where even the mightiest of whales was nothing but a clumsy lump of flesh. The unnamed Throndar was cut short and into countless pieces as he was hit by Lith's blade tier spell, Ruin. While conjuring demons non-stop, and under the cover of his powerful and allegedly reliable allies, Lith had safely conjured the blade spell. He hated loose ends, and he didn't have the time to check that the beast didn't have a second brain, heart, or anything that would ensure his survival. After all, an awakened needed but one breath to heal from any injury. The strength generated by the combination of Lith's bright violet core and the various power cores of his equipment killed the Throndar in one hit. Ruin also split the sea open for hundreds of meters, exposing the seabed to sunlight for the first time in eons, and cutting the clouds asunder. It was a rhetorical question. Away from the Wayfinder, Lith used his pocket dimension to collect as many pieces of his fallen enemy as he could. "I wonder if a Throndar works better as an ingredient in the forge or the kitchen." The library didn't say much about that species of Emperor Beasts, only that its bones were highly sought after by artisans to craft sturdy but flexible pieces. Only one way to find out. Lith was about to try and orient himself based on the map stored inside Soluspedia, and the course that the Wayfinder was supposed to follow when a snarl arose from his guts. Elijah was now far away enough to trigger his homing instinct, and became aware of the baby's position better than his own. A flight spell, fusion magic, and furious flaps of his wings brought him past the speed of sound, and the train within the range of his eyes. "Where's Lith?" Camilla asked, when she noticed that he was the only one missing after the others returned inside the wagon and closed the hatch on the roof. "Don't worry, Kami, he's all right," Solus said, trying to reassure her. "What if he's all right in the middle of the ocean?" she replied before adding with a mind link. "Does Lith have the stone ring, or is it in your possession N//1? I-N. He has it, sorry." Without the ring, Solus couldn't check on Lith unless he was within the range of their telepathic bond. But don't worry, his homing instinct. A knocking on the ceiling aroused Camilla's hope, and once Orion reopened the hatch, it confirmed Solus' words. "I'm sorry for making you worry, baby," Lith said as he climbed down. "I got lost for a moment, but I'm here now and I'm all right." "Thank the gods, I was afraid." Camilla went for a hug, but he dodged her, running to embrace Elijah. "Daddy is here, baby girl." Lith peppered her with kisses while the baby cooed in joy. "I'm never going to leave your side." "Of course he wasn't talking to me," Camilla said with a snarl. Yet the genuine affection between father and daughter melted her heart, making her rage disappear. Then, a feeling of irritation and envy replaced that as well. "Do you think he'll ever love me like that?" she asked all those present. "He already does," Solus replied. "Obviously," Quilla said. "No, but you'll come a close second." Orion's words garnered him a firing squad of reproachful gazes. "Why are you looking at me like that? Was I supposed to lie?" "You're such an oaf, Dad," Freya sighed. "What, I'd give my life in an instant for your mother," the female audience awed. "But I'd also throw her in a dragon's maw with no hesitation if it meant saving my girls. That's my duty as a parent." "Thanks, Dad." Quilla and Freya stiffened for a second before hugging him, moved by his sincerity and affection. Solus and Camilla, instead, remained stiff. So am I expendable? Camilla asked with a shocked expression on her face. You and me both, sister, Solus replied, only after reassuring Elijah of his well-being, and making sure that she and Valoran weren't scared anymore did Lith check on Camilla and Solus. Thank the gods you two are all right. I was worried sick, he said. That's hard to believe, Camilla grumbled. Yeah, it took you so long to even look at us that I was starting to believe you had forgotten about our existence. Solus nodded. That's unfair. Lith tried to defend himself, only to be drowned by a hail of rightful complaints. You can roast him later. Orion stepped to the rescue. Now I need Lith to check on the status of the power core. The fight should have consumed quite a bit of energy and has put the enchantments of the Wayfinder under serious stress. If there's a flaw in the design of the power core, it's going to turn up any moment now. Orion sent away Kelia, Camilla, and Quilla, allowing solely those who had contributed to the forgemastering blueprints of the train to stay. But Freya is staying, Quilla objected. I'm sorry, sis, masters of space only. Freya waved her hand until her father closed the door and magically sealed the wagon. The power core of the Wayfinder was located in a secret compartment under the baby's crib in Lith's bedroom. Accessing the power core required a password to open the compartment and a series of spells that only Orion was privy to. Once he was done, a small cylindrical pedestal came out of the floor, and the inner walls, floor, and ceiling of the wagon turned out to be covered by runes. The now visible words of power each projected a beam of light at the pedestal, generating a copy of themselves. The mass of runes swirled in a chaotic bunch for a moment as they rearranged themselves. Then, they formed a perfect sphere of pure energy that had a few dull patches. Fuck me sideways, are you telling me that? Correct, Orion nodded. The entire wagon is actually the power core. This is just the control panel. It projects a scaled-down interface of the power core to perform maintenance more easily. It was one of the reasons Kelia's breathing technique had failed to crack the mystery of the Wayfinder. She and Dusk had searched for a dense energy mass, whereas the power core was evenly distributed throughout the wagon. Even if they realized their mistake, it would have been pointless since at Kelia's level it was impossible to cover such a wide area with her breathing technique. Chapter 2836, Wayfinder's Core Part 2. How is that even possible? Solus asked. Isn't the energy stored in the power core supposed to be focused? It is focused, Orion shrugged. Do you realize how long the Wayfinder is? For the power core to control and protect every car, it must hold lots of energy, and it also needs to be big enough to contain it. You can't expect every power core to be of the same size. Do you really think that something as big as an academy can be fueled by a core the size of a fist? Point taken. Solus nodded while rethinking a few things like the structure of the enchantments of Double Edge and Lith's Voidwalker armor. What do you mean, point taken? This thing is massive, Freya said in amazement. Still nothing compared to the power core of an academy, Lith shrugged. If the White Griffin is anything like the Golden Griffin, then the entire headmaster's office is part of the power core. A part, Freya was flabbergasted. Yeah, Solus nodded. Histar's room was just the access point and first line of defense of the power core. Its walls hid an even bigger room that contained a white mana crystal bigger than a person. And that was just the main focus point of the power core. Good gods, Freya turned to her father in disbelief. I can neither confirm nor deny that, he said while nodding vigorously. Now enough chit-chat and explain to me what's going on. A few touches of Orion's finger broke down the power core into the single pseudo-cores of which it was comprised. The dull areas belonged to enchantments whose output had dropped to a dangerous level, or whose runes had suffered significant damage. This isn't supposed to happen, Orion explained after noticing the dumb look on the faces of his fellow Forgemasters. A power core should be able to distribute its energy evenly to prevent such things from happening. It's better to have the whole structure lose a bit of power and compensate for the sudden energy expenditure than keep the various spells compartmentalized and risk a partial failure of the system. He moved his hand near the luminous sphere, pointing at the structural choke points that separated the still high output enchantments from the weakened ones. Orion's first instinct was to reroute the energy where needed, but he trusted Lith enough to wait for an explanation before doing something potentially dangerous and zero in. What you say is correct for something with a straightforward purpose like an amulet or a sword, but not for something as complex as the Wayfinder. Lith shook his head. As you can see, the light mastery and elemental sealing enchantments are almost depleted from the fight, but that had to be expected. In the absence of solid ground to conjure sturdy barriers, light mastery was the only possible defense against physical attacks like the magical beasts charging at the train, or the tidal waves unleashed by the Throndar. Lightsful without it, the wagons would have been heavily damaged, deforming the rune patterns necessary to keep the Wayfinder running. The same applied to the elemental sealing arrays. A train was a means of transportation, not a battle tank. Spells could easily pierce through the layers of iron and orichalcum, potentially flooding the wagons. I know, but I don't get why you guys put the choking points. Because of them, it's taking too long to recharge the depowered pseudo-cores. If there's another attack, we are going to be sitting ducks, Orion replied. True, but at least this way we can safely reach the nearest island and recover the lost energy. Take those choking points away, and we are going to sink like a brick, Solus replied. What do you mean? Orion shuddered as the vivid image of the Wayfinder falling under the waves flashed in front of his eyes. Dad, the power core has to constantly check the position of the floor of every car and compensate for waves, depressions, and sea altitude, Freya replied, all the while keeping the people and things inside from being thrown around at every step of the way. To do that, the warp core requires a steady supply of mana. If a sudden drop in the energy level of the shields were to be reflected on the warp core, the consequences would be catastrophic. Best case scenario, the flight and stabilizing spells would go out of sync. Anything inside the Wayfinder would jolt like during a quake, while the soldiers and mages fighting on the outside would be thrown at sea. And this is the best-case scenario, Orion was flabbergasted. An overly optimistic one at that, Lith nodded. Worst-case scenario, part of the Wayfinder would sink and our own propulsion system would make us derail. At that point, the wagons would turn into death traps and anyone without spirit magic would die. Orion nodded, realizing that the failure of the elemental sealing array system wasn't such a big deal. Even chore magic could get rid of the water seeping through a crack, but only if the passengers had access to it. Without the elemental sealing arrays, spells could damage the train, but the people inside were also free from the restrictions and made up for it with their own magic. Always remember that I never planned for trains to cross the ocean. On the ground, the strain on the warp core is much smaller, and even if something dangerous happens, a train can stop anywhere. I see, Orion nodded. If I knew about these issues, I would have sacrificed a bit of space in every wagon for auxiliary mana crystals that would fuel solely the defensive systems. As it is, your power core can still work at sea, but it can't withstand consecutive attacks. True, but it wasn't supposed to withstand one to start with. Solus grunted, her professional pride stung by those words. The safety measures are intended to weather storms or a small group of enemies until safe landing. Not to repel the attack of an enemy army led by a creature the size of a divine beast. Again, this isn't an armored tank nor a weapon. It's a farming train. I know how it's called. Orion couldn't understand Solus, annoyance since to him the word had no meaning outside what Lith gave to it. Still, this is the reason the royals insisted you guys came with us. We wouldn't have gotten past the ambush so easily without Lith, and thanks to your explanation, I've learned a lot. Once I report my findings to the Royal Forgemasters, we will be able to improve the design of the future trains significantly. He could now appreciate how Lith's choking points in the power core let the non-necessary energy to the warp core slowly flow into the pseudo-cores of the defensive systems, without compromising the speed or stability of the Wayfinder. Once they reached the nearest island, Orion took another look at the power core. The moment the Wayfinder landed and the warp core was disengaged, the choke points disappeared. The remaining energy was evenly distributed between the different pseudo-cores, restoring the train's full defensive capabilities. In the process, the mana crystals were drained according to their current residual energy so that they would complete their respective recharge cycles at the same time. Chapter 2837, Welcome Committee Part 1. Magnificent, Orion felt proud of his daughter but also envious of Lith and Solus. The good news is that we suffered no damage or casualty during the attack. The bad news is that if any of those beasts survived and called for reinforcements, it won't take them long to find us. If they keep attacking us in the open sea, we'll be forced to make multiple stops and delay our arrival. Thank the gods, Ragu sighed in relief. I beg your pardon, Orion was flabbergasted. Lightsful, oh, sorry. The full phrase was actually, thank the gods in Zyalot can't hear anything from the sealed box. Otherwise, at this point, his whining would have driven me crazy. That or he would have tried to kill us all and return to his lab. Nero meowed in approval, but Ragu didn't fall for his act one bit. There's no way on Magur that a normal cat talks, reasons, and even protects the secrets of its airheaded master. I have no idea how Nero's mana core is cloaked even to my breathing technique, but if he's a cat then I'm a guardian, she thought. Maybe I can help, Kellia stepped forward. I know that at my level I can't do much in a fight compared to you guys, but I can still earn my spot among the Wayfinder's crew. She placed her hands on the metal of the external wall, using her breathing technique, Sun Flare, to identify the main rune pathways that connected the mana crystals to each other and to the power core. At that point, she stimulated her mana core and had its energy synchronize with Dusk's power core. It lasted only for a split second, but it opened a crack in Baba Yaga's seal that the horseman exploited to release as much life maelstrom as he could before the seal reformed. The seal only prevented Dusk from accessing his powers. It didn't diminish them one bit. The equivalent of one burst of silver lightning generated by an adult griffin at the peak of his strength flooded the Wayfinder. It was split between the enchantments that comprised the power core, and the size of the train also diluted the effect of life maelstrom. But even then, it was enough to amplify the absorption rate of world energy by several folds. It's done, she panted, sweating profusely from the strain. This way we should be able to resume our journey before the magical beasts can gather in numbers great enough to be a threat to us. The system's mainframe confirmed her words. The recharge process would now last half an hour instead of 4. I can finally give them both hands. Freya sighed in relief, feeling the power of Menadian's masterpiece at her fingertips. Master Fallel entrusted them to me in case of emergency, and thanks to Kellia, there's no longer the risk of exposing them. Unbeknownst to everyone, Freya and Lith were using their respective hands to empower the Wayfinder under the cover of Kellia's life maelstrom. The power core ended up recovering in just a quarter of an hour, thanks to the synergy between the artifacts and the bloodline ability, and the rest of the trip was uneventful. At least until they reached Giera's coast. Sure, sentinels had been left outside the whole time in order to react more quickly in case old or new enemies found them. Also, we've got several unidentified humanoids inbound, everyone to the battle stations. A group of creatures covered in sky-blue scales were approaching the Wayfinder from both sides. Their webbed fingers combined with their steel-like muscles, and their mastery over water magic allowed them to match the train's speed. Living at the depth of the ocean meant having bodies tempered by the high pressure and learning how to ride the water currents. The unknown attackers kept themselves below the ocean's surface and moved too quickly to notice whether they wielded weapons or not. Their only distinguishing feature was the brightly colored mane that the soldiers assumed was hair, since it came out of the creatures' heads. Lith, Orion, and the members of the awakened council joined the soldiers, every one of them weaving their spells. At ease, except for Lith, who recognized them as merfolk. The eyes even spotted a few known energy signatures, but if not for solace, memory, he would have never been able to associate a name to them. "What are you guys doing here, Rem?" he asked to a plump merfolk with sky-blue hair that matched the color of her skin. She was leading a unit of 10 people arranged in a spear-tip formation, guiding the water magic of those behind her to bend the violent oceanic currents to her will and propel the merfolk forward. It would be easier to talk if you just slowed down. Even though she spoke while gurgling the water coursing through her gills, and her tone was strained by the effort of keeping up with the Wayfinder, her voice sounded friendly. "Oh, right," Lith gestured the all-clear to Orion. "They are not beasts, they are merfolk from Giera. I can vouch for their good nature." "How do you know a school of legendary beings, and how can they speak Garland's language so well?" Orion couldn't believe his own ears. Assuming that merfolk actually exist, They should speak gibberish that only they understand like everyone else in Giera. We are not fish, a short but fit male merfolk with purple hair that Lith recognized as Mal shouted. We don't move in schools but in units. My bad. Orion realized how rude his words were and gave Mal a small bow. To make matters even more embarrassing, judging from Mal's offended tone and the angry gurgling sounds coming from the merfolk all around the Wayfinder, Orion was pretty certain to have used a racial slur. Also, every language is gibberish until you learn it. Jerk! A muscular male merfolk with long violet hair said the moment the train slowed down enough for him to catch his breath. Or maybe more than one slur. Orion inwardly cursed his own big mouth and zero in. I apologize for my rudeness, he actually said. Our people have more in common than I thought. We humans too move in small units. Ragu checked the newcomers with life vision, and the moment she confirmed that they were casting solely movement spells, she made sure that the sealed box containing Inzialot was closed shut. Then she set the output of its dimensional compressing array to the max, just to be safe. We are already on the verge of a diplomatic accident. That moron would escalate things into a war before I have the time to say. Free specimens? That was all that the King of Liches managed to say before she cut off the audio feed, but judging from the glares, it was almost enough. Good to know. Mal ignored Inzialot's remark and focused on Orion. Your race must have improved a lot then. Back in the day, everyone referred to a group of humans as an infestation. The merfolk laughed in unison, glad to repay their guests in kind. Half of the people from the kingdom, the empire, and the council blushed in embarrassment while the other half scowled. Chapter 2838, Welcome Committee Part 2. Neither of them liked being on the receiving end of an insult. That's a good one. Lith laughed at the joke as well, making everyone agree and glare at him. Can I help you guys with something, or is this just a friendly visit? I hope this answers your question. Rem snapped her fingers, and the various units of merfolk produced splashes of water that reached high above the Wayfinder, splitting sunlight into many rainbows on its passage. Others conjured waves tall enough to reach the soldiers, and passed them baskets filled with seafood and colorful garlands made from unknown algae. Don't worry, we have already removed the poison, a female merfolk said with a warm smile, only after a soldier had already worn the garland, creeping him out. The poor man was torn between the instinct to throw it away and the desire to not disrespect his hosts. His expression was so awkward that the merfolk burst into a gurgle of laughter. I'd say we're even now, Lith said. Jokes aside, to what do we owe the pleasure of his welcome? Not them, you, Rem pointed at him. I require permission to come aboard. Permission granted, Orion said with a commanding voice, trying to regain some face. A magical wave lifted the female merfolk on top of the Wayfinder. Lith offered her hand, but Rem ignored it, giving him a deep bow before getting down on one knee. It's an honor to have you all back. I've brought enough of my people to safely escort you to shore. We have already secured the way and the perimeter of a great landing site. It has plenty of fresh water and trees. Your people can get fruit, meat, or fish based on what they like. You won't find all those things in a single place for kilometers. Thank you very much. Lith returned the bow and then offered Remhai's hands to help her to stand up. By the way, what do you mean having us all back? I'm the only one here, Floria. An awkward silence ensued as the Wayfinder approached a sandy shore. As Rem had promised, there was plenty of space for the train, even after splitting it into singular wagons. Lightsville, a wide river, came from the mainland and flowed into the sea, its course surrounded by thick, tall trees just a few dozen of meters from the shoreline. She gloriously fell in battle while fighting for her people. I know. Rem completed the phrase for him. And you must be Lord Orion. We are very sorry for your loss. My people owe your daughter a huge debt of gratitude that neither death nor time can erase. If there's anything we can do for you, you just have to ask. Did you know my little flower? Due to the circumstances of Floria's death while enslaved by the unwavering loyalty array, her name was still muttered with shame and disgust in the royal court. Everything she had done as an officer of the kingdom, every one of the feats she had performed since she had enrolled in the White Griffin Academy had been eclipsed by a single word: traitor. No one cared if before her capture Floria had valiantly fought on the front lines of the War of the Griffins, or that her loyalty had been extorted with forbidden magic. In life and death, no one cares about extenuating circumstances, only results matter. To the people of the kingdom, Floria's name had become no different from that of Ainla, the traitorous former headmaster of the Black Griffin. They were both considered oath-breakers, who had joined the Mad Queen hungry for power and revenge against those who had slighted them. Despite all of Orion, Lith, and the royals' efforts to clear her name, the public opinion had yet to budge. "We met briefly, but yes," Rem nodded. "I've been blessed with the opportunity to know Floria and share the same air with her. I've heard about what happened to her, and you have my deepest condolences. It should have happened to a lesser person. Your daughter Floria has been killed thrice. Once when the slave spell forced her to trample over everything she had fought all her life to protect, killing her spirit. Once when Thrud had her executed with a filthy trick, killing her body. And the last time when the stupid humans of the kingdom tarnished her reputation, killing her memory." Orion was so used to Floria's name being slandered that hearing Rem talking about her with deep respect gripped his heart. "Know that my people have no care for such idiocy. In our history books, Floria is recorded as a hero. The circumstances of her death are described in detail, making her figure tragic, not despicable. I hope that you all will find the time to visit our city of Gen. It would be my honor to show you the monument we have erected to celebrate our heroes." The merfolk gave a deep bow to Orion and Lith, freezing at the sight of the baby strapped on his chest. "You said all of us. Is Tista already here?" Lith asked, snapping her out of her reverie. "Yes, of course. We would have had no way of knowing your route or an estimate of your time of arrival otherwise." Rem had a hard time taking her eyes off the babies and especially from their hair. "Your sister is here? How?" Orion felt a bit confused by the revelation. "She wanted to come as well, but the royals mentioned the weight issue, so she just flew here on her own." Lith shrugged. "Do you have a problem with that?" "Not at all, I'm just surprised." Orion shook his head. "We need all the help we can get. If Tista is here, so must be her boyfriend, and he's from Giera, correct?" Lith nodded. "This is great. Maybe we'll avoid pointless squabbles with the locals, and with their help, finding the perfect place for our first settling will be much easier." Orion gave Rem a quick bow and then jumped off the wayfinder, prompting everyone to do the same. "Disembark now. If you puke it, you clean it," he said with a magically amplified voice that allowed him to be heard from everyone inside the wayfinder. N, 1N. The volume of his voice was no higher than a regular shout, whereas its frequency was modulated, so that his words resonated with the metal chassis of the train, making it akin to a sounding board. The envoys of the two countries and the council came out of their respective wagons in an orderly fashion, while Orion used a chore magic spell to perform and update the headcount in real time. "I don't want to sound nosy, but did you make my race the honor of taking a merfolk bride already?" Rem asked while staring intently at Camilla and Solus. Their skin was too dark, their eyes too brown, and their hair too plain to be merfolk. Sure, they might have shapeshifted, but Rem couldn't find a single reason for the spouse of such a powerful being like Lith to hide from the eyes of her lessers. Chapter 2839, Landing Spot Part 1. 2839 Landing Spot, Part 1. Merfolk bride. Solus looked at her hair, which bore solely the silver and orange streaks, and realized the misunderstanding. Already, Camilla furrowed her brows, her voice holding much more annoyance than Solus. No bloodline can survive with just one member. Rem was puzzled by their reaction, and even more by the hostility toward such a basic concept. Having more than one spouse is the quickest way to spread the Tiamat species and tap into the potential that each different race can grant it when they are mixed. I assume Magus Verhin has a merfolk bride due to the wonderful color of his children's hair. She pointed at Valoran's emerald head and at Alicia's 6 elemental streaks. I think introductions are in order. Lith stepped in, feeling Camilla's fury rising. N. She already had a bone to pick with those who, after seeing Solus' true hair, mistook her for Alicia's mother. With those who kept pushing Lith for sleeping with women of other races, she had another bone entirely. This is my wife and mother of my child, Camilla Verhin. For the record, she's a human. Hi, Camilla kept her arms crossed and exuded enough hostility to make her words sound like an insult. Child, Rem was flabbergasted by the singular. This is Elijah Verhin, my daughter. Lith took the baby girl's hand, making her wave at Rem. Dia, Elijah said with a giggle. She is soulless Verhin, my partner. The use of different terms to describe the same role puzzled the merfolk, but she blamed it on her lack of knowledge about the kingdom's traditions. And mother of your son? Rem nodded, completing the phrase for him. What, no? Solus blushed, turning around to not face the merfolk. And also a human. Lith rolled his eyes and pretended to have not heard anything. And this is Valoran Griffin II. He is the son of my fallen brother Jormund and a direct descendant of Tyrus lineage. He's an orphan and I've adopted him. What, two humans? I mean, what about the baby's hair? No human can have such bright or diverse colors. That's exclusive to merfolk. Rem pointed at Valoran first and then at Elijah. Her voice was filled with disbelief at those words, as much as her face. Jormund was an emerald dragon, so you're wrong about that. Lith pointed at the baby boy who said, Dia, with a sad tone. As for Elijah, her hair is like that because she's an awakened and is attuned with all 6 elements. An awakened baby, Rem's disbelief turned into shock. Both of them are, actually. At a gentle scratch under their chins, the babies shape-shifted into their respective divine beast forms and exuded an orange aura. Rem's knees buckled at the sight and she fell first on the ground, followed by the merfolk who had come ashore to help the humans. Those still at sea forgot how to swim and sunk like bricks. Damn, no matter how many times I see this, it's always funny. Orion and his daughters laughed, whereas everyone else from Garland wore a grimace on their faces. The fact that Elijah was awakened in the womb, and that she had 6 streaks was known for long enough that people had the time to swallow their pride and eat their liver. Valoran's awakening, instead, had been kept a secret until that moment. It made everyone gripe in hindsight for not having demanded the baby as compensation for Thrud's war crimes. It's not like I can talk my way with Ligon. Even if I could, I'd have to deal with Tyrus first. Ragu and everyone else who had witnessed the god of wisdom taking the baby and the Arthan set for himself thought. Taking the baby by force would only get me a closed casket funeral. I see. Rem stood up as soon as her legs stopped wobbling. Congratulations, then. The young lady Verhin looks as talented as she is beautiful. May the gods bless with the same gifts your many future children. Thanks, Lith nodded, but he could read between the lines and so could Camilla. Saying that she wasn't happy was an understatement. Guys, you want to watch this? Orion stepped in to defuse the situation before the members of the welcome committee got themselves ripped into shreds. Rack wham shiusa. On his command, the magic crystals studded on the wagons of the Wayfinder detached from one another and started moving each on its own. The 20 wagons arranged themselves into a small village of silvery houses, forming 3 rims like the kingdom's cities. The armed forces were stationed in the outer rim. People like Lith and Orion, who had both power and leadership roles, had their quarter in the middle rim, while the inner rim was reserved for the cargo wagons and the members of the expedition who had little battle prowess but a vital role to play. Why not a circle like when we took a rest on the Issel? The pieces of the Wayfinder started to pulse, cutting Lith short. In the village formation, the magical runes inscribed on the different wagons were aligned so as to form the same arrays that protected the Wayfinder in its trained form, but also to expand their area of effect. Several concentric energy fields expanded from the inner rim of the village, growing in power, size, and brightness as they collected the runes and power from the other wagons. The barriers were over 300 meters, 985, across, protecting the entire camp and its outskirts, giving everyone enough space to move around without feeling trapped. The most external barrier was made of solid light, giving the guards the time they needed to assemble in case of attack. This is amazing. Lith studied the array field, recognizing the various defense measures he had implemented for the Du Lorien, but used in a way he hadn't thought of. The Light Mastery Array was the only one covering the outer rim, so that the people on guard duty could use magic freely to scout their surroundings. The Elemental Sealing Arrays covered up to the middle rim, so that even if a spell broke through the first line of defense, it wouldn't hurt anyone. The Dimensional Compressing Array, instead, was focused on the inner rim, to keep anyone from taking away resources or materials without supervision. Also, it prevented enemies from reaching the core of the village and killing its weakest inhabitants with a spirit steps. Thanks, Orion nodded. This is why. The ring form amplifies the arrays by stacking them, but it also restricts our strength. This way, instead, we have the same level of protection of a middle-sized city, and we can adjust the arrays based on the circumstances. Meanwhile, the merfolk had recovered from the shock and stared in awe at the magical city. More emerged from the ocean, bringing food and offering to help with unloading the Wayfinder. Thanks, but no thanks. Orion gave Rem a polite bow. We aren't going to take out anything but food for now. We'd be honored to share what little we have with you, though. With pleasure. Rem gestured to her people to start making fires and bring fresh water. Chapter 2840, Landing Spot, Part 2. 2840 Landing Spot, Part 2. Does my sister know we have arrived? Lith asked. No, the last time I saw her, she was busy visiting our city. Lady Tista wasn't willing to wait for you at high sea for hours, so we didn't push her. I'll have someone look for her immediately, Rem replied. Hours, Camilla echoed, feeling a newfound respect for the merfolk. No need, I'll inform her myself. Lith took his communication amulet out of his pocket dimension. The moment the runes of its surface lit up, he received several notifications and calls. Tista was among them. Welcome to Giera, Lil Bro, she said with a warm smile that was a bit creepy due to the fangs of her Hecate form. Where are you now? Rem led us to a shore 3 kilometers south of the planned landing point. Lith conjured a hologram depicting their actual position on Giera's map. Gotcha, be there in a minute. Tista hung up the call and Lith checked the messages. Most of them belonged to his family, and the royals asking him to update them about the status of the journey as soon as he could. The others were from the few people of Giera he knew. Also, there were messages from both Vladian and Ilthin. Gods, no, Camilla groaned. Not Ilthin. I don't have the energy to bear with her usual flirting, not after such a warm and caring reception. She hadn't missed how the merfolk setting camp for the expedition leaders were all slender females, nor that, as the water dried out of their bodies, the blue scales of the merfolk were slowly replaced by pale white skin. The merfolk women were paying Lith and the babies special attention, bending over to coo at the kids and arrange the food on a conjured stone table. Orion was having a hard time not blushing and not staring at the naked, supple forms of his hosts as they cooked the food and served him drinks. Even Inzialot seemed to be upset by the spectacle. I bet this is something you haven't seen in a long while. Ragu nudged him while she focused on the male population. You can say that, he nodded. Having so many precious specimens at hand and no plausible deniability for kidnapping a few of them is the stuff of nightmares. N. The king of Liches sighed, and the merfolk within earshot of his complaints gave him a wide berth, moving in small groups whenever they were forced to approach his position. Welcome to Giera, Lith. Tista and Badia landed outside the camp, shrinking and shape-shifting their bodies into their respective human forms at the same time. How was the trip? We ran into a snag on our way here, but that's it. Lith stood up to escape the encirclement and greet them both. When did you guys get here, and what have you been up to until now? We arrived yesterday. We got to Giera quickly because we used invigoration and flew almost non-stop. After we landed, we went to Righia. I had no idea how to reach Zhen by myself or how to get in touch with the merfolk since we never exchanged contact runes. So I asked for Zoth, the news help. He arranged our meeting with Rem the last time we were here, and I assumed he could do it again. You did well, Rem nodded. We merfolk don't keep our communication amulets at hand because they don't work underwater. The air and light spells get scrambled underwater, and even if they didn't, merfolk would have no way to talk back. Then how do you keep in contact with the human and beast cities? Solus asked. Like this. Rem pointed at a bracelet bearing a small green crystal the size of a pea that she wore on her right wrist. When someone is looking for me, the ring lights up. At that point, I reach for the surface and take my communication amulet out. The amulet came out of the bracelet, which turned out to also be a dimensional item. After Rem came to pick us up, I went to visit Kalia's parents first and see how the people of Zhen are faring after the destruction of Kalga. The last time we were there, we left in a hurry without looking back. I was worried that some of the horrors of the cursed city might have survived the detonation of the Forbidden Sun and found their way to Zhen. Tista said, and Lith nodded for her to continue. Luckily, things are going great for the merfolk, and the city has become even more beautiful. I think it would do both you and Orion good to visit it as well. Not to be that guy, but I have no idea what you are talking about, Orion said. What's Kalga? What's Zhen? What am I supposed to visit? Here, let me show you. Lith activated a mind link, sharing with Orion the details of the mission in Kalga with the exception of Solus Roll and the power source behind the Eye of Kalga. That's how you guys destroyed Kogaluga. Finally, all of Orion's questions about the lost city of the kingdom and how Lith had solved a problem that no one else, not even the first king, had ever figured out. Its weak point was here in Giera all along. What was where? Kelly had come to join the other leaders of the expedition, but she was at a loss for words. She didn't understand anything they were saying, and the sight of the now dried-up merfolk made her blush up to her ears. It's a long story, kid, Lith replied. One that I'm not willing to share. Sit down and eat. Who are you calling a kid? When you were my age, the temperature dropped by several degrees and thunderclouds covered the sky, turning it dark. Stay on guard, Ragu had to yell and use magic to be heard above the rumble of the incoming storm. Whatever this is, it's not natural. Everyone to their battle positions. The units of the Hand of Fate's spirit blinked to her side, weaving their spells with true magic. The arrays of the Wayfinder were holding the fury of the wind out, but Ragu could see the shoreline getting away from the beach faster and further than it was normal. Can this thing withstand a tidal wave? She pointed at the energy dome after recognizing the early signs of the incoming disaster. No, nothing can, Orion replied. Can the Wayfinder outrun it? Ragu asked. We have landed only for a while. The recharge process has barely started, but sure. Everyone drop everything non-vital and get back on board. Code red situation. I repeat, code red. Calm down, everything is fine. A dimensional opening as thin as a hairline appeared and Tyra stepped through it. She was wearing a silk satin golden evening dress embroidered in silver to form a feather pattern, exalting the grace of her every movement. A silvery black crown with 8 elemental crystals rested on her head, bringing out the golden of her hair. Tyra's body exuded a golden aura that lit the whole area around the Wayfinder as clear as day, making humans and merfolk alike feel like the sun had descended from the sky to walk among them. She was dressed like the first queen, and for the first time in a millennium, she wasn't holding back. Chapter 2841, Ancient Fury Part 1. A wave of Tyra's hand cleared the sky, while her mere gaze was enough to disperse the energy that was building up in the tidal wave and restore the shoreline. As she walked outside the barrier, the cold gale turned into a gentle spring breeze, and the air warmed up. If you have something to say to me, younger lizard, you can come here and say it to my face. Try to bully my children again, and we are going to have a problem. Fear disappeared from the hearts and minds of the members of the expedition, replaced by the awe of being in the presence of the Great Mother. One after the other, merfolk and members of the expedition alike fell onto their knees, bowing their heads as if they were praying. What the heck are you guys doing? Lith asked, more puzzled by the sudden gesture of devotion than by the fickle weather. He, Camilla, Solus, and the babies had been around the Guardian for too long to be fazed by her powers, unless she aimed directly at them. Valoran cooed, mistaking Tyrus for Thrud and calling her. Mama. I'm not your mother, child. She looked at him with a sweet smile and eyes veiled by tears. Then she turned around, and her face became a mask of stone that could barely hide the unbridled rage burning within her. Do you dare threaten my blood, Feniger? Do you? Her voice was soft and low, but even the reef quieted down in worship, afraid of her fury. Such was the silence that even the beating of one's own heart was deafening. I'm not threatening them, but you. The Leviathan's voice, instead, was as loud and violent as the storm that had just subsided. I felt your arrival hours ago, but I let it slide because I didn't know where that metal toy was going to stop. There was still hope that you were going to be someone else's problem, and you were just passing by. The Leviathan snarled and growled every word. But now your people dare to set camp on my land, and your stench following them has become unbearable. Your presence here is a breach of every treaty the Guardians have ever agreed upon. The last time you justified your transgression with my own, but this time you stepping foot on Giera is an act of pure aggression. Go away now or suffer my wrath, N/1N. Bold words for someone who lost miserably to me just a while ago. Tyrus replied with a peal of silvery laughter that somehow projected in the minds of all those present the image of the Griffin Guardian holding the broken body of the Leviathan in her beak. Witnessing Fenneger's defeat, and the gap in ability between the two Guardians, made the people from both Garland and Giera lose respect for the Leviathan who could perceive their fear turning into confidence. "How dare you humiliate me in front of mere mortals?" he roared. "This is my last warning. This time I had more than a few minutes to prepare for your arrival. The power of this land is with me, and I have enough arrays at the ready to kill 2 of you. The only reason I haven't already kicked you to the curb is that I have no intention of wasting my time looking after your crumbling kingdom. I have stayed my hand until now, not out of mercy or compassion. Your death is just not worth the effort." The ground, the ocean, and the sky glowed eerily, resonating with the power and the energy signature of the Leviathan. It was no display of strength. Fenneger was barely releasing a fraction of his power to back his words. Yet the magic of the Wayfinder faded, cut off from the world energy. The pressure that the psychic equivalent of a glare inflicted upon the people assembled on the shore brought them to the ground, gasping. They found themselves covered in a cold sweat, and with their hearts pounding so hard that they seemed to be moments away from bursting out of their chests. Even Lith needed sheer willpower just to not touch the ground with his hands. He was down on one knee, but his back was still straight and his head high. The Leviathan had yet to manifest himself in person, but Lith could see Fenneger with life vision. The massive body of a snake-like creature big enough to blot out the sky was horizontally coiled around the entire camp. What Lith and the others were experiencing was the pressure exerted by the aura of the Leviathan, while he was still far away in the safety of his underwater fortress. Only 5 people were completely unaffected by the clash between the Guardians: Tyrus, Camilla, who was holding Valorin II, and Solus, who was holding Elijah. "How cute! That's the exact reason I let you live the last time." Tyrus laughed again, her repeated mockery angering Fenneger enough to activate the arrays that enveloped the entire west coast of Giera. They were just at half strength as a deterrent, but beads of sweat appeared on the Griffin's forehead, as she needed a considerable effort to resist their effects and also protect everyone else. "I must say that I'm impressed. You prepared well, but so did I." Bolts of silver lightning coursed through her body, allowing Tyrus to push the arrays back effortlessly. The majesty of her golden aura overpowered Fenneger's, and everyone was able to stand up again. They looked above where the multicolored energy of the arrays crackled against the golden light, battling for dominance. "You call that preparing?" Fenneger replied with a sneer. "You are wasting your energy just to stand still. What do you think is going to happen when you run out of life maelstrom and I still am at my full strength? Why do you think it's going to take me that long to drag you out of the hole that you call home and kick your ass?" Tyrus needed but one spell to turn the tables in an instant. One spell that every single mage on that beach knew like the back of their hand, no matter if they were awakened or not. The warp step spell opened a dimensional tunnel leading thousands of kilometers away, straight back to Garland. "I don't know if with age you are getting dementia, or if you are just delusional, young lizard." Ligain stepped out of the wormhole first. He glanced at the magical formations and then hurled countless bursts of white flames, each one the size of the Wayfinder, that struck at the focus points at the various arrays, cracking them. "You know that this means war, right?" Salark came out of the step second, throwing a single punch that shattered the magical formations beyond recovery. Tyrus exploited Fenneger's pointless effort to repair the arrays before it was too late to push her aura forward and reject his. All of the Wayfinder's operative systems came back online, and Lith saw the Leviathan's spires disappear as his strength returned. "Foolish Finch, your insane actions have brought destruction to the whole Mager," Fenneger roared. Chapter 2842, Ancient Fury Part 2. The Leviathan knew that even while standing on his own turf, there was nothing he could do from a distance against 3 Guardians, so he came to face them in person. This is not an act of aggression anymore, but of war between Garland and Giera. By the end of this day, only one continent will survive and retain its original Guardians. Along with his own steps, Fenneger conjured 2 more. One for Rogcar the Fenrir, who had many bones to pick with all of Garland's Guardians, and one for Zagran the Garuda, the battle maniac who never turned down a challenge. The crackle from the conflicting auras of the assembled 6 guardians was enough to flatten 1/3 of Giera. Magus reacted by turning the beach into a fringe and keeping whatever was going to take place inside of it from affecting the outside world. Farm me sideways. Lith focused on Zagran. Her aura was completely different from Salark's, yet similar. He could tell even at first glance that the Garuda was stronger than the Phaonix in some aspects, but weaker in others, making a fight between them a coin toss at best. Even if the Guardians of Giera were all chumps, the clash with the Guardians of Garland would be enough to kill us all. No one would have survived the side effects of Grandma's fight against Tezca if not for the colossal barrier and them looking out for us. Here there is no barrier, and the other Guardians are going to target us on purpose, he thought while conjuring Ragnarök in a blaze of emerald flames. If only I could conjure Silverwing's bastion. The anti-Guardian spell needed 7 bright violet cord awakened, and on that beach there were just 4. On top of that, Lith and Quilla had never practiced with Inzialot and Ragu, so even if they did have the power, the spell would be far from optimal. "This is fine," Inzialot said. "My phylactery is hidden in a safe place. I'm going to survive this, and once I'm back, I'll find a way to resurrect you, baby, if I remember about you, of course." "Don't call me baby," Ragu snarled. "Meow," Nero pulled the Lick's robe, pointing at the bell on his own neck. "Oh shit, I'm dead, and I mean for real, really dead. Cadaverific." Inzialot realized in shock that his phylactery was right in front of him. "If you ever loved me and if there is any sort of afterlife, put in a good word for me, baby." "Who the F-arm ever loved you? We had one date and it was a disaster," Ragu replied, stunned by her vocal cords altering the swear word on their own. "Roghar," Tyrus opened and closed her hands multiple times, making her knuckles pop. "Didn't you have enough already? Didn't Iles's fate teach you anything?" N/1N. The majestic Fenrir reached a height at the withers of 50 meters, 166 feet. The fur covering his body glistening under the sunlight as if every bristle was a pure white mana crystal. The fact that he still wore enough bandages to pass for a mummy and 2 of his limbs were splintered, however, ruined the overall effect. "I surrender." Roghar shrunk to the size of a regular wolf and fell on his back in front of the Great Mother, exposing his white-furred belly. "Zag zag," Salark stepped forward with her arms open. "Sally," Zagran shrunk from a 50 meters, 166. Tall humanoid covered in feathers into a human woman and ran to Salark, lifting the phoenix in an embrace. "I've heard about your fight with the old fox. How was it? Has he gotten stronger? What tactics did you two use? Are those eldritch hybrids really a threat, or are they cool guys? You have to tell me everything, and I mean everything." "Sure thing, now put me down, please," Salark replied. "I have an image to uphold in front of my featherlings." She pointed at Lith and Elijah. "Well, I guess it's just you and I, old friend." Ligon's voice was calm and deep as the all-weapon world-breaker materialized in his hand in the form of a spear. "I'll honor your wish. By the end of this day, one shall stand and one shall." "Let's not rush this, okay?" The Leviathan shrunk to his human form, holding his hands with the palms out in a peace gesture. "Things were said, but no one got hurt, so no harm, no foul. We've all let old grudges cloud our judgment for a moment, but there's no reason to make a mountain out of a molehill." Feniger had prepared thoroughly for Tyrus coming and was sure to win. Against her, 3 Guardians versus 1, it wasn't a challenge so much as a death sentence. Magus shared his opinion and dispelled the fringe. Tyrus, the father of all dragons, looked unconvinced, but at the same time, he really didn't want to overtake Feniger's turf and take care of it until a new Guardian of Discovery popped out. "Violence is never the answer." The Great Mother shook her head, relaxing her muscles, "except when it is." She disappeared from her spot and moved right in front of the Leviathan. Her knees were slightly bent, her center of gravity low, and her posture perfect. The punch she unleashed contained every bit of life maelstrom she had released, which was further amplified by focus point. The Griffin's bloodline ability allowed her to concentrate her power and mass to the extreme so that not one iota of her strength went to waste. The punch struck Feniger's sternum, shattering it first, and then the rest of his bones as the shockwave reverberated inside his body. The Leviathan was sent flying despite him weighing hundreds of tons, his painful journey ending abruptly thanks to the defensive systems of his underwater fortress. Tyrus' aim was true, sending him back home after a few bounces with the same precision as a pool player choosing a specific pocket to land a specific ball. I couldn't waste so much life maelstrom, and the other lizard deserved a lesson anyway, Tyrus said with a warm smile as her golden aura faded. It was nigh impossible to believe that the same sweet, beautiful woman in front of everyone had just blasted away a colossal monster, but after a few pinches and slaps, the witnesses had the bruises to prove that it wasn't a dream. I'll go back to garland them. Call me when you want me to take over guard duty, Ligain said while walking in front of Elijah. Were you scared? No, good girl. Grandpa is always watching over you. He cooed and made a lot of embarrassing baby noise before going to reassure Valoran II as well. Only once the father of all dragons was certain that both babies were, and felt safe did he walk through the still-open gate and put Worldbreaker back into his pocket dimension. Can I please go home now? Roghar whimpered. This is getting embarrassing. He was still belly up, and people were staring at him. Scram, Zagran snapped her fingers, sending him back to his turf. So these are the famous Lith and the even more famous Elijah. Chapter 2843, Ancient Faults, Part 1. In her human form, Zagran looked like a bulky woman in her mid-20s, over 1.8 meters 6, tall, with shoulder-length blue hair, deep purple skin, and eyes. She wore a sleeveless monk's garb that left many of the scars on her arms, hand, and neck visible. There were even more under her clothes, but all of them were nothing that even a regular awakened couldn't easily heal, let alone a guardian. Zagran conserved them because she considered them honor badges. Those were wounds inflicted upon her during the most intense battles of her life, and she used them as mementos of her past mistakes and the lessons she had learned from them. You look like a good kid, but the lack of feathers here is disheartening. A tap on Lith's forehead forced him to shapeshift into his Tiamat form. Too many scales for my taste, and what's that? A crown? The old lizard's blood ruined you, kid. I know, Salark sighed and shrugged. But you are wrong about one thing. He doesn't look like a good kid. He is one. She pointed at both babies, leaving Zagran perplexed for a second. I see, he gave you a grandchild, and he also adopted Tyrus. A good kid indeed. What happened to the baby boy's parents? Zagran asked the griffin. They are both dead. Tyrus lowered her gaze, and it's all my fault. No, it's not. Once a bird flies off the nest, it's not our responsibility anymore. Zagran shrunk to 1.7 meters, 57, making her muscles and scars disappear in order to appear less threatening. Can I hold her? Solus looked at Salark, who nodded. Sure, Solus handed Elijah to the Garuda, who examined her with her breathing technique, Celestial Vault. Oh my, we are precious, aren't we? Zagran offered Elijah a finger, and when the baby girl grabbed it, it shapeshifted into a taloned bird finger. Elijah giggled and bit it playfully. She's adorable. Also, I can see why you and the old lizard vowed to protect her. I've never seen anything like her. I resent that, Salark snorted. I did it out of love, and the old lizard did it only out of peer pressure. How dare you put us on the same level? My bad. Zagran raised her hands in surrender and moved on to Valoran. Her lips curled up in disgust when she perceived the lingering traces of forbidden Garuda with all the little strength he had. N. Magic on his life force. Yet the baby was clearly a victim, not the culprit, so her expression softened, and she played with him as well. Valoran smiled brightly as her feathers reminded him of his mother, and held to the Garuda with all the little strength he had. Gods! Zagran's eyes turned watery as she felt both the baby boy's joy quickly followed by despair when Valoran realized that he had once again been mistaken. Poor thing! How could Fennegar threaten him? If you hadn't given him a lesson already, old Finch, I would. She turned around with a snarl, noticing that the merfolk had surrounded Tyrus and were kneeling at her feet. Have you returned to us, Great Mother? Rem asked while kissing the hems of Tyrus' dress. You know how much we have suffered since you turned your back on us, the humans. I haven't turned my back on you. The guardian raised her hand, cutting the merfolk short. You turned your back to me when you decided to disregard my warnings and discard all my teachings. What do you mean? Rem was flabbergasted. Didn't my children keep visiting you even after the rise of Fennegar? Tyrus asked, and the merfolk nodded for her to continue. Didn't I teach you the importance of communicating with the other races? Didn't I gift you all with a common language that you ignored in favor of pride and secrecy? How are the consequences of your decisions my fault? If you hadn't supported the elves in their war for conquest, and instead sided with beasts, you wouldn't be exiled to the bottom of the sea today. You can't try to wipe out an entire race from the face of Maugr, and then blame them when they try to return the favor after you fail. The humans have many flaws, but they have learned to cohabitate with the plant folk and the beasts. Merfolk would have been invaluable allies and assets back when traveling with dimensional magic, was an exclusive of awakened and coast cities, depended on boats for survival. If not for your bloodthirst, today your people would live on the surface along with the humans, mixing their blood and sharing the same resources. You are no different from the elves. Your prolonged isolation and lack of progress is the consequence of your hubris first and of your shame later. Centuries have waxed and waned from the War of the Races, yet you've made no diplomatic effort to earn your spot on the surface. Do you deny it? Tyra's smile disappeared and her eyes became cold. No, Rem lowered her head further. You are right. Until the plague crippled the humans of Giera, we were too afraid to face our retribution and too prideful to ask for forgiveness. But that's changed. We have changed. We have stepped forward to help the survivors, and we are learning your language again. Our presence here is proof of our goodwill. It's a start, tainted by opportunism, but still a start. The Guardian nodded. She could easily read between the political lines. The merfolk had no way to stop the people from Garland, so they had preferred befriending them. On top of that, they knew and trusted Lith, which gave them grounds to obtain fair conditions in future mediations. After all, the humans were going to need scouts and information while exploring the ravaged lands of Giera, and the merfolk could provide them both, for a price. Wake up, you moron, it's over. Ragu shook in Xyalot's skull until the red light of undeath shone from the empty sockets of his eyes again. Well, at least I didn't feel a thing, he sighed while rebuilding his body and looking around. This is sad. The afterlife is just like the world of the living, a boring place filled with morons. No lab, no ingredients, nothing. I knew I would get punished for my actions, but this is too much. By the way, what did you do to end up here as well, exactly? We are not dead, and this is not the netherworld. Even if it was, I would never end up with you, Ragu snarled. Negation is the first step of grief, and rage is the second. He dismissed her words with confidence. There's no point playing innocent. Since we are stuck here forever, we might as well exchange stories. I'll start. Meow. Nero pulled at his robe again to stop the Lich King before it was too late. Nero, if you are here, it means that I'm with the good guys, but that's impossible. There's only one rational explanation for this. Xyalot took a pause as he put together the pieces of the puzzle. That we are still alive, Ragu said. That since you carried my phylactery, my soul was mistaken for that of a cat. Chapter 2844, Ancient Faults, Part 2. It all makes sense. The sand is for your litter box and the idiots are for your amusement. Everyone knows that cats like to watch, Xyalot said in amazement. What about the Guardians then? What about Verhin? Ragu rolled her eyes. Good point. Either Cat's heaven is premium heaven or even Guardians are much dumber than I gave them credit for, like you. I give up, Ragu shook her head. There's no point wasting time to convince him of something that he is going to forget anyway. While Tyrus scolded the merfolk and Salark shared with Zagran the details of her fight with the Sun-Eater, everyone returned inside the Wayfinder's temporary village. With 3 Guardians, we are as safe as we can be. Are you all right, Tista? Lith helped her to sit down. She and Badia were too far away from the children to be protected by Tyrus' aura and had been hit by the full power of Fenneger's arrays. The smell of the Hecate aroused Zagran's curiosity, whereas she frowned at the Serpent Emperor beast until she recognized him as a Nidhogg. Another one, the Garuda nudged Salark. Someone has gotten really naughty with Ligain. Technically, they are not ours. The Phoenix opened a small warp gate. He is Zagran Meet Sharjin. The wormling was surprised by the sudden change of scenery, but due to Salark's presence, he felt safe and sniffed at the Garuda in curiosity. A perfect hybrid? Damn, Garland is much more interesting than Giera. I chose the wrong continent. Zagran let Sharjin study her and give her a few playful bites before taking him into her arms. Being knocked out by a guardian isn't my idea of welcome back to Giera, lil bro, but it was worth it. Tista shape-shifted back into her human form as she shook her head to clear her vision. With this, we have met all 6 original guardians in person. I bet that only a few people on Magur can say the same. I'm Tista Verhen, nice to meet you. She offered her hand to Zagren, who shook it. Zagren, Lord of Might, mother of all Garudas and guardian of Giera. Nice to meet you too, kid. After the proper introductions, Tista shared with Orion and Lith the rest of her findings. Once we were done with visiting Kalia's parents, Badia and I have scouted the area of your landing, she said. We have taken care of the monster scouts we've spotted on the way here, but there was no time to locate a mana geyser, sorry. She looked at Solus with a worried look, knowing that even with the sage staff hanging to her neck, she wouldn't last long in her human form in case a fight broke out. You've done more than enough, Orion replied. You've sent us the merfolk who guided us here, and the Wayfinder needs a bit of time to recharge before going on the road again anyway. While we wait, I'm curious about Zhen. He offered her his hand, expecting a mind link and for Tista to show him the underwater city. I'd rather you see it for yourself. It's not the same thing with a mind link, believe me. You want me you leave the camp? Orion's eyes went wide in surprise. No, I want you guys to leave the camp. She pointed at Lith and Orion, hesitating a bit before adding Solus. Zhen has been deeply touched by Floria's presence and the destruction of Kalga. Witnessing the changes that the city has undergone helped me to put my conscience to rest for those events, and with my grieving process. My hope is that it will do the same for you. This is very thoughtful of you, but I'm not a true mage. Orion lied to the best of his abilities. I can't cast spells underwater, and chore magic isn't enough to move someone of my size. That's not an issue, Rem replied. We can carry you if you let us. I don't want to be a burden to you, Orion said. Also, I don't think it's safe allowing the only people who know how to operate the power core of the Wayfinder go away at the same time. It's no burden at all. The merfolk fell on her knee. You are Floria's father. Just because she's dead, our debt with her is not forgotten nor cleared. This is the least we can do for our savior. I'm not okay with Verhen leaving, but if it's you, your absence doesn't change our defensive capabilities much. Ragu shrugged. In Xyalot, and I can take care of almost anything, and with the troops and the arrays protecting us, you can forget about the almost. Don't worry, Dad, Freya said. I'll stay here to check on the power core of the Wayfinder for anomalies. I'm among the inventors of the Dulorian, and I've never been to Giera before. I can skip visiting Zhen. You need it more than me. And I'll stay with her to watch her back, Quilla nodded. Kid, what exactly do you think can happen while Sally and I are here? Zagren laughed in his face. Even if a meteor were to fall or the ground to split open, it's no big deal. Do your thing. It felt weird for Orion being called a kid at his age, but compared to a guardian, he was a tadpole. Also, Freya was right. She was more than competent enough to perform routine diagnostics, and no sabotage could happen with the guardians present. He went to check the engine of the Wayfinder before giving his answer. It will take a little more than 4 hours to bring the crystals back to full strength. How long will the round trip to Zhen take? Way longer than that. Rem lowered her gaze in disappointment. Not if we fly up above the city and then swim only the way down, Tista suggested. I knew that we were on a schedule, so I took care of memorizing Zhen's position. I know that I didn't contribute to the original mission, but I would love to see a merfolk city with my own eyes. If it's not a bother, of course, Camilla said. No bother at all. Rem gave her a friendly smile and a small bow. We are already bringing an extra. One more is nothing much. Her words hurt Solus. Even though she knew that no one was allowed to know about her involvement in the destruction of Kalga, being called an extra stung her heart. She had fought side by side with Lith, Tista, and Floria against the Kalgans. She had cried with her companions for the death of Kalia and all the innocents who had lost their lives after the destruction of the breeding camps. Solus was the one who had killed the king of Kalga and retrieved the hands of Menadian, destroying the lost city in Giera and its twin in Garland in a fell swoop. Yet Rem treated like a stranger, and bringing Solus to witness the fruits of her labor was doing her a favor. What about Elijah? What about Valoran? Lith had yet to take one step away, and his homing instinct was already screaming. Chapter 28:45, Naming Sense Part 1. They'll be fine. 3 guardians, remember. Camilla pointed at Tyrus, Zagran, and Salark, who were holding a baby each. You need this, and I want to share the underwater parade throne in honor of my badass husband by a legendary race. This is the stuff of legends. Lith was about to reply that merfolk had no concept of parades, and that the beauty of their cities was alien to human standards when he felt it again. He felt his right arm become sticky and wet with Floria's blood as the smell of metal filled his nose. She's right, I need this, and maybe this experience will help Kami to overcome her depression. That, or at least to appreciate sunlight more, he thought. I'm glad you finally understand how cool I am, he actually said, I've always known, Farmhead. It's the reason I married you. She gave him a sweet kiss that was cut short when she pulled back with a nervous expression on her face. By the way, are the legends true? I mean, how are we supposed to breathe underwater? Camilla asked. Yeah, with all due respect, I'm a married man and I'd like to stay that way. Orion went pale at her words. He remembered all too well that, in all the fairy tales he had read to his children, merfolk shared their breath with passionate kisses or other vaguely described methods that ended with the female protagonist getting pregnant. It requires physical contact, Rem replied, and when she noticed Orion and Camilla taking a step back from the beach, she rushed to add, any physical contact, holding hands works as well. Lith, Solus, and Tista couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed their asses off at the expense of their friends. Solus was about to reassure them when Lith grabbed her shoulder. Don't, both the merfolk and the members of the expedition would question how you know such things. You are right, I'm sorry, she replied, doing her best to keep the smile on her face. Don't be, I understand how frustrating this must be for you. Lith sent her the telepathic equivalent of an embrace. Just put it this way. Even if you feel left out and nobody knows who you are, every accolade I have received and am going to receive for our past actions belongs to you as well. Also, now that you have your own body, you can take credit for all your achievements. We are going to share the credit for everything we do on Giera just like we've done on Garland, dear Golden Knight. Thanks, Solus. Hand went for her own shoulder, finding liths and strength in the contact. Don't worry, Orion, Tista said with a laugh, taking the words out of Solus' head. The legends are greatly exaggerated. It's regular holding hands. I've been there twice, remember. Right, Orion nodded, yet picked Mal as his partner just to be safe. Let's go then. One moment, please. Lith had no idea how long the trip would take or what might happen during the journey, so he left a home stone at the camp, right outside the protective arrays of the Wayfinder. Tista shapeshifted into her Hecate form and let the others climb on her back before taking off. Lith shielded them with a mix of air magic, light mastery, and spirit magic, so that she could go at full speed without killing her human passengers. Badia was back in his Nidhogg form, using extra mana to keep up with her despite the lack of wings. Can you breathe underwater? Solus asked him via a mind link, the only way to communicate while moving at that speed. I wish. My species is Earth-based, so we didn't inherit gills from Feniger. Luckily for me, in my human form, my whole body shrinks, so my need for air is no different from that of a regular human. Otherwise, Tista and Lith would have the same issue. Between high-speed flight and warp steps, it took them about 10 minutes to reach their destination. Tista used water magic to freeze the surface of the ocean and give everyone the opportunity to prepare for the dive. She, Lith, Solus, and Camilla pushed the gem right under the neck of their respective armor, shape-shifting their clothes into a skin-tight silvery diving suit with tempered lenses in front of their eyes and webbed fingers and toes. What's that? Orion asked in surprise. My species is sensitive to cold, so as soon as I discovered the issue, I made modifications to the Voidwalker armor. With these settings, I can seal off the water, and the inner heating systems can counter natural cold temperatures to a degree. Lith replied. This way, I can swim in any of my forms even though just for a while. Only my human form doesn't suffer from the cold, and that's because awakened are naturally resistant to extreme temperatures. Orion took a mental note of everything and nodded. The merfolk had already dived into the water, regaining their fish-like features. He followed suit, feeling the cold sting at his body, which immediately started to shiver. The merfolk helped him to get accustomed to the ocean by drawing in tropical currents, while Orion tried, and failed to warm himself up with chore magic. Shit, now I understand why Lith's armor needs a heating system. The water drains the heat from the metal of my Featherwalker armor faster than the cold resistance spells can warm it. The cold gets straight to my skin, so my armor is no better than normal clothes. Here goes nothing. Orion gritted his teeth and used fire fusion to raise his internal temperature. We'll stay near the surface until you get used to breathing underwater. If you feel like you are having a panic attack, feel free to emerge, Mal said. Orion nodded, putting his head down and holding his breath by instinct. The merfolk breathed through their gills, filtering the oxygen from the water and sharing it with their guests. One of their bloodline abilities allowed them to make minuscule air bubbles crawl along their bodies and those of their guests, sending them straight to Orion's nostrils. After a few seconds, he felt the air pressure and took a deep breath. Much to his surprise, it felt no different from breathing on the surface. Then he took another and swallowed a lot of water. Breathe normally, Mal warned Orion after he was done coughing and spitting. I can't always give you so much air without suffocating myself. I'm the one doing all the job, you just need to stay still. I'm sorry, Orion was actually doing his best. He was a battle-hardened veteran, and putting his life in the hands of a stranger went against everything he had trained his whole life. Camilla and Solus had no such problem. They were already swimming along with their respective partners and getting used to the shared breathing rhythm. You two are amazing, Rem was flabbergasted. Where did you learn how to swim like a merfolk? From me, Lith raised his hand. You taught me, and in turn, I passed it on to them when I taught them how to swim. Chapter 2846, Naming Sense, Part 2. You do my people a great honor, Rem bowed her head. Yet please keep it to your family only. Otherwise, in case our relationship with the land dwellers goes south, not even the ocean will be safe for us. Sure thing. After a few minutes, Orion managed to keep the burning of his lungs to an acceptable level, since mistrust and paranoia kept messing up his breathing rhythm. Maybe this can help. A second male merfolk took Orion's other hand, doubling his oxygen provision. A third and a fourth grabbed respectively his left and right ankle, and at that point, albeit feeling constricted, Orion had all the air he needed. During the descent, the merfolk pulled his arms and pushed his feet, making up for Orion's inability to move on his own. For a while, the abundant oxygen and the speed gave him an exhilarating feeling. Then, when they reached a point too deep for the light to reach anymore, his panic became even worse. Suddenly everything was black. He couldn't tell up from down or left from right. The fact that he was completely lost, and depended on others even for breathing, made it one of the scariest moments of his life. Calm down, Mal said. I can feel that your heart is about to explode. Get out of my head, Orion thought. Before you ask, I'm not in your head. Only awakened can use mind links, remember. I'm talking to you by making my words vibrate through my body and then into yours. Once Orion managed to calm down, he recognized that it was nothing like the mind links he was used to. Your species can't do this, so you can only listen. If you understand, squeeze my hand once for yes and two for no, Mal said, and Orion squeezed once. Good, now I'm going to teach you how to see underwater, so listen closely. The spell Mal taught him required both air and water magic to conjure effects similar to echolocation. Merfolk didn't really see, but they could discern the shape, speed, and size of anything within hundreds of meters of distance. The sound spread through the water faster than any beast could swim, giving them the time to correct their course and the predators a wide berth. Shit, without Solus' 10th sense, Lith was as blind as Orion. Life and fire vision were useless underwater, and the Tier 4 sonar spell didn't give him enough information to quell his rampant paranoia. Why so nervous? I remember you were a lot calmer the first time, Rem asked him in confusion. Dragon instinct, being away from my daughter is hard for me, he lied through his thoughts. Because the last time I could actually see, he actually thought. With the excuse of needing reassurance to overcome their fear, Solus was holding Camilla's hand, sharing her 10th sense with her. Great Mother Almighty! Even while swimming at high speed, Camilla's enhanced senses noticed the bizarre fish who had become blind due to the perennial darkness of the deep. Ancient beings halfway between fish and reptiles still lurked there, along with creatures so big that they rivaled the size of a lesser divine beast. Yep, that thing on Earth has a smaller version called giant squid. That must be an emperor beast. Solus nodded at a tentacled creature longer than 20 meters, 66, from the tip of the head to the end of its tentacles. Hopefully. Because if it's just a magical beast, I'm going to piss myself. Giant squid, seriously, Camilla replied with a sneer. What a lack of imagination, and how did they call that one? Big teeth. No, megalodon. Solus was true to her word when she saw the massive life force of the creature and its cyan core. Luckily, the Titan barely registered the puny merfolk and focused on the bigger and juicier meal. That sure sounds better. What about that one? By my mom, that's Nessie. Solus froze for a moment as the thing she could only classify as a dinosaur swam, popped out of the darkness below, and gave chase to the megalodon. Nessie, I swear people from Earth have the weirdest naming sense ever, Camilla said with a chuckle. By the way, thank you for sharing this with me. If I couldn't see, I'd be shitting myself right now. You mean you didn't? I mean you're welcome. Solus could see and was barely holding her bowels together. Tista and Lith, in their blissful ignorance, had only perceived something big they had dismissed as a whale, or something equally harmless to a divine beast like them. By the time they arrived at the bottom of the sea, Orion had barely managed to grasp the position of something within 10 meters, 33 from him, and only if it was at least the size of a cat. Creatures smaller than that escaped the detection of his amateurish technique, while those bigger he noticed, but he couldn't distinguish a humanoid from a shark. On the bright side, Orion had been so focused on practicing the spell that he hadn't the time to be scared or worried. His breathing had become stable and regular, leaving more than enough for the 4 merfolk to expedite the trip. Here we are. Rem had signaled the group to huddle up so that the vibrations would travel through everyone's body and her words be heard. Welcome to Zhen's twin city, Ihan. Okay, Lith did his best to keep a neutral tone, but feigning enthusiasm was beyond him. He could sense something big in front of him, then many much bigger things spread at a distance from one another that he could only assume were homes to the merfolk, and the merfolk. The only impressive thing about that place was the massive amounts of world energy filtering from the seabed. It was strong enough that Lith could perceive it even without life vision, while Solus felt her strength recovering just thanks to the sage staff at her neck under the armor. One N. Look, I'm touched by your kindness, but I really don't see the point in bringing me here, Orion said once he joined the mind link and was able to reply. I'm sure that this place is amazing, but I can't see anything. Gods, you are too kind. Solus' words didn't make sense until she shared with everyone what she could see with her 10th sense. Lith was right about the buildings and the humanoid figures swimming and floating around them. He had simply forgotten about the importance of the monument that rested in the middle of a merfolk city. Merfolk didn't communicate with words. That was something that they learned to do in order to interact with the surface dweller or to reassure them while guiding them to the depths of Magus oceans. They used vibrations to communicate, express complex concepts, and even feelings. For that purpose, their homes were built with materials capable of amplifying the vibrations both from the inside and the outside, and were shaped to have excellent acoustics. Every house was carefully placed, so as to add its sounds without interfering with the others, creating to the merfolk's sensory organs the equivalent of the noise of a bustling city, while to a human's ear, it sounded like music. Chapter 2847, Sea Heart Part 1. At the center of all this, there was the sea heart, a hollow piece of rock usually shaped like a seashell or coral that was used solely for events that involved the entire community, be they good or bad. In Ihan's case, the sea heart was shaped like a group of statues. They were all roughly outlined since sight played a minimal role in merfolk society, but the sculptor had taken care to make each one of them recognizable. In the front there was Tista, kneeling on the ground while holding Kalia's lifeless body. On her left there was Floria with her shield raised, protecting her companions from an invisible horde of enemies. On the right there was Lith in his wormling form. He wielded war, and there was the skewered corpse of a Kalgan hanging from the blade. Behind the 4 of them there was the winged figure of Lith's Tiamat form. One N. It wasn't as big as the original, just 3 times taller than the others. The statue had its arms raised, while the ground at its feet was jagged as if something was crawling out of the seabed. You probably can't recognize this place, but this is where Kalga once stood. After you left, we cleared the debris and built Ihan. The mana geyser that fueled the lost city turned out to be powerful enough to fuel the enchantments of both cities. With no longer the need to spend our resources to contain Kalga's expansion and the geyser, my people have achieved a prosperity the likes we haven't seen since the War of the Race. Rem's vibrations sounded like a smile. This wouldn't have been possible without you. For this reason, we have unanimously decided to shape the Sea Heart after you guys so that the memory of those events will live on forever. Also, it's too soon to thank me. Please wait a moment. Orion had no idea who those people were or how he could suddenly see clearly what until a second back had been pure darkness. Those were just minor details, like the fact that if not for the shield, he wouldn't have been able to tell Floria from Tista. All that mattered to him was that there was some place on Magur where his daughter was remembered for the way she had lived, rather than the circumstances of her death. It was enough to pierce through the dark clouds surrounding his heart and add one more drop of salt water to the ocean. I take that back, he said. You have no idea how much this means to. Mal broke the formation, gently pulling Orion with him as he approached the Sea Heart. The merfolk put his hand on the statue of Kalia, while another merfolk took Orion's free hand, forming the third link of a living spiral of merfolk that reached higher than the tallest building of Ihan. Mal's body started humming. The sound echoed through the Sea Heart before being sent back to be amplified through every member of the living chain. It sounded pleasant, but no different than someone performing vocalisms to warm up their voice. The sound rose all the way to the top, and then went back to the sea stone, where it exploded into a choir of different voices. Orion could see the youthful joy that had marked Kalia's life turning into sadness when she had chosen to lay down her life for the future of her people. There was regret for the things she had dreamed of, and now she would never experience. There was fear for the cruel destiny she knew awaited her inside of Kalga, yet there was also the bravery to face it head-on. Tista's statue reverberated with grief for Kalia's death, compassion for her suffering, and mercy for sparing her the slow agony of her core falling apart. Somehow, Orion knew that those weren't Tista's feelings, but those of everyone who had known and loved Kalia. As the vibration spread from Tista to Floria, Orion felt his daughter's warrior spirit and her indomitable will to protect those she loved, even at the cost of her life. He could almost see the spells she was blocking with her shield and the flurry of parries of her estoc. She was alone against many, fighting in what a cynical person would define as the pointless effort of defending someone stupid enough to weep for a corpse on the battlefield. Your Floria didn't move and nothing got past her. Orion felt the trust the merfolk had put in his daughter back when they had erected the monument, and he felt it growing louder through the living spiral because they still did. The merfolk knew how Floria had died, yet they didn't think any less of her for it. Then it was the turn of Lith's statue, whose statue released a music with a slow, solemn tempo filled with cold fury. It expressed not only the wrath that Lith had displayed while fighting the Kalgans, but also the thirst for revenge of all the people of Zhen against their ancient enemy. The melody carried their grudge for living under the constant threat of the lost city, and the toll of lives that keeping Kalga contained cost them. Finally, the vibration reached the Tiamat statue, which sang a dirge of death and reckoning. The merfolk now knew how the Forbidden Sun was fueled, and what happened to the unfortunate ones captured and dragged inside Kalga. The tune echoed with the sounds of battle that had spelled the end of the centuries-long conflict. The low, baritonal tones reached the ground at the Tiamat's feet, signaling the rising of the dead to protect the living and keep them from joining the demon's ranks. The song of death spread out, reaching the nearby buildings and turning into a happy sonata about life. The battle was over, and from the rubble of Kalga, a new city was built. Orion could see the daily life of the people of Ihan, scavenging the ruins of the lost city for the remains of their loved ones. The materials that the Kalgans had amassed and refined to build their city had become part of Ihan. The new settlement of the merfolk was more modern, sturdier, and bore enchantments that would have been impossible without using the work of the Kalgans as a foundation. Ihan would forever carry the bloodstains of the conflict, but the merfolk didn't consider it a mark of infamy. It was their way to honor those who they had lost and make their sacrifice amount to something. Those very bloodstains made the fallen like Kalia and Floria immortals, the echoes of their deeds forever engraved in the rock and metal of the buildings. As the vibration spread, the city of Ihan lit up to the sonar spell with such strength that even Orion's amateurish technique could perceive it with clarity. Each building shone with a different color and expressed a different emotion, yet they all carried the echoes from the sea stone. When a merfolk was born, when someone argued, and even when they slept, the vibrations from their bodies from their house to the next until the monument and back. Chapter 2848, See Heart Part 2. Every single person in Ihan lived every day while carrying a sliver of Floria with themselves, and they did it with pride. The realization made Orion's eyes add more water to the ocean, and through the communion of the song, he knew that he wasn't alone. Lith, Solus, Rem, and everyone else were honoring those they had loved and lost, shedding tears of grief and joy. Death was unavoidable and unstoppable, but so was life. Grief didn't stop them, Orion thought. The merfolk kept moving on with their lives because it's the only way to give death meaning. Something that I've learned today and that I can only hope I'll be able to pass on to Gianni. The song stopped and Orion became blind again. Without the resonance from the living spiral and Solus, 10th sense, everything had gone dark. He broke the chain, keeping solely Mal's hand while paddling toward the sea stone. The merfolk understood his intention and guided Orion toward Floria's statue. He used his free hand to caress the features of the stone figure, and even through its rough surface, he could still recognize his daughter's face. Orion brought his forehead against hers, stopping for a moment before signaling Mal that he was done. Or at least that was Orion's intention. The merfolk had no military background, so he interpreted the sharp gestures of the coded language as a call for help. "Calm down, I'm getting you more air," Mal said as other merfolk put their hands on Orion and provided him with an extra flow of oxygen. Lith couldn't help since sonar wasn't precise enough in its readings, and he had no idea what was happening. Only Solus could see and decipher the gestures, urging her host to bring her close to Orion so that he could speak via the mind link. "Thank you very much. The Erna's household will forever be grateful to you for honoring one of our own," he said. "I have no words to express the beauty of your city or the feelings that visiting it inspired in me." "Don't mention it," Rem replied. "We are glad that your brief stay has been meaningful for you as much as for us. You are a good man, Orion Ernas." He blinked in surprise for a couple of seconds, wondering if the merfolk had learned something about him through the communion, or if those were just formal words. "If it's not a bother and if there's enough time left, I would like for my daughters to. It would be our honor," Rem replied. Reaching the surface required regular stops to decompress and keep the humans visit Ihan as well. "It would be our honor," Rem replied. Reaching the surface required regular stops to decompress and keep the humans from suffering embolism. The first mouthful of fresh air felt amazing, and despite the strong feelings that still stirred his heart, Orion was delighted to regain his senses. Lith entrusted to one of the merfolk a home stone and warned her to keep it above the water's surface. Then he triggered the other one he had left at the campsite, and they reached it in an instant. There were less than 2 hours left, but thanks to dimensional magic, and without all the care that bringing a fake mage required, the second trip required much less time. Solus accompanied Freya and Quilla, allowing them to see the monument and truly appreciate the unsettling beauty of the deep. Upon their return, their bodies were drenched by the ocean, and their eyes watery with tears. They needed a bit of time to compose themselves, while their father discussed with the merfolk. "My people are planning their return to the surface, and we would like to have a settlement in Garland, someplace near Magus Verhin's house, if possible," Rem said. "I can help you with that and vouch for you if necessary, but there's an unsurmountable problem with your plan," Orion replied after offering everyone a cup of hot tea to shake off the cold of the sea from their bodies. "What problem if it's a matter of trust we are willing to N01N? "Not that," Lith cut her short and conjured a hologram of the Lustria County. "I live on the mainland, hundreds of kilometers away from the nearest shore." "Me too," Orion gestured for Quilla to do the same for the Erna's archduchy. "I can help you with the paperwork and smooth the diplomatic issues, but if you come to Garland, you'll have to deal with the local lords, not us." "This won't do," Rem sighed, shaking her head. "Humans have a good reason to not trust merfolk, but the opposite is also true. Tensions and conflicts have to be expected, but having a figure trusted by both parties would make things much easier." I requested Magus Verhan's territory because we know him and we have heard from the advanced scouts how open-minded he is. He treats beasts as peers and has befriended monsters, undead, and even elves. If he has overcome the struggle of dealing with the main instigator of the War of the Races, helping the merfolk should be a breeze for him. And maybe it is, Lith nodded. You see, I'm an honorary citizen of the Blood Desert and I have a beach house there. Have you considered starting a colony there? The desert, Rem squinted her eyes. Isn't it dry and unhospitable? For the most part, yes. On the other hand, bureaucracy and diplomacy are not going to be an issue since the law of the Overlord is absolute. If you get a deal with her, there won't be any petty feudal lord bothering you or acts of sabotage from the locals. They might not like you at first just like the people of the kingdom, but they won't dare defy the Overlord. It sounds interesting, but you are supreme magus of the kingdom and just an honorary citizen of the desert, Rem replied. I doubt you have the authority to even get us an audience with the Overlord. Her words were met with several coughs of suppressed hilarity that offended the merfolk quite a bit. I don't think so, Lith shrugged. Grandma, can you come here, please? Yes, dear, a stunning woman in her mid-20s with waist-long raven hair and emerald eyes said. She was holding in the crook of her arm what looked like a dragon whelp covered in black scales and with flaming red feathered wings coming out of his back. The whelp was the size of a human baby, and from time to time he shapeshifted into one. Grandma, Ren was shocked by her youthful appearance for a second. Then she remembered about the Awaken's longevity, and everything made sense. Rem, this is Overlord Salark of the desert. Overlord Salark, this is Rem the merfolk of the underwater twin cities of Ihin and Jen. She would like to discuss with you the terms to establish a merfolk settlement along the desert's coast. Shah, the whelp cried in outrage, emitting a burst of bright red origin flames aimed at Lith. My bad, Lith chuckled. This is my uncle Sharjin, son of the Overlord. The whelp emitted a low, prideful grumble, thick puffs of black smoke coming out of his nostrils while his yellow eyes shone like embers. Chapter 2849, Like Paper, Part 1. Is Salark, I mean the Overlord, your grandmother? Rem's eyes went wide while her mouth hit the floor. Yes, Salark replied while pacifying Sharjin. Let's talk then. Zagran and Tyrus joined the conversation as spectators. The Garuda because she was still considering the idea of establishing her own empire in order to help resolve the crisis of Giera. The Griffin because she was interested in the needs of the merfolk and what they could offer in exchange for hospitality on the surface. She could use that knowledge to instruct the royals about how to write a treaty without leaving space for loopholes that the nobles might exploit. After the Wayfinder recharged, Lith exchanged communication runes with Rem and gifted her a dimensional ring filled with red meat, fruits, and vegetables. All things that the ocean lacked and that he hoped would be a delicacy for the merfolk. He also gave her a cookbook since due to their life underwater, they had no concept of spices or cooking, yet they would need to get used to both once they started to live on the surface. Are you really giving away the position of our beach house? Solus pulled Lith aside, whispering. This way we won't be able to tower warp there freely anymore. Of course not, Lith replied. I just said I have a beach house. I never shared its coordinates. That's our happy oasis and I want to keep it that way. The people of the expedition groaned loudly as they boarded the Wayfinder again. Being trapped in a confined space for an unspecified amount of time was hardly exciting. What's next? Lith asked. The worst part of this journey, aimless wandering until we find a mana geyser. We need it to establish a warp gate strong enough to reach the kingdom, Orion replied. Any idea how long will it take? Hopefully not much, Orion said. We have brought you Awakened for a reason after all. As soon as you see one, let us know. It's not that easy, Lith frowned. Life vision has a limited range and the Wayfinder moves in a straight line right above the ground. It could take weeks if we are unlucky. That's much longer than I was promised. Don't worry about that. A snap of Orion's fingers had the sides of the cargo wagons flip open. The royals have no reason to ruffle your scales. A small fleet of Lorians floated out of the train cars. There was one for each Awakened of the expedition, and a few to spare for regular mages. We'll count mainly on you guys. If the mages of the association find external signs of a geyser, They'll mark the location, and it's up to one of you to check. Orion showed Lith how the Dulorians shared a network that allowed for instant communications and to put together a single map from the explored areas. The Wayfinder was part of the network, signaling its position to the fleet in case they needed a place to retreat to safety. I thought you had brought just 4 of them. Lith was flabbergasted after noticing that all the Dulorians carried the same armaments. No, we used only 4 because that's how many people we have with sufficient training to lift off the Wayfinder at high speed without turning into a giant fireball, Orion replied. Now that we are on the ground and without anyone chasing us, things are much easier. After everyone imprinted their respective Dulorian, only one awakened had been left out to no one's surprise. This is unfair. Why can't I drive one of these things? Kelia asked. First, they are called Dulorian. Second, no one is going to let you study their power core. You can either come with me or stay on the Wayfinder. Lith replied while setting Elijah's car seat inside Camilla's Dulorian. Fine, I'll let the Empress know of your vote of confidence, she snorted. Good, I don't want her to think I'm an idiot, Lith snorted back. Are you sure you don't want to take Elijah with you? Camilla asked. I know how hard it is for you to be away from our baby. Yeah, I'm sure, Lith replied. I can look after myself, whereas you are a bit too weak for my taste to go out alone in a continent filled with monsters and lost cities. Define weak. You are not a guardian. Guilty as charged, she giggled. Be a good girl and protect Mommy, okay? Lith felt weird entrusting an adult to a child, but there was nothing on Magur that could hurt Elijah. Mama, the baby giggled as well. I'm right here, you know. Tyrus had gone back to Garland, allowing Salark to take her place and step inside the Dulorian on the passenger seat. You could just ask me. And you would just give me the join the nest speech, Grandma, Lith replied. If Elijah clings to Kami instead, you have to protect them both. As I see it, she's your boss. Why waste time talking with the underling? The Guardian's outrage was met by the children's prideful expression, since even Sharjin nodded. N/I/N. Whose side are you on? She asked, and the wormling licked her face in reply. You are lucky that I love you, or I'd never forgive your betrayal so easily. Sharjin ignored the words, hearing only the love they carried, and kept licking her and clinging to his mother to let her know that he returned the feeling. Damn it, babies should be Tier 1 forbidden magic. I can't stay mad at you. Salark sniffled. The blood imprint they shared amplified their bond to the point that she could hear the Sharjin's every thought. And they were all about her. That or food, but Salark still counted them as proof of love, since a healthy appetite aligned with her wish for her son to grow strong. I forgive you too, young lady, but don't push your luck. She pointed her finger at Elijah, who grabbed it. Gamma. The failed attempt to articulate the word grandma was more than the Guardian could take. I'm your 4th word. Her voice broke, needing sheer willpower to not cry. Gamma, Elijah replied with worry. Yes, I'm your grandma, and I'm going to kill whoever threatens you or your mommy. I would like to say I told you so, but I don't want to ruin the moment, Lith thought. Good, because I would have hated to break your nose in front of the kids, but rest assured that I don't like you exploiting my emotions. Salark replied with a glare. He had forgotten that he was included in the blood imprint, just like Elijah and Sharjin. From so up close, Salark could naturally read the minds of those who carried her blood without the need for a mind link or a breathing technique. Lith took a few careful steps back and jumped into his own Dulorian as soon as Camilla left, quickly followed by the rest of the squadron. While they safely explored the mainland from the sky, the Wayfinder moved along the coast to map its outline and look for a fortified place where to spend the night where the aerial recon turned out to be unsuccessful. Chapter 2850, Like Paper, Part 2. There was a long list of Giera's coast cities that were known to the people of Garland, but there was no telling if they were built over a Mana geyser or not. More importantly, they might have been destroyed by the lost cities after their escape or occupied by monster tribes. Corpses were but food for monsters, and the now empty houses were a perfect shelter for anyone with enough brains to turn a handle. The Wayfinder moved at moderate speed, to give the watchman the time to look for signs of settlements or of the presence of monsters. I don't get it, Kelia said while searching the ground with life vision while Lith flew at a low altitude. If the monsters of Zelex can only stay on a mana geyser, it means that Giera's council shared with Garland the location of a few geysers. Why don't we just go there? For a few reasons. He looked left while she looked right. 1. Having monsters and humans cohabitate right off the bat is a bad idea. Any problem might easily escalate in a conflict that we can't afford. 2. The mana geysers offered by Giera's council are all located in dangerous regions, adjacent to the area of influence of at least one monster horde. It's the perfect position for the tribes of Zelex to whittle the numbers of our enemies and keep them contained, but a nightmare for everything else. Third and last, even if it was a safe location once the human settlement expands, where are the monsters supposed to go? Away from a geyser, they revert to their feral state and age quickly. The warp gate must be positioned in the center of the mana geyser, and pushing Zelex's tribes away is a death sentence. Again, not a good idea if you want to build a long-lasting alliance. Really, how is that possible? The Empire was kept out of the existence of the Harmonizers, and had little information about what had made the children of Gleemos suitable allies for the kingdom. Lith brought Kelia up to speed, mentioning Morok's father, but painting him solely as an expert at manipulating life forces. He left out the deal between the Council and Zelex to not tempt the Empire to sabotage their relationship with the kingdom. Lith was an expert healer and could make up a few details while attributing the rest to the genius of the dead tyrant and feigning ignorance. On top of that, monsters were naturally drawn to mana geysers. As abundant sources of world energy, the geysers allowed the monsters to naturally alter their life force and use it to attempt to reverse the effects of their fall. It was plausible that someone had exploited the phenomenon for their experiments. For everything else, I don't know, was the standard answer. Wow, even with the few bits of truth in Lith's story, there was more than enough to give Dusk a lot of thought material. He was a great expert in life forces, maybe the third greatest on Magur after Roghar and Baba Yaga. The pieces of the puzzle at his disposal made sense, but the huge gaps in Lith's story kept him from seeing the full picture and exposing the deception. Kalga, Zelex, and the elves, the Red Sun thought out loud. You seem to be connected to everything even here. I refuse to believe those silly rumors until now, but you really are bad luck, Verhin. Thanks. Lith turned around, giving them a sarcastic bow. It means a lot to me coming from a genocidal maniac like you. Kelia's/Dusk's eyes flared up in annoyance for a second, but he didn't answer. He was still used to being so powerful that no one dared talk back to him, while Lith was used to living with guardians. Even if the Red Sun was still at his full strength, he would leave no impression on the Tiamat. As they moved, the map on the holographic screen became wider until it shrunk to fit the new borders while keeping everything in perspective. The explored area grew from every side, thanks to the multiple DeLoreans and the Wayfinder all moving in different directions. Flying on a car at low altitude wasn't much different than floating on a train, but Kelia's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at the simplest discovery. She had much more personal space on her seat, and she could look in every direction to take in the scenery as they advanced instead of looking at it from a single perspective. Also, the DeLorean was much nimbler and had greater maneuverability. She loved it when Lith performed a trick at the wheel to dodge a herd of animals or a wreck on the road, so she often asked him for an encore. Look, there's a city there, Lith pointed at a distance. I don't see anything. She deactivated life vision and squinted her eyes as Lith steered the DeLorean toward their new destination. Sorry, sometimes I forget I'm not human anymore, he sighed. Lith had 2 eyes ablaze with life vision while the other 5 looked around normally, N/////N. Most mystic senses had a limited range to not overload their master with information, and also because energy signatures faded away quickly with distance. Why the sighing? Kelia asked. Sure, having 7 eyes is a bit creepy, but it's damn useful. It sure is, but if you put it together with my mass, the enhanced eyesight, and everything else, I have to constantly hold back just to not hurt those close to me. Heck, I couldn't even ride the DeLorean I made if not for gravity fusion. I had to relearn how to do everything from scratch because everyone and everything is as tough as paper to me. The worst part is that it's not that I don't get upset anymore, I simply can't afford it. If I slap someone's hand away, I shatter it. If I bump into someone, I kill them. Don't get me started about crowds. Dusk and Kelia pondered those words, thinking about how would they deal with the issue if Kelia's bloodline awakened upon reaching the blue core. Still, you make it look so effortless that I never noticed it. I think you are really cool, Kelia said. Lith would have considered it an attempt to manipulate him with flattery, but it took him a single glance to notice the honest admiration in her eyes and the childish enthusiasm in her voice. I guess I'm a rock star now, right, Solus? Yet no one answered him, and the smile creasing his face dimmed a bit. The DeLorean slowed down until it stopped in an empty area. Lith's Tiamat eyes failed to spot a living being for hundreds of meters, and life vision confirmed to him that there was no one hiding around them either. "Why are we stopping?" she said, and after noticing his gloomy expression, she added, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to belittle your hardships. I know we aren't friends, but I like to consider us rivals just like our respective countries. I really look up to you, Magus Verhin, and—" Lith opened the door as he said, "Get out." Kelia found herself covered in a cold sweat as she left her seat and prepared for the worst. Chapter 2851, A Lesson to Learn, Part 1. Lith and Kelia were alone, in the middle of a no-man's land filled with countless mortal dangers. The perfect situation for an accident to take place. Shit, maybe Verhin betrayed us and revealed your existence to the kingdom. Kelia's mind sought order in the sudden chaos around her. Maybe they have tasked him to kill me and retrieve your crystal since you are in a weakened state. Why that face? Get in, we don't have all day. Lith had walked around the car and was now sitting on the passenger seat, making her sigh in relief. Okay, she was getting in the backseat when a tendril of spirit magic stopped her. What are you doing? I meant there. Lith pointed at the driver's seat, looking at Kelia like she was crazy. I was going to teach you how to drive, but if you don't want to. Really? Her eyes sparkled with joy as the truth dawned through the dark clouds of her paranoia. I mean, sure. She didn't make him ask twice, taking the wheel and turning to a shade of purple in embarrassment after realizing how silly she had reacted. I'm sore N/-1/N. In a few years, I'm going to have to teach my daughter. He cut her short, pretending to not have heard anything. Since we are allies and there's no telling if you're going to need a DeLorean while we are here, I thought it would be a good idea. I get a bit of practice and you learn a useful skill. Fair warning, no breathing techniques. Are we clear? Crystal, Kelia's face stayed red, but now it was out of joy. The prospect of receiving lessons from Lith about anything was already exciting, but also having some sort of a father figure was a first for her. The professors at the academy liked her, but only to further their own agenda and the Empress. Dusk was a part of her, so he didn't count either. Kelia could feel her heart pounding as she followed Lith's instructions as fast and efficiently as she could. The DeLorean had simple controls, so it took her but a few minutes to go from floating slowly above the ground to speeding through the skies. Congratulations, you can now drive, Lith said as they spiraled in a barrel roll that reminded him of Lark's crazy antics at the wheel. Now slow down and get back to the ground. The lesson isn't over and we aren't cruising. We are on a mission. Yes, sir. The abandoned city was already in sight, so Kelia focused all of her and Dusk's senses to perceive the presence of enemies. I think the area is clear. This could be a perfect place to spend the night. We'll see, Lith nodded. Gain altitude. We'll take a look from above. It's better to avoid the risk of being surrounded and trapped by the walls. Kelia did as instructed, her enthusiasm fading when she noticed Lith's frown. Did I do something wrong? Did I say something wrong? How did I mess up? Gods, calm down, Dusk replied. Magus doesn't revolve around you or around what Verhin thinks of you. It's probably nothing. The Red Sun spoke more harshly than he would have liked to, but he had his good reasons. He knew of Kelia's admiration for Lith and how it had gotten worse after dancing with him at the gala. The driving lessons were further boosting those feelings, and Dusk wanted to keep her from getting too attached. We are allies, not friends. In the future, we might even be enemies, he reminded her, making Kelia swallow. Listen, Lith said, unaware of her inner turmoil. What? She asked after listening carefully for a while. There's nothing here, it's completely silent. As she lowered the DeLorean inside the city walls to take a closer look, Kelia noticed how every door was open and barely hanging from its hinges. Some showed signs of wear on both sides, proving that it was just due to the years of neglect. Most of them, however, had been burst through. The roads were paved with the dirty white bones of the people of Giera. Most skeletons were still in the place where they had died, while a few had assembled in small mounds. The smaller houses had crumbled due to the lack of maintenance, while the big ones with a private garden were covered by vines and surrounded by tall weeds. There was no birdsong, no noise of animals or people on the streets. Aside from the rustle of the wind and the creaking of the half-open shutters, there was nothing around Lith and Kelia. Exactly. This means that this place has been raided by monsters recently. They burst through the doors they couldn't open and collected the edible corpses to consume them. This place is not safe. We have no idea if the monsters are still around, and how many of them there are. Edible corpses, the plague happened years ago, not months, Kelia pointed out. They were probably survivors who tried to settle here. During my last visit, I have witnessed many humans abandoning the beach cities because unable to cope with the new order. Lith replied. How can you be so sure it's recent? It could have happened months ago. You said it yourself. It's completely silent. There are no animals, which means they have been devoured or flew away. If they haven't come back yet, it means that the attack can't have happened more than a few days ago. Lith used spirit magic to grab a bone and showed Kelia the bite marks. Good gods! She stopped the Dulorian as the reality of her surroundings hit her. They weren't inside an empty city, but in a dead city. The plague had killed most of the people, and then the survivors had killed each other. Then, the monsters had gotten rid of whoever had failed or refused to find shelter in one of the awakened settlements. Nature was slowly reclaiming everything, and the weather gave it a hand. Everything around Kelia was the result of a man-made disaster that no one had bothered cleaning up. This is the reason I'm here today. Lith's voice broke the silence and snapped her out of her reverie. This is the reason I accepted to become a Magus first, and then joined the War of the Griffins instead of spending my time sipping tea in the desert. This is what happens when true power ends up in the wrong hands. I don't claim to be a hero. I didn't do anything admirable. I simply stood up against Thrud, the undead courts, and the stupid politics because I didn't want this to happen to Garland. Is this the lesson you were talking about? Kelia asked, when a ping from the console signaled them that the Dulorian number 4 had found a safe place, and everyone was converging there. Yes, Lith replied as they gained altitude and set the course for their new destination. Having power makes no one infallible. It only increases the number of people who end up paying the price for the mistakes of those who wield it. Chapter 2852, A Lesson to Learn, Part 2. Lith knew of Kelia's background from Solus, and due to Kelia's symbiotic relationship with Dusk, Lith felt an affinity toward her. He was aware that the Empress was raising Kelia as her successor, and that she probably had been sent to Giera on some mission. What he suspected, and Kelia wasn't aware of, was the fact that part of the mission was gaining field experience and witnessing the consequences of bad leadership. If Lith was right, the Empress wanted Kelia to become more than just a powerful mage who hosted Dusk in her body. If she ever became the next Empress, her actions would affect the whole Garland. Space. Once they reached the meeting point, Lith and Kelia had a pleasant surprise. Just a few dozen kilometers from their initial landing point, there was an unused mana geyser. Farg had found it by following the river through the mainland. After that, she had scouted the area surrounding the geyser for signs of the presence of monsters or lost cities. After finding plenty of wildlife and no traces of recent struggles, she had activated the homing beacon for the rest of the expedition. This was a lucky break, Orion said. Tonight we'll sleep here and tomorrow we'll proceed to scout the entire region thoroughly. I'm not taking a single crate out of the Wayfinder until we make sure there's no one around here or coming this way. The train was already in its village mode, setting a safe perimeter with the arrays that allowed everyone to rest and relax during the dinner. Do you need our presence after the construction process begins? Tista asked. No, unless there's an emergency. Why? Well, I came to Giera to check on the merfolk and to meet Badia's relatives. She pointed the Nidhogg to Orion. I would like to bring Lith and Camilla along. Also, we could use this time to check on Vladian and the others. Fine by me, Orion sighed. But keep your amulets at hand and consider yourselves on call. The evening was quiet, and the night passed without incidents. The following day, The Wayfinder and its occupants kept guard to the geyser while checking for magic crystals and magic metals, while the Lorians checked the perimeter for dozens of kilometers. The recon took until dusk because the mages had to often come down and use earth magic to search for caves hidden underground and cast life-sensing arrays. N//IN. Only after they found no traces of settlements, and the presence of wild animals confirmed that there had not been a monster horde in a long while, did Orion contact the royals to share the good news. The following morning, the construction work started. The portable village had been arranged so as to keep the site of the future warp gate at the center of the arrays. Mages were sent out to find an alternative source of water to the river, and set temporary arrays to warn them of the approach of enemies, while the soldiers looked for a steady supply of food for the expedition. Game, fruits, edible herbs, anything that would make the provisions brought from Garland last longer in case they had underestimated the time necessary to complete the gate or something delayed the construction. Only the members of the White Sword Squad and the Queen's Core Unit were present when the forgemastering materials were unloaded by the Awakened by using spirit magic. Tista, Lith, and Badia also gave a hand by carrying the heaviest crates with ease thanks to their strength. Inzialot could have contributed as well, but no one trusted him near the priceless components and rare ingredients. There was the concrete chance that he might steal them, lose them due to his forgetfulness, or steal them and then forget about doing it so that even if Ragu questioned him, the Lich King would have been unaware of his own actions. Believing himself innocent, there was no telling how he might react to accusations, but no one believed for a second that Inzialot would never agree on revealing the contents of his dimensional amulets. Even worse, even if he did and was caught red-handed, the Lich King would believe to have always owned the stolen items and fight to protect them with everything he had gotten. I still don't understand why we brought the undead with us. He brings more trouble than help, a guard from the Empire commented dryly. Me neither, said a mage. Even worse, the more I see how a Lich operates, the more embarrassing is the thought that we came this close to losing against Visa. The rest of the unit on scout duty muttered in agreement. We brought him with us because he can stand guard alone night and day without rest and cover one side of the camp by himself. Harun, a female member of the White Sword unit, said, while pointing at the figure of Inzialot and Nero watching the south entrance. Also, you guys are making a big mistake if you think that a Lich is just a clumsy oddball. If that was his true nature, Inzialot would have never become so powerful or risen to his position. His ridiculous behavior means that he doesn't give a damn about us, and you should thank the gods for that. Visa was a threat to the Empire because she had a goal, and we were an obstacle to her plans. Once a Lich puts their plan into motion, they never stop and never waver. So shut up and don't give him a reason to focus. Everybody was flabbergasted, but after a while they swallowed a lump of saliva, finding themselves covered in a cold sweat. They remembered well how Inzialot had single-handedly disposed of all the magical beasts, attacking the Wayfinder with a single spell. On top of that, he was an Awakened and the representative of the undead in the council, whereas Visa had been just one of the many affiliates of the Dusk Court. Nonetheless, it had taken the direct intervention of the Empress to kill her. The guards from the Empire stared at the figure of the Lich King one last time, and decided that it was better to leave the sleeping dragon alone, lest he woke up. Thanks for the help, guys. Orion triple-checked that everything necessary to build the physical foundation of the warp gate, and only that had been brought out of the Wayfinder. This way, if something went amiss or was damaged, the sabotage would be immediately discovered. By keeping a limited number of components at hand, while the rest was locked in the wagons, made it hard for any enemy to deal a crippling blow to the expedition. Orion had brought spares of everything, but only he knew what was where. We'll start right away, and even though the area is secure, I'd sleep more comfortably knowing that you are here. Please, come back as soon as you can, or our estimates about the construction time might become nothing but wishful thinking. There's something I don't understand, Lith said. I thought that after arriving to Giera, the people of the Empire would have gone separate ways and built their own gate. Why are they still here? Chapter 2853, A Lesson to Learn, Part 3. The people from the Empire are going to leave all right, but not before we are done here. Orion pointed at the disassembled gate. There was no point bringing more than one gate since we can't lend the wayfinder to someone and hope they kindly return it without even taking a crack at it. First, the kingdom builds its private gate. Then, we bring the necessary for the fortification of our first outpost, while the Empire brings the material for their own gate. At that point, we help them carry everything and keep guard until they are done. And when I say keep guard, I mean to their encampment and the wayfinder. Makes sense, Lith nodded. See you soon. I entrust everyone to you. Tista gave Badia a kiss. Also, I entrust him to you girls. Protect this puny deep violet cord Nidhogg in my absence. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him for you, Quilla said, N1N. Not that you need it, Badia. People at the deep violet like us are a cut above the rest. Freya patted his shoulder and glared at Tista. Badia squinted his eyes in annoyance, but it lasted only 1 second. He hated being reminded that somehow a bunch of kids had surpassed him, but he had long since learned that there was no point in being angry with reality. Are you sure I can't come with you? You can trust me with a secret. It was a simple question, yet it made Tista shift awkwardly on her feet. I'm sorry, it's not up to me, it's a family matter, she replied while nodding at Lith. Now I understand how Lith felt before opening up to Camilla, she actually thought. I've never had to hide anything from Badia because I had no secrets. Being an awakened is normal in the council, and Lith took the brunt of the public reaction after revealing he was a hybrid. I know that Badia cares for me. He showed his selflessness to me countless times. The problem is that I have no idea how he would react seeing the tower. It's a huge secret, and it's not mine to share. I can't ask Lith and Solus to risk everything for me, even if it means hurting Badia's feelings. Let's hope that after meeting his relatives I can understand him better. The Nidhogg didn't like being left behind or the clear divide that still separated him from Tista. Yet he could also see how uneasy she felt and how guilty she looked. Judging by the way she keeps looking at Lith, she must be following his directions, Badia thought. I know that he has many secrets and that he must have his reasons for this, but Tista is supposed to be her own woman, not an extension of her brother. I guess we'll have to talk about this when she gets back. He simply nodded and let her go. Tista waved him goodbye as Lith opened a warp steps, leading dozens of kilometers away. I'm sorry, Tista, Solus said with a sigh. But even with the sage staff, I'm starting to feel weak, and we didn't stay over Ihin's geyser long enough to replenish my energy reserves. No need to apologize, Solus, Tista replied. This is my problem, not yours. I trust Badia, but not so much to feel safe that he would keep silent about the tower even in case we break up. People like Camilla are rare. Thank you. The compliment brought a warm smile to her face. She still remembered the heartache from learning about Solus' existence and his relationship with Lith. Yet such bad memory was eclipsed by the good ones they had built together and the happiness that her weird, extended marriage brought to her. Camilla knew how Solus had worked hard from behind the scenes to teach Elijah the word mom while showing the baby Camilla's hologram. Also, Solus had been a great help to deal with Camilla's depression. She had taken care of the baby and forced Camilla to take a break from the practice of magic every time she was overwhelmed. Solus had not only built their home inside the tower, but was also helping Lith and Camilla to keep it together despite their respective struggles. Come on, I want to visit Mom and Dad. Which direction is the nearest geyser? Tista asked. Good question. Lith looked at Solus like everyone else. Gods, how can you guys live with the memory of a lick? She conjured a holographic map of the coastal region that had been explored by Lorien, with the discovered mana geysers marked by blinking dots. The awakened of the expedition had found more than one, but they were either located in areas hard to defend or that bore signs of recent activities. Orion couldn't risk being discovered by a monster tide or starting a feud with a city of locals. The conflict would drain their limited resources and delay the construction of the gate indefinitely. Lith had no such problems. Building the tower took but a second, and after that, the watchtower would tell him everything he needed. They reached a particularly powerful geyser that was surrounded by a thick forest. It was a terrible place for a settlement since the trees would cut the line of sight of the sentinels, and there were enough blind spots to hide an army. All things that were a plus for Lith. The trees would cover for the tower, and the blind spots were perfect for his demons to stalk the area and make sure that no eyewitness would survive. Lith threw his stone ring on the ground, seeing it disappear under the mud and grass. Yet nothing visible happened. He had the tower stay underground so that he and Solus would gain its powers without anyone noticing. Then, after the life-sensing arrays, and the array detecting spells of the tower confirmed that no one was around, Lith conjured the power of the warp mirror to bring everyone inside. "Can we jump back to Garland?" Camilla asked. "Not yet," Solus replied. "I'm still recovering and building up the power for such a long-distance tower warp takes time, also that." She pointed at the images collected by the sentries and shown in the mirrors. A few creatures emerged from the shadows of the forest and approached the location of the mirror steps to study the remnant dimensional energy. Or rather, they looked like different creatures until they merged into a single empowered abomination. The creature lived above the geyser and fed off it. He had hidden the moment he had perceived the arrival of the intruders and was now trying to assess if they were a threat or a meal. The abomination had started weaving a spell to reopen the dimensional door when a voice coming from behind made him jump in surprise. "Are you allied with the Master?" the demon of Locrias asked while wielding his sword Pride. "What did you say?" The abomination's reply was in an unknown idiom which was an answer by itself. "I'll ask you only one more time. Are you allied with the Master's organization?" "Enough with the gibberish." The creature snarled in annoyance and released a Tier 4 chaos spell, Void Howling. The spear of chaos was faster than a bullet, as wide as a small tree, and it disappeared soon after being conjured. Chapter 2854, A Lesson to Learn Part 4. "What? How?" A darkness-sealing array had appeared around them, and when the abomination tried to blink away, he discovered that dimensional magic was sealed as well. "I'll take that as a no. If I'm wrong, my bad." Locrias unleashed the tower tier spell, Primordial Nova. The enhanced version of the Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar, overpowered the massive chaos that was the empowered abomination's body and destroyed it. Locrias stood there for a while, pretending to lower his guard while more demons scouted the surroundings. "We can go now. If there was someone else and they were running away, the sentries would have noticed them, while if they were hiding, by now my demons would have discovered them," Lith said. Locrias cast Restoration to relax the space before returning inside Lith's feather. Recalling a demon left no trace that could be followed because it required no spell. Solus nodded and warped the tower to Salark's palace in the Blood Desert. "Fine, you got me. I'm going to build me one of these as soon as the tower is done rebuilding itself." The Guardian came out of Elijah's shadow, feeling her full power return now that she was back on her turf. "I can't wait to be able to move freely and kick some Fenegar ass without the need of someone on the other side opening a warp for me." "Great idea," Solus chuckled. "This way Zag-Zag can come to visit you often." "Don't call her like that, and dear gods, you are right." Salark went pale at the thought. "She'd spar with all the desert if I let her, and don't call her like that, and dear gods, you are right." Salark went pale at the thought. "She'd spar with all the desert if I let her, and by the time she is done, my whole nest would need a long vacation to recover." Before leaving, Salark cleansed the group and the tower from any ailment they carried from Giera. The wave of darkness magic washed over them, making them feel like after a sterilization bath. Even though it was the middle of the night in Garland, Lith's family was happy to wake up to see them again. The only sour note of the reunion was that Surin had completely forgotten about all of them, which angered Elijah. "Shush, darling. Normal babies have no memory. Your aunt has no fault for that." Even by using the dragon scales, it took Lith a while to calm her down. Enough for Solus to recount everything about the trip and the visit to the underwater city of Ihan. "I'm proud of all of you." Elena hugged them. "You are the heroes of 2 continents, you too, Solus. Even if the rest of Magar only sees a stone ring on Lith's statue, your family knows what it really means." "Thanks, Mom." Solus smiled from her heart, glad for the recognition. "How are you guys doing?" Lith asked Aaron and Lyria. "Great, Mom allowed us to take part in the daily lessons, and we have improved a lot." Aaron shot a small shard of ice that moved for over 10 meters, 33, before fading away. It was a simple spell, but he cast it without any magic word or sign. The perfect silent magic and the range reached by the chore magic were the signs of a talented mage. In just 3 days, Lith was flabbergasted. "Not really." Lyria replied. We have never stopped practicing your teachings. The only thing we have learned here is how to cast offensive spells and how to keep the mana from dispersing. I never liked the idea of teaching the children how to hurt people, so I always kept them out of the most violent lessons. Elena sighed. But if they are going to follow in your footsteps and enroll in the White Griffin Academy, it's time they learn. Don't worry so much, dear. Roz gently held her shoulder to reassure her. They are not learning how to hurt people, but how to defend themselves. Also, only by experiencing how dangerous magic is can they understand that it's not a toy to play with. Well said, my child. Salark nodded while examining the kids with her breathing technique, mother-son. Working on the basics of true magic and living over a powerful mana geyser was stimulating the growth of the kids' cores and setting the foundation to develop a mana flow. How is Garrick doing? Camilla would have liked to ask him in person, but then she would have to explain how they had returned so quickly. He's never been happier, Lyria replied. Here nobody cares about his looks, so Garrick has made a lot of friends at the magic lessons. He can shapeshift and fly freely, which also makes him one of the most popular students. His mother, Ryla, is also taking magic lessons, and the Phoenixes are helping her to control her bloodline abilities. Only Fluffy hates being here, she chuckled. He is always hot due to his fur, and Grandma put him on a diet. I've offered them to permanently move to the desert, but Ryla turned me down, Salark sighed. She says that it's more important to her that Garrick sticks with his brother, especially now that Morok is married and the family is bound to grow. Don't say that to Quilla or she might have a stroke, Solus chuckled. She's already under a lot of pressure from the kingdom and her family. The last thing she needs is more responsibilities. With Manohar's death, Quilla was the only healer skilled enough and with knowledge of light mastery that could take his spot as the royal healer. She had taken the position after Lith and Marth had turned it down. The former because he wasn't interested in politics, and the latter because, between his family and his duty as headmaster of the White Griffin, he already had his plate full. Quilla, instead, was still looking for a path in life and wanted to redeem the Urna's name in the public eye. As the royal healer and aspiring god of healing, she could lighten the burden on Gunnian's shoulders. The oldest of the Urnas had taken the role of head of the Urna's household to give his parents the time they needed to grieve and recover from the War of the Griffins. After they finished catching up, everyone was happy to have a light late dinner early lunch to spend some time together while Solus and the tower recovered their strength. During that time, Lith left his equipment inside the Spark to further refine them. After bidding their family goodbye, Lith and the others went back into the tower and from there to Giera. What's next on our agenda? He asked. Well, I'd like to meet Badia's relatives first. Tista tormented her hair nervously. It's the reason I came here in the first place, and if I keep delaying it, I'm afraid I'll end up chickening out. Nice, Solus nudged her while winking. Sounds important. Why didn't you mention it to Mom and Dad? Are you kidding me? Tista replied with a snort. The moment they heard about this, they would start planning my marriage. Why do you think I informed them about our relationship on a need-to-know basis? Is it that bad? Camilla furrowed her brows in surprise. Chapter 2855, Nidhogg's Nest, Part 1. No, it's worse. Here's the plans for Lith's marriage with Floria. Tista projected a hologram depicting a small, intimate ceremony in an old version of the Verhin house, making Lith's stomach churn. This instead is about the marriage with Falul. The images now showed a tacky, grandiose celebration taking place inside the Hydra's lair, surrounded by piles of gold and precious gems. Then there was Peonia. Enough, we got the gist of it. Tista had just started to project a wedding ceremony in the throne room when Lith stopped her. Good gods, it's even worse than I thought. You mean you didn't know? Camilla was surprised and offended at the same time. Surprised because Lith seemed to have been as oblivious as her, and offended because there was no trace of a plan for their marriage. No, and I was happier that way, Lith sighed. The only time my parents tried to involve me in their madness was when they planned for our marriage that was supposed to take place after our 3rd anniversary. They were planning our marriage. Camilla's face lit up with joy for almost 1 second before her smile got turned upside down. Wait, how dare you call it madness? Because they didn't give a farm about my consent, Lith replied. I wasn't planning anything because neither you nor them knew about Solus, and it wasn't fair to you popping out the question without telling you the truth first. We all know how it ended up when I did. Right, Camilla nodded, her face back to a neutral expression as she turned toward Tista. Can I see those plans, please? You need to be more specific, Tista replied. What version? There's more than one. You bet. Our parents upgraded it the more Lil Bro here gained fame and money. Same when he brought Zinnia to our home, you two took the kids to the magic training camp, and Lith opened up to you and you stayed with him. Tista showed Camilla so many versions of her marriage that soon she was on cloud 9. She now loved Roz and Alina more than ever, and was also happy that none of those hypothetical ceremonies surpassed the real deal. Okay, great. Lith was eager to change the subject. So Badia first, and then we go check on our allies. I'm curious to see how undead, monsters, and elves are faring and if they need a hand. After that, we can comfortably wait for the gate to be finished and get back home as soon as it's done. Lith hadn't forgotten about Silpha's request to take out a lost city, and the members of the first colonization party had been in Giera for months. If there was a cursed object nearby, they were bound to know about it. I'm not going to waste time or risk my life for a secondary mission. If I can scan the power core from a distance with the eyes of Menadian, I'll think about it. Otherwise, I'll wash my hands and let the Guardians of Giera dealing with this mess. While they discussed their plans for the immediate future, Solus used a combination of spells, arrays, and sentries to check on their surroundings. The sentries shared her mana sense and analyzed everything that reflected on their glassy surface. From there, returning to the Wayfinder required but a single warp steps, thanks to the home stone Lith had entrusted to Freya before going to Ihin. Done already? Badia welcomed them all with a warm smile that became radiant as soon as his eyes met Tista's. I was expecting you guys to be away for a day or two. Solus was back at full strength, but not even the members of the council could notice the difference. She had avoided exerting herself on purpose so that the rise and fall of her condition according to the presence or not of a mana geyser had gone unnoticed. N. Yes, everything is fine now. It was just a family discussion. I missed you, though. Tista embraced him to lose herself in his warmth and brace herself from what was about to happen. I missed you, too. Can we go now, or do you need some time to prepare? Badia smelled on her several scents alien to Giera and typical of the desert. Yet he knew that Salark was there as well, and between the powers of the Guardian and the great relationship Tista had with the Overlord, there were countless plausible explanations for the oddities he noticed. Do I need to prepare? She froze on the spot, pulling away enough to look him in the eyes. How should I know? Badia shrugged. I have no idea if there is some last-minute call you have to make to your family or how you planned this. Planned? Tista went pale at that simple word. It was her first time going to meet someone and be the one hoping to make a good impression. In the 3 great countries, between her beauty and Lith's status, she was used to men throwing themselves at her feet. She only had to answer yes or no to their invitations, and they would do the rest. In the awakened community, her beauty wasn't that special, but her demon bloodline was. Old and new awakened households coveted her power and spared no effort in the attempt to add divine beasts to their ranks. Tista was but one demon, sure, but all of her children would share her powers, and if they chose the Hecate form when they came to age, their numbers would multiply with time. At that point, any awakened bloodline who had garnered Tista's loyalty would use that power to either climb the ranks of the council or even become completely independent from its authority. On Giera, however, none of that mattered, especially for beasts. Tista was indeed a gorgeous woman, but only according to human standards. Beasts shape-shifted and took any appearance of their choosing, making looks irrelevant. To make matters worse, away from Garland and the advantages that befriending her alleged grandparents implied, Tista was just a divine beast. A new kind, sure, but not necessarily better than a Garuda. All things she had completely overlooked, until that single world had shattered the illusion of her comfortable routine. Do you think I should introduce myself in my human or Hecate form? Should I bring a gift? Some homemade food? Tista gripped Badia's arms in a panic. Respectively, it's indifferent depends and definitely not, he chuckled. Gods, I don't know whether to get angry about how little thought you put into this or be moved by how flustered you are. Please be moved. I can't deal with anything right now. Bursts of flames of different colors started to erupt from her body while her eyes became watery in frustration with herself. I feel so dumb that I can barely understand what you are saying. Long story short, your appearance is irrelevant since your smell will reveal your nature as a divine beast anyway. Badia caressed her back to calm her down after making sure that the flames were harmless. As for bringing a gift, it depends on your intentions. Chapter 2856, Nidhogg's Nest, Part 2. Chapter 2856, Nidhogg's Nest, Part 2. If you are going to propose, you need a proper betrothal gift, Badia said with a sly smile as Tista literally burned red in embarrassment. Otherwise, there's no need to bring anything. You are just visiting the family of a friend. No one expects you to dish out powerful ingredients like they are candies, nor to bring food since my relatives are all lesser leviathans. They are not used to human dishes, and to make enough for everyone you'd cause another famine. Right, she nodded. Let's go meet your relatives then. N1/N. Tista shapeshifted into her Hecate form, and opened a warp steps as quickly as she could before she lost her cool and chickened out. You know where my family lives, then you did prepare after all, Badia said. No, I'm just so scared out of my mind that I opened a steps in a random direction. Tista replied, her voice almost breaking in terror and embarrassment. She dispelled the dimensional door after realizing it just led to the furthest point she could see. Her flames died down, and her scales turned to a deep, dull red. There's nothing to be afraid of. Everything is going to be fine, I promise. Badia hugged Tista before she burst into tears. All the magic on Magur and the bloodline abilities of her demon form were useless against stress. She was just a girl terrified at the idea of meeting her boyfriend's family. She's making a big deal out of nothing. Lith scoffed, but under a hush zone to not make his sister feel worse about it. Who cares if some strangers like her or not? It is a big deal, Camilla and Solus snarled at him. Don't you remember how scared I was when you brought me to Lucia the first time? Camilla's meeting with Lith's family had gone well, but she had cried her share the days before. Have you forgotten how terrible it was when you introduced me to our family? Everyone had assumed that Solus was the reason behind Camilla breaking up with Lith and had treated her like a homewrecker. It had been one of the worst days of her life, and she had ended up crying a lot before mess. The misunderstanding had been cleared. Elijah had no idea what was going on, but feeling how upset the two women she cared the most about were, she scolded Lith to the best of her abilities. As for Valoran II, he pretended to be asleep to not be dragged into that mess. Fine, I apologize, I'm a jerk. Lith raised his hands in surrender. The three most important women of his life were coalized against him, and that wasn't the hill he wanted to die on. After Tista composed herself and her scales went back to their usual shiny red, Badia opened a series of warp steps leading southeast, away from the coast. Since my species hasn't inherited the gills of our forefather, Nidhoggs tend to build their homes deep underground and away from water, just like wingless lesser dragons avoid heights, he said in between dimensional doors. Our ability to swim through the earth makes it relatively easy for us to find a natural network of caves that we then expand and rearrange with magic. It's also great for looking for crystals and enchanted metal mines. If we find a deep vein, even if there's no pre-existing cave, it's worth making one from scratch. Sounds like a very convenient ability. Lith suddenly found the idea of meeting Badia's family exciting as well. Nalrun could swim through the ground as well, but there was only one of him, and his form was relatively small. Unless Lith had a concrete lead about the presence of natural resources, the Rizar wouldn't waste days digging randomly. On the other hand, there were many Nidhoggs, and Lith remembered how quickly Badia could move underground. Between their size and speed, it would take them hours to cover the area that a Rizar would need days to explore. The fact that Giera was a no-man's land, whereas most of the geysers on Garland were already taken, further sweetened the deal. Very, Badia furrowed his brow. My species is considered among the best prospectors of the awakened community. We enjoy high status and often exchange our services with Origin Flames since there are few species on Giera capable of using them. A piece of advice, make that dragon greed disappear from your face and make sure it doesn't pop back out during our visit. All Leviathans, lesser or not, need origin flames and dislike dragons in equal measure. Why? Tista swallowed a lump of saliva, feeling very involved in the matter. Because of the rivalry between our forefathers, he shrugged. Also, lesser Leviathans are even more vocal about that due to their inferiority complex. There, Solus echoed. I got over it. I learned the hard way that letting pride dictate your life is the recipe to make everything pointlessly hard for yourself, Badia replied. We're here. They had arrived at a grassland in the middle of nowhere. Judging from the several bald spots and the presence of deep craters, a huge battle had taken place there recently. That or a monster tide had shortly left. Already, Tista felt her throat parched and beads of fire leaked out of her scales. Badia used invigoration to recover the mana he had consumed, and then he placed a hand on the ground. Solus noticed with mana sense the presence of an active array with which the Nidhogg was interacting. Badia wasn't weaving runes, just sending small bursts of elemental energy with different duration, intensity, and rhythm. It's like a secret knock. As soon as he was done, the grasslands opened in front of their feet, forming a circular opening about 10 meters, 33, across. Big enough to allow an adult Nidhogg to slide in while also carrying guests on his back. The corridor was also very steep, and there was no light source. It's a well-disguised trap. Lith's paranoia sense tingled as soon as he saw the corridor. Everything is so smooth that there's no foothold, and the space is too tight for a non-serpent emperor beast to move comfortably. Yeah, that and the fact that the corridor is the right size to be flooded by the acidic spit of a single Nidhogg doesn't help, Solus added. The various earth sealing arrays in place make it impossible to alter the terrain, but they don't interfere with a Nidhogg bloodline ability. Getting inside without an invitation is suicidal at best. Jump on. Badia shapeshifted into his lesser divine beast form and let them sit on the space right behind his head. He shapeshifted the scales covering his body so to form hand and footholds before diving down. While Tista rehearsed her introduction with a mumbling voice, Lith used his 7 eyes to look left and right as they moved. Not to be that guy, but this is the poorest awakened household I've ever visited. Aside from the barren rock, there was nothing in the corridor surrounding them. No pieces of art, no magical wonders, no decorative spells that only the life vision of an awakened could appreciate. Chapter 2857, Nidhogg's Nest, Part 3. The only spells Lith could detect were the elemental sealing arrays and the various security measures in place. No need to apologize, it's on purpose. The corridor in front of Badia formed a sharp turn right in less than 10 meters, yet he changed neither speed nor direction. Everyone had just the time to brace themselves for impact, their warnings and curses still making their way to their lips when the wall in front of them became softer than jelly. The new corridor they had just entered was not only perfectly lit, but also richly decorated. The surface of the ground was now rough and almost level, giving the guests the opportunity to make a stop if they wished. The ceiling depicted a long fresco narrating Fenneger's history, until one of his emperor beast spouses had given birth to the first Nidhogg. And from there, the newborn species and its exploits were the sole protagonists of the mural. On the walls were hung illustrations of the Nidhogg bloodline's most important achievements. Just like the paintings decorating the houses of the nobility of the kingdom, each picture wasn't static. It showed a short movie focused on the highlights of an event and the glory that the Nidhogg bloodline gained from it. To either side of each painting, there were alcoves hosting the statues of the main subject of the painting in both his human and lesser form. There's no point making a path that anyone can follow when all the members of your family can make their own. The other corridor is just a diversion. Badia smiled in pride at the amazement of his guests. By the way, try to alternate between regular and life vision. They did as suggested, discovering that the offspring of the father of all Leviathans also favored less conventional forms of art. Life vision revealed that both paintings and statues had been enchanted to have a completely different appearance when observed with mystical senses. The elemental flows they had imbued with made the paintings show a second clip, while those swirling around the statues generated a harmless reproduction of each ancient Nidhogg's favorite spells. Riches and masterpieces was just a matter of time. The entire corridor had been decorated with magical runes that had no purpose but to narrate in the language of magic how each one of the events and people depicted had altered the course of the family bloodline. It was a spectacle reserved solely for awakened, since impressing them was much harder than a short-lived human mage. To creatures like the Nidhogg's, accumulating riches and masterpieces was just a matter of time. In their opinion, any species incapable of doing it despite the advantage of their longevity deserved to go extinct. So while mere light revealed mere opulence, life vision gave the guests concrete proof of the skill and mastery over magic of their hosts. It impressed even Lith, both in a good and bad way. On the one hand, I want to do something like this for the Verhin mansion. He shared his thoughts with Solus and Camilla, but kept Tister out of the loop to not upset her further. On the other hand, the level of pride and self-entitlement the various enchantments exude is something I have only seen in the lair of a wyvern. Either Badia is taking us on the route reserved for unwanted guests, or this is the only route, which is even worse. Yeah, Solus nodded. It would mean that there are no wanted guests. The Nidhogg's look down on anyone who isn't one of their own. The corridor went on for a while, and soon replicas of magical devices and forgemastering wonders appeared alongside the pieces of regular art. Once again, light showed their physical form, while life vision gave an idea of the capabilities of the original artifacts. Whenever a Nidhogg achieved more than glory in battle, the fruits of their labor were displayed as well. It was the perfect method to flaunt one's creations without the risk of having their secrets stolen by dragon eyes or similar means. The eyes of the babies went on and off non-stop, giggling like it was the best carnival ride ever. Despite the sensation of being looked down upon, Lith appreciated the way the Nidhogg bloodline had chosen to recount their story, and he decided to introduce it in Garland as well. The journey ended in a network of massive caves big enough for multiple lesser leviathans to move comfortably no matter the form they chose. Yet the position of the pillars supporting the ceiling and the height of the cave were clearly intended to hinder other lesser divine beasts. With its 15 meters, 50, high ceiling, lesser or not a divine beast would have been forced to shrink to a size they had only briefly experienced during their development, making it awkward for them to fight and limiting their battle prowess. The columns, instead, were close to each other to counter four-legged creatures like behemoths and drakes, hindering the movement of their massive bodies and tails. Nidhoggs, instead, would have no issue maneuvering around and wouldn't need much space, since their serpentine forms would never stretch for the entirety of their length. Fuck me sideways. The symphony of paranoia and contingency plans that filled the room made Lith feel at home and pissed Solus off big time. This is brilliant. The pillars are actually built to be easy to destroy and cause a cave-in. This way the enemy gets trapped under tons of rock, and a Nidhogg is free to swim around like a shark. I'm moved. Yeah, this is somewhat worse than a wyvern's lair, Solus replied with a snarl. They just show off, whereas the Nidhoggs turn out to be the kind of guys who welcome you with one hand and point a gun to your head with the other. There were just a few humanoid lizards in the cave, but judging from the echoes coming from the side tunnels, more were coming. Grandfather, it's so nice to see you again. Badia's leviathan tongue was rich with joy and emotion as he approached a Nidhogg in humanoid form. Badia, my boy, where have you been these past few months, and who are your friends? Oh, still have my communication amulet, you know. The grandfather looked like a bipedal lizard who had developed opposable thumbs. N1N. His body was covered in brownish-gray scales streaked yellow, orange, and blue all over. Several straight bone spikes came out of his forehead in a shape that reminded Lith of the frill of a triceratops. He was wearing a full-body suit meant to protect him from high temperatures. It was made of red scales from another and older Nidhogg that left only the older Nidhogg's hands and head exposed. A tail came out of the small of his back, and it was way longer than a dragon's. It's not supposed to be used like a third hand, but to wrap around and constrict a prey, Camilla pointed out. Solus was about to ask since when Camilla was an expert on the matter, but then a few of Lith's shared memories popped out in her mind, making her blush. Sorry for not contacting you lately, grandfather. Lots of things happened and I lost track of time, Badia replied. Chapter 2858, Nidhogg's Nest, Part 4. Do you mind switching to the Great Mother's language? I don't want to make my guests feel uncomfortable. Gladly, who do I have the pleasure to meet? The older Nidhogg asked. Grandfather, these are Tista Verhen, my girlfriend. Tista's appearance and name left Badia's old man indifferent, but her family name hit a nerve. His body stiffened and his eyes went cold for just a moment, but long enough for anybody to notice. Except for Tista, who was too tense, and Badia, who was too happy about the reunion. He listed all of his guests, always specifying their relationship with Tista. The more the Verhen name echoed through the cave, the less warmth remained in the eyes of the older Nidhogg. Guys, this is my grandfather, Vothel the Nidhogg. He took care of me after my parents died, and he taught me everything I know about magic. It's an honor to meet you all. Vothel welcomed them one by one with a small bow while keeping a respectful distance. N1N. Handshakes were considered rude in the awakened community, because physical contact was often used to study someone with a breathing technique. The honor is all mine, sir. Tista kept her face mask on, hoping it helped her to appear more confident than she actually was. Badia always speaks very highly of you. Glad to hear it, yet I wonder why he never spoke to me about you. The older Nidhogg glared, but at his grandson. Grandpa, Badia said in embarrassment. I didn't mention Tista to you because you've told me countless times that you weren't interested in my dating life unless I needed advice, or it was something serious. And which case is this? Vothel asked with visible confusion on his reptile face. Something serious. Despite his ashen shin, Badia's ears were almost as red as Tista's scales. Then why did you introduce her as your girlfriend? The older Nidhogg retorted. Or were you looking for the word fiancé? Grandpa, Tista burst out in flames and Badia became pink-skinned. It's not that serious. Tista wanted to meet my family just like I met hers. I thought that someone as old as you would know about courtesy visits. Good, Vothel nodded. You did the right thing, Tista. You saved yourself and this bonehead a lot of suffering before it was too late. For that you have my thanks. He gave her a deep bow, but despite his polite gesture, Badia went ashen again. What do you mean, Grandpa? In a moment, let's wait for everyone to arrive. This is a family matter, and I don't want you to endure any more that's strictly necessary. The older Nidhogg beckoned at the other members of the family. None of them bore a human face, preferring a form closer to their original appearance, but with the comfort of prehensile limbs to conduct their experiments. It was impossible to tell the emotions of the Nidhoggs, because they lacked the necessary muscles unless they deemed otherwise. Their eyes were equally cold and expressionless. If not for his keen instinct, Lith would have never noticed the underlying anger and scorn in the still-growing crowd around him. Much to his surprise, however, neither Badia nor Tista were the subjects of the lesser Leviathan's focus. He was. After a while, the cave was almost packed. The Nidhoggs who wore working clothes kept their humanoid forms, while those who didn't kept their true appearance. They looked down on Lith, extending their bodies until their heads brushed against the ceiling to appear more imposing. SSSO, our prodigal SS-san is back, said a cold, hissing voice that could barely pass for human. Lith was expecting for one of the full-size Nidhoggs to deliver whatever speech Vothel had in mind. Instead, the voice came from the small crowd in front of them. The humanoid reptilians moved aside, making way for one of them. The newcomer was dressed in Frojmastering clothes like everyone else and had taken the same height as the others, around 2 meters, 67, tall. His scales were of a dull ashen gray, similar to Badia's skin, and were streaked orange, blue, and black all over. He wore no insignia of authority, and aside from his hissing voice, there was only one remarkable detail about him. Every Nidhogg had bone spikes coming out of their heads. Some were straight, others curved. A few formed a pattern, but most appeared to be random. The newcomer, however, had the bone spikes on his head arranged in a circular form, resembling a crown, resembling Feniger himself. Patriarch Fawn? Badia was happy to see him, yet he was also confused by his presence in Vothel's home. What are you doing here, and why are so many of our people assembled in a single place? Is it safe to leave your houses unguarded during such dangerous times? He spoke out of sincere worry, yet his words were met with hisses of disapproval and furious glares from the full-size Nidhoggs. The others were also doing it, as well, but their forms kept their feelings from being noticeable. The skin on their faces remained relaxed, and their reptilian eyes wide, giving them a perennial indifferent look. "Good gods, your SS stay on Garland must have SS scrambled your brain, hatchling," Fawn replied, his expression still neutral while his voice oozed scorn. "Why do you think we are packed in here like animals? For SS survival, that's why." "What?" Badia was taken aback. He opened his mouth to answer when fear took his breath away. He looked around, noticing several familiar faces and as many missing. "Is this all that is left of our clan?" "Gods no. The female SRSS simply in an even SS safer location to ensure that our next generation SS survives. They are our future and need to be protected at all costs." The patriarch's voice turned low as worry and grief filled his mind. He looked away, his eyes focused on the recent past that kept flashing in front of him. "Why, what happened to our homes?" "SS seriously?" Fawn snapped back, his tone as loud and angry as before. "Is there SS something wrong with Garland's water, or did peace turn your brain into mush? The monster hordes happened, the lost cities happened, the goddamn abominations. Why do you think we allowed you to go to Garland? Because it was clear that Giera has failed and we need to learn from Thas who SS succeeded. And what did you do? You forgot about us, left us here to rot. USS stayed overseas for years to play with your girlfriend while we fought and died every SS single day. What do you have to SS say for yourself?" It wasn't a rhetorical question. The pause long enough for Badia to recover from the revelation and give an answer. "The situation was under control when I left, and I didn't abandon anyone. I asked grandfather for permission, and he granted it to me." "Indeed," the patriarch nodded. "Permission to court the member of a promising bloodline, to befriend a hero to Giera, to learn how to rebuild our home country SSSO that events like the plague won't happen ever again. Tell me, young man, after all this time, what did you achieve?" Chapter 2859, Cruel Lesson Part 1. "You brought no SS spouse, just a girlfriend. You indeed befriended Verhin, but you dare bring him into our house after he betrayed us. Have you at least brought any piece of knowledge that can help us SS solve the current crisis?" Fawn asked. "Verhin, I mean, Lith is no traitor. As you said, he's a hero to Giera," Badia replied. "I admit that I haven't found any solution to our predicament, only new methods of government that humans can use in the future, but I always kept Grandpa updated. He and I worked as a bridge between the awakened councils, bringing here reinforcements that are currently helping us to deal with." "No, ISS said that he was a hero." Fawn spat acid on the floor, making the protective arrays sizzle. "That until he went from helping us to helping himself. Instead of SS sharing his creation with us, Verhin bartered them in exchange for his freedom, and now he's going to take our own. Also, Usu, you haven't taken part in SS single fight SS since your departure. And what reinforcements are you talking about? Elvis that are going to SS steal our land. Monsters. Like we didn't have enough already. I almost forgot. You brought back the Fu-arming undead. Getting rid of them was the only good thing the plague achieved, and you ruined it." In his anger, the patriarch missed how his words auto-corrected to family-friendly. "You didn't bring help, you dimwit. You've brought an invasion army with you. Even if we win, victory will belong to the conquerors who are going to keep everything for themselves. You have failed us, Badia, plain and SS simple." The patriarch lowered his voice and head, followed by everyone else. Badia felt like the members of his tribe were mourning his passing. Their body language was clear to him, and he read sadness and disappointment, not hate. "I don't share your vision, patriarch," he replied. "Did you really expect I could achieve so much by myself? How exactly? Becoming a guardian takes more than 2 years. I did my best to push Garland's council to help, but they have their own problems. Our undead invaded their land." The young Nidhogg stressed that word. "Thrud Griffin killed dozens of their elders, and she lived here on Giera under our nose for centuries. We pretended to not know about her existence in order to use her as a weapon against Garland and soften our enemies before we struck the first blow. We hoped she would be a speartip for our invasion forces, and instead she crippled our saviors. I say that Giera owes a debt to Garland, which is why I didn't oppose any of their council's plans. On top of that, the thought that they might risk their lives for us without getting anything in return is preposterous. We always knew there would be a price to pay." "You may be right, but your price is too SS steep." Fawn nodded, resenting those words, yet he had no argument to refute them. "I'm SS sorry, but I can't forgive you. You are banished from the clan until you decide what SS side you are on. Banished? Badia looked at his grandfather, but Vothel refused to meet his eyes. What do you want me to do? I already told you, Fawn replied. You need to pick a SS side and fight for it. You can work for Garland or Giera, but not for both. N/1. I am working for both. No, playing both sides only serves yourself. The patriarch poked Badia's chest with a clawed finger. I'm not asking you much. If you want your place in the family back, all you have to do is to cut contact with the invaders and fight by our SS side. Being young and SS stupid is no crime. Persevering, however, would be an unacceptable act of betrayal. What about Tista? Badia's voice trembled. Either you kick her out or SS she disowns her family and joins us in marriage. Fawn shrugged. I don't like dragons, but the potential of her bloodline is undeniable. With more divine beasts in our ranks, retaking Giera wouldn't be a dream anymore. Or at least, we might be able to protect what land we have left. Is that what I am to you? Tista's embarrassment was gone and was now replaced by fire and fury. A means to an end. Do you really think I would abandon my family for a bunch of jackasses I don't know? What you think and what you are going to do are of no concern to me, child. The patriarch dismissed her with a wave of his hand. I was SS simply presenting to our wayward SS son his options. Whether you decide to follow Badia or not is of SS secondary importance. Only his choice matters. Tista turned toward her boyfriend, expecting to see Badia as outraged as she was. Instead, he was deathly pale, clenching his hands and licking his lips while racking his brain for an answer. How long do I have to give you my reply? He finally spoke, disappointing both sides. Until Giera is colonized or our SS species goes extinct, Fawn hissed. Until that moment, you can do however you want and SS stay wherever you want, but here, as I've already SS said, you are banished. But a spark of Fawn's mana and a warping array cut Badia short, moving him and the others in the middle of nowhere. Before anyone could do or say anything, a disgusting smell hit their noses. The plains they had been warped to were completely barren, with the soil of a reddish-brown from the amount of blood spilled. Badia recognized the effects of the acid breath of the Nidhogg's as the cause for the complete lack of vegetation. Hundreds of liters had been spilled there, leaving only the white of a few sets of bones emerging from the ground. This is wrong. He turned left and right as he slowly recognized the place from the few landmarks left after the conflict. The molten chunk of a once giant rock still bearing childish carvings, the dried bed of a river, and 4 hills close to each other that resembled the knuckles of a buried giant. This is where I grew up. There should be a forest here, a river full of fish. He turned toward Tista with a feverish light in his eyes. Narso and I spent more time here than at Ho. Badia froze as that name, along with the pattern of the bones, broke something inside of him. He shapeshifted into his real form, digging through the ground, with the desperation of a man sentenced to death. He knew the answer, yet he refused to believe it until reality slapped him in the face. There was only one set of bones. The skeleton they belonged to was simply very long and partially buried, giving the impression they belonged to more than one corpse. Instead, it was just a single Nidhogg. Its snout still bore countless teeth and claw marks. There wasn't a shred of meat on the bones, nor did a single scale survive the ravenous hunger of the monster tide. The corpse could have belonged to anyone if not for its unique pattern of horns. Chapter 2860, Cruel Lesson, Part 2. Narso, Badia screamed as tears streaked down his eyes. The water hit the ground with a hiss due to its reaction with the acid that still permeated the area. Tista put her personal feelings aside and turned into her full size to be able to embrace the Nidhogg and console him. He was my best friend, Badia managed to say as the shock settled. I was supposed to introduce him to you right here. We grew up together since we were the only 2 human hybrids of the tribe. I remember, Tista kept caressing his giant head. He had over 2,900 years left to live. How could he die like that? This must be some sort of sick joke, a punishment for disappointing the patriarch. It indeed is a punishment, Lith thought. But this is no trick, this is reality. Now I understand why the Giera Council didn't oppose our colonization plans and Feniger even helped with the first expedition. Things must be even worse than we expected. While Lith mused about the dangers that Orion's expedition was likely to face, Tista let her fury simmer, but didn't let it show on the outside. Not a single tongue of fire erupted from her scales or feathers. What a cruel bastard! Fawn sent us here to make Badia feel guilty and break him. The Hecate cursed Feniger and all the members of his bloodline with one single exception. Yet I'm no better. I was about to tear him a new one for letting the patriarch speak to him like that, and for not taking my side immediately. In my fury, I hadn't considered how painful it must be to Badia to cut off his family. This isn't a fairy tale. Love doesn't conquer all, and we are not even engaged. If he gives up on his family for me and things don't work out for us, he's going to end up with nothing. Badia reminisced several of his escapades as a child with Narso and shared them with Tista, shedding a tear from time to time. She smiled and chuckled for him, his face frozen in time like that of his old friend. Their adventures were no different from those of Aaron and Lyria, so Tista could easily relate to them. The only difference was that instead of having magical steeds, Badia and Narso turned into big snakes and hid below the ground whenever they ended in trouble. She listened in silence until those sweet childhood memories crashed against the bitterness of the present. We were like brothers, Tista, and now he's dead because of me. While I was having the time of my life in Garland, he was fighting for his life to protect everything we held dear, Badia said. N1N. The patriarch is right. I'm a traitor of my species, and Narso paid for my crimes with his life. If I had been here, he wouldn't have died a dog's death alone. We would have fought and survived together. He looked at the corpse of the Nidhogg, and then at Tista, hearing the words of the elder echoing in his head over and over. The patriarch has reminded me that as a lesser Leviathan, I have responsibilities toward not only our clan, but also Giera, my homeland. Badia thought. Narso's demise is the consequence of my disregard for such responsibilities that forced others to shoulder them in my stead. His grief turned into a burning rage that demanded for him to find and punish those who had killed his friend. Misery loved company, and Badia wanted every single monster on Giera to suffer as much as he did. Yet Narso's bones also reminded him that there was only so much that a single Nidhogg could do. I need to avenge him. It's the only way I have to atone for my mistakes. Nalrund snapped out of his reverie. But I can't do it alone, nor would it be fair for me to drag you into my mess. As Grandpa said, our bond is not that deep. Those words hurt Tista much more than she expected. To fight whatever killed Narso, I need the help of my family, and there's only one way to get it. Shut up. Tista cut him short. Her voice sounded like the low rumble of a storm, yet it still managed to express kindness and how much she cared for him. Don't say things that you can't take it back. But, I said shut up. Her 7 eyes flared with as many streams of elemental energy. I've been quiet in respect for your loss, but now it's my turn to talk, and you will listen. It takes 2 to make a relationship, and I have the right to say my piece. If when I'm done you are still of the same mind, I won't bother you anymore. Is that okay for you? She asked, and Badia nodded for her to continue. I was going to keep this to myself until you felt better, but you need to hear this now. Your patriarch is a manipulative, heartless piece of sand. The Guardian's autocorrect struck again, yet Badia's eyes went wide in outrage, and he would have retorted if his word hadn't bound him to silence. Look around. Do you really think that a single Nidhogg can cause this kind of destruction? Do you really think that the rest of your tribe let Narso fight alone? Because if they did, it wouldn't be your fault, but theirs. You were thousands of kilometers away when this happened, but what's their excuse? The Nidhogg froze for a second. This time it was his own voice and estimates that echoed through his head. It had taken hundreds of liters of acid to do something like that, which meant that a whole group of adult Nidhoggs, if not more than one group, had fought and lost there. If they didn't, it wouldn't be your fault either. Or are you so egotistical to believe that you alone could make the difference and save the day? Tista's words stung, especially when Badia shook his head to answer without interrupting her. Good, Tista said with a snarl. Now comes the manipulative, heartless part. Don't you think it's strange that your best friend was the only one to die in the fight to protect a place that was dear to you? Is she insinuating that my people killed Narso just to teach me a lesson? He thought in a horror that was born from the possibility that it might have been true. It's too much of a coincidence. It's too much of a coincidence. Tista gave voice to his thoughts. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure that your friend died in battle and that the members of your family did everything they could to save Narso. Yet I'm also pretty damn sure that this is a farce. How come Narso died here, and why there's not a single other corpse? If you ask me, more than one Nidhogg died here, but I bet that your friend wasn't among them. I bet that those who died here received a proper burial in the family tomb, or whatever your tribe uses to honor their dead. I bet that Narso died in some other circumstance, and that they planted the body here for you to find it. Chapter 2861, Joint Colony Part 1. I bet that all this has been staged to reinforce the trauma from the destruction of your childhood memories with the death of your friend, Tista said. Otherwise, answer me this. Why did the members of your family abandon Narso here? Is it normal to leave a corpse of your own flesh and blood exposed for the animals to feed on them? Badia shook his head again. If you ask me, I think that while we waited for everyone to gather in the main hall, someone took a trip to the family burial site, dug up Narso's corpse, and brought it here. Fawn did everything he could to push you away from me. He vomited bile and resentment on you like he wanted to argue, yet he sent you away before you could answer him. Maybe I've been around Gianni Ernest for too long, but I think you are being manipulated. As for our relationship, you are right. We aren't that close, and that's mostly my fault, but that doesn't mean that I don't care about you. I don't know what the future holds for us, but I'll be damned if I let you throw everything away because of an old snake. Whatever you decide, I'll accept it, but I want to make sure that it's what you want, not that you just parrot Fawn's words. Tista let go of his neck and took several steps back, even shrinking back to her human form. I'm done. Take your time and give me your answer. She walked away slowly, leaving Badia alone with his thoughts. He looked around the scene of the battle again, this time without letting his emotions cloud his judgment. He noticed many details that were inconsistent with his early reconstruction of the events, and that supported Tista's hypothesis. The effects of the acid were too extensive to be the work of a single Nidhogg, and the position of the corpse was weird. Narso's bones came out of the ground at regular intervals, like he had been swarmed while slithering in and out of the soil, and also killed so quickly that he had failed to either fly away or dive down for cover. That was the only possible explanation, unless, of course, everything was staged. The thought made his stomach churn and dizziness blurred his vision. The inconsistencies and the weirdness of Narso's death scene were no proof of anything. Badia had seen many even more unbelievable things happen amid the chaos of battle, and the amount of acid that the soil was laden with could be easily explained. Maybe Narso had fought together with other members of the tribe and lagged behind during a retreat, forcing them to abandon him there. Maybe he had been caught by surprise and realizing he had no chance of survival, he had spread his acidic blood everywhere to bring down with him as many enemies as possible. All Badia had were a bunch of theories and a single certainty. His life had come to a point of no return. If he decided to believe to Tista's words, returning to his tribe was out of the question, no matter if their relationship blossomed or withered. How could he trust people who claimed to love and care for him, yet didn't hesitate to exploit a tragedy for their ends? There were bite marks on Narso's bones, indicating that after he had bled out, monsters or scavengers had preyed on his corpse. If Tista was right, leaving the body in the open like that was a ruthless, intentional act meant to shake Badia. He could understand his tribe's outrage for his prolonged absence and the current colonization of Giera, but such things were no excuse to defile the body of a warrior of their tribe to manipulate another. If he decided to believe Patriarch Fawn instead, Badia could still go back to his ancestral home, but that meant cutting ties with Garland forever. His kinsmen and Giera's council would never accept him were Badia choose to pursue his relationship with Tista. Oin. A relationship that may fail, leaving him a lone outcast and forcing him to rebuild his life from scratch in a foreign land. Yet what if I choose my tribe and later find out that Tista was right, he thought. I could never forgive such a betrayal. I'd abandon my family and I would be alone anyway. I could still live in Giera and be a member of its council, but to what end? Without any bond to fight for, I have no reason to care for this wretched land. Badia shrunk back into his human form, walking toward Tista and the rest of the group. They were waiting for him from a distance, giving him time and space to think things through. I'm sorry, but I can't give you an answer right now. the Nidhogg said. Until I clear my doubts and learn the truth about Narso's death, there is no right answer, only poison that muds my brain. It's fine, Tista nodded, doing her best to hide how hurt she felt. Her brain understood that choosing her while they weren't even betrothed would have been reckless and stupid of him. One thing was giving up on his family to move in with hers, and having the certainty that they would build together one of their own. Gambling everything on a maybe quite another. Yet love is supposed to be reckless and stupid, and her heart was no different, wanting to be chosen no matter how flimsy the odds were. Space. A quick call to Vladian later, Lith and the others were flying toward the coordinates of the undead encampment that the firstborn vampire had given them. Lith was in his Tiamat form, and everyone else was riding on his back since he was the fastest among them. Badia spent the trip in silence, mulling over everything that his grandfather and the patriarch had said in search of faults in their arguments. The problem was twofold since he found none, and Tista's reasoning was just as solid. He was sitting on the edge of the barrier, protecting them from the wind pressure and the jolts of the flight, adding a physical distance to the emotional one that already separated him from the rest of the group. Don't be angry with Badia. I've walked many miles in his shoes, and I know how hard making this kind of life-changing decision feels. It tears you apart, Lith said Tista with a mind link. What do you mean? She asked in confusion. You never doubted your relationship with Camilla. I wish it was true, he inwardly sighed. Before choosing whether or not to share the truth about me, I doubted every one of my relationships, even those with Floria, Camilla, and our family. What? Hearing him question their bond of trust outraged Tista. Why? Because opening up to a woman or friend meant putting my life and the freedom of our family in danger, while opening up to the family meant risking to be disowned, called names, and lose everything. That's why, Lith replied. Think about it. A single slip of the tongue or a breakup with a girlfriend might have led to exposing my existence before I had gained enough power to protect everyone. Chapter 2862, Joint Colony Part 2. Just because I was honest wouldn't have made Mom and Dad less scared of me. They had every reason to be shocked and even question if an abomination hybrid like me was their son to start with. I didn't wait years before coming clean because I never considered the issue. I did it because I was scared. The only difference between Badia and me is that you know about his struggle and that he doesn't have much time to make up his mind. He can't afford to plaster a smile on his face and pretend that everything is fine until he feels safe like I did. Tista remained silent as her outrage died out. She remembered her brother's distress well, how keeping his identity as an awakened and soulless presence a secret had haunted him for years. Back then, she had no words to offer him aside from cautious optimism. Even though she believed in love, there was no guarantee that things wouldn't fall apart, and once a secret was out, there was no putting it back in. She mulled over his words until they landed, but even then she was none the wiser. What the heck? Camilla said in surprise, noticing that they were surrounded by a mana geyser and in front of hundreds of reverted monsters. I thought we were going to check on the undead, not the people of Zelex. And so did I. Lith shapeshifted into his human form, taking his communication amulet out of his pocket dimension to call Vladian again. And you were both right. The firstborn vampire placed his hand on Lith's amulet before his finger could reach Vladian's contact run. Welcome to the joint colony of Zelex and the Eclipsed Lands. The sun was still high, but as long as the vampire turned his full red blood core into a deep red mana core, it was no bother to him. A joint colony? Solus echoed in disbelief. I'm sorry, but I don't see the point of it. By taking the same space you can cover each other's back, but it also reduces the territory you can secure by half. N///1/N. On top of that, there is no trust between you guys. The slightest incomprehension could turn into a massacre since undead are mostly helpless by day. You are right about the limits to the expansion of our colony, but wrong about everything else. Vladian shook his head. Just like you have said, undead are fish in a barrel while the sun is up, but it's also true that the people of Zelex can't leave the mana geyser for long. We have joined forces so that we undead have a safe place where to slumber during the day, and once night comes, we take care of the fighting and expanding the safe perimeter. Unlike the people of Zelex, we can move freely. We can scout the area outside the geyser and prepare traps in advance every time we know the settlement will be attacked during the day. It makes sense. Lith didn't miss how the firstborn referred to his allies as people instead of monsters. Yet the cons still outnumber the pros of an operation like this. There is no trust between the two parties, and without it your alliance is built upon shaky foundations. If anything goes wrong, both your forces will suffer great losses, and the colonization of Giera will slow down considerably. That's why we didn't pool our resources before reaching a mutual understanding and ensuring each other that we have nothing to gain by quarreling and everything to lose. The firstborn vampire nodded. You see, you guys are missing a vital point here. Undead need to feed regularly to keep their strength, but what are we supposed to eat while we are stranded in a wasteland like this? Lith was about to point out that the monster hordes would offer the undead plenty of food, when he remembered that due to their twisted life forces and fallen cores, monsters were disgusting to the undead. Purifying their corrupted energy took so much time and effort that it was easier feeding off grass, and it tasted even better. Also, there was the issue that only those belonging to the same original race of an undead could provide them with the amount of energy they needed to recover from a fight. I know what you are thinking, but again, you are wrong, Vladian said with a charming smile. Fallen creatures are disgusting to us, but as long as the people of Zelex stay above the geyser, they revert into their original form. He waved at the Balors who counted as evolved humans, making them even more tasty, the ogres who were plant folk, the wargs who counted as elder beasts, and lastly to the orcs and goblins. They descended from the elves, making them universal donors of life force. I see, but that doesn't change much. You have much to gain from the people of Zelex, but little to offer them. Why should they accept working with you? Because even on another continent, life never stops, the first vampire replied, and only us can offer our allies and their children safe passage home. A warp gate leading straight to Zelex opened at a snap of his fingers. Why do you think Ilthin is nowhere to be seen? Hi, handsome. The firstborn banshee popped her head out of the gate, letting fresh warriors reach the encampment while newborns and those in dire need for treatment crossed over to Garland. Baba Yaga and her firstborns were bound by a powerful mind link that could be triggered from any distance, allowing her to open a dimensional tunnel in case they needed rescue. The people of Zelex offer us food and protection during the day. In exchange, we protect them during the night and allow them to replace their wounded with fresh troops or simply to reconnect with their families. Daddy, Raydusk ran through the gate and into his father's arms. The young boy had no trace left of his previous pallor, and aside from a few strands of silver, his hair was as black as Vladian's. Damn, you are growing so fast. A few months were nothing to an immortal vampire, but a long time to a human child. Vladian's heart tightened at the idea that his son's time on Magur was limited, and that he was spending too much of it away from Raydusk. I'm sorry, but I have to go. One of us must always stay in Zelex, or even Mother would take hours to reach Giera in case of emergency. Wait, you have yet to explain why Baba Yaga is willing to go to such lengths to help with the colonization of Giera. Vladian ignored Lith's words and crossed over the gate at the same time as Ilthin. I can answer that, sweetie pie, the firstborn banshee said to Elijah, who was strapped to Lith's chest in the baby carrier. The elf lady had hair of gold, eyes of silver, and 10 centimeters, 4 inches, long pointy ears that came out of her waist-long hair. Mother is doing it for Raydusk. This place is too dangerous for him, but at the same time, she doesn't want to keep the boy separated from his father for so long. Chapter 2863, Wretched Land, Part 1. Also, it's not only the Mons, the people of Zelex, who need fresh troops, Ilthin said while pointing at the still-open gate. I know that Malishka is a good person, but she's no saint. Staying at all times in Zelex means halting her research and travels, Solus said. What's the catch? Well, let's say that Mother is still very intrigued by hybrid children. In a way, the people of Zelex are hybrids as well, since they are stuck between a reverted and a fallen state, Ilthin replied. We undead also have a flawed mana core, and Mother is checking if the same principle that temporarily fixes a monster core while on a geyser can work on us too. That's the Malishka I know, Solus chuckled, knowing that Baba Yaga couldn't be too far away, Owen. I resent that, the Red Mother said, but she didn't dare show her face due to the truth of those words flushing her cheeks. Come on, Mother. I too would be afraid you were suffering from the onset of white cord dementia if you suddenly got all gooey. We worry because we care about you. Ilthin offered Elijah a slender finger that the baby sniffed for a while before grabbing it. Bah, Elijah said while looking at Valorin the second. Bah. How cute, the firstborn banshee squealed in misunderstanding and peppered Elijah's small face with kisses. No, sweetie, I'm not Baba Yaga. We just smell similar because I carry a spark of her life force within me. My name is Ilthin. Baba, Elijah confirmed. Mom, you have to hear this. Lith and Kami are so kind that they have taught their daughter your name as one of her first words. A sound similar to a raspy cough came from the other side of the gate, as the Red Mother tried to suppress a peal of laughter. Alicia remembered how angry her mother would get whenever the first banshee approached them, and the baby girl could also feel Camilla's growing annoyance. It was the reason Elijah was referring to Ilthin as very bad. That's not, Lith was about to explain the truth when a nudge to his ribs told him otherwise. I mean, how are things around here? Things are exactly as you can imagine. Ilthin turned serious while letting Valorin II sniff her hand as well and mark her as a bad guy. Those lowlifes of Giera's council put us right in the path of a monster tide. When we first arrived here, there was not a single blade of grass left, and the food provisions we received from the nearby awakened cities were barely enough to keep the people of Zelex from starving. If you ask me, the goal of the awakened was to limit the reproduction rate of us invaders. That or they just wanted to use us as cannon fodder against the tide, with mutual destruction as their best-case scenario. Too bad for them that plant folk are great at growing stuff, and with the energy coming from the Mana Geyser, the fertility of the soil here is outstanding. In 2 weeks, we had enough grass to lure wildlife. We needed only a few months to get to the point where we are now. She waved at the few tall trees laden with fruits, and the many more short ones that the ogres were growing at an accelerated rate with the help of the trolls. The plant folks' connection with the green allowed them to find and revitalize even dried seeds, while the evolved Odi used their mastery over light magic to speed up the plant's metabolism while also taking care of not depleting the soil. That and keeping those damned monsters away, of course. She then gave them a short recap of the events since their arrival in Giera. At first, the fights to drive away monsters that comprised the edge of the tide had been so brutal that they had caused many casualties amongst the people of Zelex, until the sun had set and the undead risen. It was a war of attrition that the forces from Garland had won only because most monsters were incapable of using magic, and killing an undead with physical attacks was nigh impossible. On top of that, the monsters were always hungry, and the barren land offered no food. Each conflict lasted only until the tide migrated toward a much juicier prey and involved solely the dregs of the hungry swarm. Those too weak to be part of the main attack force, and living off the scraps left by the other monsters. Despite all of that, there were thousands of them, whereas the allied forces from Garland amounted to a few hundred. Ogres exploited their plant nature to recover from most wounds, while the trolls were forced to keep themselves at the borders of the geyser. This way, they needed but a few steps to revert to their fallen state and gain unparalleled regenerating abilities in exchange for their lifespan. Little by little, the alliance between reverted monsters and undead had whittled the tide's numbers until their ranks didn't reach the geyser anymore. After that, at each passage of the tide, the undead took care of luring single tribes of monsters with food, leading them into traps where they were slaughtered. Then, multiple tribes were baited to the pile of corpses, sending them into a feeding frenzy. Away from their leaders and aroused by the smell of blood, the monsters would fight among themselves, leaving to the people of Zelex to deal with the winners. The final result was a literal hill of dead bodies that the reverted monsters refused to eat, but they had no qualms using their lost kin as fertilizer. We keep killing more of them than they can spawn, and with every victory we gain more raw materials to feed the animals and enrich the soil. It's a win-win. Ilthin sighed deeply, showing no enthusiasm. Then why do you say it like it's a bad thing? Camilla asked. Because it is. The firstborn banshee shook her head. At some point, we'll have to stop the expansion of our settlement or risk to draw the attention of the monster tide. Remember that so far, we have only fought the weakest and dumbest among them, yet we still suffered losses. If the main bulk of the tide attacks us, no one but me or Vladian is going to survive. Maybe. This land would go back to being barren, and everything we have worked so hard for until now would feed the monster tide enough to swell its ranks to its full force again. If we want a shot at winning this, we need Forgemasters to establish permanent arrays and a decent defensive system. We also need enough materials to build gates and ensure both reinforcements and a way out in case we get overrun. Most of all, we need a way to break into the heart of the tide and kill the leaders. They are the thin thread that holds the different tribes together and keeps them from tearing each other apart. The bad news is that as long as they stand, we have no chance of victory. Chapter 2864, Wretched Land Part 2. There are so many monsters that it doesn't matter how many we kill in a direct battle. They eat our and their own fallen to produce an offspring that reaches maturity in days. It's the reason we always dispose of the corpses after every battle. The good news is that without the leaders, the monster tide will fracture into multiple hordes that can actually be exterminated. Can't you or Vladian do it? Camilla asked. Yeah, right, Ilthin scoffed. Monsters are immune to my charms, and even if they weren't, their leaders are damn smart. They don't go around wearing a crown or lavish clothes. They stick to the middle of the tide, surrounded by so many underlings that I'd die before I get there. Even if somehow I manage to succeed, how do I tell the real leader from his bodyguards? It's not like I can take a stroll among them and ask for directions. I would be surrounded by millions of monsters charging at me from every side. Not even if I was a divine beast, I would survive that. Point taken, Lith nodded. Any news from the elves? Only that they have locked themselves inside a fringe, she replied with a snort. They use guerrilla tactics as well, but with the advantage that the monsters can't enter the fringe. The elves prepare their spells, get out, unleash them, get in, rinse and repeat. Why so angry? It sounds like a good strategy. It is, but as I told you, unless you get rid of the corpses, it just buys you a bit of time. On top of that, the elves have refused to leave the fringe even for a few hours and turned down every offer to collaborate. Ilthin replied. Idiots. Lith took out his communication amulet and called Olaja. I can't do anything about the elves from Giera, but those from Garland are supposed to help us. Otherwise, they can kiss their future cities and the books about modern magic goodbye. The former apprentice of the World Tree was now a member of the awakened Council of Garland, and the appointed liaison between elves and humans during the colonization expedition. Hey Lith, it's been a while. How are you doing? Her blue eyes sparkled with joy from hearing a familiar voice. I'm alive. His voice oozed sarcasm. I need you to contact the elves of Cetrali. They are not keeping their end of the bargain. That's not true. We are doing the best we can. The elf was annoyed by both the accusation and the fact that the rumors about Lith calling someone only when he needed something turned out to be true. Nonsense, I'm here with Ilthin and she's we. Are you on Giera as well? As well, Olaja echoed in surprise. When did you arrive and why didn't you tell me anything? Space and Owen. Middle area of Giera, Kaskan region, human awakened city of Nerma. Orpal Narchet finished gulping down the broth remaining in the bowl and burped with satisfaction. It had been weeks since the last time he had a real meal, and the warm sensation spreading from his stomach to the rest of his body made him feel reborn. Knights plan to use the monster tides of Giera, and its lost cities to have Orpal gain the battle experience he sorely lacked had been a success until it wasn't. Fighting against the swarms of monsters was the perfect way to increase his battle awareness and force his bloodline abilities to manifest. During the training, she only let him use Thorn, sealing the Black Rose armor and their steed, Moonlight. Killing someone bound to a horseman was close to impossible, but they still experienced pain. Without the armor, every mistake rippled into bleeding wounds and ruptured organs, giving Knight's host the feeling of a real battle. She even refused to heal his wounds until his body was turned into shred, making Orpal experience death over and over again. He was a blue cord awakened armed with a Davros weapon, but a tide was comprised of millions of monsters. The moment he faltered, blood blurred his vision or fatigue clouded his judgment. He was ripped apart limb from limb, feeling every bite and claw tearing his flesh apart. Lost cities, instead, were the perfect opponents to put Meln's abilities to the test and check on how much of the true power of his equipment he could tap into by himself. Night would give him the armor and the steed, but offer him no help. Orpal learned the hard way what it meant to fight against another immortal opponent, and a stronger one at that. Even Tower-tier blade spells didn't leave any permanent damage on a cursed city. They just pissed it off and made the entity go all out, usually turning Orpal into a smear under their feet in a matter of seconds. "How strong was that pile of trash?" he asked after every defeat. "About as much as your brother," Night always replied with a mocking laughter. Of course, it wasn't true. A cursed object of that size needed a guardian just to be pushed back. Without a proper spell to destroy their power core, the death of a cursed city would have triggered a devastation of untold proportions. Yet the lie stoked the fires of Orpal's rage and envy, keeping his motivation strong. What Night had failed to take into account was his mental sanity, or rather, the state that was considered normal for his twisted mind. Death was a scarring experience, and Orpal's streak of defeats on Giera was longer than the Wayfinder. Both took a toll on his mental state, and after escaping from the Golden Griffin, eating was the only pleasure he had left. To heal Orpal's wounds and make him stronger via body refining, Night needed nutrients. The horseman's pocket dimension had been filled with delicacies, but after months without restocking there wasn't a single morsel of food left. To make matters worse, Orpal had never learned how to cook or to field dress a prey. Cooking was a woman's job, and his parents had disowned Orpal when he was considered too young to handle a knife. As for Night, she had never needed to do either of those things. Her previous hosts were undead, whose meals required no preparation. She only knew the thrill of the hunt and the ecstasy of the feeding. To make matters worse, monsters tasted disgusting even if someone knew how to butcher them. Orpal had tried to imitate the protagonists of the stories he had listened to as a child, ripping off a leg or arm from a corpse and putting it on a fire as it was. The result tasted so bad that it required him to swallow the meat while holding his nose without munching. Even then, he would usually puke everything in a few hours. Night didn't care since, during that time, she still managed to extract from the wretched flesh everything she needed. She considered his pain and hunger the proper punishment for Orpal's incompetence, and she believed that it would have made him grow strong faster. That until his mind had started to slip. Chapter 2865, Wretched Land, Part 3. Orpal's empty stomach, wounded ego, and lack of human interaction for months had driven him to the brink of insanity, something that she couldn't allow to happen. Without Orpal, Night had no way to get revenge on Lith, and without it, she had nothing left. Her court had betrayed her, her mother was hunting her down, and the spell to destroy her crystal body was now public knowledge. If this moron's mind shatters, everything I've sacrificed so far will be for nothing. So she had him take a break from his training from time to time and join an awakened human city. Orpal had prepared countless aliases for his bulk or copycat plan, and his shape-shifting abilities were remarkable. As long as Night remained sealed within his chest, no one would perceive her, and on Giera no one knew his energy signature. Language wasn't an issue either, since the horseman could speak like a native of any of the biggest countries. Orpal always introduced himself as a rogue, awakened in search of food and shelter, after a monster tide had invaded the safety of his lab. Between his blue core and wretched appearance, it was easy to believe. The guards granted him access, but they also mocked him and called him a coward for hiding like a rat for that long while the rest of the council fought. He hated them all, wishing to crush them under his heel, but after months of isolation, the sound of another voice was a balm for his ears, no matter what it said. Enowen. Orpal had plenty of money and jewels, but those things had no value now. He also possessed magical ingredients, but the last time he had tried to buy food with them, his properties had been seized as an entrance fee. Human cities on Giera operated on merits that could only be earned by doing something useful for society. Anyone with a practical skill could exchange their work for merits and buy whatever they needed. In Orpal's case, Raz had taught him how to farm while Night how to fight and use magic. He refused to cultivate the land, considering it beneath him, so the only way he had to earn merits was by fighting. He would bring the heads of the monsters he killed and be rewarded for it. He would have loved to carry a mountain of corpses and earn the respect that he deemed to deserve, but Night cautioned him against it. If you show so much strength, people will start wondering why they have never heard about you. If they start to dig into your background, they'll find nothing and no one to back your story. They'll get suspicious, she said. Nonsense. I just need to show them a couple of spells and... Since you never bothered creating your own, you would have to show my spells and the rulers of the city might recognize them. We are talking about the cream of the crop of the awakened society. They are not morons, and they know me. Then I'll reveal that I'm a powerful hybrid. My Vertilac powers are more than enough to justify your prowess and have a single call to Garland expose your identity, you idiot. Anonymity is your best ally, so keep your head low and shut up. Night cut him off and ended the conversation. Orpal gritted his teeth but said nothing, knowing that she was right. At first, he was always content to have people talking to him and his stomach full. Those were the moments when he felt and acted like a normal person. He shared the hardships of the rest of the citizens, feeling frustrated and unappreciated like anyone else. The problem was that, just like back on Garland, the moment his basic living problems were resolved, his ego made such an existence unsufferable to him. This isn't fair. I'm supposed to be a general at the head of an awakened army, not a foot soldier that everyone bosses around. I am the Horseman of Night. I possess a legendary mage tower and Davros equipment. I shouldn't be forced to live in a dump among people unworthy of licking my boots. Such thoughts would become more and more frequent until he was forced to leave a city, lest he revealed his true form in a tantrum. Night never stopped him because she wanted him out practicing. She wanted him angry and out of blood. She wanted Orpal to be Orpal and easy to manipulate as she saw fit. That day, they had returned to Nerma after running out of provisions. Meln preferred to stick to a few cities because it gave him a sense of familiarity and because the guards already knew him. Going to a new place would have meant repeating his story and enduring the hazing and the insults again. He was eating beef stew while waiting for his provisions to be delivered from the local store when he caught an alarming piece of gossip. May those jerks from Garland and the day they stepped foot on our land be damned. Rom, a bright blue-cord-awakened guard, hawked and spat with pinpoint accuracy in a plant pot. What jerks from Garland? Orpal tried to sound indifferent while he fought to keep his food in his stomach. Don't you know? Rom was flabbergasted. Where have you lived until now? Under a rock? Oh, right, my bad. The tavern erupted in a burst of laughter, making Orpal clench his teeth and ball his fists. Night knew the language of Giera, its history and tradition, but having lived on Garland during the past few decades, she was unaware of anything that was considered common knowledge for a local. Orpal had to explain it by claiming to have been in secluded training for a long time. The depth of his ignorance, and the fact that despite his alleged ripe age, he was still at the blue made the joke never get old. He would have loved to take out Thorn and shove Rom's laughter down his throat along with the spear dip, but Orpal couldn't afford to be chased out of Nerma. Not until he made sure of what was happening. He and Night had escaped to Giera because there no one had ever heard about the dead king or the spell to destroy Night that Baba Yaga had shared. His existence was on the brink of becoming even more precarious, so he swallowed his pride and smiled. People took turns explaining Orpal how Garland's council dared colonize Giera under the pretense of helping solve the ongoing crisis. The voices grew louder and angrier as they spoke, often adding a profanity every other word. The more the citizens of Nerma got riled up, the calmer Orpal became. It was clear that there was no chance for an alliance. The councils weren't going to exchange knowledge, so as long as he kept away from the colonists, he would be safe. They've come on their fucking train, acting all high and mighty, Rom said, spitting once more. That thing is made of so much adamant and white mana crystals that we could have built an arsenal with it, but those fuckers only care about themselves. Chapter 2866, Wretched Land, Part 4. If just the Garlanders shared their resources with us, we would retake Giera like this. He snapped his fingers. The components of the Wayfinder were greatly exaggerated, and Rom knew it. He just wanted to rile up the crowd and maybe get a few free beers. After the plague, they had become luxury goods since good brewers were a rarity and fermenting liquor took time. According to what I've heard, the gods would have graced us with sinking them and their toy if not for the supreme Magus, and those stupid merfolk. Orpal could almost hear the air quotes, and he loved it when people talked about Lith with as much spite as him, yet that name sent the stew back to his esophagus. They acclaimed him as a hero and helped the Garlanders to get rid of the sea beasts. More lies, more cheers. I believed Verhin a hero as well after he destroyed Kalga, but now I know better. If he really cared for Giera, he would have shared his technology and his void magic with us. He would help us to get back on our feet instead of kicking us while we are down. An angry roar and a free beer put an end to Rom's rant. Leech, I mean Verhin is in Giera, Orpal asked, afraid that his brother had come to find and kill him. Seriously, you know nothing about anything that happened during the last century, yet you know that bastard's name, a bystander said in amazement. Orpal and Knight both cursed his slip of the tongue. Luckily for them, it was a mistake easy to fix. No shit, genius. I asked about him after I heard about Kalga's destruction for the first time. The answer satisfied the crowd, and Rom was able to speak again. Yeah, he's in Giera. Why? Do you want an autograph? More laughter ensued, but Orpal remained calm this time, spoiling their fun. The Garlanders have been sighted near the beast city of Hassar. Their train passed close to it without even noticing. Where's Hassar? Most of the cities of the Beast Empire were built underground, and their founding dated to after the plague, so Knight wasn't familiar with any of them. Orpal took a map of Giera out of his pocket dimension and showed it to the guard. In. Around here? Rom pointed at an area close to the west coast, a few hundred kilometers northeast of Righia. It doesn't mean Verhin is nearby. The train went away and the beasts didn't follow it. Why do you ask? This time there was no mockery in his voice, only curiosity. Nothing would make me happier than someone teaching that windbag a lesson. Yet even if there wasn't a non-aggression treaty between the councils, people like you and me are nothing to a bright violet cord awakened. Rome was centuries old, but like most awakened without a bloodline legacy, he was stuck at the bright blue. I know that, Orpal bit his lips, snarling every word. His equipment would have been enough to fill the core gap, but even Davros couldn't protect him from Baba Yaga's destruction spell. Thrud had already demonstrated how just a few runes would leave him as helpless as a baby. A direct confrontation was not an option. But let's say that I managed to lure the black tide away from us and pitch it against the Garlanders. What's in it for me? The Gierans had named the different monster tides based on the skin color of the most populous tribes, since it was the only noticeable thing while observing them from the safety of the sky. That would be the stuff of legends, Rom cried excitedly. No matter who wins, we would get some respite and the Garlanders would get a taste of what we have endured until now. If you pull it off, I'll put you on the top of the house list. You'll get a real place to live instead of those 4 rock walls you erected in the slums. Actually, Knight's mastery over earth magic was more than enough to craft a cozy place. The furniture, however, no matter how soft or good-looking it would still be a bunch of dirt and rocks. And I'll give you a beer for free every time you dine here, the bartender said. And I'll pay the entry tax for you so that you can keep your prey for yourself, another guard said. More people spoke in turns, offering Orpal commodities and favors. Everyone felt pretty generous since they all made promises they were expecting to never have to fulfill. Space. After over a year on Giera and countless fights, Orpal was familiar with most monster tides and knew the identity of their leaders. Some he had fought, others he had let be due to their dangerousness. The black tide was among the latter. He rode Moonlight while wearing his full Davros set, waiting for nightfall before making his move. It was the time when the Black Knight was at her strongest, and his best shot at running away in case something went wrong. Any idea how to convince the old fart? Orpal asked, receiving no answer. Baba Yaga's seal prevented Knight from hurting Lith, his family, and anyone else who lived in Lucia. Helping Orpal with his schemes, even by giving advice, fell within the scope of the spell. I'm not going to attack Leech, damn it. You heard me, I want to attack the train. More silence ensued. Do you really expect me to infiltrate the crew and ask every single one of them where they are from? Yes, Knight said in exasperation, triggering a long quarrel that lasted until the sun disappeared below the horizon. Can you at least help me locate the sucker? Orpal used life vision from one eye and regular vision from the other. His sight as a Vertilac was no different from a human's, and the mystical sense's short range limited its usefulness. Let me guess, you can't, because you know I'm about to try sending him against someone potentially from Lucia. He asked, after receiving no answer for several seconds. Thank the gods you are finally learning. Truth be told, Orpal had simply gotten used to speaking with Knight freely. Ever since they had left Garland, unless there was a solid chance of meeting someone from Lucia or he ranted about Lith, the seal wouldn't activate. You are such a bitch. If it wasn't for Leech, I would have never bothered picking up a talking piece of shit like you. You two have ruined my life. Oh, please, if it wasn't for him, you would have lived your life as a pathetic farmer in the middle of nowhere. You would have never awakened, learned magic, or obtained a divine beast bloodline. I bet that you'd have either drunk yourself to death or pissed off the wrong person and bled out in a sordid alley. Admit it. I am the best thing that's ever happened to you. Orpal didn't reply, but he knew deep inside that the horseman was right. Even if Lith was never born, Orpal couldn't deny that it would have been only a matter of time before the mediocrity of Lucia drove him insane. Chapter 2867, Internal Conflicts, Part 1. Believe what you want. I was born for greatness and Great Mother Almighty. It is said that seeing is believing, yet Orpal had a hard time believing his own eyes. Their flight path had led them above the Zalka mountain range, and everything looked normal until Orpal noticed that the top of one of the peaks had arms and legs. In the pallid moonlight, it was hard to tell the snowy crests from the white stone. The dead king had noticed the lost city solely, because he was following the stream of world energy coming from the Mana geyser below the real mountain, and found an energy signature that didn't belong to Magur yet strong enough to eclipse it. Okay, I've found him. The problem is, how do I get him to do what I want? Knight remained silent, but at this point, Orpal had gotten used to their old routine. He pondered the issue for a while, keeping a distance from the cursed object to escape its attention, until he had a clear strategy to achieve his goal. Manipulation had the highest chances of success only on their first encounter, when the lost city was still unaware of Orpal's origins and goals. Two living legacies meeting twice in less than a few centuries was something unheard of. It happened solely when they worked together or one of them needed something from the other. Upon their second meeting, the lost city would get suspicious and not listen to a word Orpal said until it had a clear idea of his motives. Let's put it this way. Assuming that this bastard is at least as smart as me, how would I convince myself to kill Leech if he weren't my brother? The dead king thought while trying to find a solution to his problem. Flattery was pointless with someone so powerful. Stroking his ego could help make a good first impression, but he wouldn't move just because an ant asked him to. The same applied to asking for a favor or offering a reward. Orpal had no good feelings one could appeal as well, and he would demand an ungodly price for his services because he was worth it. A beautiful woman could pique his interest, but why barter for something that he could just take? Enin. Damn, I'm just too perfect. Orpal had a hard time being angry with himself as he swelled with pride. There's no way someone like me can fall for petty tricks. His train of thought derailed when his own words triggered painful memories of the many times he had been duped and thrown away during his unsuccessful criminal career. No, it wasn't my fault. Years had passed, yet the humiliation of making a fool out of himself still burned like it was yesterday. I did nothing wrong. I trusted them and they betrayed me just like my family. Besides, back then I was only human. Now I'm so much more, but maybe that old fart is still plagued by the weakness that I shed away. Orpal complimented himself for his past stupidity, using it as inspiration for his current endeavor. Knight was as silent as flabbergasted. Those flashbacks weren't her doing, just another symptom of her host's narcissistic behavior. Yet what shocked her wasn't his newfound strategy, but his ability to twist reality until even a defeat looked like a victory. Or at least it became someone else's fault. Orpal rode moonlight through the sky with purpose while still looking left and right, as if he had yet to find the ancient Titan. The moment he entered the Lost City's detection array field, the creature stood up to better study the newcomer, giving the dead king a plausible excuse to notice its presence. If the council sent that worm thinking that just because my energy reserves are low, they have a shot at me, they are sorely mistaken. Unlike the smaller living legacies, lost cities rarely needed to change their host, and Thamos was no exception. No one had ever managed to harm him, so the human he was bonded with dated to the era before his imprisonment. making the lost city unaware of how much Magus had changed over the millennia. On top of that, even with a host, lost cities needed an external energy source to fuel their abilities. No matter how big and powerful their power core was, or what kind of spell had given them birth, they needed access to a mana geyser to recover their strength quickly after a fight. Without one, once they expended their mana, they would be forced to slumber until their power core absorbed enough world energy. It took quite a while, and was the reason most of the lost cities had been successfully imprisoned. Pride was always their downfall, since until they were captured, the cursed objects considered themselves invincible, having no care to manage their strength and paying no attention to the puny spells cast by lesser beings. "Hi, brother, do you understand me?" Orpal used an ancient language of Giera while tracing with his fingers the secret runes that living legacies used to identify themselves as members of the family. "What the heck are you saying, and who are you?" The lost city replied in one of the earliest versions of Tyrus Universal language, making Orpal inwardly grunt in disappointment. Even his introduction runes are outdated. On the one hand, if he has been imprisoned for this long, my job will be easier. On the other hand, his old-ass enchantments might lack in power. The dead king kept his distance, afraid it might be a ruse to get him close enough to activate Baba Yaga's destruction spell. Albeit old, the lost city had broken free from its prison, and even the guardians of Giera had failed to stop it. The strength of such a living legacy couldn't be underestimated. I said, "Hi, brother, do you know who I am?" Orpal felt the outdated yet powerful arrays of the lost city scanning his armor, steed, and him with a rudimentary mana sense. "No, but I recognize the workings of the old hag on you. What does a child of Baba Yaga want from Thamos, the eternal fortress?" "Nothing. I'm the bright day, and our meeting is due to chance. I'm running away from the destroyer, and I suggest you do the same if you value your life. Farewell, brother." Orpal kept looking around and pressed Moonlight forward, pretending to have no intention of continuing that conversation. "Stop right there. You dare talk to me like we are equals, yet you seem afraid of this so-called destroyer. Do you really think that the old hag can protect you from me, but not from him?" Thamos' anger made Orpal's lips curl up in triumph. "He doesn't know me nor what Baba Yaga's horsemen look like. I can use this to my advantage." Indeed, the dead king turned Moonlight around while keeping himself far away enough from the lost city to dodge everything it might throw at him with ease. "Why do you think he's called the Destroyer?" "He's a traitor to the family who has killed 3 lost cities, and has many cursed objects like me." Chapter 2868, Internal Conflicts, Part 2. "He feeds on our powers to increase his own. I have no intention of becoming his 4th victim, and neither should you." Orpal took out his communication amulet and showed Thamos the recordings of Lith fighting the Golden Griffin, and the records of his accolades after destroying Kalga and the Black Star. "I've heard those names from the little ones like you who came to pay me tribute," the lost city replied. "Kalga was no brother of ours, just an imitation, yet I have to admit that it was a powerful one. Is this destroyer really good enough to threaten your life despite the old hag's protection and your light mastery skills?" Thamos was ancient, and communication amulets were recent. "Excellent. If this moron doesn't even know what an amulet is, Thamos has no way to contact another living legacy and verify my words. Even if he somehow discovers the truth, without a communication amulet he will never learn the spell to destroy night. No matter if Baba Yaga spreads it on Giera as well, no awakened will be so kind that they will gift Thamos an amulet and exchange contact runes with him," Orpal thought. No member of the family survived the encounter, and the humans keep his secrets, thinking him a hero. Sooner or later, Giera will belong to him, so we'd better find a safer place to live." "Nonsense," Thamos roared. "I am the eternal fortress. I fought guardians." "You didn't fight, you survived the encounter. There's a big difference, old fart," Orpal thought, yet had no intention to correct the lost city. "My power is eternal and ever-growing. I won't let myself be chased out of my home. Not when I'm so close to build my own empire after millennia of imprisonment and humiliation. No one can threaten my domain. Giera belongs to me, and soon even the council will be forced to choose between bending the knee to me or die. Where can I find the destroyer?" With considerable reluctancy, and after several threats from the lost city, Orpal conjured from the amulet a map of Giera with the position of the wayfinder marked brightly. He had discovered its position with ease since he had a starting point for his search, and the members of the expedition were doing nothing to hide their presence. "Please reconsider," the dead king said, knowing that his words of caution only stoked the fires of Thamo's pride and outrage. "He has archmages from Garland with him and awakened mages. He possesses a cursed object that can summon an army of souls, whereas you are alone." "An army of souls?" The lost city bellowed in joy and exhilaration, leaving Orpal flabbergasted. "This must be fate, pup. Don't worry about me. I'm not alone. I never am." Space. West coast of Giera, near the fringe in the Zarman region. After talking with Olaja on the amulet, Lith had her share his location and set up a safe location to discuss the current situation. "This is a breach in our deal. The kingdom offered to teach your people modern magic and a place where to live outside the fringes in exchange for cooperation in dealing with the monster tides. Why aren't you collaborating with the people of Zelex and the undead?" Lith crossed his arms, hoping more than expecting a decent answer. "It's not as you think," Olaja replied. "We are taking part in every raid, and our help has been vital in keeping the Joint Strike Force alive until this moment. I must have missed the memo, since I've never seen you guys around, and our living allies of the colony keep dying." Ilthin was the only one who could both move during the day and cross the boundaries of the Mana Geyser. She had followed Lith to act as a representative of both the Eclipsed Lands and Zelex. Enin. "Look, I'm sorry for your losses, but I've explained this to you countless times. I didn't mean to cut you off, but you have to realize that amulets don't work inside the fringe, and every time I meet you, I lose credibility." "Wow, that's the rudest apology I've ever heard, and I'm millennia old, kid," Ilthin snorted. "Now I remember why I left my own fringe. Elves are nothing but selfish idiots." "Selfish?" Olaja replied in outrage. "We gave you our food and—" "Please stop arguing," Lith stepped between the two women. "Does anyone mind tell me what I'm missing?" "I suppose Ilthin already told you about how difficult it was dealing with the monster tide, and how the Council of Giera is not spoiling us with resources, right?" Olaja said, and Lith nodded for her to continue. "What she must have failed to mention is that the people of Cetrali are not like me. They are afraid of the undead, and the monsters accept that for Svartalf and Divergalf." She used the ancient names for the races that after their fall were known as respectively orcs and goblins. "Our initial cohabitation was a nightmare. The monsters asked us for food since we were the only ones who could go out hunting, while the undead looked at us like food since we are universal donors of life force and mana. There was no trust between us, which made cooperating during battle problematic at best. Elves are used to imbue their spells inside their arrows and use melee as a last resort. The people of Zelex, instead, have devised strategies that revolve around their bloodline abilities and the teamwork they have developed by living together for so long. Bottom line, we ended up hurting each other almost as much as the enemy. We elves left as soon as we found a place that had yet to be ravaged by the tide where to settle. We kept for ourselves only a little of the food for the council, and gave the rest to the people of Zelex since we could afford it. We still kept contact via the amulets and helped as much as we could whenever the monsters attacked, but after a few skirmishes, we realized that fighting together on a single front would be counterproductive in the long run. If the attacks kept coming from the same direction, sooner or later the tide would have focused its attention on us and wiped us out. For this reason, the elves have kept themselves on the borders of the conflict and attacked from multiple sides. Splitting our forces reduced the damage we inflicted, but the resulting chaos split the monsters as well, and kept them from discovering the position of the colony. This I don't agree with, but at least I can understand it, Ilthin said. I would have preferred that our respective races learn to overcome their differences and work together rather than each of us acting on their own. Yet the plan still worked, and you collaborated with us. Ever since you found that damned fringe, however, you have walked out on us. That's not what happened. Olaja rolled her eyes. Once we met our cousins, we have done our best to further ease the strain on your colony and increase our numbers. The fringe potentially gives us a safe haven from which conduct our operations, food, and allies. Chapter 2869, Reluctant Trust, Part 1. Emphasis on potentially, here. The firstborn banshee snorted. For now, only the elves have benefited from the fringe, while the rest of us have to fight for our lives while waiting for your call. How many times do I have to apologize for you to drop this? Elijah replied. Drop what? Solus asked in confusion. If the elves of Cetralie are scared of their allies despite being forewarned, and having agreed to join our forces after countless deliberations, imagine how the elves of Medellin feel, Elijah said with a sigh. On top of that, they have no deal with the kingdom. They have no obligation to help us or anything to gain if they do. They consider the people of Zelex no different from the monsters of the tides and the undead as dangerous predators. The elves of Medellin refuse to meet and talk to non-elves, even via the amulet. It took me quite some effort to be granted an audience with their parliament after their scouts reported who I was associated with. Which leads us to this point, Ilthin interjected. With the elves holed up inside the fringe and our communications reduced to a bare minimum. Is it true? Lith asked. Yes and no. Elijah shook her head. We moved inside the fringe because this way we could pass every single morsel of food we received from the Giera's council to the colony. We ended up staying holed up because our plan worked too well. We've drawn the attention of the monster tide away from our allies at the expense of our freedom of movement. How do you think you got the time to restore the land without swarms of monsters feasting on your job, Ilthin? If not for the help from the elves of Medellin, we'd be still fending waves of attacks daily. A monster tide can afford to ignore a few hundred of elves and their arrows, but not thousands. You may have not noticed our presence, but you sure have benefited from my strategy. Wait a second. Lith put a hand on the elf's shoulder to calm her down. You just said that the Gieran elves didn't want to help. How did you get thousands of them to fight for you, Elijah? Not for me, with me, she replied. Even though their Parliament of Leaves has yet to reach a consensus, I used my time with them to lead by example. I showed, not shared, them the communication amulets, the magic books, and everything that the kingdom has to offer them. I told them that they could get the same deal as my people if they helped us to protect the settlement. After greed got the best of the members of the local parliament, I invited them to follow us outside and witness with their own eyes how powerful modern magic is. It's only then that the elves of Medellin understood the threat that the monster tides pose, and realized that if they kept doing nothing, the fringe would turn from a sanctuary to a prison. That the moment their population exceeds what the fringe can feed, they would be forced to cull their numbers until the monsters die out and the land recovers. It scared them so much that the Parliament of Leaves reconsidered my offer and declared the state of emergency. Until they make a ruling, their army is going to support Cetralie's forces and follow us into battle. The only problem is that they still refuse to cooperate with the colony and consider its existence a point of contention. Every time I speak or meet with Ilthin, the discussion of the Parliament gets thrown back of days, if not weeks. You've been here for months, Camilla said in amazement. How can the elves of Medellin have wasted so much time? I know that politics are slow, but this is ridiculous. The problem is that I can speak for Cetralie, not the kingdom or the empire, Elijah replied. Medellin doesn't trust humans to keep a verbal agreement just based on my word. They demand to meet someone with real authority. I've been waiting for you guys to arrive, while doing my best to keep everything from falling apart. Well, we are here now, Lith shrugged. Orion carries the crown seal and Kellia is the Empress' daughter. Just tell me when and where I can set up a meeting. Not so fast, Elijah raised her hand. The location of the fringe has been kept secret for millennia, and the people of Medellin want to keep things that way. I first need to go to them and find a neutral location. This doesn't make sense, Solus said. The fringe is the perfect base for the allied military forces. They can hide inside when needed and strike without warning. Denying them access is going to hinder the elves' plans for freedom. That's only in wartime. Elijah shook her head. When and if we solve the current crisis, the elves wouldn't have anywhere safe to go in case the humans go back on their words. With the allied forces knowing the fringe's position and how to get in, the elves would be slaughtered in a single night. On top of that, even if those entrusted with this secret kept confidentiality, the awakened council is bound to discover the location of the fringe. The elves don't like the idea of being sieged, and sooner or later, the awakened would find a way to get in, which brings us back to the same issue with the humans. I see, Lith nodded in understanding. The alliance had yet to be born, and even if the forces of Giera and Garland reached an agreement, it would be paper thin. The elves had no reason to risk their city getting invaded, and their resources stolen in case things went south. Giving the humans access to the fringe would have created an opening in the elves' impregnable defense that couldn't be closed. After all, the War of the Races was a myth to humans, but recent history for the elves. I'm going back to the Wayfinder. I'll explain the situation to Orion and Kelia while I wait for your call. Don't worry, it shouldn't take long, Olaja sighed. The elves of Medellin are as eager to learn modern magic as I am of getting out of here and stop listening to their endless bickering. Space. Returning to the encampment took just a few steps, thanks to the home stone Lith had left in Freya's hands. The dimensional device acted as a beacon, giving Lith direction and dimensional coordinates that allowed him to cross the distance between them as soon as he was in the home stone's area of effect. He brought Kelia and Orion up to speed about the rest of the Allied forces' circumstances, and in turn, they called their respective rulers to receive permission to conduct the negotiations. Both of them also needed to know how much they could offer to the elves officially, and how much they had to keep for a backroom deal that would put their respective country ahead of their temporary ally. Meanwhile, Solus was curious to learn if and where the merfolk would build their first outpost on the surface, and went to speak with Rem. Chapter 2870, Reluctant Trust, Part 2. How is it possible that you are still in that form? Solus pointed at the sky-blue scales covering the merfolk's body and the gills on her neck. Like this. A wave of Rem's hand conjured a drizzle of water that kept her humid. Humans are crazy. They were uncomfortable with my people and asked us to wear clothes. Those things are itchy and tight, making us uncomfortable. So we have reached a compromise. That's not going to work in the desert. Also, you have to get used to clothes. Going around naked is a big no-no. Why? Rem's voice gurgled in annoyance. Beasts and plant folk do the same, and everything we need can be carried around in a dimensional amulet or a sack. What's so vital about clothes? Never mind. Solus realized that she wasn't going to change millennia-old habits with a few words, so she changed the topic. How did your negotiations with the Overlord go? Again, we needed a compromise, Rem grunted. Overlord Salark showed me her realm, and my people weren't pleased with it one bit. We merfolk long for the vibrant colors of the green, the light, and the wildlife that we lack in the deep of the ocean. We have no desire to move to a place whose heat can kill us and is more inhospitable than an oceanic trench. We had to arrange for the nearest oasis to the ocean, and it wasn't easy. We'll end up relatively close to Magus Verhen, but much further away than we desire. Olaja contacted Lith a few hours past dinner time. The Parliament of Leaves was in full debate, half of them wanting to visit the Wayfinder and witness with their own eyes the marvels that they would soon obtain. The other half instead wanted to keep away from what might easily be turned into a death trap were the elves to refuse the humans' terms. It took the Parliament until the next day to reach an agreement, and then even more time to prepare its forces. The elves of Medellin had decided that witnessing the apex of modern magic was worth the risk, but they weren't going to take more than necessary. Only a few representatives of the Parliament would get inside the array field of the Wayfinder at a time. The rest would stay outside with several units of their elites and secure an escape path. The representatives would take turns visiting the facility, ensuring that the vast majority of the Parliament members would be safe at all times. Olaja accompanied the rulers of Medellin, acting both as an ambassador and a bodyguard. Lith served the same role for the humans and spoke on behalf of Garland's awakened council as well. His nature as a divine beast further reassured the elves and gave him the authority to speak on behalf of the Beast Council. Ragu kept herself at a distance to not scare the elves and made sure that Inzialot's sealed box was tight shut the whole time. Ilthin and Abalar attended as well, representing respectively the Eclipsed Lands and Zelex. Identical negotiations had already been conducted with the people of Cetrali, so everyone knew what to do and say. The real issue was reassuring the elves of Medellin that it wasn't all a ruse to lure them out of the fringe and kill them all. After that, it would have been smooth sailing. The representatives of the Parliament were pleasantly surprised to meet Rem and the rest of the merfolk. Even more when they discovered the merfolk's plans to move to Garland and build their cities on the surface. Merfolk and elves had fought side by side during the War of the Races. If one race felt confident enough to step out of its self-imposed exile, there was no reason the other couldn't do the same. "Damn, we should have thought about this," Kelia grumbled. "If we played the merfolk card better, we could have easily gotten the elves' trust." "Disagree," Orion hushed them. "We had no idea that we would meet merfolk upon our arrival, and they have no reason to trust us. They are here because of Lith and Tista. The merfolk have no reason to be nice to us. On top of that, the fact that we have no common interest with them plays in our favor." The elves had at first believed that the meeting was no coincidence, but something carefully planned and staged. That was until they spoke to Rem, who complained about the food, the spices, the issue with clothes, and her current dealings with the desert. No pawn would be so outspoken about her grievances with her allies, nor would Soul Vision show them her honest surprise at their arrival and sincerity in her words. "Dusk," Kelia asked. "I agree with Orion. Had we prepped Rem, the elves would have noticed it and trusted her even less. Now instead, they see how unhappy she is, yet she still feels safe enough to hang around our camp and voice her opinions," he replied. "Wait a minute, what about Soul Vision? What if they notice you?" "Don't worry, I've never met elves and they went into hiding long before my creation. Even if they can sense something weird, just blame it on your equipment and bloodline," the Red Sun said before activating his best cloaking spells, just to be safe. The elves of Medellin also didn't miss how their cousins from Cetrali were at ease with Lith, the undead, and the reverted monsters. They were all awkward around the people from the kingdom and the empire, yet they trusted the humans enough to lower their guard. It was the perfect show of reluctant trust that was to be expected from such a recent and diverse alliance. "Marvelous," one of the elven elders said while taking in the sight of the many magical appliances, the wagons of the Wayfinder, the partially built warp gate, and the babies strapped to Lith's chest. "My eyes are up here," he replied with a grunt. As predicted, the elves considered the terms of the treaty fair and remained adamant about keeping the location of their fringe a secret. Yet the negotiations took much longer than expected. After hearing from their colleagues about the many wonders inside the encampment, every member of the parliament wanted to visit the place in person and make sure that the other representatives hadn't struck a better deal exclusive to their own clan. Orion and Kelia had to repeat the terms of their offers over and over, while Rem had to give the same answers so many times that she started to treat the elves rudely. The Wayfinder and the gate were the main foci of attention, though. A mobile fortress and a device capable of bending space further than any living being can, every single member of the parliament thought. If we find a way to pierce the veil of the fringes with it and connect our cities, building an impregnable elven country wouldn't be a dream anymore. After the second group of Senate representatives, Solus and Camilla went back inside their wagon with the babies to rest, leaving Lith alone to grumble. Chapter 2871, Seed of Doubt, Part 1. Solus and Camilla returned only to take part in the celebrations once the deal was sealed. Even though resources were scarce, the kingdom and the empire had brought the means to hold a banquet and exchange gifts with all their allies. The elves of Cetrali, the people of Zelex, and the undead of the eclipsed lands had fought on their own until that moment, enduring harsh conditions and having only the food from the local council to sustain themselves. The banquet was the way for the kingdom and the empire to thank their allies for their sacrifices and start the coexistence with the human side of the expedition on the right foot. As for the elves of Medellin, the banquet was meant to impress them and give them a taste of their future freedom. "How long until the gate is completed?" Lith asked with a polite smile plastered on his face. "I've done my part and I can't wait to get out of here." "A few days, 1 week tops," Orion replied, wearing a similar grin. "My Forgemasters have been working on the gate as fast as they can even during the treaties. Any more would be rushing things, and you don't want that." "How so?" "Lith, this is the first transoceanic gate in Magus history," Orion said, his enthusiasm turning genuine. "Once we are done building and enchanting it, we could have to deal with unforeseen issues that might arise from connecting 2 points so distant in space. So it's a few days if we encounter no complications and 1 week otherwise," Lith sighed. I can live with that. While everyone enjoyed their first night of festivities since coming to Giera, only one sour Nidhogg remained. Time had brought Badia no solace nor clarity. No one of his contacts on Giera had witnessed Narso's death, and the members of his family refused his calls. He sat on the sidelines of the encampment, nibbling chunks of meat from the corpse of a humongous sea creature he had captured and sipping wine from a regular-sized cup. "Are you sure you don't want to cook it?" Tista asked, the smell of entrails and blood so strong that only the presence of an array kept it from stinking the air. "I'm sure," he nodded. "This thing tastes like shit, but that's exactly how I feel. There's no point in also souring your mood. Go back to the others." Tista didn't know what to do or say to make him feel better. Being there for Badia was the only thing she could do, and clearly, it wasn't enough. Her presence gave the Nidhogg comfort, but it also reminded him that he was on a clock. He had to choose between his girlfriend and his family, and if he waited for too long, he was going to lose them both. "Look, listen," they said in unison as Badia's communication amulet lit up. "Isn't that your grandfather's rune?" Tista asked. "It is." Badia hoped that Vothel had listened to all the messages Badia had left and was calling him to patch things up. He hoped that his questions would finally find an answer, that the love between the foster parent and son had finally overcome the duty Vothel felt he owed to their tribe. Yet Badia didn't dare voice those thoughts and steeled himself for the worst. "If the patriarch finds out that I called you son, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble, so shut up and listen." The older Nidhogg was in his humanoid form, standing in the middle of several forgemastering circles that sealed the room from external influences, and hopefully would keep the amulet's signal from being detected. "There's something wrong with the black tide. It has plagued our land for months, but now it has suddenly started to move." "I know that already," Badia sighed. On the one hand, he was glad for his grandfather's concern for his well-being. On the other, he was utterly disappointed. "It's because the members of the expedition." "I said shut up," Vothel hissed. "I know about that, and I wouldn't call you for weak-souled news. What I'm talking about happened in the last 2 days, and I've called you only after confirming that it's not just the usual ebb and flow of the front lines. The black tide isn't shifting around for food like usual, it's leaving." "Leaving?" Badia echoed in disbelief. A monster tide was comprised of millions of monsters, and had to settle in a place with enough life to temporarily sustain its existence. So many creatures couldn't just get up and move away. They were literally a living tide, whose patterns could be studied and predicted. "Yes, leaving, and under any other circumstances I would be ecstatic." Vothel's forked tongue nervously licked his scaly lips. "The tide is moving to the west, giving our tribe respite and our lands the opportunity to recover. Even better, the tide is directed toward a barren land. Each day of travel will kill thousands of monsters either of hunger or to sate that of its strongest members. I had no reason to worry or call you until I triangulated the current position of your amulet, son. I don't care what the patriarch says. I may be mad at you, but I don't want you dead. So get your things and leave, because based on the latest report of our scouts, the black tide will reach the Wayfinder in a matter of hours." Badia was moved by his grandfather's care. Infringing the patriarch's decree was a severe crime, and if exposed, Vothel might be banished from the clan for aiding a traitor. At the same time, however, Badia couldn't put aside the doubts about Narso's death, and the news sounded absurd rather than unsettling. Once the seed of doubt was planted, it cast its shadow over every word coming out of Vothel's mouth. "Are you telling the truth, or is this another attempt to manipulate me?" Badia's voice started as a whisper, but grew in volume with each word. "There's no time for arguing. Just get away from there," the older Nidhogg said in frustration, nervously looking around like he expected someone to barge inside the forgemastering lab at any moment. "So says you," Badia snarled. "Someone planted Badia's corpse in the Sun Valley right where the patriarch warped me. Was it a coincidence? Have we changed our traditions and don't recover the bodies of our fallen brothers anymore?" Vothel flinched, his mouth opening and closing yet producing no word. His face lacked the muscles necessary to make expressions, but Badia recognized nervousness from the slight tremble in the tail. "How do I know that this isn't just another ruse to make a fool of me in front of the other members of the expedition? That you aren't going to destroy the gate as soon as it is left unprotected?" How can I believe you after what the tribe has done to my brood brother? The younger Nidhogg took his grandfather's body language as an admission of guilt and voiced his doubts. By tricking me you are also tricking Garland, and if because of your lies the expedition fails, every relationship I've built so far would be destroyed. Chapter 2872, Seed of Doubt, Part 2. At that point, the colonization of Giera would be delayed for months, and the awakened council would deport me back home, leaving me no choice but to beg for the clan's mercy. 2 birds with 1 stone, Badia said. I have no time for this madness. The sound of approaching steps confirmed Vothel's words. Do what you want, but do it fast. The hologram disappeared, and the rune of Badia's grandfather became unreachable again. Whether it was due to Vothel storing the amulet away or it being confiscated, there was no way to tell. The Nidhogg stared at the inactive rune for a moment, thinking back to the time when Vothel had adopted Badia after the death of his parents. Back then, he had nothing, and was a very confused youngster who had yet to recover from the shock of coming of age. Badia had been a Nidhogg who tried to move like a man. He was still grieving the loss of his arms and legs when the news of his father's death at the hands of an abomination reached him. Vothel had reached out to the boy, taking care of the funeral rites and giving him the time and help he needed to adjust to his new condition. The older Nidhogg had been part of Badia's life for far longer than his parents, and until a few days ago, Badia would have trusted his grandfather with his life. Now, however, he didn't know what or who to believe. Guys, I bring urgent news. The Nidhogg reached the main table where the various leaders were sitting and conversing amicably. A hush spell cut off all the noise and questions until he was done repeating Vothel's warning. Badia also mentioned his previous argument with the patriarch and how it had led to his banishment from the tribe. I can't fully trust Grandpa, but I can't ignore him either, he thought. This is ridiculous, Lathazar, one of the elves' representatives from Medellin, said. We needed weeks and countless raids to make the black tide move of a few kilometers. Why should it suddenly go for a walk? I agree. It sounds like a blatant lie. Olaja nodded, while the banquet exploded into an uproar of voices ridiculing Vothel and insulting the Nidhogg bloodline. Yet there's no reason to dismiss the warning since it can be easily verified. The monsters of Zelex, the elves of Cetrali, and the undead took out their respective communication amulets and contacted their kin. At first, everyone scoffed or laughed at the preposterous claim, especially the people of Medellin. Yet it only made their shock more appalling when they came out of the allegedly sieged fringe just to find no trace of the black tide. The reverted monsters searched the whole area surrounding the geyser, while the undead scouted for kilometers around the settlement without finding a single monster. Still, this doesn't make any sense, Orion pondered. Even if the black tide moved, for what reason should it come here? This region has nothing special, and we have chosen this location for the gate exactly because there are several fertile areas between here and the nearest monster tide. If the monsters just want food, they are going to stop way before reaching the Wayfinder. Usually, I would agree with you, Ilthin nodded. But I've been on Giera long enough to study the black tide and know how it behaves. The reason it was so hard driving it away is that in that region there are several cities of survivors filled with cattle. Monsters are always hungry, and food is no valid explanation for such a sudden migration. I think this is worth investigating, especially until the sun comes up. After that, my people will be forced to seek shelter, and you are going to be on your own. Agreed, Ragu replied. Let's not make hasty decisions until we understand what's happening. What are our options? Well, no matter how fast a monster tide is, the Wayfinder is faster. Orion shrugged. The problem is that if Badia's grandfather is telling the truth, we can't disassemble the warp gate fast enough to load it inside the train before the black tide gets here. Why? Lith asked in confusion. Because the pieces that have been already forgemastered become highly unstable if their pseudo-core gets removed from the partial power core. Orion replied. Can you dismantle a Lorian after enchanting it? No, I can't. Not without creation magic. Lith mumbled the last part, but it still got him several glares. Repairing damage is one thing. Taking the chassis apart would disrupt the rune patterns and cut off the mana pathways with explosive consequences. Exactly, Orion nodded. Even if we remove the power cables connecting the gate to the geyser, the accumulated energy would take days to dissipate enough to make the disassembling process safe. Until that moment, it takes but one mistake to make the gate blow up in our faces. What if we abandon it here? Camilla suggested. It's feasible, but without a gate going back to Garland will take days, then weeks to stockpile new materials and months to discover what went wrong. Orion replied. The Royals won't greenlight a new mission until they are sure it won't be another very expensive failure. Let me guess, I would be dragged in all of the above, Lith sighed. Dragged, no, but your help would surely be much appreciated. The Royals will ask you to take part in the next expedition, though. I see. Lith had no desire to come to Giera again, but at the same time, a little inconvenience was much better than risking his life to protect the gate. What's our next move? Recon, Raghu replied. I suggest we send the strongest of us to check on the Black Tide's movements, and if it really is coming this way, attempt to change its course. If it doesn't work, retreat is our only option. If the entire Giera Council failed to get rid of a single monster tide, we have no chance of success. Giera is not even our land. There's no point fighting to the death. Everyone agreed, yet the elves of Medellin resented the human representative anyway. They were the only ones who couldn't warp away and wash their hands of that mess. Lith, do you have a home stone to spare? Ilthin asked. There's a mana geyser here and the people of Zelex can help you defend this position. True, but if it comes to that, how are they going to evacuate once we are done boarding the Wayfinder? Lith replied while handing her the artifact. It's better to leave them where they are so that in case of failure they can leave with your people. Then why are you giving me this? She pointed at the sphere whose surface was covered in red dimensional runes. To give you a way out that doesn't involve your mother. If Malishka warps you to Garland, our allies will be stranded on Giera. Baba Yaga could open a portal leading to her firstborns, but without one of them acting as a living beacon, moving people from one continent to another would take quite some time. Chapter 2873, Black Tide, Part 1. Point taken. The Banshee imprinted the home stone and buried it right outside the Wayfinder's dimensional compressing array. Lith took the babies out of the carrier and handed them to Camilla before removing the harness. Keep them close and don't leave their side not even for 1 second, he said while looking her straight in the eyes. I will protect them with my life, she nodded. Yeah, sure, you are totally going to protect them and not the other way around. Lith had a hard time keeping a straight face. Be a good girl and take care of your mom, okay? Mama. Elijah nodded as her father cupped her face and kissed the crown of her head before moving on to Valorin II. Be a good boy and remember that I love you. I'll be back soon. Lith put his hands on the baby boy's cheeks, and Valorin gripped the fingers with all of his strength. No, he cried, shape-shifting into his Bahamut form to claw at Lith's skin in an attempt to hold him there. No. No, Lith asked in confusion. No as in you don't want me to come back. No, Valorin cried harder, flames bursting out of his mouth and silver lightning coursing through his small body to give it strength. Lith had failed to consider that this was the first time he had said Valorin goodbye. Since adopting him, nor was he aware of the fact that his parting words were painfully similar to those that Jormung had spoken with his final breath. Only when Lith shapeshifted as well did the dragon scales solve the mystery and convey all of the baby boy's pain and fear. The violent flow of emotions made Lith reel, unable to break contact until he shapeshifted back into human form. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you worry, little one. Rest assured I am coming back, I promise. He kissed Valorin's forehead and stepped back, gently escaping his grip. No, the life maelstrom focused on the baby boy's hands and burst forward in a powerful stream that hit Lith square in the chest. He opened his emerald eye to defend himself from the sudden attack and dominate the silver lightning, just to receive another blow that put him on his knees. Another emotional blow. There was no aggression in the bolts of energy. They were just the clumsy attempt of Valorin II to protect Lith. Their violence came solely from the lack of mastery of the baby over his own abilities. Even without domination, Lith needed but a thought to bridle the silver bolts of lightning to his will and control them like they were his own. He could feel the emerald and the yellow eyes react to the newfound power. It made sense since Life Maelstrom was a mix of life force and air element. The tingle in his black and red eye, however, not so much. No, once Valoran's mana organ ran out of life maelstrom, the stream of energy faded along with his voice. The baby struggled until the strain from using so much strength made him fall asleep. Yet even after losing consciousness, his inner turmoil endured, and small tears streamed down his cheeks. Shocked and confused, Elijah shapeshifted into her Tiamat form. Valoran's pain hit her like a nightmare come true, and she started crying as well. She didn't know the right words and her father was out of her grasp, so she cried for him to stay. When that failed, she cried for her grandmother to stop him. Then for her grandfather, and lastly for the kind, blonde aunt that always looked at Elijah from the shadows. No one answered her pleas, making Camilla's efforts to calm down the baby girl vain as well. "We'd better go before I change my mind." Lith's homing instinct was scratching at his brain, the call of his blood almost too strong to deny it. "Who's coming with me?" Solis stepped forward. Her stay on the mana geyser of the camp had been long enough to regain all of her strength. "You can count on us." Ragu rapped on the sealed box containing the annoying Lich King. "Occupied," replied an annoying voice from within. "I'm coming too," Freya stood up. "Master of Space, remember, if you need to get out of there, I'm your best bet." "I'm not leaving your side," Tista said. "I didn't understand a word the babies said, but if something happens to you, I would never forgive myself." "Nor I yours," Badia snarled. "The Black Tide has already taken Narso away from me. I'm going to make them pay." "Calm down, child. This is just a recon mission," Ilthin said. "You are going to need my help. I'm the only one who can get close to a monster tide and live to tell the tale. Also, I'm the strongest among us." "What about me?" Quilla asked in outrage. "You are staying behind with me," Olaja replied. "With my arrays and your light mastery, we can use this time to reinforce the camp's barriers and add a few more." "What's the point of doing that? The Black Tide is hours away from here," Quilla countered pointedly. "Allegedly hours away," the elf countered. "If the Nidhogg's calculations are wrong or whatever caused the migration also interferes with the camp before we are done evacuating, we are going to need to buy as much time as we can." Space. Back into his Tiamat form's full size, Lith soared the sky while the rest of the group sat between his neck and shoulder blades. He moved with astounding speed. The life maelstrom coursing through his body empowered his muscles despite the emerald eye keeping the silver lightning sealed inside his body. Once released, the life maelstrom couldn't last for long, so Lith had to use domination to lock it in a closed circuit and keep it from dissipating. Despite that, silver sparks erupted from all over his body with unforeseen consequences. The air and fire fusion empowering his wings left respectively a trail of storm clouds and fire upon his passage. The silver flames produced by the bone spikes on Lith's head were now spread all over him, forming a thin shell. They burned at the air in front of him, reducing friction and repelling the currents produced by his high-speed flight. At the same time, they inflicted no harm on his passengers, allowing them to move freely without the need of a barrier. "Is this normal for you?" Ragu pointed at the feathered wings whose veins shifted color with each flap. The elemental flames enveloping the feathers followed suit just one heartbeat late. "No, I have experienced life maelstrom a few times in the past, but nothing like this happened back then. Because your life forces had yet to achieve harmony and you were still incomplete," everyone thought, deeming it useless to ask any more questions. "What the actual fuck?" The Tiamat arched his back slightly enough to flap his wings forward without jolting away his companions. That and the air magic supporting his flight spells brought him to a halt in a handful of seconds. The night was quiet, with only the sound of the wind breaking the silence. Chapter 2874, Black Tide Part 2. From that altitude, the group had a clear line as far as the eye could see. The light from the moon painted the scenery silver, leaving deep black lines on the horizon and wherever a shadow was cast. "What's the M.O. shit?" Tista shapeshifted her eyes and then opened the remaining 5 to get a better grasp of the situation. "What?" Ragu asked in annoyance. "We have just left the camp and the enemy is hours away. Are you telling me someone else is going to attack us?" "Allegedly hours away." Freya's eyesight was no better than a regular awakened, but her scope spell worked better than a binocular, opening 2 small dimensional holes that allowed her to see from kilometers of distance. "Look." She moved the entry point in front of the human representative, who had to move her eyes back and forth from the dimensional fissure to make sure it wasn't some stupid prank. The blackness at the horizon was no shadow, but a marching band of living beings so tightly packed that even with Freya's spell it was hard to discern where one creature finished and another started. The roiling mass of limbs and heads formed a compact front that moved like clockwork, as if the monsters followed the rhythm of war drums only they could hear. Whenever one of them failed to keep up due to strain and fatigue, they would be pushed down by those right behind them. The fallen were stomped to death, their bones broken and their meat tenderized until it became a quick meal for the backlines. Nothing went to waste. The dead were just fuel for the living war engine of the monster tide. There was no gap in their formation, with creatures of different races and heights marching side by side at a different pace that depended on the length of their limbs. The tallest ones walked while the shortest, like the goblins, had to run. From a distance, it really looked like a tidal wave had crashed ashore and invaded the mainland. The monster tide advanced with the smooth flow of water spilling over the ground, with different colored patches of hair for foam and tall creatures that stood out like waves amid the rest. "How is this possible?" Ragu blurted out in surprise. "I have no clue," Lith replied. "All I can tell you is that 2 days ago I witnessed the black tide myself, and it was still roaming around the fringe of Medellin. Is there a fallen race I'm not aware of that is capable of using dimensional magic?" "No, there's not," the human representative shook her head. "Most monsters can't use magic at all, that's why they are called fallen. Only the lucky ones can use chore magic, let alone a complex discipline like dimensional magic." Ragu, too, found the speed with which the black tide had reached them absurd. Lith lying to her would have made more sense and been easier to accept. Yet as deceptive Verhan is, there is one constant that makes him a reliable ally, she thought. He would never put his wife in danger, nor would he compromise the mission, since the royals are going to involve him in any future attempt anyway. "How far are we from the Wayfinder, and how long does the black tide need to reach the camp?" Lith asked. "Less than 20 kilometers, Freya replied, using the dimensional coordinates of the home stone to gauge the distance. "As for the how long, normally I'd say 1 hour and a half, but at this speed, the monster tide would have needed weeks, not days, to get here. Until we find out how the monsters can travel so fast, any estimate is a gamble. You stay here and alert the main camp." Ragu weaved her spells as fast as she could. "We'll make sure that the monster tide stays away until our allies are done with the evacuation." Freya hated to be left behind, but she knew that Ragu was right and stepped off Lith's back. If the leaders from Zelex, Cetrali, and Medellin didn't get back to their people alive, the frail alliance with the kingdom would have crumbled. The party would have looked like a trick to lure them away and kill them, no matter what explanation anyone would give. "I wouldn't believe the story about the monster tide covering thousands of kilometers in 2 days if I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes," she thought while taking her communication amulet out of her dimensional item and alerting Orion of the impending threat. "Ask them if they need help," Farg said while mobilizing the hands of fate. "With the Dulorians, we can be there in minutes." "And how do you plan on recovering them once we are on the run?" Orion replied. "We need them here to ensure cover fire in case whatever brought our enemies so close takes them straight to our doorstep." "Is there anything we can do, Dusk?" Kelia asked. "Green core, no bloodline abilities, no steed," he telepathically shrugged. "I'm sorry, but we wouldn't last long even as bait." "Space." Far away enough to be sure that his cloaking devices would allow him to escape being detected, Orpal looked in amusement at the fruits of his plan. After fooling Thamos into taking action and relaying to him the position of the Wayfinder, the dead king had helped the Eternal Fortress however he could to expedite the voyage. Moonlight could open warp steps leading to hundreds of kilometers away, but moving the black tide that way would have taken too long. Orpal had opted for mapping the mana geysers between the lost city and its destination, so that Thamos could recover his strength quickly. "Look at them, they have no idea what's going on. They are like ants, too stupid to understand that they are walking in the palm of my hand. All I need to do is clench my fingers to crush them," he said. "Admit it, contacting the old fart was a stroke of genius." Night watched the black tide clashing against the mages from Garland without saying a word. "Are you giving me the cold shoulder because you don't agree with me, or you can't even give me your opinion because it would count as indirect help?" he asked in annoyance. The latter, Knight's voice was filled with unbridled fury. There were so many things that she wanted to do and say. She yearned to scold Orpal for his arrogance and join the battle herself. Even with her host's weak body and core, her power and battle experience were more than enough to kill a bright violet cord awakened with a surprise attack. Yet her body and mind were bound by invisible chains that kept her from stating the obvious and take charge to correct Orpal's mistakes. Every time Baba Yaga's seal robbed Night of her free will, she hated her mother and Lith more. The problem was that the seal also kept her from harming them, so she could only vent her frustration on Orpal or innocent victims. I know what you are thinking. Now that I've brought Leech away from the little bitch, there's no guardian protecting him. Chapter 2875, Black Tide, Part 3. I just need to wait until Leech is isolated to kill him from a safe distance with my blade tier spell. The junk he wears is no match for my Davros equipment empowered by my tower, Orpal said with a huge smile on his face. All of my efforts and sacrifices are soon going to be repaid. It's our blade spell, equipment, and tower, you arrogant idiot, Knight thought. Also, that's not what I'm thinking, at all. I would indeed wait for an opening, but to warp close and strike from point blank so that he doesn't have the time to dodge. And I would do that only after studying what Lith's cursed object can do and make sure that she's not just going to heal his wounds like I would. Histar only had the time to reveal Solus, true nature, to us, and died before saying anything about her abilities. On top of that, it's been over a year since we last witnessed Lith's strength. Assuming that he's still the same as before and going blind against a cursed object who might be even stronger than me is not just wishful thinking, it's pure madness. Space. What's the plan? Lith said while approaching the black tide. No offense, but I have no idea what you guys can do, and bad teamwork is worse than no teamwork. I agree, but luckily, every one of us is strong enough to act on their own, so there's no need for that. Well, almost every one of us. Ragu looked at Solus, who was the weakest in the group. Thanks for the vote of confidence, but there's no need to worry since Lith wasn't talking about me, Solus replied. Lith, Tista, and I make a great team and always have each other's back. It's kind of a waste of two divine beasts, but fair enough, Ragu said, pissing Solus off big time. Inzialot is immortal, so I'm going to throw him right in the belly of the beast. Can you do the same, Ilthin? For a while, sure, the firstborn Banshee nodded. But don't overestimate your friend. If he wears his phylactery, it can still be destroyed. Point taken. Ragu sighed, relinquishing her plan to throw Nero together with the sealed box. The disguised Emperor Beast didn't like it. He liked it even less when Ragu dropped him from Lithback without notice. A heart-wrenching meowing accompanied his freefall to the ground. What? Ragu asked in reply to the shocked and disgusted stares the rest of the group threw at her. I refuse to believe that any of you is stupid enough to buy the cat act, and I couldn't leave Nero here without sealing Lith's flames. From this distance, the phylactery is close enough to give Inzialot his full powers and too distant for the monsters to find it. Even if they do, Nero has plenty of time to run away. No one could argue with her logic, but her heartlessness still stood. Why dropping Nero instead of warping him to the ground? You know, in the off chance you are wrong, Tista asked. Cats always fall on their feet, or so they say, Ragu shrugged. This is my stop. I'll attack the monsters from the sides while you guys attack from the inside. She opened a warp steps leading right into the middle of the black tide, and emptied the sealed box in it before jumping off Lith's back. This is also my stop, Badia grunted. I shouldn't need help, but if you hear me scream in pain, that's my safe word. He jumped off as well, but while Ragu used a float spell to slow her descent, and gauged the distance with the enemy while weaving her spells, Badia simply shapeshifted into his real form. The ground opened like water on contact with the Nidhogg, letting him dive underground and then forward without losing momentum. Finally away from Tista, he could let the fury and pain that ravaged his heart go rampant. His roars conjured runes for his most destructive spells and made the ground quake, but the monsters didn't notice, the vibration of millions of feet drowning out the lesser Leviathan's voice. As for Nero, he cursed Ragu while using gravity fusion to slow down his descent until the Tiamat was far away enough, and then reverted into his real form. The black cat grew into a huge ball of fur and ice, great crystal wings sprouting from his back, and catching the air currents like a parachute. Fuck them, I would have helped them if they asked. Now they can die for all I care. Nero's voice came out in a low growl as he shook his mane, which chilled the night air into snowflakes. I'm stronger than Inzialot, but unlike him, I need to feed and monsters are immune to my charm. Ilthin said, I can use some cover fire, both literally and figuratively. I can do better, maybe. Lith tried to remember the sensation he had experienced back when he had absorbed the life maelstrom from Thrud's generals and somehow amplified it until he had generated some of his own. He lacked the necessary mana organ, but the emerald eye allowed him to control life force. The yellow won the air element, and his heart could process the world energy. Using Valoran's life maelstrom inside of him as a template, Lith sent the power of the emerald and yellow eyes to his heart, giving the silver lightning everything it needed to grow. Once the life maelstrom grew beyond what Lith could control, he poured the excess into Ilthin and her equipment, amplifying their power by tenfold. Thank you, sweetie. She kissed one of his scales and jumped off. A burst of darkness magic erased the lipstick mark and the traces of the banshee's perfume. What was that? Tista asked in outrage. Life maelstrom, don't worry, I haven't sacrificed what Valoran gave me. I meant the Hickey erase spell. First, that wasn't a Hickey. Second, when I shapeshift, it should disappear, but I'm not taking any chance. Now get off my back, both literally and figuratively. Lith grabbed his sister, infused her with part of the silver lightning he had left, and let her go. You can drop me, but I'm not dropping this so easily. We are not done talking. Tista nodded in gratitude as red scales covered her expanding body, but the glare extended to all of her 7 eyes. Whatever. Lith ignored her comment and focused on the roiling living tide below. This is a good opportunity to go all out for both of us, soulless, but there's no mana geyser for you. Any idea? He went from talking to using a mind link in a heartbeat. Their bond created a space where no one could disturb them. Yes, I can't stay here either. The focus you'd spend on keeping your flames from hurting me would limit your destructive power, and there's not much I can do from up here. I could use the life maelstrom, though. She took the golem, Raptor, out of the pocket dimension, and activated the spirit crystal that gave it access to part of Lith's memories and bloodline abilities. Chapter 2876, Black Tide, Part 4. Lith split the silver energy inside him into 2 identical halves, each forming a stable lightning ring. Solus took one, and the silver ring moved inside her body without any discomfort, since her energy signature was identical to Lith's. She combined her domination with the hands of Menadian to both keep the life maelstrom in check and amplify it as Lith had done, but with no success. Fuck, what do you think is the difference between us? She asked. Off the top of my head, a mana organ. My lungs and heart can naturally collect the world energy and ignite it with life force. For me, the hard part is suppressing the fire element and replacing it with a spark of the life maelstrom Valoran gave me. For you, everything is hard. Lith took deep breaths, each one collecting great amounts of world energy, yet only a small part turned into new life maelstrom. If the energy signature of Valoran II became too dilute, the silver lightning would fade, so Lith couldn't just inject world energy at will. He also had to provide a spark of his own life force after purging it of his energy signature, so that it would be assimilated by Valoran's. It added 1 layer of difficulty, too many for someone who was attempting such a difficult procedure for the 2nd time, and once again during a battle. Solus tried to replicate his technique with the emerald gem of the hands, but only one of the 2 gauntlets had it. The spark of life force flowed from one hand just to crash into the other, which was incapable of channeling it. I guess you are right, she inwardly sighed. Still, it was worth a shot. Be careful out there. My safe word is the same as Badia's. It's not funny, Lith grumbled, and fire burst from under his scales. Be careful as well, and remember that our role here is to stall the black tide. I will. Solus jumped on the back of the Vagrash, wielding the sage staff in her left hand and the fury in her right. The golem unfurled its wings, and used a mix of gravity and air magic so that they could support its weight and that of its rider. Meanwhile, on the ground, Inzialot's bones were the first ones to make contact with the enemy. They bounced on the heads of the advancing army, ignored at first but quickly picked up as soon as the smell of the rotten meat that covered them reached the monsters' noses. The fallen creatures bit the flesh and twisted the bones to suck the marrow, but both resisted every attempt to break them. Red light filled the empty sockets of the Lich King's skull as his consciousness was dragged away from his mind lab. I was this close to substituting numbers with elemental runes and giving birth to magical calculations. This better be important, or else. Inziolot looked around, seeing too many fangs, claws, and snarling faces for his taste. His first thought went to his phylactery, afraid that Nero might be in similar circumstances. After feeling the presence of the cat and the vessel of the other half of his mana core at a safe distance, the King of Liches could focus on the threat at hand. Or rather at hands. His bony fingers returned the grip on the monsters holding them and used the creatures as an anchor around which to rebuild his body. The monsters tried to resist the pull, but touching a Lich was never a good idea. The physical contact robbed them of their mana and life force, which, albeit providing Inziolot with little nourishment, left the monsters too weak to fight. The King of Liches conjured his equipment along with 2 black cubes out of his dimensional amulet. Their surface was inlaid with silver runes that hummed with power, and formed on each face a delicate drawing depicting a ferocious battle. It was Inziolot's way to mark an artifact and remember its use. Too many had been stored away, and then left to rot due to their maker forgetting the purpose of his various creations or even their existence. At first, Inziolot had the habit of activating them, but it often bore dire consequences. Explosions marked his presence, forcing him to deal with those who came to investigate. On top of that, in order to test an artifact's capabilities, the Lich King needed to imprint them first. Many times Inziolot had discovered that he had no use for the nameless items he had stored inside his dimensional amulet simply because he was supposed to sell them. He had lost clients and wasted priceless ingredients before caring enough about the issue to find a solution. Keeping a ledger was pointless since Inziolot would forget about its purpose and use it as a notebook for his experiments. The first cube opened its dimensional subspace, releasing a mountain of skeletons whose flesh had been replaced with orichalcum. Their right hand had been fused with an adamant blade, while the left with a shield. The second cube, instead, released Inziolot's necromancy spell, Spare Parts. The magic imbued in the cube contained everything that the Lich had learned about swordsmanship from his victims. Whenever a Lich fed upon an enemy, they would inherit their abilities until the stolen life force was spent or the Lich forgot about them. In Inziolot's case, he had excised the extra life force whenever he fed upon a warrior and sealed it inside the cube while it was still fresh. The orichalcum stored and channeled the muscle memory stored inside Spare Parts while the darkness element flooded the skeletons, turning them into dread knights. The newborn undead retained most of the skills and magic mastery of their originals, making them a force to be reckoned with. Also, Spare Parts made the undead see everyone but the other dread knights as Inziolot, while the Lich King himself was invisible to their eyes. The undead fought against the monsters surrounding them with fury and an unquenchable thirst for revenge, reliving their final moments over and over. For each Lich King they felled, 10 more rose to take his place, but the dread knights didn't falter. Their rage was unending, and they would keep fighting until the final iota of the power animating them was spent. What am I supposed to do, exactly? Inziolot stood calmly between the dread knights, waiting for instructions before starting to prepare his spells. To host a party, Magus snarled, her voice coated with sarcasm. Really? He gasped in shock as the ground below his feet turned into mud from the monster blood spilled by the unwitting allies. No, you idiot. You are inside a monster tide. Keep them busy until I tell you to fall back. The human representative hung up the call and kept flying back. She had 1 magic circle in front of each of her fingers plus 1 behind her back. Magus unleashed a magical formation just to wave another immediately after. Each array had the power of multiple Tier 5 spells combined together, and it affected the entire area it covered. Yet not only would the magical formations last solely a couple of seconds, but also if not for her flight spell, Magus would have been killed 100 times already. Chapter 2877, Fallen Further, Part 1. The monsters flooded Magus' arrays in such numbers that the mana that was supposed to last minutes was quickly drained in order to kill them before they escaped the magical circle's boundaries. Unlike the Lich King, Ragu had come prepared for the fight. Yet even with many arrays at the ready forming a wide trench of light between her and the enemies, only a fraction of them were forced to step into the magical formations. The rest of them just ran around the arrays, since not even someone as skilled as Ragu could cover a battlefront that extended as far as her enhanced eye could see. She had killed hundreds of monsters in the first seconds of the conflict and kept killing more, but the black tide swallowed her light without suffering significant losses. Now I understand why even the whole Giera Council failed to vanquish a single monster tide. Anything but long-range attacks is useless, and I can't stop for a second to catch my breath, Ragu thought. And I'm still currently fighting the dregs of the tide. They are just mindless brutes, whereas their leaders are bound to no magic. Even with a rudimentary mastery over the elements, they can make up for quality with quant. A burst of light from the black tide snapped her out of her plans for the future and forced her to focus on the present. Ragu hoped that it was one of her allies, but life vision failed to recognize any magical rune or energy signature that she knew. A clarity field array showed her what was too far for her awakened eyes to see. Lanky creatures she had never seen before stood taller than the rest of the tide, their bodies covered by a white chitinous shell, while their limbs ended with three-fingered claws. The source of the light was their heads, which were supported by a neck as long as half of the rest of their bodies. They were wormlings, a fallen race of Giera born from a failed attempt of a now-extinct lesser dragon species to attain the full power of Ligaon's pure bloodline. What are those things? Ragu noticed that the heads had no visible sensory organ, just a wide mouth filled with fangs that opened on a cavity as large as the neck. The light came out of the open mouths in the form of a highly compressed projectile comprised of mana mixed with world energy. A single energy burst was nothing to Ragu's tempered body that was further protected by multiple layers of enchanted artifacts. Hundreds of them firing at the same time, however, produced a power above a Tier 5 spell and covered an area several times wider. She blinked to safety just to find a second volley of light rushing toward her. A quick barrier blocked the threat, but it also offered a luminous target that was soon reached by a third and a fourth barrage. Ragu used the spirit barrier of her cloak to endure the attack while studying the situation. Son of a bastard, she thought as her detection arrays analyzed the battlefront. The waves of tall creatures aren't positioned at random. They have been arranged so that no matter where I go, I can't escape their fire. The nearest monsters were just food for the wormlings who feed upon their comrades to restore their strength. A monster's accelerated metabolism shortened their lives, but it also made them recover from fatigue and replenished their mana reserves just as quickly. They only needed a steady supply of food. Ragu weaved one Tier 5 array for each wave of wormlings and unleashed them with deadly precision. The lanky creatures curled up into opalescent spheres, while the smaller, weaker monsters around them piled up on the wormlings, covering them from every side. The arrays released their fury on the meat shields, killing them in droves. Yet once Ragu's mana was spent, the wormlings stood up unscathed. The mangled bodies became food for the monster tide, allowing the most powerful of them to recover from the strain of the march. Ragu could see with life vision that the corpses were carried to specific members of the tide, whose life force and mana surged by the second. The barrage of light hammering on her shield never waned, forcing her to blink in retreat before the power core of her robe exhausted its energy. At the same time, Badia ran below the monster army. He planned every move with caution, setting as many domino tiles as he could before making them fall. His personal Tier 5 spell, Rotting Swamp, kept the earth soft even after his passage. The water element of the spell controlled every drop of his acidic breath, mixing it with the ground. The resulting mud was laden with toxic substances without being affected by them, their properties spread wide with minimal loss of their potency. The Nidhogg disseminated more and more spells as he advanced, mindful only of the time he had left before the first spell he had cast would fade into nothingness. When only 10 seconds to spare remained, Badia triggered Pitfall. The area of effects of the various spells he had placed overlapped, so one was enough to trigger a chain reaction that spread far, wide, and away from the Nidhogg. Pitfall opened deep barbed holes into the ground that ended in stone lances immersed in acid. The barbs made it impossible to get a grip on the hole's wall, sending their prey to the spikes below. Even if the victim survived, the acid corroded their flesh, killing them and freeing the space for another. This way, no matter how many monsters fell into the trap, they would all die in due time. Fracture Line, instead, opened under the marching monster army deep trenches whose surface was smooth and whose bottom was filled with magma. Badia had given the mystical violet flames enough time to melt the stones and form incandescent pools of lava. After their activation, the traps lost their effect of surprise, and avoiding them was easy. At least until the Nidhogg emerged vertically from below, his towering form spilling acidic spit in a painful drizzle before diving down again. Trenches and pitfalls created forced pathways that disrupted the monster's teamwork and worked as kill boxes. Badia waited in the safety of his underground tunnels until his arrays spotted enough enemies grouped together to deserve another strike. Nidhoggs were born to avoid direct confrontation and employ hit-and-run tactics that gave them plenty of time to strategize or use their breathing technique. That until the monsters combined their limited magical powers to close the holes shut and used the bodies of the dead to form pathways across the magma. Badia's plan was perfect, but there were just too many and he was alone. An orc shaman used his crystal to spot the Nidhogg and harden the ground, negating Badia's bloodline ability. Magus' soil turned from a shield into a deadly trap. Stranded amid the enemy lines, and with no way to communicate his position to his allies without making it easier for the monsters to reach him, Badia had only a handful of seconds to find a solution before the tide dug its way to him. Chapter 2878, Fallen Further, Part 2. Ilthin landed without the need to use a flight or gravity spell. She couldn't hope to make an impact with her light mass, even by aiming for the heart of the enemy formation. She used her bloodline ability, Shattered Soul, to produce a sonic shockwave so strong that it broke her fall and flattened the monsters in a radius of over 100 meters, 328 feet, from her landing spot. Those outside the focal point of the shriek were sent tumbling by the sheer air pressure produced by Shattered Soul, bumping into those next to them in a domino effect. Even monsters several meters tall and weighing close to 150 kilograms, 331 pounds, folded like cheap shirts. Their eardrums had been either burst or damaged by the noise, depending on how sensitive their hearing was, making the monsters lose their sense of balance. With knees wobbling like jelly, even a gentle push was enough to topple a titan, let alone the fury of a storm. Ilthin conjured her weapon of choice against the living, the 1.5-handed mace Orphan Maker. Most undead had a weak point that needed to be destroyed to kill them forever. A blunt instrument couldn't pierce a vampire's heart or reach the flesh hidden inside the stomach of a Wendigo. For the members of her kin, the firstborn Banshee favored a dual-wielding style for her rapier and dagger, Storm Fangs. Against the living, instead, Orphan Maker was true to its name. The mace was comprised of a single piece of Davros, save for the hilt that was lined with a single griffin feather. Each hit of the weapon shattered bones even when it was blocked and turned its victim into a living projectile. In such a tight melee, Ilthin exploited her full strength by sending the corpses ramming against the backlines, their bodies taking on the remaining strength of the blow. Those who survived a direct hit either died when crashing against their allies, or by their hand, since a weakened monster was no different from a free meal in the eyes of the horde. With her free hand, the firstborn Banshee conjured streams of lightning and air blades that cut deep into the monster's ranks even after hitting their first target. Both disrupted the monster's teamwork, one by sending them into a seizure and the other by spilling blood. Despite her good looks, Ilthin smelled of undeath to the fallen creatures, making her an enemy but not a meal. Their allies, however, smelled delicious. The frenzy of battle coupled with the scent of fresh blood caused many monsters to lose their mind to the hunger that plagued them from birth and was aggravated by the long march. Their loyalty to their master was suppressed by the feeding instinct, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The healthy monsters attacked even the injured members of their same tribe who defended themselves fang and claw, spilling more blood. Ilthin made sure that the vicious cycle never ended, her spells focused on opening injuries rather than killing. She swatted anyone who came too close to Orphan Maker, resorting to Shattered Soul solely when surrounded. A simple earth magic spell made everyone but her ankle deep in the mud. The ground became solid only when her feet touched it, and the gap in speed was now so wide that Ilthin moved freely amid the frenzied creatures. She waited for them to be clumped together before hitting them all with a single sweep of her mace. The firstborn banshee had yet to suffer one hit, yet her eyes were teary with disgust. The reek of the monster's blood and the revulsion she felt from their corrupted life forces made her want to puke. Discipline and battle experience allowed her to deny her instincts. Every fiber of her being wanted to unleash the life maelstrom she had received from Lith and wipe out those abominations, but she saved it for orphan Maker and shattered soul. What looked like a white snake whipped from behind her, producing the crack typical of a small object breaking the speed of sound when it missed. Ilthin had no need for full guard. She channeled the disgust she felt to perceive every rotten heartbeat and bulging vein around her. The thing in front of her was no exception, nor were the 4 more snakes that came at her in rapid succession. The banshee had no idea what she was up against and was curious to know. In her long life, the unknown was a rarity and the only thing she feared. She pulled an ogre out of the mud and used him as a meat shield. Ilthin counted 13 different snakes before the attack stopped, and the ogre was riddled with holes big enough for her to see through them. "You sure are an ugly bastard," she said to the creature while it was still busy munching. It looked like a naked, hairless humanoid with pulsating reddish skin and no visible sensory organs. Its whole skin steamed in the chill of the night, yet some of the puffs were denser than the rest for no apparent reason. The snakes were actually what she assumed were fingers only because they came out from the extremity of the monster's forelimb, where humanoid creatures usually had a hand. Each alleged hand had 6 meters, 10 long fingers, each one of them ending with a fanged maw that was chewing a bloody piece of flesh and crunching bones. It explained 12 hits, but the last one was still a mystery. At least until Ilthin noticed that the mouth on the slate-like face of the creature was munching as well. "Oh gods!" Ilthin grimaced in disgust while smashing the space around her free as more serpent-fingered creatures approached. "Pearl-white skin, many mouths all over your body, and your heart beats so fast that you are in a perennial blush. You guys are mutated trolls, and not the cute, reverted, evolved kind of trolls, but the further fallen down kind." The creature hissed in reply, revealing a meters-long tongue ending with a bone hook. Crunching sounds could be heard as it walked over its fallen companions, indicating the presence of more mouths under its feet. The firstborn banshee heard the humming of the troll's heartbeat become louder, yet it was slightly out of sync. She turned around, noticing more mutated trolls coming close, while the rest of the monsters kept their distance from the undead. Ilthin's full blood red core granted her nigh-infinite stamina, but the respite gave her the time to take a good look around her. Monsters were naturally drawn to Mana Geyser, because they were capable of using the world energy to alter their life force despite their inability to use magic. Under normal circumstances, such a thing required the Tier 5 body sculpting spell, but monsters had an unstable life force, and their accelerated metabolism made them prone to mutations when in the presence of a substantial energy source. The trolls weren't the only ones to have changed for the worse. Ilthin recognized several variations of the species she knew, and all of them had become more twisted. Even those like the orcs and warg who were supposed to retain a degree of rationality had become feral and deranged. Chapter 2879, Pulling the Strings, Part 1. The stupider a creature is, the easier to kill, or so I would think if the behavior of the monster tide hadn't shown clear signs of intelligence. These creatures stopped their blind charge when they realized that numbers mean nothing to me and formed this ring for the mutated trolls. The only question is, what do they hope to gain from this, and why are they stalling for? The answers to Ilthin's questions came in a disgusting cracking of bones and ripping of flesh. The munching had never stopped as the trolls advanced toward the firstborn banshee, taking several bites with each step they took. Then one of them emitted an agonizing scream from all of its mouths as its red skin tore apart in a fountain of blood. The heart beat so quickly, and the veins were so many that a single scratch was enough to release a bloody mist that resembled an awaken's aura. Ilthin wondered if one of her shockwaves might have caused an internal bleeding that was seemingly killing the creatures, but that didn't make sense. Trolls were famous for healing quickly, and the wound was external and expanding quickly. Too quickly. Before she could furrow her delicate brows, the mutated troll's fingers and legs anchored themselves to the ground, pulling in opposite directions. The pale red body was torn asunder in a splash of blood, but both halves kept standing. The anchors kept munching, and new flesh grew to cover the exposed organs. In the blink of an eye, two identical trolls stood where just a few seconds ago there had been one. I see, Ilthin nodded. This mutation further accelerates your spawning rate. No breeding, no younglings, just straight adults, each one a copy of the original. Do you even share the same memories? As she spoke, the rest of the mutated trolls started the pseudomitosis. Ilthin took a deep breath and opened her mouth as if she was about to scream. The monsters comprising the living ring and all trolls lifted the corpses under their feet to use them as shields. Wow, Ilthin's voice came out as a sensual whisper. Shared memories and a hive mind. Her words were met with growls and hisses, the monsters enraged in the same manner at her deduction. Please, it wasn't that hard. You moved as one, and none of you gave a single order that I could perceive. She burst into a peal of silvery laughter. Besides, you have more pressing matters to worry about. Do you really think I was wasting my time talking? A series of explosions ravaged the area around her, scattering the monsters to the wind, while the ground turned into molten lava, incinerating the corpses. Ilthin had silently cast Tier 5 fire-based spells like Raging Sun and Volcano, spreading them in her surroundings as she fought. She knew that getting rid of the corpses was as important as killing when dealing with monsters. The firstborn Banshee had just waited for the moment when her spells would deal the most damage. The mutated trolls were debilitated from the mitosis or still in the process, while the rest of the monsters were packed to gorge themselves upon their fallen comrades. The Tier 5 spells were also meant to exploit the flammable nature of the trolls and the dry fur of other monster tribes to spread the fire. Ilthin didn't breathe, so the hot air spared her lungs. The hail of sharp rocks bounced off her harder-than-steel skin, and even stepping on the burning lava brought her little discomfort. Undead were naturally resistant to all elements, but darkness and her body healed faster than the heat could damage her. She exploited the ensuing chaos to pierce through the monster ranks and summon a strong wind that dragged the flames in her wake and spread them further. Great was her surprise when a familiar crack came from behind her, forcing her to turn around. The mouths at the end of the long fingers of the trolls snapped empty air as she dodged them with a somersault. How are you still alive? Trolls are supposed to be flammable, you know. Regular trolls were indeed flammable. Their accelerated metabolism dried their skin and accumulated fats in the form of oils that were stored within their bodies, ready to be converted into energy. The mutated trolls, however, were and looked different. Not only did they seem unaffected by the fire, but their skin had been covered by what looked like black scales. The moment the heat was about to reach the skin underneath, the scale was discarded and a new one grew. Air bubbles formed between scales, dispersing the heat until the protection was restored. Ilthin crushed the fingers with Orphan Maker, and once they healed, the bones became denser while the flesh had turned elastic to better soften blows. She then froze the air around her with the Tier 5 spell, Perennial Winter. The black scales meant to keep the heat out now helped the cold to seep in, carried by the air bubbles underneath. The trolls roared, shivering and shedding the scales. They raised their body temperature to the point that the oils they stored caught fire and countered the frost waves. Amazing, you can also evolve and adapt to any threat you face, she said with a joyous tone that annoyed the monsters further. This proves that your mutation is not random. Someone is pulling your strings. The living tide of monsters roared at her words, but the firstborn Banshee ignored them. Good for me they aren't that bright. Perennial Winter waned, while Volcano and Raging Sun burned with renewed strength. The flaming trolls were now defenseless against the fire element that reached the oil sacs and made them explode. Ilthin burned the trolls to the ground, making sure that nothing remained before resuming her onslaught. I can't risk those fragments spreading around and turning into a bunch of quick-adapting trolls. Not while we are here. After we are gone, I'm going to spread them like a disease through the black tide. Those things eat non-stop, and this can be used to cull the other monster tribes. A feral howl drew Ilthin's attention to a black-furred warg jumping toward her. Shit, Life vision showed her that the creature had a physical prowess superior to a divine beast. Her flight spell was slow compared to the creature, forcing her to blink away. The warg landed fist first, the impact generating a shockwave that put down the fires and opened a several meters deep crater. The moment Ilthin came out of the blink, the aura of the black-furred warg faded as another one took the collective power of the pack and jumped at her. Again, she used a spark of the life maelstrom Lith had given her to boost herself and her mace, as she countered the warg's blow with one of her own. She was the firstborn banshee, and orphan maker was comprised of Davros, whereas the wolf-like monster used his bare fist. Yet she was the one who was sent flying back. Shit! Ilthin turned around just in time to see the collective power of the warg jump into the closest member of the pack to her, while her flight spell had yet to bring her to a halt. Chapter 2880, Pulling the Strings, Part 2. This is why I hate smart enemies. One warg was nothing to an undead. Even a whole tribe was just an annoyance. A firstborn like Ilthin could take care of a monster horde of warg by herself without breaking a sweat. The Black Tide, however, was comprised of millions of them, and the warg in front of her carried their collective power, mass, and magical power. Despite its size was nothing much, the creature was a force to reckon with. There was a limit to the power a regular warg could amass, but those that had attacked Ilthin all had fur the color of charcoal and eyes red like embers, the sign of a mutated species of wargs that had overcome such limits. That, along with the hive mind, allowed them to pass their power to the closest warg to the prey and use their shared senses to follow Ilthin's high-speed movements. Yet it wasn't enough. Ilthin had now an idea of the enemy's capabilities, and dodged the incoming fist with the minimum movement necessary while delivering a counter at the same time. Even with the mutation, the difference in battle experience made monsters easy to read. The warg snarled, his strength disappearing and his body bursting like a balloon under the heavy mace. Instead of fighting a losing battle, he had passed on his abilities. When the firstborn banshee struck with all of her might, the lack of resistance made her lose her balance and created an opening for the next warg. She turned her fumble into a roll, and the ground where the monster landed into a sinkhole that swallowed him. Breaking free of dozens of tons of solid rock would have drained the tide's stamina, so the warg accepted his death and passed the power on to the next vessel. 2 down, 2 million to go. Ilthin sighed as another mutated warg stepped forward. Only mutants dared face her while the rest kept their distance. They, or rather, the one pulling their strings, knew that stalling was the best strategy against an undead. Sunrise was an enemy that not even a firstborn could defeat. Space. I'm not going down there stark naked, Tista said while she and Lith studied the situation from above. Turning into a Hecate had given her great physical prowess and increased her mass, but it also made her old equipment useless. She lacked the means to craft an armor her size, so her red scales were all she had. The only silver lining was that Sunder, the enchanted claws, now fit her like a glove without the need to reduce their weight with gravity magic. I don't think it's a wise idea. Lith nodded, noticing the willingness of the monsters to sacrifice themselves to kill the enemy and their perfect teamwork. We have just to buy time for the Wayfinder. Instead of getting swarmed like the others, we better create a diversion. He used void magic to collect the dust and debris released by the fight below in the air to conjure round rocks the size of a small apartment. Then Lith combined them with fire and gravity magic to unleash the Tier 5 spell, Burning Comet. The fire element amplified the friction with the air, setting the rocks ablaze while gravity magic increased both their weight and speed. Lith aimed the spell so that it would hit away from his allies, but close enough to the front lines to disrupt the monster's formations. Each impact generated a mushroom cloud that rose for dozens of meters in the air, creating localized sandstorms. The Tiamat took control of the air currents filled with dust with void magic, turning them into solid walls that trapped the monsters and isolated them from the rest of the tide. At the same time, he took deep breaths with invigoration, releasing a hail of demons of darkness from his wings. Abominations were no picky eaters. All life forces tasted the same to them. Lith gave them only one eye each, counting on the monster hordes to feed his own. As for Tista, she took a deep breath as well and activated her bloodline ability, Ethereal Aegis. Her whole body turned into a living mass of origin flames as she dived down into the heart of the tide. In that form, no physical attack could harm her, and she phased through the lines of monsters while leaving a trail of charred corpses in her wake. Sunder's splayed claws cut down scores of monsters upon her passage and released air blades that cut deeper. When she felt the familiar sensation of her lungs burning for air, the Hecate flew back up in the sky in an ascending parable before the flames disappeared. The smell of charred flesh still lingered in her nose, and a thick layer of grease covered her tongue. Tista had killed hundreds of monsters in one swoop and left behind a burning scar in the black tide, yet it barely put a dent to it. She turned to Lith, noticing that instead of unleashing his spells one after another, he was taking his time and aiming carefully. She was about to take a deep breath to conjure a twin stream of cursed flames, when the Tiamat grabbed her shoulder. "Not so fast. Invigoration can't make up for the life force we lose every time we use origin flames. We must make every burst count," he said with a mind link to not waste time. "What do you propose, then?" "Origin flames infused with life maelstrom, what else?" Lith replied. "It's the perfect opportunity to put our training to the test." "We have never succeeded so far. What if it's just another failure?" she asked. "Worst-case scenario, the resulting explosion will make up for that," he shrugged. There was no need to mention the best-case scenario. Fine. They used the mind link to coordinate their breathing rhythm until their hearts beat in unison. Now they thought as one, unleashing a jet stream of origin flames each. The two pillars of fire overlapped, crackling as the different energy signatures they carried fought for dominance. Then, pushed by the willpower imbued within them and the sparks of silver lightning, the deep and the bright violet flames merged into a pristine white pillar. The primordial flames grew in size by devouring the surrounding world energy and vaporizing everything they hit. They cut through the lines of monsters like a hot knife through butter, disappearing only when the two divine beasts ran out of breath. "We did it." Tista was elated, Lith not so much. Firing from above meant to be safe from attacks, but it also limited the piercing power of the flames. Had they attacked while standing on the ground, the white column of fire would have cut the black tide asunder. "Yeah, but most of the primordial flames were wasted against the ground. We need to think of something better," he replied. "Can't we just rejoice that our theory was correct?" Lith had noticed that having the same energy signature wasn't necessary nor enough to produce primordial flames. He and Solus had done in the past, but so had Kigan and Xenagrosh. Chapter 2881, Merging Flames, Part 1. On top of that, Lith shared the same energy signature with his demons, but all he had obtained by combining his strength with them were 1,000 flames. After countless hours of training in the Blood Desert, using the tower to protect his cracked life force, Solus had come up with a theory. Grandma and Ligine can use primordial flames, so it's not something that can only be performed by more than one person. Also, the energy signature is irrelevant as well, which leaves only one explanation. The secret of primordial flames lay in the life force of the users. "Meaning?" Lith asked with a puzzled look. "Origin flames can't be controlled by imbuing willpower in them, only by manipulating the willpower already present in the life force that ignites them. To produce primordial flames, you need either an exceptional life force like the Guardians do, or to combine multiple life forces together," Solus replied. "Isn't that what I always do with my demons for the 1,000 flames?" "No, you guys just pile up your life forces, but the intent they carry is discordant. If I'm right, the difference between 1,000 and primordial flames is that the latter doesn't require just the will to destroy, but to destroy the same thing in the same way. That's why you never produced primordial flames with your demons. They share your energy signature and target, but each one of them tries to accomplish the mission in their own way. When we were fused, instead, we were one. We shared the same life force and will. I wanted exactly what you wanted, which made it easier for us to succeed. With Tista, things are going to be harder because your personalities are very different," Solus had said, and she was right. Tista's flames were animated by her will like the knife of an assassin, aimed at the vital points of her target while trying to minimize casualties and collateral damage. Lith's, instead, only cared for destruction. His flames aimed to annihilate his enemies while also cutting off every possible escape path. If someone or something were close to the point of impact, that was their problem. Both had trusted soulless judgment and worked to overcome the issue by using a mind link. They would project in the other's mind how they wanted their respective flames to work, and then met halfway. Until that moment, they had only obtained explosions of various degrees and only a few tongues of white flames. This time, however, they shared the same will and life maelstrom. Valoran's silver lightning was spread inside their life forces, raising their compatibility and smoothing the conflict between the two origin flames. "I'm going to rejoice when we succeed on our own without external help," Lith replied. "Let's see what happens with cursed flames while we are at it." Tista and Lith were the only two people capable of conjuring them on Magur, so they had no idea what applying the principle behind primordial flames would do. The only time they had come close to such a thing was against Knights Chosen. Back then, however, it had been a fluke caused by the horseman's interference and the interaction of three kinds of flames. The result had been a powerful conflagration, but how and why was still a mystery. "Let's go with true and frozen flames then," Tista said. She lacked Lith's abomination side, and the only way a Hecate had to conjure cursed flames was in pairs. One element would be channeled through the lungs to the mouth, while the other would go from the heart to the wings. Lith nodded as he took a deep breath in unison with his sister. This time, they needed to agree on both the kind of destruction they wanted to cause and the epicenters of the different cursed flames. Being a hopeless pessimist, Lith assumed that they would fail. It wasn't their first attempt to fuse two kinds of flames at the same time, but since even the simple, primordial flames were beyond their reach without Valoran's help, he was ready to bet that cursed flames would be more difficult. "Let's aim there and there." He telepathically marked 2 points very far away from their allies, where the explosion that he expected to take place would kill the most monsters. "Okay," Tista breathed a burst of true flames from her mouth, and a twin jet stream of frozen flames from her wings just like Lith. The true flames were aimed at a large tribe of trolls, since they were weak against fire, while the frozen flames hit wormlings, who due to their draconic lineage, were likely to suffer cold. "I hate being always right, but this is too much." The cursed flames had reached their respective targets, killing everyone on their path until they made contact. At that point, they had just disappeared. "I get no primordial flames, but no explosion either, at all." Tista was flabbergasted. "Do we really suck that bad?" "I suck that bad, you mean?" Lith cursed. "I'm at the bright violet, and with the life maelstrom empowering me, the worst that should have happened was my flames overpowering yours and then detonating. How could I end up in a draw with a deep violet?" "Thank you so much. You're such a—" Tista choked on her own sarcasm when a red and a blue light seeped through the black mass of the monster tide. They slowly expanded, revealing that the light source's elemental hemispheres coursing with silver lightning that were rapidly expanding. The true and frozen flames devoured the monsters in their path, becoming bigger with each victim they made. "I stand corrected," Lith said. "We failed, but not that badly. Our flames are building up, and the moment they reach the critical mass, they are going to explode in." The hemispheres consumed the ground as well, and then the other half was visible as well. The two spheres were concentrical, with a denser one at their core, while the external one was lighter but crackling with lightning. Also, they seemed to have no intention to stop expanding. "Why haven't they exploded yet?" Tista asked. Before Lith could shrug, the cursed spheres roared. Colossal arms erupted from the external layer, soon followed by legs. Both sucked in more monsters, yet Lith could see with life vision that the act wasn't consuming their strength. It fueled them. With the external layer gone, the two divine beasts could now see that the internal sphere was packed with monsters. It grew into a torso first, and then a head sprouted on top of it. Where the cursed flames had collided now stood two giants, each about 23 meters, 76 feet, tall. One had its body comprised of roaring red flames, while the other condensed the surrounding humidity and blood, resembling a red-veined crystal golem. Aside from a single set of eyes shining respectively with Zero and Cinder, their bodies were featureless. There was no trace of intelligence in them, only a crippling hunger. The two elementals looked at the monsters surrounding them with unquenchable desire. The fallen creatures were rich of heat and fluids, the things that the starving titans needed to prolong their existence. Chapter 2882, Merging Flames, Part 2. Confused, the monsters attacked the unknown enemies in droves, strong of their numbers. Soon it was evident that the elementals could be hurt by physical and magical attacks and bloodline abilities. Yet they could also heal by feeding off the energy of their prey. Their size dwindled when under assault from the monsters and swelled when the Titans counterattacked, trapping more enemies inside the sphere hidden deep inside their bodies. Lith had no idea what he had done, nor did anyone else. Ragu and Inzialot turned their heads toward the giants, and so did everyone else. The fight slowed down a beat, and for a second the black tide stopped advancing. Fuck me sideways, are those some kind of abominations? Lith could see with life vision that the elementals carried his and Tista's life force. The sphere inside their bodies acted like a mana core, providing them with a constant stream of flawed mana. The red titan lacked the water element, while the crystal giant was unable to process the fire element, making their opposite go on a rampage. The monsters stored inside the true flames elemental quickly turned into desiccated mummies that burned into ashes, while those inside the frozen flames elemental became ice statues that collapsed under their own weight. Both cores needed to constantly be supplied with fresh materials. The slightest delay had dramatic effects on the size and strength of the elementals. Then the two titans locked eyes, and hatred replaced hunger. One shivering in cold while the other burning with fever, they saw each other as a thief who had stolen from them their most precious treasure. The elementals ignored the monsters swarming them and charged at one another with a deafening roar. Their bodies grew in size the closer they got. Their respective scraps gave their nemesis relief from the hunger and fueled their might. When the two titans locked arms, their limbs merged and their cores were drawn together. The elementals fused into a pillar of fire and ice that conjured strong air currents before fading into nothingness. With the elemental balance restored, the life force stored inside the titans was released, and their corrupted cores had no longer a reason to exist. Their existences born in the clangor of battle and ended in awed silence. Ragu exploited the monster's hesitation to take a deep breath with invigoration and escape from the enclosing encirclement. Inzialot repaired all the damage that his dread knights had taken and conjured spirit spells to buy them some space. The Lich King had no care for himself. Any monster that struck him became his food, giving Inzialot more mana for his spells. Ilthin bit her own finger, marking the mutated black warg with her blood so that she would always know their position, no matter how deep they hid themselves behind the monster's ranks. Solus used the Fury's flight to rescue Badia. 8 hammers opened the path toward the orc shaman while the original Fury took his life. The moment the earth element was once again under the Nidhogg's control, Badia buried his aggressors alive and resumed his onslaught. The only problem was that Solus was now surrounded from every side. With no geyser and away from her allies, she couldn't afford a slugfest. A single monster could do little damage to her, but every hit she took would chip her strength. If I take the sky, those things with the long necks will shoot me down. If I stay here, one of the black warg will reach me and I'm no Ilthin. I have only one way out of this. Upon her telepathic command, Raptor dived down and the ground rippled at his passage. Vagrash could swim through solid earth, and the spirit crystal on the golem's forehead managed to stimulate the remnants of the original Emperor Beast's life force enough to trigger its bloodline ability. On top of that, since Raptor had no need to breathe, all the oxygen the golem collected was sent to Solus, filling her lungs with ease. Claws, teeth, and spells hit empty air as she plunged underground. "What was that?" Tista asked. "Why did those things attack each other? We ordered our life forces to ravage the monster lines, not our allies." "Respectively, I don't know, because that's what cursed elements do, and that's exactly what they did. The problem is that we never mentioned anything about what they had to do after finishing their task, since they were supposed to disappear." He pointed at the surroundings of the area where the cursed flames had been unleashed. They bore the marks of the destruction that Tista and Lith had envisioned together based on what they had achieved with the primordial flames. Once those things fulfilled their duty, they went autopilot and went for the most abundant source of the element they lacked, their twin. "What's an autopilot?" Tista asked in confusion. "Are you telling me that we could have controlled them? What if they gained some degree of consciousness?" Lith inwardly cursed. reminding himself that just because there was a voice in his head, he couldn't be as open as with Solus. "No time for questions," he replied curtly. "Let's save our life force and life maelstrom for later. Enough with the flames, let's use magic." Fine, Tista had more to say, but Freya had joined them and their mind link. She wielded Thundercrash in her right hand, its barrel still fuming from the previous shot. The body of the railgun hummed as the magnetic field charged up. "I've alerted the camp. Useless to say they weren't happy hearing that they have even less time than we had anticipated," Freya said. "My father says to stall as long as we can, and if possible, to find out how the black tide moved so quickly. It's a vital piece of information if we want to establish another safe camp, especially if the other monster tides can do it as well." "Another camp? Are we giving up on the gate?" Lith asked in surprise. "Unless the black tide stops or changes its course, yes," Freya telepathically nodded. "What other choice do we have?" The moment Thundercrash alerted her that the charging was complete, Freya conjured her scope spell. The entry point was right in front of the barrel, while the exit point was leveled with the ground. She steadied her footing on Lith's shoulder with gravity magic, and then pulled the trigger, easing the recoil by tensing her wrists and locking her elbows. Freya just made sure to aim away from her allies and put no care otherwise. There was no singular monster dangerous enough to be a target, and against an opponent like the Black Tide, quantity was more important than quality. Thundercrash could shoot a single bullet at a time, but it would fly for a long distance, piercing through everything until its energy was spent. The shockwave accompanying the bullet was enough to rip apart the weakest monsters, while the sonic boom it left in its wake deafened those near its path. Lith saw a corridor opening in the monster tide as the bullet made its way through the sea of bodies. Chapter 2883, Old Magic Part 1. "Can you redirect our primordial flames like you just did for Thundercrash's bullet?" Lith asked. "Depends. Can you guys control them well enough to not eat at my spell?" Freya replied. The Hecate and the Tiamat exchanged an embarrassed look that answered louder than any word could. "Then no," Freya said. "If scope collapses and your primordial flames go awry, we'll be dead in a second." "Let's play this safe then," Tista said. "I'm going in close-quarter combat. Please deflect with dimensional magic any attack strong enough to shoot me down. I will take care of the rest." "I can do that. There's not much I can do while I wait for Thundercrash to recharge any— What?" Solus emerged from the ground with a full set of spells at the ready. Mjolnir erupted from the fury, conjuring bolts of lightning that the now magnetite-enriched soil absorbed and amplified. The monsters that survived or avoided the spell were impaled by rock spikes that acted like lightning rods. The magnetite drew the collected electricity upon them so that not a single thunderbolt missed its target. The Tier 4 Light Mastery spell, Blightburn, generated scorching pillars of solid light from the fingertips of her free hands, cutting through the enemy ranks and keeping them at bay. 8 more Furies carved their path, their heads white from the heat conjured by the red elemental crystals. Once they reached their respective destination, the 8 hammers exploded into countless flaming shards. Burning rain turned them into white-hot Davros shards that pierced through the hide and flesh of the monsters, making the blood of its victims boil. At the same time, the runes carved on the sage staff conjured warping arrays that allowed her to jump through the battlefield and avoid being surrounded by the mutated monsters. From his hiding spot, Orpal hated Lith for having grown so much in power while his own stagnated. He hated every kind of mystical flame the Tiamat generated because it was something majestic that he knew deep inside he would never possess. He also hated Tista's new form for resembling so much a Tiamat and none at all a Vertilac, proving that Orpal's bloodline had been cast away from the Verhin family as much as its bearer. Last but not least, he hated Night because even though the horsemen couldn't even think about the fight they were witnessing, he could almost hear her laughing at him. "Curse you all, millions of carefully bred monsters and not one that can put a dent on Leech's scaled face. Yet I'll be the one to have the last laugh." As if waiting for Orpal's cue, something brought Freya's thoughts and the whole battlefield to a halt as Solus' spell wore off. A red flow of life force and a blue stream of mana were coalescing from the monsters she had just slain along with those coming from the hundreds of corpses that each member of the assault unit had claimed. Even the ashes and ice crystals produced by the monsters consumed by the cursed cores of the elementals swirled in the air. The resulting energy mass that accumulated in the middle of the black tide was so intense that it was visible to the naked eye. The air crackled with power as the energy shaped itself into a perfect circle that spun faster and faster until the area it encompassed started to deform. It was like reality was being muddled, stirred, and then pulled from the other side by an invisible hand. A phenomenon that every mage worthy of their name knew like the back of their hand. "Freya, is that a warp gate?" The question was redundant, but Lith refused to believe his 7 eyes. Not only was the size of the dimensional tunnel enormous, but it also emitted such an ill aura of unbridled might that it made the scales all over his body stand up. Yes, she wanted to express how wrong the spell felt, how such a monstrosity was undeserving to be associated with dimensional magic. Yet even with the mind link allowing her to express her thoughts and feelings, she failed to find a way to describe what was happening properly. Freya would have never expected to witness someone resorting to forbidden magic to conjure a spell as mundane as warp steps. Yet it was happening right in front of her eyes, and it made her stomach churn. The life force of the monsters was sacrificed to amplify the poor mana of their defective cores and accumulate the necessary elemental energy to conjure a stable spell. Only Lith could feel the desperate howls of the souls that were still attached to the life forces as they consumed, just like only Freya could feel the world energy twisting itself in the attempt to resist the call of the foul spell. "They are crying, the elements are crying," she said as the forbidden magic took the elemental energies from Magus with violence. "Whatever is opening that portal must be stopped." Lith ignored Freya's apparently senseless remark. "You are the master of space. Can't you shut it down or make it explode with one of your spells?" "I'm trying and failing as we speak." Freya grimaced as she put her focus and mana against the colossal gate, but to no avail. "You guys are fucking divine beasts with domination. Pull your weight." "What do you think I'm doing? Glaring?" Lith and Tista pointed at their 7 eyes, which were all burning with mana of a different elemental color. "So am I." Freya's hair shone with inner light, and her body was enveloped by the golden aura of her dimensional ruler spell, but the forbidden gate kept forming like they were just spacing out. Activating domination required to overpower the will of the original caster and replace their energy signature with the dominator's to work. Yet the dimensional corridor held more mana than a bright violet core, and it was comprised of too many willpowers to subdue them all. Dimensional ruler, instead, overrode the dimensional coordinates of a spell to hijack it, or exploited the natural instability of the bent space to make it collapse based on Freya's wishes. This time, however, the dimensional coordinates were restored the moment she altered them, and there was no instability in the steps. Whoever he was, the caster was conjuring the spell over and over, rewriting the runes and correcting his mistakes faster than she could spot one. Lith and Tista hurled origin flames at the gate, but they were little things compared to the swirling energy mass and were extinguished like candle flames. Ragu was left out of the conversation due to the distance separating her from her allies, but she had the wherewithal to know that whatever was happening had to be stopped. She combined true magic with body casting, and the runes woven in her robe to conjure several dimensional sealing arrays faster than any other mage could. The swirling portal deformed for an instant before effortlessly fixing itself. The forbidden magic had compensated for Ragu's interference by altering the elemental balance in the area and neutralizing her arrays. Incapable of drawing the correct proportions of world energy and split it into its components, the magical formations were reduced to a bunch of glowing runes. Chapter 2884, Old Magic Part 2. Ragu had already faced a similar strategy, and she knew how to adjust her spells under any circumstance. She just needed time to correct the rune sequence according to the new balance. Time that she didn't have. The warp gate opened despite their valiant attempts to disrupt it, and Thamos the Eternal Fortress crossed it with a single step. The lost city stood over 100 meters, 330 feet, tall, its body comprised of lustrous white stones. For one moment, the image of the white griffin in its white knight form overlapped with Thamos, but the two couldn't be more different. The Eternal Fortress had no wings, and unlike the Academy, Each piece of his body showed clear signs of what building every piece belonged. The head was a main keep with a metal drawbridge for a jaw and a portcullis shaped to resemble teeth. Two of the many round windows lit with orange light were supposed to be the eyes, or at least that was the impression they gave. Tall towers stood on the shoulder pads that extended into two stocky arms formed by what looked like the west and east wings of the castle. The fingers on each hand were formed by smaller buildings like stables and servants' quarters held together by the magic animating the living legacy. The main bulk of the castle formed the chest, with the external walls wrapped around it as a rickety armor. The legs, so to speak, were two conical, featureless stumps formed by the underground floors of the fortress after being piled up on each other. The feet had no toes or heels. They were just two cylinders wider than those above to give the legs stability. Where the White Knight looked exactly like a giant man wearing a royal fortress armor, Thamos the Eternal Fortress looked like a castle that had taken on humanoid features solely for the sake of convenience. There was nothing human in it, nor was it pretending to be one. "What's going on?" Thamos asked, his voice formed by the sounds of slamming doors and thudding gates. "This is not where the steps was supposed to appear. Where's this so-called terrain?" There was no word for train in the old version of Tyrus language that Thamos spoke. Orpal hadn't bothered finding one, and the Eternal Fortress had no desire to update his vocabulary, so they had settled for the closest-sounding thing. "What is it saying?" Ragu's magically amplified voice resounded above the clangor of battle even at great distance, reaching in Xiolot, who was her target, but also those still high in the sky. "I'm not my mother, I'm not decrepit enough to have ever learned that language," he replied. "I should have a dictionary back at home, though." "It's saying that it was expecting to have reached the Wayfinder," Lith replied in annoyance before realizing that Tista and Freya were looking at him in surprise. "What's the matter? The accent is funny, but that thing speaks clearly." "For you," Tista said, "it's gibberish to Great Mother Almighty." Instead of dissipating like it usually happened, the life force and mana that comprised the warp steps flowed into the gate mouth of the living legacy, and into the windows, doors, and every opening visible on his limbs. These idiots must have killed each other quicker than I expected. Thamos failed to notice the humans on the ground because their size made them irrelevant to him, and the divine beasts in the sky because he didn't bother looking up. "It doesn't matter, I should be close enough anyway," the living legacy spoke to himself out of habit. During the millennia of imprisonment, his own voice was the only sound he could hear. The barrier sealed off Thamos from the rest of Magur to keep him from luring with promises of power someone stupid enough to free him. Also, his captors had hoped that the years of complete isolation would have driven the Eternal Fortress insane and made it easier to restrain him in case of escape. Unfortunately, it hadn't worked. The only silver lining was that Thamos was ignorant of the outside world and too arrogant to care about it. The living legacy stomped his feet, causing a grade 4 quake on the Richter scale, and using the vibrations to scout his surroundings with Earth vision. He noticed Ragu, Inzialot, Solus, and Badia, and compared the collected data with the description that Orpal had given him. Since none of them matched the destroyer, and there was no trace of the train, Thamos activated his long-range detecting arrays to acquire the dimensional coordinates of his correct destination. It was the secret behind the quick progression of the Black Tide. The monsters advanced, feeding on their own kin, until they either found a mana geyser or enough of them died to conjure a gate. At that point, Thamos reached them and opened a new warp steps leading as far as his mystical senses could perceive. The dimensional tunnel would be over 100 meters, 330, wide instead of high, allowing the Black Tide to cover hundreds of kilometers in one go. Whether there was a mana geyser or not, the Eternal Fortress would gather his strength while waiting for his thralls to call upon him once again. Thamos spread his arms and drained the world energy while chanting the dimensional runes of his spell. Some of them had been changed to make the modern warp steps more efficient, but enough of them had stayed the same for everyone to recognize the spell. Magical runes were the words that mages used to communicate with Magur, and magic was the one true universal language used by all people, no matter their continent of origin. A spinning vortex appeared between his hands, its contours the only clear shape, while the inside was hazy. The old version of warp steps required to input the dimensional coordinates last, and no one used it anymore. Millennia ago, a cunning mage had devised collapsed space, turning the escape route into a deadly trap. To counter that, Blink had been created, and later warp steps had been modified so that it would appear without giving the enemy the time to weave collapsed space. "We need to stop it," Ragu yelled, but she didn't conjure her dimensional ceiling arrays again, afraid to draw on herself the attention of the living legacy. "How exactly?" Freya yelled back. "Unless you have gotten some serious ace in the hole after fighting against the Golden Griffin, I have nothing that can take down a thing that big. Even a divine beast looks cute in comparison." She pointed at Lith, who even in his Tiamat form didn't reach the waist of the Eternal Fortress. "I hate to admit it, but Freya is right." Lith had recalled Solus by his side, and together they were using the eyes of Menadian to gauge their opponent. Thamo's spells were as old as his enchantments, yet for some reason the living legacy was even stronger than the Golden Griffin at the time of its destruction. Which made little sense since the Lost Academy had been updated by Thrude, and its power core boosted by the mana cores of her students and divine beasts. Chapter 2885, Old Magic Part 3. Compared to the Golden Griffin, Thamos was supposed to be an outdated piece of junk, yet the readings of the eyes of Menadian begged to differ. "We have killed hundreds of monsters, yet we haven't slowed down the Black Tide's advance one bit. Now we have to also deal with a lost city, and as far as I remember, no one has ever managed to destroy one even on Garland." "No one but you." Inzialot blinked himself Ragu and his undead army near Lith. He was tired of screaming, and there was no point leaving the Dread Knights behind. If they had to die again, they would do it to serve their master, not to play with monsters. "Those were special circumstances." The Tiamat shook his head. "I think everyone remembers how things went when we faced the Golden Griffin without the blueprints. This is no different." He pointed at the dreadful yet majestic aura of the Eternal Fortress that despite the distance sent shivers down everyone's spine. It was an enemy that the Giera's council at its full force had failed to put down, even with Zagran's help. There wasn't much that the 8 of them could do, except for one thing. "There is one small difference," Ragu said. "The Golden Griffin moved on foot whereas this idiot opens gates. Before we were taken by surprise and scattered, but if we join our forces, we can collapse the dimensional corridor. It's not enough to kill a living legacy, but it should send him away in search of the nearest mana geyser and buy us the time we need." Everyone nodded and looked at Freya, the only dimensional mage of the group, for advice. "I already tried and failed on my own. The bastard alters the elemental balance in the world energy faster than I can follow him," she replied. "I can help you with that." Ragu created a mind link with Freya. "Just follow my instructions. While the others keep the living legacy busy, I'm going to create a flaw in his portal, and you have to use it to bring everything down." "Okay, but we need to wait for the real deal." Freya pointed at the still small steps encompassed by the Eternal Fortress hands. "A steps that size is nowhere near powerful enough to damage a creature that big." "You," Thamo's clattering voice as he looked up produced a gust of wind as strong as a storm. "You match the description of the bright day. Are you the destroyer?" "What is it saying?" Ragu asked, and Lith translated for them again. "The bright day?" Solus was flabbergasted. "She's without a host and has no reason to be on Giera. Why should she talk about you to a lost city?" "How should I know?" Lith replied. "How does he know that some people call me the Destroyer?" "Not some people," Solus pointed out. "It's a title that Malishka gave you, so whoever spoke to this guy must have some connection with her." "You'd better answer me, kid, because I'm going to kill you anyway." Thamos noticed the resemblance between the four-winged black creature and the Tiamat in Orpal's holograms, but there were many differences between them. The size, the flaming crown, and all the things that had changed after Elijah's birth and his life forces merged into a perfect one. Also, due to Lith's cloaking devices, Thamos couldn't sense the bond with Solus. Tyrus' ring made Solus' energy signature different from Lith's, which further confused the Eternal Fortress. Yet their resemblance respectively with the Destroyer and the Golden Knight in the holograms was more than enough for him. Thamos had no qualms about killing divine beasts for sport. "I don't know what you are talking about." The members of the group understood that he wasn't talking to them solely because he was looking straight at the eternal fortress. "It doesn't matter," Thamos said, conjuring another gust of wind and leaving Lith flabbergasted. "If you are lying, you are going to do everything you can to stop me. If you are not, I can take my time with you. Feel free to run away. Now that I know your energy signature, there's no place on Magur you can hide from me. I have all the time in the world, and I love myself a good hunt." The detecting arrays had finally located the position of the Wayfinder, but the magical formations protecting the train made it impossible to pinpoint the dimensional coordinates in its vicinity. The living legacy had been scouting for an area large enough to open the warp gate without interference. No matter how strong the black tide was, the dimensional corridor was a funnel that prevented the monsters from using their real strength: numbers. If the humans managed to hold the black tide off, keeping the portal open for too long would have drained Thamos' power core until he could no longer sustain it. Countless of his thralls would die, and he would be nowhere close to his goal. The Eternal Fortress spread his hands, projecting the warp gate in front of his army. Instead of going himself, Thamos was sending the black tide fist, forcing Freya's hand. "We can't let the monsters reach the Wayfinder," she said via the mind link. The dimensional tunnel was quickly increasing its size as the fog within cleared, revealing someplace near enough to the expedition encampment to see it, but too far away for any of its arrays to be of use. Any resistance force would have no advantage. The process, however, created ripples and dimensional distortions as the mana necessary to open a gate that Big kept flowing in. Freya locked on the distortions, injecting them with the golden sparks from her dimensional ruler spell to keep them unstable until the portal reached its full size. Lith and Tista coordinated themselves telepathically and landed in front of the gate, both of them taking deep, regular breaths. Now, Freya gave the signal the moment the dimensional tunnel ceased expanding, and its energy started to stabilize. Inzialot and Ilthin blinked in unison, one in front of Thamos' face and the other in front of his chest. The King of Liches pointed his staff and unleashed on the main keep a barrage of spirit spells powerful enough to level a mountain. At the same time, he spoke gibberish while keeping a smug expression on his face. He had long since learned that the good thing about a language barrier was that whatever you said, the opponent would take it for the worst insult in their life, as long as your tone was right. Ilthin shouted a shuttered soul at the top of her lungs, consuming another chunk of the life maelstrom Lith had entrusted her. The rest she used to empower her body, along with the energy stored inside her blood core, reaching a power and mass superior to an elder divine beast. She channeled the fire element inside Orphan Maker, enveloping the mace with mystical flames that would seep inside any crack and burn at the magical runes, enchanting the Eternal Fortress. Inzialot's spell generated a light that illuminated the plateau as if an emerald sun had risen, and an explosion that clouded Thamos' face. Ilthin's shriek shattered the windows of the wall armor, and its shockwave made it rumble. Chapter 2886, Old Magic Part 4. Her strike generated a deafening boom of thunder and created a 1-meter-deep crater in the solid rock, opening a way in for the Davros flames. Alas, the cracks started to close immediately, snuffing out the flames, and when the dust settled, the main keep had taken little damage. The white stones were blackened from the heat, but that was it. How dares a mere skeleton to disrespect me like this? That and the wound on Thamos' ego. He had been sealed before liches were a thing, and his mind conjured every slur against living legacies he knew in the attempt to decipher Inzialot's words. He tried to squash the two insolent insects with his palms, but they both blinked away, leaving the Eternal Fortress shocked. He ended up slapping and damaging himself more than the two pests had. How can they open warp steps so quickly? He asked to no one in particular in amazement. Is everyone a genius these days, or has magic changed this much while I was imprisoned? Thamos had fought against the Guardians and assumed that their amazing spells were possible solely thanks to their matchless power. During the skirmishes against mages of the Council, he had believed that they had sent against him the best of the best and brushed off the issue again. After meeting the alleged Bright Day and this group of meddlers, however, Thamos was starting to have doubts. The disturbance was enough to weaken his hold on the gate, so that Ragu's dimensional sealing arrays encountered limited resistance. She couldn't conjure enough of them to cover an area so wide, but the distortions that her magical formations caused in the dimensional corridor ripped the front line of monsters that was walking through the gate to shreds and destabilized the spell. Freya capitalized on that, activating the golden sparks of her dimensional ruler spell in the fracture points of the steps, and following Ragu instructions about how to adjust her spell to Thamo's alterations to the elemental balance. The human representative let her arrays fade and conjured several collapsed space spells to help Freya. Dimensional openings required a perfect balance among their several components and were easy to destabilize. The warp steps that the Eternal Fortress used, however, was comprised not of just mana, but also of the life force of his thralls. It made the spell different from all those that the Awakened had faced in the past, and hard to influence with just pure mana. It was the reason Inzialot and Ilthin kept stinging at the Living Legacy. Their purpose was to compromise his focus on the spell. Badia dug deep into the ground, making it collapse under Thamo's feet, and the Living Legacy lose its balance. I wish I had still enough acid to make a decent trap, but I consumed most of it against the black tide. I'd better save what I have left for something that can make a difference. The Nidhogg thought. I can't believe it. Freya inwardly grunted with effort, feeling the will of the Eternal Fortress resist her own, and the corrupted life force of his forbidden magic stand like a wall against her dimensional ruler spell. All of this is not enough. Lith Tista, aim for the edges of the steps. The two divine beasts took another deep breath, the violet light born in their mouths moving down their throats, chests, and lungs, where the world energy was ignited by a spark of their life forces and imbued with silver lightning. The two crackling jet streams of origin flames crossed each other in front of the gate, their energy swelling for a moment like it was about to explode, and then bursting forward with the white radiance of the primordial flames. The mystical fire brushed over the upper edge of the steps to avoid crossing to the other side and potentially damaging their allies. Due to this, only a small portion of primordial flames affected the spell while the rest washed over the black tide, turning scores of monsters into ashes and carving a deep path amid their ranks. The corrupted mana and life force faltered, and the spell matrix of the steps fell apart. Thamos sent waves of willpower and mana to stabilize it, while Freya's dimensional ruler spell drove a wedge into the cracks that had appeared in the space. One tried to close them while the other tried to tear them open, and despite the help Freya received from the others, the battle was at a standstill. That until Solus came down fury first from the sky like a blazing meteor of Davros. Gravity magic increased her weight, and the weapons 100-fold, while the elemental crystals on the Fury were now one black, one orange, and the last one blue. The darkness element enhanced the destructive power, the earth element the hardness of the hammer, while the water element carried a frost wave that made the enchanted white stones of the Eternal Fortress brittle. Solus also channeled the water element inside the Davros, generating a blue aura around the Fury that split the world energy from the mana of anyone but her. When the automatic defensive systems came online, the hammer tore them apart like paper and struck the main keep head without losing momentum. Thamos had underestimated the petite woman with the weak aura, unaware that cloaking devices had been invented as well during his imprisonment. The blow was as strong as it was unexpected, making the Eternal Fortress lose his balance. What the Fury brought down the roof of the main keep and cracked its walls. Badia released the acid he had left to cause a sudden cave-in, while Inzialot and Ilthin pushed the lost city down with the sheer strength of their bodies and magic. Thamos fell to the ground with the grace of a sack of bricks and lost sight of his spell. Freya exploited the opening to bring the steps down with a thunderous explosion that blackened the ground for almost a kilometer. She felt the acrid taste of bile as the forbidden magic threatened to taint her core, her whole body shivering in revulsion. There's something wrong. The mana I'm dominating is forcing itself into dimensional ruler and me. Even detached from the lost city, the energy still carries its original owner's energy signature and will. If I just let it go, the bastard will regain most of the mana and open another gate. Even if we can't destroy it, we can still defeat it. Freya pushed her deep violet core to its limits and channeled her strength into the hands of Menadian. The masterpiece of the first ruler of the flames amplified her mana and absorbed the wild energy of the forbidden spell. The hands kept the corrupted life force at bay by forming a cushion from the surrounding world energy that isolated Freya from the taint. Then she took control of the remains of the dimensional spell, turning it into a warp steps that carried the primordial flames in front of Thamos, hitting him from point-blank range. The array defensive system was fooled by the residual energy signature, mistaking Freya's spell for friendly and letting it pass the layers of barriers and arrays. Chapter 2887, Cruel Star Part 1. The primordial flames set the outer walls ablaze, burning matter and energy alike, and opening a hole that reached the heart of the living castle. Lith and Tista kept breathing fire until there was no air left in their lungs, but the moment they stopped, the flames went out, and the eternal fortress repaired the damages with a speed visible to the naked eye. "How is this possible?" Lith panted, his life force strained from the prolonged use of primordial flames and the life maelstrom necessary to produce them. "Without a geyser, this guy is no different from us. The only energy he has is what is stored inside his power core." "Pseudo-cores, this cursed object is too old to have a power core. Also, there's no geyser here. I'm sure of that," Solus said after both the eyes and the hands of Menadian confirmed what she already knew from Mana Sense. "Just like I'm sure that the living legacy is now stronger than at its arrival. Don't ask me how it is possible, but it's like he hasn't cast a single spell or suffered any damage. Aside from wasting his time, the only thing we have managed to do is piss him off." "This does it?" Thamos stood up slowly, the orange of his windows turning red from anger as he glared at Solus. "No woman can be so heavy, and only a member of the family can hide her strength so well. The only possible explanation is that I was right from the beginning. You are the destroyer, and she's the living legacy who has taken you as her host." He was wrong on multiple levels, but after hearing his words through the mind link with Lith, Solus felt no need to correct him. "Share with the others that this guy knows nothing about modern magic. We can use it to our advantage," she said. "Yeah, right. I just have to come up with a believable story about how we started to discuss what he does and doesn't know in the middle of a fight." Lith sneered, passing the information only to Freya and Tista. They were both flabbergasted, but not by how outdated Thamos' knowledge of magic was. "This doesn't make sense," Freya said. "This guy speaks gibberish that only Lith understands, and his magic is as old as he is. It means that since his release, this lost city hasn't learned anything about the modern world." "Then how does he know about Lith and Solus? How does he know the title that Baba Yaga uses to refer to him?" "I'm actually more worried about the gibberish part." Tista looked around, glad to notice that the night sky was clear. The only tremor in the ground came from the black tide and the living legacy getting back to his feet. Whenever Lith understands a dead language is because there are souls involved. What if this triggers a tribulation? Lith squinted his eyes, his mind stopping for a second, planning ahead and considering Tista's words instead. "You are right. The souls calling onto me would explain how I understand the lost city, how he controls the black tide, and the reason he's gotten stronger during our fight," he said. "Explain how?" Solus asked. "The eyes don't perceive any form of energy connecting them, and I doubt there's any slave spell capable of controlling so many creatures at the same time. Even the Golden Griffin had limits, and it was." A roar of inhuman laughter cut her short and forced them to save finding an explanation for later. Thamos was back on his feet, and with each movement of his massive limbs, a raging torrent of pure mana was coalescing in front of him in a huge emerald sphere. A huge emerald sphere aimed at Lith. "Spirit magic? That bastard can use spirit magic as well." The shock from the vision made everyone shudder. It meant that the lost city already had a living host, and there weren't many ways the living legacy could fuel a spell of that magnitude without a geyser. Either he was somehow capable of tapping into the mana cores of the monsters at his feet, or the eternal fortress pseudo-cores exceeded the strength of a white cord awakened by a large margin. Thamos' spell, Cruel Star, shot forward with such violence that it cast an emerald ring over its launching point. The fire element shrouded the emerald beam with flames thousands of degrees hot. The light element gave the external layer substance, and the darkness element saturated both, but with completely different purposes. The darkness combined with the flames to increase their destructive power, which was pretty normal. Its combination with the light element instead was unheard of. The two elements of the external layer weren't meant to be used as a blunt weapon, but a containment field. The earth, air, and water elements were sealed inside, forming a very unstable and highly destructive gravity spell. Earth and air manipulated the electromagnetic forces that generated the abnormal gravity, while water cooled them just enough to not make them explode. The light and the darkness elements of the external layer respectively sealed the chaotic gravitational waves and suppressed their strength. Without the containment field, the gravity spell generated by just 3 elements would have detonated right in Thamo's face. Freya was the only one to understand the meaning of the unusual setup fast enough to do something about it. She could feel through her full guard and dimensional ruler spells that her allies were preparing shields and blinks, mistaking Cruel Star's purpose. "Blink now," her voice echoed inside their heads, the order quickly followed by a mental image of the incoming spell's inner workings. Then Bastion. Ragu, Ilthin, and Solus went pale. Even in the split second they had to glance at the picture, they understood how deadly Cruel Star was. Inzialot understood it as well, but after double-checking the position of his phylactery, he took notes instead. Lith, Tista, and Badia lacked the necessary knowledge to grasp the full scope of Thamo's spirit spell, but they trusted Freya enough to follow her directions without asking any of the many questions they had. Blinking would bring them to safety, but only some of them, and only for a while. Cruel Star was infused with willpower, and it would chase either Lith or Solus. On top of that, blinking would sever the strand of spirit magic that formed the mind link. Without it, coordinating their moves would be impossible, let alone conjuring a difficult spell like Silverwing's Bastion. The answer to everything was the dimensional ruler spell. Freya hijacked her companion's spells and rewrote the coordinates for the exit points, so that they moved together to the dimensional coordinates she set. Also, she had the entry point detonate the moment Cruel Star neared, hoping that the dimensional distortion would compromise the spell's integrity field. "Smart," Thamos laughed, taking mental notes about Freya's spell. "Too bad it's not enough." He only had to send more mana to reinforce the outer layer and keep it from collapsing. Cruel Star stuttered for a second, and then resumed its chase at supersonic speed. Chapter 2888, Cruel Star Part 2. "Inform me as soon as you're done weaving your part." Freya knew that keeping the group together also meant offering a single, juicy target. She kept blinking away to keep Cruel Star at a distance, each time collapsing their entry point to force the enemy's spell to slow down to restore the containment field and buying her priceless time. "Gods, if I hate Falul." Ragu was amazed by Freya's ability to hold the makeshift mass blink together, while also saving the residual mana from each jump to save strength for the next. Freya was casting 1/7 of the Bastion while moving, using for the escape solely the mana she had stolen from Thamos, and that was contained within the hands. "Ready," each member of the group said at a different time, and Freya stopped solely when the 6th voice echoed inside her head. Then she took a deep breath and conjured the anti-guardian spell, Silverwing's Bastion. It required 7 violet cord awakened, and they had barely enough power for that. Ragu, Inzialot, Lith, and Ilthin held each a mana above the spell's requirements, while Badia with his violet core was subpar. Tista and Freya only had a deep violet core, and they barely qualified. Solus was left out of the magical formation, since with her blue mana core she was too weak. She could have made up for it with the hands of Menadian, the Sage Staff, and the life maelstrom she had received from Lith, but that would have aroused questions she couldn't afford to answer. "By my mom, I promise that I won't mock Lith for his paranoia ever again," Solus thought as she passed her mana to him, who in turn used it to compensate for Tista and Freya's weak cores. No one had expected trouble, but since there was a lot of downtime while traveling on the Wayfinder and waiting for the warp gate to be finished, Lith had insisted that everyone practice Silverwing's spells together, just in case. The case slammed against the still-forming emerald barrier, but it held. Each member of the group produced a different elemental sphere that the array spell hybrid connected in a circuit, making their collective strength greater than the sum of the single parts. The Bastion formed a 6-pointed star that converged on Freya, who acted as the final and 7th star in charge of producing the 7th element, spirit magic. She drew as much world energy as she could with her hands to make up for her lacking core, but there was only so much the artifact could do. The quantity of world energy was limited, and she had to share it with both Solus and Thamos. The Lost City had the innate ability common to powerful artifacts of absorbing the world energy, and unbeknownst to everyone, the black tide further tipped the scales in Thamos' favor. Tista tried every function of the mouth of Menadian, but there was nothing among its enchantments that she had recently deciphered that could help. Ilthin felt the bastion's imbalance as Cruel Star crashed against the barrier, so she helped the others by fueling all the elements but light. It would cost me too much for its worth, whereas between my core and the life maelstrom, I have left what the fuck is this. The seven-pointed star of the bastion had fully formed, connecting the mana cores of the mages that took part in the formation. Lith's darkness element came enveloped in the yellow light of his eye. When it reached Tista, it boosted her strength and triggered her yellow eye as well, further empowering the resulting mana flow. The rest of the group failed to amplify the mana wave, but each one of them had their strength slightly enhanced. On top of that, a layer of silver flames engulfed Silverwing's bastion, repelling Cruel Star and buying the barrier the time it needed to fully form. The dread flames not only ate at Cruel Star's external layer, but at the tower spirit spell as a whole. The chaotic gravity waves were weakened as a result, and their release delayed by precious moments. Yet they were still strong enough to tear the space apart, pulling at the fabric of reality like a kid playing with explosives. There was no exit point for the entry points the spell opened. Gravity fluctuated with no rhyme or reason, bending space just to make it collapse in an endless, senseless chain. The trail of destruction fed upon itself, the destabilized space spreading like cancer as cracks opened in the air, as if it was a mirror that someone was punching from the other side. Do you really want me to waste time finding an explanation right now? Lith put every iota of his focus into holding the bastion together against the madness of Cruel Star. The cracks in space had enveloped the emerald sphere and tore at it from every side. The gravitational waves changed the weight of the eight awakened so quickly that their bodies would have been shredded even without the relentless explosions hammering at the bastion. Luckily for them, the spell's defensive properties included keeping the space inside the bastion relaxed and the gravity uniform. Any other barrier would have been helpless against the dimensional cracks and doomed its casters to a gruesome death. No, yes, Ragu and Inzialot said in unison, the latter with his notebook already at hand. How can they still be alive? Thamos was the most flabbergasted of them all. How can a hybrid between an array and a spell exist? I have so many questions. The dread flames shrouding the emerald sphere burned at the energy built up inside the dimensional fissures, while the space-relaxing effect of the bastion made creating them mana expensive. Together, they tripled the energy required to keep Cruel Star going. The Lost City couldn't afford to spend so much of its power, not without first understanding if it was worth it. As soon as Thamos stopped wasting mana, nature's abhorrence for void made the cracks in space disappear. Now, Freya thought while taking a deep breath with invigoration. The runes of the barrier were partly rearranged and partly replaced with offensive runes, turning the bastion into Silverwing's annihilation. 7 pillars of elemental energy combined into one and struck the head of the corrupted titan. Multiple layers of barriers enveloped the eternal fortress, from elemental ceiling arrays to spirit barriers. The annihilation pierced through them like wet paper, blasting the head off before moving down to the heart of the giant. The beam of emerald energy destroyed everything in his path and left a searing hole in Thamos' chest before disappearing. Yet the damage didn't last, the various pieces of stone, crystal, and glass returning to their original position as if time was being rewinded. I don't know how to say it, but the Lost City hasn't lost one bit of his strength. Solus checked the readings of the eyes over and over, yet they kept making no sense. The group was still half panting, half using invigoration to recover when a swarm of flying wormlings moved to intercept them. The monsters had large membranous wings coming out of their back and bright light coming out of their mouths. Chapter 2889, Final Destination, Part 1. Fuck, the moment we enter the range of their bloodline ability, they will shoot at us, Ragu warned the others. I say we have bought the expedition team enough time. Let's warp out of here. Once we relax the space, this bastard will have no way to track us. While he wastes time looking for us with the black tide, we can finish packing and go back to Garland. Her plan was perfect, but for one crucial detail. Ragu didn't know that Lith was the reason Thamos had sent the monster tide toward the camp in the first place. The lost city already knew where to find them the moment they disappeared. You go, I'll hold him off as long as I can. With no way to explain the situation without exposing the secret of the tower, Lith could only play hero and hope the others bought his act. Are you insane? Ilthin said. We have fought together until this moment and we have achieved nothing. What do you expect to do on your own? Okay, bye. Inzialot waved his hand, opening a steps that brought him to Nero and then another toward the camp. Son of a bitch, Ragu cursed. I'm going to kill him, I don't know how, but I'm going to try. You go, I'll stop him. Solus handed Lith her stone ring while Ragu was still swearing. It's me that he wants, and as long as you have the tower, I can't die. You are both insane, Tista said. Let's go back to the camp if the lost city attacks Elysia. Grandma would push him back while protecting everyone, Ligon would protect solely the babies, and Tyrus, I have no idea what she would do. Lith cut her short. Still, I'm with Tista, Solus, I won't allow you to. Fine, Thamos roared in annoyance the moment his body was back to its peak strength. You pests are resourceful, I have to concede that, but can your friends say the same? The Eternal Fortress already had the dimensional coordinates of the Wayfinder, so opening another warp steps took him seconds this time. To make matters worse, Lith's group was still huddled up and missed one of its most powerful members. Lith believed that things couldn't get any worse, but he was wrong. Thamos walked through the steps first, getting at spells range from the camp. No, Lith stared in horror as the dimensional corridor rearranged itself to let through as many monsters as possible at the same time. End of discussion, we need to go? Ilthin activated the home stone and conjured a warp steps leading directly in front of the Wayfinder. In the time since they had left, the elves had returned to Medellin and the monsters of Zelex had followed them back home. The soldiers and mages were loading the cargo wagons as fast as they could, and the non-essential personnel had already boarded the train, waiting for the order to leave. What are you doing? We must stay here and attack the gate from this side. It's unprotected. Lith tried and failed to resist the firstborn Banshee's grip. You call that unprotected? The black tide is surrounding the gate, and those disgusting things are flying at us. She pointed at the incoming wormlings. It took our combined power to bring down the first gate, and we succeeded by distracting the lost city. How are we supposed to do it from here and without Inzialot? Also, if we stay here, who's going to protect the Wayfinder? Lith gritted his teeth in frustration, recognizing Thamos' gate for what it was. A trap, even if they succeeded in making it collapse again, the lost city would just conjure another. In the meantime, the Eternal Fortress would be free to slaughter the camp and destroy the only means of escape they had. While in its village form, the Wayfinder was a sitting duck. It would take Thamos one spell of the caliber of Cruel Star to destroy the train. Fine, Lith recalled the demons of darkness and stepped through the steps just in time to avoid a barrage of energy projectiles from the wormlings. Ilthin left the dimensional door open, and when the winged monsters attempted to follow her, she collapsed the portal, cutting several of them in half. It's not much, but it still reduces their numbers and allows us to understand the relationship between the lost city and the monsters. The firstborn Banshee said, while holding the half of the wormlings that had made it through. The creatures spat their energy bullets in defiance, but the projectiles were too weak to do any harm to a powerful awakened. The blow just exhausted what little life the wormlings had left, killing them on the spot. A red haze rose from the corpses that Life Vision identified as life force. At the same time, the mana cores of the monsters seeped out of the dead bodies without cracking. The red mist shrouded the mana cores, keeping the mana they contained from dispersing and amplifying their power as the multicolored haze darted toward Thamos. Red Mother Almighty, Ilthin blurted out in horror, we have to get out of here and fast. That's why the mana of the gate resisted my dimensional ruler spell, and its energy felt so revolting, Freya said. It was mixed with the life force of the dead monsters, and none of my spells can affect both dimensional energy and life force. Correction, Ragu said. No spell can do that, that's why even Silverwing's Bastion barely worked. Each monster can't be worth much energy, but we killed thousands of them and there are still millions. Solus suddenly understood why the lost city seemed to have an infinite source of power. Even worse, if he's that strong in the middle of nowhere, how powerful will he become when he reaches the Mana Geyser? Lith snapped them out of their reverie. We can't allow the lost city to take a single step forward. Solus nodded and rushed toward the camp, leaving her allies flabbergasted and furious. I can understand Inzialot being deranged, but isn't she too young for that? Ragu spoke through the mind link and the communication amulet at the same time, threatening the king of liches with unspeakable horrors if he didn't come back immediately. Solus has her reasons. Lith perceived the tower taking form as his strength surged. Tista and Freya felt it as well since they were listed as apprentices, and the tower now shared with them the effects of the library and the armory. Solus had left there the sage staff, so that everyone could benefit from the mind-focusing abilities of the Yggdrasil tree during the upcoming battle. This way, even if Thamos reached the Mana Geyser, most of the world energy would already be under the tower's control, leaving him little to feed upon. Badia make the ground below him unstable. If we make him fall over his troops, we'll kill thousands of them, and with a bit of luck, the dimensional energy will also cut him in half. Lith said. Tista with me, Freya, alert Quilla and Farg that we might need them for a bastion or an annihilation. Ilthin, Ragu. He stopped, not knowing their abilities or how to employ them best. Chapter 2890, Final Destination, Part 2. I'll set up a few arrays in case things go south, Ragu said. My spells work best from a distance. Also, I'll make sure Inzialot moves his bony ass. And I'll hit fast and hard wherever I can do the most damage, Ilthin replied. The lost city is the major threat, but if we let the black tide through, we'll have to split our focus into too many sides. The mind link was a quick way of communication, so from the moment they crossed over Ilthin's steps, and when they assigned roles, only a couple of seconds had passed. Solus, too, used a mind link to explain to the members of the camp what was happening, and what they had to look out for. Farg deployed the Lorien fleet that she had kept at the ready, while the elves of Cetrali started to imbue their equipment with Tier 5 spells. Is there really nothing we could do? Kellia stared at the eternal fortress in a mix of helplessness and fear. Even from such a distance, the lost city was a dreadful existence that made her feel small and insignificant. Sure, we can call upon Mother and run away, Dusk replied with a sigh. Anything but that. There is one thing, the Red Sun replied. Origin Flames would have been useless, while Doom Tide would have made the fake mages useless. Life Maelstrom's effects, however, depended solely on the person they were bestowed upon. Here, this should help. Kellia pooled her mana with Dusk, allowing him to overcome Baba Yaga's seal. The crack in the enchantment closed almost immediately, but lasted enough to infuse Orion with a single bolt of life Maelstrom. He was no awakened, but his bright violet mana core was as strong as any other, and his equipment was one of the best in the camp. More importantly, Orion had become famous for teaching the late god of healing blade tear spells, something that only rulers of the flames were supposed to be able to do. Even ancient beings like Ragu, Inzialot, and Ilthin lacked such ability, and their destructive power paled in comparison to a single blade spell. Orion wasn't expecting anything like that, and almost died for it. The silver lightning empowered his body and mana core, making them both swell with power. He could feel his whole being burn as the impurities that kept his mana flow still were pulled with violence toward his core. If not for Vaster taking care of fusing the impurities with his flesh and bones to make it impossible for Orion to awaken by accident while practicing fusion magic, he would have died on the spot. Luckily for him, the treatment resisted the effects of life Maelstrom long enough for him to bridle its energy and suppress the mana flow it caused. Is everything all right? Kellia wasn't aware of Orion's condition, so him getting pale and showing shortness of breath instead of bursting with power was unexpected. Sure, I just need a second to catch my breath, he replied while using an irregular breathing rhythm that Vaster had taught him in case Orion ever needed to disrupt his own mana. How long do I have before life Maelstrom wears off? A few minutes tops, Kellia said. Depends on how fast you consume it. Then I'd better get to work, Orion nodded. If the enemy comes too close, I would risk hitting our allies as well. Yet there's a catch. A blade spell consumes a lot of mana, and starting a fight exhausted is a terrible idea. Can you replenish my mana like Lith or my daughters would? He knew about breathing techniques, but feigned ignorance to not raise suspicions about his attempts to awaken. Yeah, don't worry. Even if my mana core is weaker than yours, invigoration still works. Excellent news. Orion gritted his teeth into what he hoped looked like a smile in the attempt to suppress a violent spasm. Follow me, then. Who knows, maybe you are talented enough to learn a thing or two about blade magic just by watching. What's wrong with him? Kellia noticed the strain on Orion's face as they walked toward the boundaries of the barriers. I'm afraid you made a mistake, Dusk replied. People with a powerful core like Orion die if awakened. There's a strong possibility that our life maelstrom is causing a small mana flow inside his body. If Orion doesn't get rid of it as soon as possible, his body might reach a point of no return. What? Kellia was shocked, feeling suddenly riddled with guilt. Is there something we can do about it? Why didn't you warn me? No, there's nothing we can do. The slightest spell affecting his life force would compromise the frail balance that's keeping him alive. Dusk replied. I didn't warn you because the chances of awakening someone, even a violet core, just with life maelstrom are abysmal. I've never seen it happening my whole life. Orion walked while chanting his spell and performing the hand signs for Elemental Sonata as fast as he could. He had devised it like a Mage Knight spell, so it required only one hand and could be used while wielding a weapon. Yet that would take more time than he had left. Vaster's safety measures and Orion's sheer willpower kept the life maelstrom away from his core, but they didn't make the experience any less painful. Orion couldn't afford to suppress the pain with darkness fusion, since it was the only indicator of how he was holding out. Yet it was also so bad that his vision blurred and his head went dizzy from time to time. He channeled his pain to speak and draw the runes faster, avoiding using true magic. It would have made things even faster, but it was also likely to trigger the mana flow. The moment he was done with the spell, he unsheathed his sword, Grimlock. It was the latest and probably his most powerful piece of the war series that he had crafted alone. The blade drained part of the life maelstrom from Orion's body even before he could think about it, relieving the pressure on his core and making him sigh in relief. Damn, I'm a panicking idiot. I forgot that I could have infused my equipment to lessen the strain on my body. Thanks, little fellow. Orion thought, and Grimlock emitted a soft hum, making him flinch in surprise. Is this purring? After War and Skywarp, does Grimlock have some sort of sentience as well? The sword remained silent, just draining more life maelstrom and sharing it with the Featherwalker armor. Orion shook his head and put his doubts on the back burner, for now. He released the silver lightning slowly, pouring it into every piece of his equipment that carried a power core. The more he consumed, the more his pain lessened, but his mental strain was unchanged. Instead of holding himself together, now Orion had to harmonize the mana contained in his equipment with that in his body. He had a limited grasp on mana flow, but since it was his mana and energy signature that the artifacts carried, they answered to his will. Chapter 2891, Final Destination, Part 3. For a fake mage, the trick to perform a blade tear spell was to perceive the tiny specks of mana that left their body to feed their equipment, and follow them to locate the power core. Blade tear spells followed the same principles as Tier 5 spells, and once conjured, one could pour as much mana as they wanted. In Orion's case, he had to draw the energy from the power cores and add it to Elemental Sonata while keeping the spell matrix intact. It was both slower and more difficult than what an awakened would do, since they would add the power from their equipment, while weaving the spell instead of splitting the process into multiple steps. On top of that, due to the lack of spirit magic, Orion's Elemental Sonata used only 6 of the 7 elements. The silver lightning became one with the blade spell, and the multicolored light of his blade turned white. Orion put every iota of mana and life maelstrom in Elemental Sonata. The tip of the blade traced gentle curves in the air that encompassed Thamo's figure from head to toe. Based on what Solus told us, targeting the Black Tide is pointless, and we don't know where that thing's pseudo-core is hidden, Orion thought. Instead of a focused blow that's likely to be of no consequence, I'm going to spread my energy. It won't do much damage, but with a bit of luck, it is going to give us a clue about how to defeat it. The white beam of elemental sonata burst from the tip of Grimlock, cutting through the barriers and rock in the same pattern as Orion's flowing movements. "What?" Thamos yelled in surprise as the blade spell carved him like a scalpel, the cuts clinical and precise but also shallow. The surprise was much worse than the damage. That whole night had been one shock after the other, making him realize how outdated his magic was. Lith and Tista had just reached their respective positions when elemental sonata lit the sky. While they were still busy dodging the spell, Kellia contacted them on their amulets and informed them of Orion's intentions. They used the monocles of Menadian to study the reaction of the lost city, hoping to see him defend a particular area or his regeneration being slower in a specific point. Alas, the only relevant wound on the Eternal Fortress was the one to his pride. "Void and Blight?" Lith asked, cursing their bad luck. "Void and Blight," Tista nodded and drew a deep breath. Then the Tiamat and the Hecate unleashed a twin burst of Void and Blight flames, aimed respectively in the back and in the front of the lost city. This way, even if Lith and Tista were to fail to control the elemental giants, Thamos would be right in the middle of their conflict. Just like a few minutes ago, the cursed flames seemed to cancel each other, forming a small sphere each. They fed upon the monsters, draining from them the element they both lacked to form bodies 23 meters, 76, tall. "Seriously, I'm still on Magur or what?" Thamos' patience was quickly reaching its limits. "How many things did that bastard gloss over? Either everyone here is bonded to a living legacy, or I've been set up." He attacked the black and white giants with his massive fists, smashing them from head to waist in a single blow. Yet there were still plenty of monsters in the black tide, and instead of disappearing, the cursed flames clung to the stony limbs. The void giant sucked the light element dry, while the blight giant absorbed the darkness element that Thamos was conjuring to destroy them. The damage they dealt to him was minimal, and their small size posed no threat to him, but the Eternal Fortress was distraught. No matter how many times he destroyed the elemental giants, they kept reforming. The scores of monsters of the black tide were an endless source of energy for all three of them, leading to a standstill. To make matters more annoying, the fleet of Dulorians harried him like a swarm of angry wasps. The weapons mounted on the vehicles were alchemical tools and could conjure spells only up to Tier 3, but each flying car cast hundreds of them per second. Also, the passenger seats were taken by mages who dropped Tier 5 spells instead of bombs at each passage. The Dulorians were so small and fast that the Eternal Fortress perceived them only through his detection arrays. The hail of spells was mostly neutralized by his automatic defenses, but the explosions they produced overloaded his senses and made it hard for him to focus. "Enough!" Thamos grabbed the giants by the head and slammed them against each other with so much violence that the clap of his hands generated a shockwave that swept the Dulorians away. The cursed elements clashed without the time to restore their balance and triggered a blast that lit the night as bright as day and destroyed the lost city's arms up to the elbows. "I've held back because I wanted to study the might of modern magic, but I'm done playing. I've witnessed enough. You'll make a fool of me no more." He raised his quickly regenerating limbs while conjuring an emerald sphere between them. In their short life, the giants had killed hundreds of monsters, and their death had killed more, but it had also provided Thamos with massive streams of life force and mana to fuel his best spells. Lith and Tista breathed in unison, their origin flames turning into primordial flames that ate at the energy sphere and crashed against the Eternal Fortress chest. Yet the hole they opened healed just as fast as the arms, and the lost city just poured more mana into the spell to make up for what the flames had consumed. "What now?" Tista asked in a panic as the tower spirit spell neared completion. Now this, the elemental and the Dulorians had bought Lith enough time to conjure his tower blade spell, Nova Ruin. Fake and true magic, body casting, and the mouth of Menadian made it quick, while the energy coming from the tower and the air aspect of Ragnarok's Davros amplified the spell along with the life maelstrom past any Nova spell he had ever cast. There was only so much silver lightning Lith could pour inside his mystical flames without them overpowering Tista's instead of fusing with them. Nova Ruin, however, had no such problem. "I'm back," Solus warped on his head, tracing the spell as well with the fury after coating it with a hard light construct shaped like the angry blade. Her mana fused with Lith's, and so did the life maelstrom she possessed. Nova Ruin flowed from one of them to the other, its energy amplified with each cycle. Only when their equipment couldn't bear any more energy did they unleash it in a scarlet-black pillar. Thamos unleashed what was ready of his tower tier spell, surpassing Nova Ruin in size and brilliance. Great was his surprise when the smaller spell crushed Cruel Star into emerald shards and then hit him like a truck. The Tower Spirit spell crumbled in front of the Tower Blade spell, and the Eternal Fortress head was burst open. Chapter 2892, Final Destination Part 4. Lith slowly lowered Nova Ruin's beam, carving Thamos' chest open as well and disintegrating everything it contained. Body arose from the depth of Magus, using a Tier 5 Earth spell to make the tunnels he had created collapse. While the Eternal Fortress struggled to keep his balance, the Nidhogg curled around the stone titan's right knee and squeezed as hard as he could. The already strained joint cracked and healed non-stop, incapable of bearing the increased weight and the pressure at the same time. Ilthin focused the life maelstrom she had left and struck the left knee with Orphan Maker. Inziolot chose that moment to make his entrance, unleashing a barrage of spirit spells against the lower body of the lost city to not mess with the Nova Blade spell. The Hecate wanted to join the onslaught, but Lith stopped her. "Save your strength, we are going to need it," he said. Nova Ruin faded shortly before cutting the hips asunder, but it was enough to make Thamos fall. His body hit the ground, causing a localized quake and squashing scores of monsters under his weight. The white stone clashed against the edges of the dimensional corridor, releasing a cascade of sparks as it cut through horizontally and crossed the vertical wound left by Nova Ruin. No, Lith thought as the warp gate never destabilized. Please, no. An emerald spark was now visible in midair, and it was quickly swelling to gigantic proportions. Thamos rose to his feet, as if pulled up by invisible strings without the clumsy movements a man would need. His arms were whole again, and the cross-shaped chasm was already closing. No, Lith activated the warp mirror of the mirror hall, moving himself and Tista right in front of the enemy. They hurled primordial flames at the Tower Spirit spell as it darted toward the Wayfinder. The white flames consumed and destabilized Cruel Star, but as long as the Eternal Fortress lived, it wouldn't matter. No, Solus returned to the tower via the warp mirror, releasing all the life maelstrom she had left to strengthen the defensive arrays of the tower to protect the Wayfinder. Tista followed the emerald meteor, alternating blinks with bursts of cursed flames to weaken it. No, Lith charged forward in rage and desperation, plunging double edge into the lost city until the hilt hit the stone armor. His 7 eyes turned blue and blue flames erupted from all over his body. They moved through the blade and drew Thamos' attention. "What is this feeling?" he asked, having never experienced pain before. The counter-flow and world mirror abilities of the angry blade were keeping his wounds from healing, which was a first, but the blue flames were worse. The Eternal Fortress sent waves of water magic to smother the fire, but they ended up fueling it. He took the air away from his internal chambers, but even in the vacuum the blue flames burned by breaking down the white stones that comprised his body. Everything burned. Shock and confusion forced Thamos to forget about Cruel Star, and to focus his energy to stop the blue flames from spreading, and the Tower Spirit spell faltered due to the sudden lack of mana. Its external layer cracked as the primordial and the cursed flames drained the spell and damaged its matrix. The inner volatile gravity spell lost cohesion, turning its destructive power against itself. Solus, Ragu, and Tista noticed the phenomenon and struck at Cruel Star with their best spells, making it detonate before it could reach the first line of barriers. Quilla conjured her Tier 5 Light Mastery spell, Shellfire, that formed a spinning incandescent dome. The heat generated strong updrafts that, along with the airflow caused by the high-speed movement, dispersed the shockwave, while the hard light construct took the brunt of the damage before shattering. The rest was dispersed by the protective arrays of the Wayfinder coupled with those prepared by Olaja. She had placed them at fixed intervals so that even if they collapsed, the force of the enemy spell was broken over and over, like a tide facing a breakwater until it was reduced to a strong wind. Ragu then activated her Tier 5 Warden spell, Stillbound. The array registered the chaotic gravitational waves conjured by Cursed Star and generated counterwaves of opposite directions. Yet even a Tier 5 spell couldn't compare to a Tier 5 Tower Spirit spell. It was the reason Ragu had prepared several Stillbound, placing them at different heights so that they would cover the same area without their runes overlapping. Each one of them dampened Cursed Star a bit until its strength was more than halved. At that point, the dimensional compressing arrays generated by the Wayfinder and the tower kept the space stable and prevented dimensional fissures from opening. Freya floated in the middle of the camp, drawing the remaining world energy to fuel her dimensional ruler spell and relax the space whenever the arrays couldn't keep up. When the dust settled, the outer ring of wagons had been toppled and everyone was exhausted, but there had been no casualties. Thamos had no time to check the results of his spell and clapped his hands to squash Lith like a bug. The spirit barrier of his armor shattered like glass, forcing the Tiamat to let go of the blade and block. Without him, the blue flames would go out. Without him, there was no telling what spell the Eternal Fortress would dish out. His arms and wings pushed against the huge palms, but the difference in mass and strength was too big. Lith felt his bones crack as the air was squeezed out of his lungs. "You are worthy of your name, Destroyer, but today you've found your better." Thamos needed to consume lots of mana to suppress the blue flames, but he could afford to, especially with the mana geyser in sight. He kept pummeled at the Tiamat, who in turn focused what life maelstrom he had left to spread the blue flames and keep himself alive. Yet when the silver lightning was finished, so was Lith. "Your flames are a mighty weapon like I've never seen. I can't just smother them with mana like Origin flames. I had to wrestle with them and overpower them with a greater strength like they were alive. I can see how my siblings died at your hand. Only someone with infinite power like me could resist you." Lith coughed out a mouthful of blood while the immortal body array of the tower healed his wounds and the Eternal Fortress kept gloating. The Tiamat could feel the mirror hall amplifying the power of his spells, while the constant flow of world energy from the mana geyser filled him with new strength. Yet none of it was enough to formulate a path to victory. Thamos was bigger, stronger, and even though his power wasn't infinite as he claimed, it was damn close. To make matters worse, using the full scope of the tower's power just to run away posed a tremendous risk. From this close, Ragu and Inzialat might perceive the energy of the tower or recognize that what I'm conjuring aren't spells but enchantments. Lith thought. Chapter 2893, Full Power Part 1. I would risk it all if I was certain of victory, but I'm not. My best shot would be activating the prime engine, but again, it's not enough to win, only to buy a bit more time. Even worse, it would betray the existence of the tower, and at that point my life would be over. Lith turned his head in the direction of the wagon where the children were, knowing that his best shot at getting out of there alive was to lure the enemy there and bait the Eternal Fortress at striking at Elysia. At that point, a guardian would come out and drive the lost city back. Even such a powerful being could only stall for time since killing Thamos was impossible. It was a huge gamble for little return. The guardians might read his intentions and refuse to help until the last moment, or maybe even take back their vow after rescuing them as a punishment for Lith's manipulations. His mind foresaw several outcomes, one worse than the previous, in the span of a few seconds, but it wasn't that staying his hand. The mere thought of putting his daughter into danger, of exploiting her life as a tool, made every fiber of his being churn in disgust. It's my duty to protect Elysia, not the other way around. She's in this situation only because I brought her to Giera. I promised to do anything, to become anything in order to protect her, and I will. Lith let the blue flames go rampant, relinquishing his body in favor of that of the void demon dragon. The blue fire raged anew, shrouding him and infecting Thamos' body with every blow, block, and when they merely brushed. Solis went back to the tower to avoid getting burned. From there, she cast Nova spells non-stop and passed them onto Lith after amplifying them with the mirror hall. The void demon dragon used the blue flames to burn through the multiple defensive layers of the Eternal Fortress and released the spells at once from point-blank range. The camp became as bright as day as the lightning storm of Nova Mjolnir, the fires of Nova Eclipse, and the hard light constructs of Nova extermination hammered at the lost city. Lith emitted the Nova roar last, imbuing it with a wave of blue flames that coated every shockwave and elemental aspect of the spell. Thamos chuckled like a baby, simply raising his hand in reply. An emerald barrier coated his body, shattering the Nova spells into sparkles of mana upon contact. He got rid of the blue flames by severing the afflicted parts of the barrier, and then replacing them with new energy. Impressive, you forced me to use a defensive spell. The Eternal Fortress clapped his hands as the exhaustion from the repeated use of the blue flames ravaged Lith's body. Yet it wasn't the strain on his cracked life force that made his legs buckle, bringing the Void Demon Dragon down to one knee. How could I miss it? This whole time the Lost City hasn't used a single defensive spell. All of our efforts to wound him succeeded solely because he didn't bother raise his guard. None of our blows would have reached him if he didn't allow us to. Mana Sense showed Solus how upon his arrival near the camp Thamos had become even stronger. She had taken control of the Mana Geyser, but the energy that the still incomplete tower couldn't channel was his for the taking. On top of that, the whole area was enriched with world energy that had spilled over the geyser over the centuries. The vegetation and soil surrounding the camp were laden with power that the Eternal Fortress was now harvesting. Let's end this. Thamos tried to crush Ragnarök with his fist, but Lith managed to store it away in time. Fine, struggle all you want. I'm still going to kill you and your living legacy. Tell me, is she immune to these wondrous blue flames of yours? Without waiting for an answer, the Lost City coated his fist with emerald energy and struck at Lith. Let's find out. Amid the chaos of battle, Thamos could feel that something was draining the energy from the geyser and struggled with him for control. The cloaking devices hid the tower's aura, but the tug of war between artifacts gave away its position. The Eternal Fortress aimed the blow carefully, making sure that the living projectile would cause and suffer the most damage before reaching its target. Those you love and what you've built will be destroyed by your own hand. Those pesky barriers your allies put so much work into creating will be rendered useless by the trust they put in you. Isn't that poetic? Lith's body was sent flying, bouncing on the ground once before reaching the Wayfinder. Thamos' fist had shattered his ribs and skull, his life spared only due to the immortal body array. The contact with the ground broke his spine and twisted his legs in unnatural angles, the spirit barrier of the Voidwalker armor spent, and the metal worn out. As Thamos had predicted, the defensive measures of the camp recognized the living projectile as an ally and let him pass unimpeded. The Void Demon Dragon bounced a second time against the external ring of wagons of the Wayfinder, scattering them away and setting them on fire with blue flames. Even amid his agony, Lith managed to channel the pain to drive back the hatred and become a Tiamat once again. The flames spread nonetheless, bringing down the barriers set up by Quilla and Olaja, while the out-of-position wagons weakened those of the Wayfinder. The third bounce crushed the middle ring, scattering people and supplies to the wind. Solus tried everything to stop him, but she had only offensive spells at the ready, and the defensive systems of the tower were busy keeping Lith alive. The Tiamat came crashing against the partially built gate, just like the Eternal Fortress had predicted. The destruction of an artifact rooted in the middle of the Mana Geyser was bound to trigger a chain reaction that would kill the destroyer and weaken his cursed object. Thamos would then swoop in and kill the weakened, mysterious girl. No matter how powerful she is, I'll absorb her essence just like I do for my loyal servants. Her death will fuel my greatness and bring me one step closer to achieve my dream of conquest. He burst into a roar of laughter that died as quickly as it had started. A warm light was extinguishing the blue flames and had stopped the Tiamat in midair after gently dispersing the kinetic energy of his flight. His body shrunk to human proportions, and his wounds disappeared like they had never been there in the first place. A maiden of light held his body between her arms, weeping in silence. "It's all right, dear. You can rest now," Tyrus said to Valoran II, who had witnessed everything from inside Lith's private wagon. Camilla had activated the projector the moment the alarm had resounded, too worried by the news that Freya had carried to notice that the tremors had woken up the babies until they had started crying. Chapter 2894, Full Power Part 2. At that point, fear had frozen Camilla like a deer in headlights. She wanted to turn off the projector to not let the babies witness what was happening, but at the same time, she couldn't bear to not know her husband's fate. Elijah and Valoran cried for their father from the beginning of the fight, yet Tyrus remained neutral, until something inside of her snapped. She remembered well the pain of losing her Valoran. She also remembered how much the little Bahamut had suffered from the death of Jormung first, and Thrud later. The Mad Queen had been true to her name during the War of the Griffins, but Tyrus couldn't deny how similar they were. Not only in their physical appearance, but also in their pain. The same pain that was once again ravaging the little body of Valoran II. She gently lay down the Tiamat's unconscious body on the ground, before turning to the Eternal Fortress. "This isn't my turf, and the people of Giera are not my responsibility anymore," she said as a burning fury evaporated her tears and twisted her visage. "They have turned their back on me, and you are probably unaware of my vow." She walked toward the edges of the barriers, her body swelling in size as she returned to her true appearance. "Under any other circumstance, I would offer you to walk away in exchange for me overlooking your transgression. Today is different. You have caused my blood great pain. You have caused me great pain, and for that I'll end you." A majestic golden griffin stood 50 meters, 166 feet, tall on her hind legs, surrounded by a warm yellow light akin to the sun and a majestic aura of power. The people from Garland fell to their knees, in awe, whereas Thamos just resumed laughing. "Enemy, I don't know who you are, but I know what you are, little bird. You are nothing." The Eternal Fortress was double Tyrus' height, and even though her aura was brighter than his own, Thamos showed no sign of fear. "I fought the strongest guardian of Giera. Zagran herself failed to stop me, and she was much stronger than you," he said, and he was right. "You sure are an ass, Feniger." Zagran scoffed in indignance through the mind link that connected her to her fellow guardian. "The least you could do is stop opposing Tyrus powers like you do for me when I deal with threats on your turf. This is just petty." "No, this is wise." The Leviathan shook his head. "Tyrus is on my turf against my permission, and she even dared wound me when I reprimanded her for her invasion. Sooner or later, we'll fight for a third time, and this is the perfect opportunity for me to learn how to deal with her. I'm not lifting the restrictions because she doesn't deserve my help. That, and because by limiting her strength I'll force her to reveal her best cards," he inwardly added. "That's a fancy way to say you are a petty bastard," the Garuda replied before opening another mind link, this time to Garland. "Hey, Sally, do you want to come here?" The Overlord heeded Zagran's call, and turned her attention to Giera, noticing the upcoming battle. "Gladly, but why are you bringing me there? You could just share your senses with me," she replied. "Because this is what friends do, asshole, not like someone who kept her fight against Tezca all for herself." The Garuda scoffed, but opened the gate anyway. She was secretly worried for the Griffin. The last time Zagran had beaten Thamos into submission, he was standing above a mana geyser while at his peak strength. Now he could only tap into the part of the energy that Soulless Tower, the Gate, and the Wayfinder left available, and he had just fought his way there. Yet the Eternal Fortress was stronger than back then. Much stronger. Tyrus felt the land of Giera rebelling to her touch and its world energy resisting her call. Her powers were indeed diminished. She wasn't just a guardian outside of her turf, she was a guardian in a hostile land. Thamos charged at her, his colossal body eclipsing hers like an adult does with a child. He kept the defensive barrier active and punched with all of his strength. Griffins possess the greatest physical strength among divine beasts, but the gap in mass between Tyrus and Thamos was several times that in height. If she dodged or tripped him, the Eternal Fortress would reach the camp and kill all those the Griffin was desperately trying to protect. Tyrus recognized the threat and quickly shifted her body weight, raising her left arm to block Thamos' massive fist. The mere contact between her clawed hand and the flat surface formed by the buildings that comprised the lost city's fingers produced a clap of thunder that deafened humans and monsters alike. The shockwave that the true might of the Eternal Fortress caused shattered what was left of the defensive arrays of the Wayfinder, the hard light construct of Quilla, and the new batch of safety measures erected by Ragu. It was no spell or complicated tactic, simply the result of Thamos being serious. He had played with the destroyer to unravel the mystery he was, and understand how Lith could have extinguished the light of Thamo's immortal brethren. Against Tyrus, instead, the Eternal Fortress was going all out. He was eager to put his true power to test against a guardian, eager to discover how much his power had grown since his last fight with Zagran, and how big the gap between him and Maugur's chosen still was. The ground sunk below the Titan's feet as their limbs clashed. Violent quakes opened deep fissures that brought lava to the surface, while the shockwave generated strong winds that uprooted the nearest trees and cleared the sky from the clouds. The Guardian was fierce, but the Eternal Fortress was strong. So strong that when his charge stopped, he had been pushed several meters back, leaving deep trenches in the barren soil.
Hey!
Tyrus was unmoving, still in the same spot where she had taken her stand. Her wings were unfurled and had taken the brunt of the shockwave, allowing the people of Garland to survive. First mistake. She tightened her fingers, crushing Thamo's fist with her grip. Cracks spread up to his forearm and sent jolts of pain through his body. He reacted by pulling his right arm back to draw her close and throwing a left jab. Second mistake. Tyrus resisted the pull and exploited the Eternal Fortress shift in weight to throw him off balance and drag him forward. Her right elbow deflected his left arm, and then her fist struck at Thamo's chest with a counter that carried both their weight and momentum. Her hand pierced through the spirit barrier and the protective arrays below, leaving a deep mark on his chest. Tyrus' right fist kept hammering at the Eternal Fortress while her left hand kept him locked in place. Her punches rained so fast that, when the mark of the second hit appeared on his armor, she had already hit him 10 times. Chapter 2895, Full Power Part 3. The hole in Thamo's spirit barrier widened faster than its enchantment could repair it, leaving the lost city exposed to the onslaught. He roared in fury and outrage, severing his right arm to break free from Tyrus' hold. She was caught by surprise and failed to react in time. The colossal left fist of the lost city hit her square on her eagle head, producing a second, devastating shockwave. Not bad, Tyrus replied with a flat tone that shocked her opponent. Her neck was twisted to the side, and her beak bore a hairline crack. But it's not enough. With both of her hands free, the Griffin unleashed a flurry of fists that lifted the Eternal Fortress off the ground, and then threw a front kick that sent him flying. Thamo's crash landed right in front of the advancing black tide, killing their frontlines. What an idiot, Zagran chuckled while sharing with Salark the refreshments she had prepared. Inviting a griffin to a slugfest is like planning your own funeral. You can say that. From so up close, the Overlord could feel the forbidden magic animating the lost city, and her skin crawled for it. Still, I don't get how that thing is still free. He said you have defeated him in the past. Why didn't the Council seal the lost city back then? Because of that, Zagran pointed at her scrying mirror. The two warrior guardians were watching the fight from the Garuda's turf via a surveillance device. From the mirror's surface, Salark witnessed Thamo's right arm regrowing before his body touched the ground. By then, every damage that Tyrus' blows had inflicted upon him had already disappeared. No matter how badly I beat him or how small the fragments I reduce him into, the bastard gets back in one piece and runs away before an array can fully form. Even away from a mana geyser? Salark asked in disbelief. You bet. I have no idea how something so old can be that strong or how the old people of Giera succeeded in sealing it. Zagran shrugged. Once again, Thamos stood without bending his knees or pushing himself up with his arms. His back lifted from the ground as if a crane was pulling him up or Magur was rejecting his presence. The Eternal Fortress ordered the Black Tide to retreat to a safe distance in a guttural language lost to time, and they obeyed. Maybe it's not enough, but it's a start. He pointed at the hairline crack on Tyrus' beak that had yet to heal. She replied by brushing her thumb over the injury and making it disappear. The lost city snarled and then conjured one cursed star from each of his hands. The emerald energy accumulated in the form of perfect spheres the size of a small village that upon their release left a blazing trail in their wake. As the two energy blasts departed, Thamos shapeshifted his arms into spiked maces and covered his body with razor-sharp stone blades as he charged toward the griffin in a tackle. Tyrus snapped her fingers, and the spells crashed against a golden energy dome along with their caster. The hard light construct broke the outer layer of the spirit spells open, and in turn, their detonation broke their caster's charge. The eternal fortress mana couldn't hurt him, but the same couldn't be said for the chaotic gravitational waves, the dimensional cracks, and the shock waves produced by his own spells. Thamos tried to shield himself, but something from his chest pushed him in the path of the strongest gravitational waves and threw him inside the biggest spatial fractures. The golden dome also sealed the effects of the spells, making them bounce on its surface and maximizing their destructive power. As Thamos' body was torn apart and his limbs cracked under their own weight, his detection arrays located the source of his troubles. Tyrus' earlier fists carried one light mastery array each, and they had carved the magical formation into his stone chest with every hit she had landed. The arrays were both furling the golden dome that trapped him and generating the sudden jolts that kept him off balance. The magical formations answered the griffin's will and sealed his joints with hard light constructs at the perfect time to make Thamos stumble in the worst position possible. When the golden dome faded away, however, the damage was already repaired and the lost city was flushing Tyrus, spell out with a stream of corrupted mana. Fine, if I can't beat you with quality, let's try with quantity. Charge! At his command, the black tide resumed its advance. Black Warg, with a strength superior to a divine beast, attacked her legs, while wormlings unleashed a barrage of life force projectiles, and the mutated trolls moved past her. Tyrus opened her hand, releasing a stream of violet bolts of lightning that killed all those who dared face her. Thamos grinned, joining the offense while the electricity was still crackling. He infused himself with all the elements, becoming even faster, nimbler, and stronger than before. Tyrus saw him coming, but her body couldn't react quickly enough. The first spiked fist struck her with a hook, ripping golden feathers off and leaving bloody cuts on her snout and neck. The second was a body blow that squeezed the air out of her lungs and cracked her ribs. While the mace was still digging into her flesh, an arc of lightning went from one mace to the other, sending her into a seizure. Each blow was accompanied by a tower-tier spirit spell. Emerald flames from Phoenix Smash engulfed the griffin, followed by emerald chains of griffin fetters restricting her limbs and movements. All of them had the strength to wipe out one of the regional capitals of the Griffin Kingdom in one blow. A strength far superior to a white cord, awakened possessing a mage tower. Orpal stared in horror at the fight between the colossi. On the one hand, he thanked the gods for giving him the wits to avoid challenging Elijah's bodyguards and ending up like Thamos a few seconds ago. On the other hand, he cursed at the lost city. How is that possible? I was certain that the old fart could beat Leech, but only thanks to his superior mass and strength. How can he be that strong, stronger than you with moonlight? He wasn't referring to himself, but to the strongest host's knight had in the past. I don't know, she replied. I was about to say that he is even stronger than my mother, but then I remembered that Tyrus can't bring out her full power while in the territory of a hostile guardian. Still, Thamos is far exceeding my expectations. I told you that you are nothing compared to Zagran, little bird. The lost city roared in a bloody glee as his fists and spells connected in an endless stream. She's better than you in every aspect, she. The wagons of the Wayfinder went back to their original place, restoring the defensive arrays to their maximum capability. At the same time, a small replica of Valoran Castle made of pure emerald and golden energy sealed the camp from the outside world. Chapter 2896, Full Power Part 4. It was Tyrus' bloodline ability, Light Raider. It converted her aura into runes that took the form of arrays, light mastery spells, and more. Thanks to Light Raider, the Guardian could freely manipulate the light element that comprised the world energy, and by mixing it with her life force, turn it into anything she wanted. The runes of light now shrouded the space behind the griffin, forming healing spells to help the wounded, hard light knights that swarmed from the castle to intercept the black tide, and Tier 5 spells belonging to every specialization. Neither the black tide nor the ripples from the fight between the Guardian and the Eternal Fortress could reach Tyrus' children, leaving her free to devote her full focus to the fight with the lost city. Let me guess, she also does something like this. A crack of thunder accompanied the bolt of life maelstrom that enveloped Tyrus' body. She shrugged her shoulders and unfurled her wings, shattering the griffin fetters and extinguishing the emerald flames of Phoenix Smash. A horizontal wave of her hand opened a deep chasm in the ground between the Black Tide and Light Raider, adding a moat to her castle of light. A second vertical motion shot down the wormlings and all the other monsters approaching the Wayfinder by flight. Yes, she does. Thamo's eyes windows narrowed in annoyance. But I do that off the bat. Why do you think Tyrus didn't go all out from the start? Zagrin asked. My guess is for a couple of reasons. First, she wasn't expecting Thamos to be so powerful and didn't think that she would need to use Life Maelstrom, just like I did. Salark turned to the Garuda with a questioning look. I admit that maybe I should have warned you guys, but he isn't, or rather, wasn't that strong. What makes him really annoying is his recovery speed. Which would have been nice to know in advance as well, the Overlord sighed. As for the second reason, Tyrus needed to get used to her diminished strength. Due to Fennegar's interference, her powers are at an all-time low. Lizard bastard, Zagrin grunted, obtaining a glare in return. Had Tyrus used Life Maelstrom at the start of the fight, she would have had to waste time to adapt her combat style to her amplified state, and then do it again once the Life Maelstrom ran out. If that happened in the middle of the fight, it would have screwed up her chances of dealing a finishing blow. This way, she has tested the capabilities of her weakened body and can plan ahead with and without consuming Life Maelstrom. Also, she was focusing on getting the kids to safety. Salark pointed at the members of the group who had been healed and transported inside the castle conjured by Light Raider, Badia included. The Nidhogg in particular was flabbergasted since he had been forced back into his human form and blinked out of the ground against his will. Always a mother hen, Zagrin chuckled. Orpal looked at the Light Raider with life vision and cursed every single life form on Magur. Before I couldn't attack without the risk of those blue flames burning me to cinders, and now I have no way to get past that damned barrier. Thamos went on the attack again, but this time Tyrus deflected every blow and countered every spell with one of her own. Every opening that the failed attacks created was punished with a powerful fist. Tyrus was slow compared to Zagrin. The Garuda moved on every battlefield with a mix of footwork and flight thanks to her multiple wings and lithe body. That coupled with Life Maelstrom allowed her to unleash an unrelenting barrage of strikes from every direction, without giving the opponent the chance to even take a good look at her. Tyrus's stocky build was unsuited for such a fighting style. She preferred to stand her ground and beat the opponent thanks to her superior strength. She didn't know flashy moves, but every one of her attacks was honed to perfection. There were no wasted moments, no tells that the enemy could use to anticipate what she was about to do. The only thing that the Eternal Fortress knew was that the Griffin's limbs seemed to disappear, and by the time he could see them again, they had already pierced through his body. I was wrong. Zagrin is faster than this woman, but she's still faster than me. Even worse, she's much stronger than Zagrin. Thamos started to panic as the Griffin stopped playing defensively and moved on to the offense. The first blow intercepted his spiked fist, and then shattered its way through the shoulder, leaving an empty space where the lost city's right arm had been until a heartbeat ago. The second blow was a kick that cut off his retreat and crushed his remaining arm to smithereens when he attempted to block. He had conjured his best defensive spells and the arrays imbued in his pseudo-cores, but to no avail. Tyrus' attacks were infused with magic as well, and they were a guardian tier spells at that. Blazing Trail disrupted matter on an atomic level by countering its magnetic fields with air and earth magic. It also altered the vibrational frequencies of the particles bonded together by making one atom vibrate faster with fire magic, and its neighbors slower with water magic. Darkness magic struck next, opening the now weakened bonds long enough for light magic to rearrange them into a stable yet brittle formation. Blazing Trail would turn even diamonds into graphite in the split second before Tyrus blows connected, making even the hardest of materials crumble like cardboard. Without his arms, Thamos was open to a headbutt, the third blow that smashed through his chest and allowed the Griffin to hurl her Guardian tier spell, Molten Core, inside the Eternal Fortress. Tendrils of emerald light invaded the empty spaces connecting the buildings that comprised the lost city's body, forming an endoskeleton that opposed his every movement. Once the spell had invaded its victim, it burned, froze, calcified, and cut at the magical runes that animated the lost city. Light magic formed countless blood vessels through which darkness magic flowed, sapping both life and mana out of the eternal fortress. Thamos screamed in agony as his colossal form imploded, leaving behind only pieces of rubble no bigger than an adult man. The location of his pseudo-cores was finally revealed. It was a piece of white stone no different from the others, except that it resisted gravity's pull and floated in midair. "And there it is," Zagran sighed. "Tyrus should rush to grab the pseudo-core and bring it as far as she can." Kami, Lith had just regained his senses thanks to the tower's rejuvenating flow and Tyrus care. "What's fuck me sideways?" He was relieved witnessing the eternal fortress fall, and shocked seeing it rebuild itself almost as quickly as Tyrus magic had destroyed it. "Not bad, but it's not enough." Thamos laughed at the Guardian, mocking her with her same words as he stood up again, leaving the Great Mother was even more shocked than Lith. Chapter 2897, Artificial Guardian, Part 1. Tyrus had destroyed everything in one go save for the cornerstone containing the pseudo-cores of the lost city. It was supposed to cause a massive energy loss that would weaken Thamos, while also ensuring that the damage wouldn't trigger a chain reaction and endanger her children. Yet the Eternal Fortress core was still burning with power. Too much power for what measly amount he could draw from the thrice-occupied mana geyser. Way more power than even the collective cores that the monsters of the Black Tide possessed. A power stronger than Thamos possessed a few seconds ago when Tyrus had stepped on the battlefield. Due to Fennegar's interference, the Great Mother needed some effort to spread her breathing technique, Mother Earth, throughout the battlefield and understand what was happening. Only then did she notice that the monsters of the Black Tide were willingly jumping into the chasm she had created to protect the Wayfinder. Only then did she discover the true source of Thamos' power. The red and blue flows coming from the dead monsters carried their mana, their life force, and their mana cores. Their living essence left their physical form upon its destruction and was assimilated by the Eternal Fortress pseudo-score, becoming one with them. Tyrus experienced something similar to what Freya had felt while handling the corrupted mana, but millions of times worse. She sensed the world energy twisting in the futile attempt to resist Thamos' pull. Every core he gained increased his ability to absorb the essence of Magus, enhancing his recovery abilities, his magical and physical strength. She heard the desperate cries of the living monsters just like Lith heard those of their dead, and they were heart-wrenching. They expressed the pain of the loss, and the fear they felt knowing that soon they would be forever trapped inside the Eternal Fortress as well. Mother Earth showed her how during her fight against Thamos, he had forced his thralls to sacrifice their lives to fuel his strength. The forbidden magic amplified the mana of the monsters by hundreds of folds by sacrificing their life force. By killing them in droves, he obtained a supply of power comparable to a mana geyser, while also gaining new mana cores that passively and permanently increased his abilities. Tyrus' body lit up with burning golden light from outrage and indignance. "Zagran, explain." Her voice forced its way through the mind link the Guardians shared, sounding both like an order and a threat. "I'm sorry, I don't know, I just punched stuff." Despite the thousands of kilometers separating them, the Garuda still took a step back by reflex. "Fennegar," the Leviathan's name sounded like an order, a threat, and an insult. "It's ancient stuff, how am I supposed to know?" he replied while leaving Giera for the moon just to be safe. "Ligain," this time her voice sounded like a frustrated cry for help. "What is it an order and chaos?" The father of all dragons would have liked to complain about being left out until they needed him, but seeing two of his grandchildren so close to the obscenity that Thamos was put his personal feelings on the back burner. The Eternal Fortress had almost finished rebuilding himself, so Ligain couldn't afford the time to explain things with a mind link. He looked at the lost city thought Tyrus' eyes, but studied it with Ligain's eyes, letting the knowledge flow into her as soon as he gained it. The Griffin witnessed events that had taken place millennia ago unfold in front of her like memories. Thamos had been a magical city rich of culture and talented individuals, whose populace had tirelessly worked to expand the limits of fake magic, but with little luck. They had no concept of awakening, and they failed to replicate the true magic that seemed to come easy to the other races. The turning point in their history had been the advent of the Guardians. Back then, the mighty beings accepted disciples and granted advice, giving the people of Thamos the opportunity to observe and study the Guardians. The fruit of their foolish labors was the eternal fortress. After misunderstanding the relationship between Magus and their Guardians, the people of Thamos had crafted something that could grow like a living being. Their goal was to build an artificial guardian that would obey and protect them. Someone who would bestow upon all of them the gifts and longevity of awakening. Of course, with only a rough understanding of world energy, and only a few recently awakened among their ranks, the only way they had found to further their ambitions was forbidden magic. The spell animating what had once been a lively city granted it the ability that the people of Thamos attributed to the Guardians, to claim the world energy as their own and grow stronger over time. Their plan was simple. Since every person had a mana core and every mana core could tap into the power of magic, the people of Thamos believed that to make the impossible possible, they only needed to amass enough cores for the job. At first, they had fed the living monstrosity with the essence harvested from their enemies, then their criminals, then the wretches of their society, until the servant had become the master and sacrificed his own makers for the sake of power. Back then, Thamos was still weak, and the neighbors of the lost city had soon noticed the disappearance of an entire civilization. After sending and losing enough scouts, the awakened council had taken the situation in its hands. The elders had safely infiltrated the eternal fortress, but found no trace of survivors or blueprints that could help them solve the matter once and for all. The only solution they could devise was to seal the city from the rest of Magus before it grew too strong to be contained. The council had hoped that with no source of energy aside from the mana geyser below the city and isolation, the enchantments of the living legacy would have faded away over time, or at least Thamos would have lost his mind. After the fall of Giera, the eternal fortress had freed itself with the help of the monster hordes seeking to reach his geyser. At that point, he had bred and herded them to obtain an endless source of food. Monsters only respected strength, and someone like Thamos was akin to a god to them. He had unified the different monster tribes, providing them with food and protection so that they could multiply without limit. He had also used his powers to alter their life forces to trigger mutations that served his purposes and reinforced the impression he was a god. The eternal fortress had no slave array, nor did he need it. The foolish creatures were willing to fight and die for him, driven by their instinct to obey the strongest member of the tribe. The current black tide was Thamos' work, and the millions that comprised it had been spawned by the crumbs of his every meal. The lost city had been already powerful at the time he had been sealed. Chapter 2898, Artificial Guardian Part 2. In the years since his release, Thamos had fed upon countless monsters whose cores now belonged to him. "He's different from the Golden Griffin," Ligon said. While Arthan's academy preserved the mana cores of its students to make them into the Mad King's immortal army, this thing takes them for himself in the attempt to force his way to guardianhood. "Can he do it?" Tyrus clenched her beak in disgust. "Of course not, but power is still power," Ligon replied. "Beware, as long as the Black Tide lives, his force and mana are endless. Even if you slaughter every single monster, it's not going to solve anything. He'll become stronger than ever, and no seal can completely cut off the flow of world energy, only limit it. It's only a matter of time before that lost city frees itself, finds another monster tide, and starts over. Zagran did the right thing by just pushing him away, and you should do the same." "I see, thank you, young lizard," Tyra sighed, shaking her head in sadness. "I admit to have underestimated you, Guardian." The eternal fortress crackled with new power as he grew a blade from his left forearm and a shield from the right. "Zagran may be better than you, but you are still a worthy opponent. Do you have the guts to fight me until the end, or are you going to run away with my core like she would do?" "I'm going to fight you until the end." Tyrus released a second stream of life maelstrom on herself, charging her body and core with new power. "Excellent, our battle will last for hours," Thamos laughed in excitement. "No," Tyrus replied, "it won't." A flash of light erupted from her body, washing over the monster tide and turning millions and millions of living beings into ashes in the span of a second. The blackness of their bodies faded like night shadows in front of the sun, leaving no trace of their previous existence. You are insane, funny, but insane. The mana cores of the dead stacked on Thamo's core as they were assimilated along with the power they carried. Thanks to you, I've reached new heights. I'm one step closer to my goal. Tyrus ignored the mockery that followed. The time for words was over. She raised her right hand to the sky and opened her pocket dimension. Thamo's laugh died in his stony throat as winter turned into summer and night into day. Even from Garland, a shiver ran down Ligaoin's spine, and from the moon, Feniger activated the defensive systems of his lair. "What's that, a morning star?" Zagran asked while pointing at the spiked mace in the griffin's hand. "No," Salark replied, "that's the morning star." Every guardian had crafted their personal equipment for the day when they would need to face their fellow guardians in battle, or any other enemy who had reached a similar level of power. A guardian's weapon bore a name that was either related to its purpose or the conditions under which it had been forge-mastered. Salark's tyrant son embodied her will to rule over the Blood Desert and make it prosper despite its harsh condition. Ligaoin's Worldbreaker represented the father of all dragons' potential to understand the nature of all things and use his knowledge to undo those who stood in his path. In Tyra's case, her weapon's name stated what it was. Pure Davros wouldn't boil at any temperature unless heated with origin flames, and the Great Mother had exploited such property in crafting Morning Star. Trapped inside its core, there was a spark of Magus' sun that she had captured after a violent solar flare. It was a ball of swirling, hot plasma that was held together by a balance of forces between gravity magic and pressure exerted by the mystic metal. Morning Star's surface was so hot that not even Tyrus could wield it without a hard light construct around its grip acting as insulent. The moment the spiked mace came out of the pocket dimension, its light was visible from kilometers of distance, giving to those in sight to the phenomenon the impression that the sun had appeared on the horizon hours early. To the expedition party, however, the raw heat and brilliance Morning Star produced made them shield their eyes and start sweating despite the protection of Light Raider. Then the Great Mother infused her weapon with a bolt of life maelstrom, and the darkness returned. Morning Star's power was now amplified tenfold and compressed to the extreme thanks to her bloodline ability, Focus Point. A single swing of the mace shattered the shield at the end of Thamo's right arm, crushed the limb bearing it, and smashed his chest open. The surface of the weapon was dozens of thousands of degrees hot, making the grass catch fire from a distance and the white stones evaporate on contact. The Eternal Fortress took a step back, employing but a fraction of the mana it had gained from the death of the Black Tide to condense the vapors back into stone and regenerate his arm. He enveloped the reborn shield with a spirit barrier that would have stopped a tidal wave, and his blade with a tower spirit spell that could flatten mountains. Both shattered into pieces when Morning Star came again in a backhand swing. Wherever the mace hit, stone and metal would vaporize while everything nearby would either melt or burn. Thamos healed at a speed visible to the awakened eye, but Tyrus' weapon was a shimmering blur. The Eternal Fortress fell apart faster than he could regenerate himself, his defenses falling apart no matter how much mana he poured into them. "What's the matter, O proud living legacy?" Tyrus' voice was cold with spite. "Isn't your power enough? Isn't the death and misery that you wrought upon Giera enough to satisfy your ambition?" Thamos was too busy defending himself to answer her questions. He was aware that destroying his pseudo-core would have caused destruction on an unprecedented scale, especially after absorbing so many mana cores at once. Yet the Guardian didn't seem to care much, and the idea of bringing Giera down with him was of no consolation to the Eternal Fortress. He wanted to become stronger, to conquer, and most of all, to live. If he died here and there nothing else would matter, thousands of years of imprisonment would have been for nothing. So Thamos focused on protecting his pseudo-core, no matter how much mana resisting Morning Star's blow required. "No, then let me help." Tyrus released a third bolt of silver lightning that struck the lost city, sending its ancient pseudo-core in overload. It had yet to assimilate the energy brought by the sudden death of the Black Tide, and the mana cores still bore their owner's energy signatures and will. The life maelstrom turned the feast into a bite way bigger than Thamos could chew. The resulting mana flow was too much for the pseudo-core to handle. It burned instead of reinforcing the ancient spells that animated the lost city. Upon receiving the silver lightning, the millions of different energy signatures carried by the mana flooded the pseudo-core faster than it could purify them. Chapter 2899, Collapsing Eternity Part 1. Thamo's strength turned into poison, and his enchantments shorted in a rainfall of wild mana sparks. The Colossus fell to the ground, incapable of withstanding his own weight. The life maelstrom coursed through the eternal fortress in a cycle of destruction and regeneration that drained his mana reserves. Tyrus made it even quicker by dropping Morning Star on his chest. Without the ability to conjure a hard light construct, Thamo's hands melted as soon as he grabbed the haft. In the span of a few minutes, the living castle was reduced to a pool of molten stone, and stayed that way. All the mana the lost city had accumulated since his creation was spent, and what was left of it was barely enough to keep his pseudo-core from succumbing to the heat radiated by the mace. And that's solely because Tyrus willed so. She stored Morning Star away the moment its work was done, giving Thamo's core time to stabilize. Sure, its energy reserves had reached rock bottom, but they were still near a mana geyser, and the pseudo-core still had the cumulative power stolen from millions of mana cores, both healthy and defective. The Guardian could already feel the pseudo-core draining the surrounding world energy, and twisting it into a corrupted hybrid between life force and mana. The ruins of the Eternal Fortress were slowly rearranging themselves into their original appearance, the different buildings taking form from the amorphous mass of molten rock. That was impressive. Zagran clapped her hands in amazement. Scary and reckless, but impressive nonetheless, yet there's a reason I never tried doing something like that. If we don't find an isolated place where to seal that thing soon, it will come back to life with a power beyond what a non-Guardian can face. We have to move fast and contact the Council for help. That scaredy serpent of Feniger fled, and I'm not going to bring one of his living legacies on my turf. I don't need the Council's help, and I'm not going to seal this thing anywhere. The Griffin grabbed the pseudo-core with her clawed hand, crushing the white stones that had already reattached to it, and insulating Thamos from the world energy with her life maelstrom-enhanced aura. I'm going to kill this revolting creature here and now. How? The Garuda asked, trying and failing to open a steps leading to Tyrus' position. With Feniger missing, the authority of the ruler of the land weakened both guardians, but Tyrus' rage was stronger. She usually wouldn't interfere in the power balance of her own country, let alone that of another continent. When she faced someone important or a threat on the level of Thamos, no matter how much they angered them, she would limit herself to teaching them a lesson and cripple their life force. It was what she had done in the past to Zedros, Ilza, Feniger, and twice to Roghar. Yet the lost city's life force was coded into his enchantments, and altering them would have caused a chain reaction whose consequences were unpredictable. Tyrus had yet to forgive Feniger for his transgression, and the people of Giera for turning their back on her. Yet the anger she felt for Thamos, and the pity for his victims surpassed even that. The only option she had was to solve the problem permanently, and teach a lesson to all those too arrogant to fix the errors of their ways. Tyrus, do you need my help? Salark didn't attempt to open a gate, knowing that she would have suffered Zagran's same fate. Please, if creation magic was all we needed to get rid of a lost city, it wouldn't have taken you centuries and the help of the young lizard to get rid of those in the desert. Don't worry about me. I have everything I need right here. A snap of her fingertips blinked her, and lit inside the mirror hall of the tower. Yet while the Guardian's disappearance was evident, the Tiamat had been replaced by a hard light construct that was in no way distinguishable from the original, not even with soul vision. The life force, the energy signature, and the mass were identical to the real Lith down to the smallest detail. She did the same thing for Solus, making a copy of her join the celebrations for the victory so that no one would question her absence. Why are we here? Lith's wounds were perfectly healed, and between the tower and Tyrus spell, his body was full of vigor. Didn't you hear me? I have to destroy this thing, and to do it, I need your help. The Griffin shape-shifted back into her human form and showed him the mana crystal she held in her hand. It was rough white, shaped like a rectangular stone, and the size of a shoebox. And what am I supposed to do with this, exactly? From so up close, Lith could not only feel the corrupt life force that coursed through Thamo's pseudo-core, but also hear the deafening chorus of voices from the millions of souls trapped inside of it. The former made his body churn in revulsion, while the latter made his head hurt so much that he was afraid it was going to explode. "Not you, you too." Tyrus pointed at him and Solus, who was floating nearby. "Do you mind lending me the eyes of Menadian for a while?" While they talked, Thamo's senses took in the magnificence of the tower, despite the cloaking spells restricting them. "This is a mage tower, a perfect mage tower," he thought in amazement. "If I can assimilate it, my powers will soar. I have no idea what the eyes of Menadian are, but if the female guardian thinks that's enough to destroy me, she's deluding herself. The first thing I did after gaining sentience was to destroy every blueprint of my creation and kill every person involved." "Am I?" Tyrus replied with a sneer. "Shouldn't you be wondering how can you suddenly understand modern language?" Thamos had no eyes for blinking or a throat to swallow saliva. He was just a block of crystal, but if it had a face, his expression would have been of utter confusion. "I'm doing this for you, but don't misunderstand. I'm not doing you a favor. I just want to savor your fear and despair while your end nears. I won't let you spend your final moments in blissful ignorance." The Eternal Fortress tried to counter that he was true to his name, and that the three guardians of Giera had already tried and failed to destroy him. He attempted to mockingly ask her why she believed things would be different for her, but Tyrus kept the mind link one way only, humiliating him further. Without his powers and any way to communicate, Thamos was reduced to a bystander in his own life. "The eyes, sure." Solus conjured the relic and handed it to the guardian. "Thanks. I figured that if your mother's legacy could reverse engineer the schematics for the Golden Griffin, it should be able to do it again for." Tyrus wore the mystical pince-nez and started studying the crystal in her hand. Chapter 2900, Collapsing Eternity Part 2. "What's your name, scum?" "I'm Thamos, the Eternal Fortress, woman." "No pair of glasses can." The guardian cut him off as soon as she learned what she wanted. "Thamos." "By my mom, you are right." Solus couldn't believe her own stupidity. "The limit of the eyes is that they need to be close to the power core, or in this case, the pseudo-core to study it. No lost city would open their doors to us and let us study their weak point, but now it stands defenseless right in front of us." A holographic interface appeared in midair, depicting the recovered schematics and the progression bar of the scan. 0.2%. The Eternal Fortress was old, but not so much to not understand basic math. Also, as the scan progressed and more lines connected, he recognized the blueprints holding the secrets of his existence. "This is bad, but I have lots of time to find a way out. Based on how little of my schematics they have recovered until now, it should take this damn tower hours to finish the job," Thamos said to himself in the attempt to calm himself down. The mirror hall was full of world energy, but it was under Solus' control, and it ignored his call. He then used a sensory array to find a weak point in the containment field trapping him, and when he found none, Thamos conjured tendrils of mana to reconnect with his body outside, and use it to absorb the world energy. Tyrus noticed his attempts, and increased the power of the containment field. "This is a great idea, but the scan is going to take hours, and I don't know how much time we have left," Lith said. "Orion has no idea what you are doing, and Thamos' body is still out there. If he decides that the gate is compromised, and follows the original plan to leave Giera, the moment people notice that Solus and I are not on board, they will start looking for us." "Don't fret," Tyrus shook her head. "I've already covered for your absence, and this is not going to take hours." She placed her hand on the nearest wall of the mirror hall, releasing the life maelstrom she had left and injecting it straight inside the tower core. At the same time, the Great Mother expanded her aura and conjured more of Maugre's world energy, so that even in its enhanced state Menadian's masterpiece would be at its full strength. Solus' mana core went from blue to bright blue, breaking through to the deep violet and then growing in power until it reached the bright violet. The tower rumbled under the pressure she exuded, recovering floor after floor and expanding deeper into the ground to keep its existence hidden. "This is amazing." The happiness in Solus' voice was replaced by pain, and her words turned into a scream as too much information flooded her brain too fast. Her floating spell failed, and she doubled over in pain on the floor, quickly followed by Lith. Their bond allowed her to share her suffering with him and lessen her burden, but it was too much to bear anyway. The information about the new floors and the abilities that the old floors gained as the tower core reached completion were burning their synapses. On top of that, the eyes were still scanning Thamo's pseudo-core. Lith and Solus shared the burden with Tyrus and the tower, but it wasn't enough, not even with the help of the sage staff in the armory. The eyes were enhanced by the life maelstrom as well, and with the Guardian's brain supporting the eyes, the artifact's capabilities were amplified way more than 10 times. The scan progress had already reached 25%, and it increased by 1% more in less than a second. "Well, Thamos, how does it feel?" Tyrus asked as the counter reached 30% and kept increasing. "How does your so-called eternity collapsing into less than a minute feel, because that's what you have left to live?" The Eternal Fortress would have never believed her if not for the blueprints taking form right in front of his senses. He spent what little energy he had regained before the Guardian had sealed him in a futile attempt to escape. Then he tried to self-destruct, to bring everyone else down with him, but Tyrus' aura blocked that too. Her Mother Earth-breathing technique had invaded his crystal body, giving her absolute control over the mana that was his lifeblood. It was then that Thamos realized that his life was literally in the palm of her hand. Her earlier words were no empty banter. She knew all of his thoughts and struggles, and was enjoying seeing him squirm just like he had done in the past, whenever a worthless insect dared stand against him. His sensory arrays had managed to analyze the tower, and the containment field only because the Guardian had allowed them to. Tyrus wanted Thamos to understand how desperate his situation was, while leaving him the illusion of having still a chance of survival. The revelation shocked him to the point that he lost sight of the progression bar until a pinging snapped him out of it. The scan was already complete, and the blueprints of Thamo's power core laid in plain sight for everyone to see. "I'm sorry, guys. I would have avoided hurting you if possible, but I had no other choice." Tyrus helped Lith and Solus to sit down on a couple of chairs she had conjured. She offered them a delicious honeyed tea that cleared the acrid taste of bile in their mouths and eased the blinding pain in their heads. What?" Lith stuttered. Even forming a single word renewed his pain. He had to take another long sip of the tea to ease the tension in his brain. "Shush, it's going to be over soon." The mirror hall quaked again as the life maelstrom wore off and the tower returned to its original size. Without the boost from Tyrus' bloodline ability and world energy, the new floors collapsed, and the old ones lost their newfound abilities as quickly as they had gained them. Solus felt the pressure on her mind ease as the sudden influx of knowledge disappeared from her memory, and her mana core degraded to blue. Yet the relief she felt was matched by the disappointment from losing everything once again. Amid all that pain and confusion, the only silver lining was the idea to be whole again. That maybe, once the tower had stabilized after recovering all of its strength, she would have been free to roam Magur like a normal person. "What do you mean you had no choice?" Solus finished drinking her tea and fought hard to repress the frustration and anger she felt for the Guardian. "As Lith said, I can cover for your absence, but if the Wayfinder departs, my ruse will be exposed. This isn't my turf, and to maintain such perfect hard-light constructs I need to be close," Tyrus replied. "Couldn't this wait until we relocated the Wayfinder or returned to Garland?" Lith wrapped Solus' lithe shoulders in his arm to console her.